Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 665 to Chapter 728. Good knocked on the door of Angwar's bedroom while carrying his daily meal. Butler Good, is the professor still quiet? Good shook his head. Sir never left his study. Miss Flora did visit a few times, but she didn't stay for long. After Good left, Angwar finished his breakfast in his room and left the house. The sunlight outside shone on Angwar's face, which made his already pale face look even paler. Angwar headed toward the exit of Phantom Island. Before leaving the island, Angwar took a look at the magic hut by the lake. Both Sunders and Greya did not leave the house at all. Angwar could guess the reason why Greya didn't come out of her room. Perhaps she was still trying to figure out the secret of the Phantom Twins, but Angwar still found it strange that Sunders didn't show up. Even if Sunders was injured by the mysterious attic in the Nightmare Realm, he shouldn't have stayed inside for so long. Or did Sunders lose his body in the Nightmare Realm just like Greya? Angwar was worried. He didn't have the right to interfere with Sunders' decision, but he had to admit that Sunders was the only person who could keep him safe in the wizarding world. He had done one reckless thing after another. Without Sunders' help, he would have been devoured by the monsters already. What happened in Sleepless City was an example. Angwar didn't mean to do it, but the energy storm caused by the energy collapse already attracted the attention of many wizards, including Professor Anglo. If it weren't for Sunders' help, Angwar would have been taken away by the monsters in Sleepless City. Angwar couldn't help but worry about this. But since Sunders had already decided to go into seclusion, Angwar had to pray for him. After leaving Phantom Island, he went straight to the tributary without taking a break. A day later, he was holding a sealed square box with a lid on the top. This was an item he crafted in his otherworldly lab. It looked simple, but it was actually a modified version of the Church of the Deceased. However, it wasn't meant to nourish souls. It was meant to trap undead souls. He named it Soul Cage. It had been almost a year since he started refining Prelude to Rebirth, but he still hadn't figured out the function of the white light bullets in Prelude to Rebirth. He had originally placed his hopes on Narda's eye, but he did not expect that Narda's eye would not give him a definite answer. Perhaps items that were related to mystery were not so easy to identify, just like that diamond-shaped crystal. Since Narda's vision could not identify the effect of the white bullet, Angwar decided to do some experiments on it before leaving Brute Cavern. Therefore, this soul-subduing cage was created. After leaving the tributary, he went to the underground market. Since he wanted to test the white light bullet, he had the soul cage. Naturally, the only thing missing was the undead sample. He intended to look around to see if there were any shops that sold undead. If he could buy it with magic crystals, he wouldn't have to waste time and materials to create an alchemy tool that could restrain the undead. However, he had overestimated the seller's market. Undead creatures were very weak, full of negative energy, and unstable creatures. Wizards were already trying their best to eliminate them. Why would they go out of their way to capture them for sale? While feeling disappointed, Angwar went to Prom's alchemy shop. Initially, he came here to ask David about the sale of alchemy illusions, but he didn't expect to get some clues about undead creatures from David. David asked, "Do you still remember Vice?" Angwar nodded. "Of course. He asked me to make Rebirth for him. He also gave me my lab in the tributary." Angwar paused for a moment before he continued, "So you're saying that he sells undead souls to us?" "That can't be right. The rebirth I made for him can only destroy undead, but it can't capture them. I don't know how he did it. Maybe he used some other method. I don't know if he sells undead, but I heard that he turned in several undead creatures to the resource allocation hall about half a year ago. It was also at that time that I learned that the resource allocation hall actually had such a strange resource reserve as undead. Now you understand what I mean. If you can't find any undead in the underground market, you can go to the resource allocation hall." David pointed upwards. The resource allocation hall was exactly where he was pointing. Angwar's face lit up. He quickly thanked Dave. "I don't know why you're studying undead creatures. But you have to be careful. Undead creatures can attack in strange ways. It's hard to guard against them," Dave warned in a serious tone. Angwar nodded with a serious look. Of course he would be careful. However, he wasn't afraid of the undead creatures. Most of their attacks were ineffective against him. What he needed to pay attention to was what would happen to the undead creatures after being hit by the white bullet. No one knew the effective prelude to rebirth. Perhaps the undead creatures would become even more ferocious after being hit by the white bullet. To avoid any possible consequences, Angor had to be extra careful. I'm glad you know that. Dave sat back on the bench behind the counter. By the way, I've already sold one of the 2 alchemy illusions you gave me. It's going to be auctioned in a large wizard market in the Empire of Revelation. It's called Primeval Auction. The market is called Primeval River Beach. Primeval River Beach? Angor thought for a moment. He remembered seeing this name in a book somewhere. Since it was recorded in a book, it must be a large wizard market just like Dave said. An item sold in a wizard market like this must have a much bigger influence than Twilight Well. As for the other one, wait until the primeval auction in Moon of Looming Frost is over. You can sell it after it becomes popular, Dave said. I'll leave it to you then. Don't worry if it doesn't turn out well. It's just something I made on a whim, Angor said before leaving. He was planning to make a name for himself by selling the item. However, after thinking about it for several days, Angor realized that it was better to keep a low profile. At least he wouldn't be shot down if he stood out. As for what he should do next, he would have to wait for the result of the auction. After leaving the underground market, Angor headed to the resource distribution hall. But when he arrived here, he received a piece of bad news. The apprentice on duty checked the inventory and showed an apologetic look. I'm sorry. Mr. Ness took away all the undead souls 2 months ago. There are no more undead souls in the warehouse. Angor frowned. Then when will we get more undead souls? The apprentice shook his head. As you know, undead souls aren't very useful. They're only used for experiments by some wizards. Undead souls aren't a regular resource. It depends on whether someone wants to turn them in. If someone does, we'll have more. Angor looked disappointed. Can you tell me if someone is handing it in? Sure. But I'll need your bone card to register. Angor gave the card to the apprentice for registration. However, Angor noticed that the apprentice's pupils shrank a little when he saw Angor's name on the card. Obviously, the apprentice recognized Angor. But he didn't say anything. Instead, he handed the card back to Angor with a smile. I've registered you, mister. You'll be notified as soon as someone wants to turn in their undead souls. Angor nodded, put away the bone card, and left with a calm expression. What he didn't know was that as soon as he left the resource distribution hall, everyone in the hall began to gossip. News of him coming here to look for undead souls quickly spread to every apprentice. Angor headed to the tributary. Although he had asked the staff in the resource hall to remind him when there were undead resources, he actually did not have much hope. It was neither a regular resource nor a commonly used resource. It was almost impossible to obtain undead in a short period of time. So, he decided to go back to his hologram tablet and see if there were any runes that could restrain undead souls without killing them. It would be best if he could craft them as soon as possible. Then he could go to the questing hall and see if there were any quests related to killing undead souls. When he reached the tributary's mirror lake, he heard the familiar sound of wings flapping behind him. It was Toby, who was wearing a dress made from the petals of a moon lily of the valley. Angor put a hand on his forehead. You've been messed up by Greya. You're a male bird. It's fine if you're wearing a panda costume, but why are you wearing a dress? Toby tilted his head. He had no idea what Angor was talking about. Fine. Maybe there's a girl living in your heart. Angor reached out a hand and caught Toby. Tell me, what are you doing here? Why aren't you with your little friend? Toby, are you jealous? Angor turned around and walked away without showing any expression. Toby quickly called after him. Angor frowned. You mean, the professor came out? While studying Narda's vision, Angor told Toby to inform him if he saw Sunders coming out of his study. He didn't expect Sunders to come out right after he left Phantom Island. With that in mind, Angor took out his gondola and flew toward Phantom Island. It had been almost a month since Angor last saw Sunders. When he saw him again, Sunders was sitting on a chair near the window with his legs crossed, enjoying the sunlight. Sunder's attire was neat and tidy. He wore a black suit, black trousers, black leather boots, white lace gloves, a short cane, and a short hat. Angor frowned as he got closer to Sunders. Sunders' hat was pulled down so low that only his straight nose and thin lips could be seen from afar. However, when he closed the door and walked to Sunders' side, he realized that something was wrong. A black line passed through his eyes under the shadow of his hat and hung by his ear. Angor had seen such a thing before, but it was usually a monocle, which was a standard item worn by many noble wizards. However, this black string was clearly made of cloth, which was different from the metallic monocle. "Professor, I'm here," Angor spoke in a small voice. Sunders didn't look up. He kept his hat down and allowed the sunlight to cast mottled spots on his body. "Sit down. I'm going to test your alchemy illusion. Since you're here, you can tell me what you learned during the process. Of course, I'm not talking about your alchemy skills. I'm talking about your state during the crafting process. I'm trying to find out how the final manifestation of the mystery item is related to your state," said Sunders. Angor hummed in response. Sunders didn't start the experiment right away. He leaned against the back of his chair lazily. "You didn't come here just for an alchemy illusion, did you?" Angor nodded. He wanted to ask about Sunders' condition, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. He could only change the topic and say in a low voice, "Teacher, I've already mastered Narda's eye in the past few days. I've also identified the diamond-shaped crystal that Spotty gave me." Sunders paused and finally looked up at Angor with a puzzled expression. Angor was about to tell Sunders the result, but when Sunders looked up and saw Angor's eyes under the shadow, Angor froze. There was a hideous scar running down Sunders' forehead, through his right eye, and finally stopped at his cheekbone. Sunders' entire right eye was covered by a black eye patch. The black string Angor saw was the line of the eye patch. "Professor, your eye," Sunders took off his hat and put it on a table nearby. Angor could see the scar more clearly under the direct sunlight. Not only did it look hideous, but it was also filled with violent, chaotic energy. Sunders touched the edge of the scar. "A small injury when I went to the nightmare realm." Sunders' words were simple and calm, but Angor could already see a bloody storm behind the man's back. As he spoke, a drop of blood slowly dripped down from the wound on his right eye. "There's still some residual energy, so it's not healing time," Sunders explained. Now Angor understood why Sunders did not show any signs of recovery even after a month in the real world. No wonder Sunders had been avoiding him for so long. "Instructor, what exactly is the location of the mysterious pavilion? What did you find there?" Angor asked. Sunders remained silent for a while before he spoke again. "Nothing." "Nothing? Then, how did you get injured?" "It's precisely because we didn't encounter anything that it was even more terrifying." Sunders chuckled bitterly. "It's not the outer area, but I don't know if it's close to the core area." Before Angor could ask for more details, Sunders waved a hand. "We'll talk about it later. I already have the coordinates. Next time I see Irisa, I'll give her the wooden lock. Don't worry about the Crimson Crown." Angor knew he wouldn't get an answer even if Sunders didn't want to talk about it, so he nodded and stopped asking. "Then, how are your injuries and eyes? How are they now?" "It's healing, but it's slow. As for the eye, I've asked Flora to find out for me. I'm going to transplant an eye." Sunders lowered his head and chuckled. He didn't plan to transplant the eye because the eye color was a symbol of his family. But now, he had no choice but to do the transplant. "Enough about me. Let's talk about you. Narda's vision isn't easy to learn. I didn't think you'd progress so fast. I heard a rumor that mediocre Muse, the strongest alchemist in Floating Mech City, took a month to learn Narda's vision. Looks like you're not that far behind him." Sunders put his hat back on and looked at Angor. "So, what did you find out about the crystal?" However, Angor knew that he was still far from being a genius alchemist like Muse. In fact, he might not even be as good as Mitra. Without the help of the axes of the universe and the hologram tablet, he wouldn't have mastered Narda's vision in such a short time. Of course, he couldn't tell Sunders the details. He took out the crystal from his bracelet and answered, "There are many questions about this crystal, and I couldn't find them. However, based on the results obtained and my own speculation, I feel that Mentor's initial guess might be correct. Sunders narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? I think it's a soul spell that can be inherited. Angor noticed Sunders' serious expression. In an instant, something else happened. He could no longer hear the chirping of birds and insects outside, or the wind in the forest. Sunders dragged him into the gravity garden. Anything you say in the outside world will be recorded by the strings of the world, the wheel of time, and other major forces. Be careful with what you say, said Sunders in a serious tone. Are you sure it's a soul spell that can be inherited? Sunders took the crystal and carefully inspected it. He couldn't see anything inside, but he sensed some faint energy waves. Yes, I'm sure. Because this is the common denominator among all the results I found. Angor considered before he continued, but I came up with the conclusion based on what I saw in Sleepless City. Also, one of my results mentioned that it's a soul spell. Sunders knew that Angor killed Hookdick and that the puppy absorbed Hookdick's soul. Sunders believed Angor's theory. I'm pretty sure it's a soul spell. But don't touch it until you know what kind of spell it is. Sunders returned the crystal to Angor. Sunders wasn't sure if the puppy was the one who absorbed Hookdick's soul, but the fact that it could be inherited already proved how powerful the puppy was. Sunders rarely regretted his actions. But now, he regretted not taking the puppy away from Hookdick in Sleepless City. Sunders considered. Whether it's a soul spell or not, and what it is. I'll ask Ness. Sunders was a man of action. He led Angor out of the gravity garden. Come, let's go to Soul Valley to meet my old friend. As he spoke, Sunders' face began to distort. His hideous wounds were quickly covered up by nightmare aura, and his face returned to its normal state. On his way to the Valley of Souls, Angor took back the 5 falcons that represented the mystery objects from Sunders. He wanted to see what would happen if he used Narda's vision to appraise an alchemy illusion that contained the manifestation of mystery. A moment later, he returned the ornament to Sunders with a thoughtful look on his face. What did you find? Sunders leaned against the seat of the gondola and looked at Angor. Angor hesitated. When I used Narda's vision, I only saw one variable. So this variable is the manifestation of mystery? Sunders asked. Angor nodded with a puzzled look. That should be it. But the strange thing was that even though there was only one variable, the result of my appraisal was a failure. When I appraised the diamond-shaped crystal, there were many variables. In the end, there were several sets of results. It's too strange. A single variable caused the whole test to go wrong? Sunders considered. A failed test doesn't mean it's more valuable than the crystal. A variable is an unknown. Perhaps the range of the unknown is larger than you think. Angor understood what Sunders meant. Suppose the variable was an unknown. There were many unknowns in the crystal, but each of them had a limited range. For example, X had a range of 0 to 5. But Y, the manifestation of the mystery manifestation, had a range of negative infinity to positive infinity. Both variables were unknown. But the difference in the range would affect the success rate of the test. According to this inference, it made sense. The manifestation of the mystery was indeed an unknown variable. I wonder what other alchemists would find if they tried to identify an alchemy illusion with a mystery manifestation? Angor wondered if they would also fail. Angor didn't think too much about it. They had arrived at Soul Valley. When gondola landed, Angor looked around. The scenery here was almost the same as when he first came here. It was still an ordinary forest with nothing special about it apart from the lush greenery. Finally, Angor's gaze landed on a cliff wall. He clearly remembered that the path to the Valley of Souls was inside the wall. When he first came here, he was still a level 1 apprentice, so he couldn't understand the mystery behind the wall. Now, however, he could clearly sense the faint aura of an illusion on the wall. So it's an illusion array. There aren't any illusion nodes, but I can still see how it works. Angor narrowed his eyes and carefully observed the patterns on the wall. Before he could do anything, Sunders knocked on Angor's head with a finger. Take a look. This illusion array isn't powerful, but the traps here are beyond your imagination. If you keep studying it, you'll be considered an intruder, and you'll get yourself killed. A wizard's territory was considered his or her promised territory, and the security around it would be unimaginable. Once someone broke through the defense line, a wizard would rather destroy his or her territory than let an outsider get in. Angor's action was a taboo. Sunders released a small light dot from his finger and sent it into the cliff wall. In the next moment, a small crack appeared on the wall, revealing a winding path that looked like a natural chasm. Following Sunders' warning, Angor didn't do anything unnecessary on the way. Soon, they arrived at the Valley of Souls, which was shrouded in mist. The reason why the Valley of Souls looked so misty was because there were too many translucent souls here. Men, women, old, and young, all of them were naked. Young and beautiful souls were fine, but most of them were ugly, hideous, or old. When Angor first came here with Sunders, the souls all turned to look at Angor instead of Sunders. But now, when they sensed Angor's powerful soul aura, they didn't dare to approach him, let alone look at him directly. This meant that Angor's soul was as strong as a wizard's. "Mr. Phantom, my master requests your presence." A naked human girl wearing a maid's apron walked over and kissed Sunders' boots. Sunders frowned. "Lead the way." In the middle of the Valley of Souls, there was a Magus tower. He didn't find anything wrong with the tower when he first came here. But now, he realized that the tower was made of requiem stones. This was a ranked demonic material. It had the effect of soothing the soul, and it would last for a long time. If he had the requiem stone, he wouldn't have needed the soul floret to store Freud's soul. The requiem stone alone was more than enough to keep Freud's soul safe. There was no need to build a church of the deceased. However, requiem stones came from the soul plane and were extremely valuable. He searched the entire underground market but failed to find any, so he had to settle for the next best thing. What he didn't expect was that Nessie's wizard tower was built entirely out of requiem stone. It could be called a soul tower. No wonder there were so many souls in the valley. With the soul tower to soothe them, they wouldn't have to worry about dissipating. This time, Nessie didn't receive them in his lab. Instead, he chose to meet them in an old-looking hall on the top floor of the tower. There was no light in the hall, so they could only see what was going on through the window. Nessie was sitting on a long sofa in the middle of light and darkness, which made his pale face look even older. "What? My old friend, you brought your disciple here to show off, didn't you?" Nessie's voice was hoarse. He took out a match and lit up the oil lamp on the table. The dim light only lasted for 2 or 3 meters. Nessie sat on the sofa, and the light cast a shadow into the darkness. "What's there to show off?" Sunders sat across from Nessie. He crossed his legs and placed his cane on his lap. He took off his white gloves and put them in his chest pocket. Under the illumination of the fire, Sunders' face looked more masculine. "You're just as noble as you used to be." "I'm ashamed of myself." Nessie shook his head. "As for showing off?" Nessie looked at Angor, who was standing behind Sunders. Angor's face looked different from the last time he came here. But everything was going well, including his appearance, strength, temperament, and appearance. "You mean Angor? He doesn't need to show off. It's the truth." Sunders didn't try to be humble at all. Nessie humped in annoyance. "You're not here for anything good. You're either pissing me off or making me work for free." Ness leaned back on the sofa and asked a maid who was almost naked to lean against him. He pinched the maid's big breasts hard and said, "Tell me. What do you want from me?" Sunders glanced at Angor. "I'm here because of Angor." Nessie stopped him with a stop gesture. "Last time, you asked me to help Angor identify the meridians in his soul, and you cost me years' worth of soul energy. This time, stop talking. I don't want to hear anything about him." Sunders remained silent. Nessie felt like he had just won a battle. He looked very pleased with himself. "Fine, let's not talk about Angor." Sunders spoke again. "Let's talk about your student then." "My student? Who? Sokka?" Nessie curled his lips. "What's there to talk about? He's always fiddling with his 3rd star." "Huh? Did he offend you?" Sunders shook his head. "I'm not asking about him. Tell me about Hookdick." At the mention of Hookdick, Ness looked impatient. "And you said you're not here to show off?" "I don't know how Hookdick died, but there are so many clues." It's easy to figure it out. Ness stared at Angor for a while before he spoke again. So you've won. Angor pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Nessie said that he wouldn't interfere with Angor and Hoopdik's business, but Angor still felt a little uneasy. If he were in Nessie's shoes, he wouldn't be so calm when facing his student's murderer. Still, Angor knew that Nessie didn't really care about his student, which was why Nessie didn't care much about Hoopdik's death. I heard that Hoopdik once went to Soul Soil. Yes. Does that have anything to do with your visit? Nessie looked at Sunders curiously. It's a bit related. Did Hoopdik learn any soul techniques in the Soul Soil? Or should I say, the meridians of his soul? Angor was a little uneasy when Sunders directly stated his purpose. He could always ask Nessie in a roundabout way, but would Nessie really tell him the truth? But Angor was worried for nothing. Nessie didn't think too much about Sunders' question. As far as Nessie was concerned, he never thought that something could deprive someone of the knowledge of a law. He did learn something about the soul, but he didn't gather enough law power. Nessie sighed. Speaking of this, Ness sighed with emotion. Hoopdik's talent in the soul is indeed not bad. It's enough to see that he was able to comprehend the network of laws in a soul garden with restricted laws. If he could witness the birth of a soul garden, he might have been able to learn everything about the soul. It's a pity that even with such talent, even his soul couldn't escape. Hoopdik was indeed a genius. It was almost impossible for him to comprehend a sequence of laws in a mature sorcerer's garden, but he had managed to do it. If he didn't have a grudge against Angor, he might have become a wizard or even a truth-finder. Then do you know what the final effect of the soul sequence he learned was? Sunders pressed. You mean the soul art? Nessie considered. It's a very common spell called Path of Soul Link. It's a spell that all soul manipulators have to learn when they become wizards. Hoopdik only learned it when he was an apprentice. The so-called Way of the Soul dimension was actually to construct a mysterious passage between two spaces that were attached to the human body, but also detached from the human body. The tunnel connected the soul realm and the mind space. But Nessie soon realized that the tunnel was meaningless. The soul realm and the mind space were fundamentally different. What was the point of building a bridge between them? However, this spell was a must-learn spell for all soul sorcerers. It was the second core spell for all soul manipulators, apart from Soul Furnace. What he meant was that once he learned this spell, even if he used the soul ribbon technique to leave his body, he would still be able to sense the existence of the mind space in his soul form. Normally, a soul couldn't cast any spells because there was no mana or place to construct cantrip models. However, if a bridge was built between the soul realm and the mind space, it would allow a soul to use mana to cast spells. However, although the soul could use this to cast spells, it did not mean that the soul could also cultivate. While using Soul Ribbon, the soul could use mana in the mind space, but it could only use the mana in the mana pool. If the soul didn't return to the body, the mana pool would never grow. One of the drawbacks of soul meditation was that it couldn't be used as a soul. There was a second drawback. A wizard's spell casting process consisted of 3 steps: extracting mana, constructing the model, and casting the spell. The first 2 steps were done in one's mind space. The third step was to use one's body as a medium to move the material world. However, if a wizard used his soul to cast a spell, the cantrip model with a strong mana aura would be created using his soul as the channel instead of his body. This would lead to a certain consequence. The pure soul would be contaminated by external energy. Once the contamination reached a certain level, it would become a great burden to the soul. This was one of the drawbacks of Spirit Link. From the looks of it, there were so many disadvantages to using a soul to cast spells, but why did soul wizards still treat the Tao of Soul Link as a core spell? This was because the Path of Soul Link had an irreplaceable function. Because of this function, even wizards of other elements were willing to spend a lot of time cultivating this spell. Through Spirit Link, a wizard could inject his or her natural aura into his or her soul when his or her body collapsed. This meant that even if a wizard's body died, he or she could inject his or her own soul into his or her soul so that his or her soul would not become a dead soul. As long as the soul did not become a dead soul, he or she could cultivate a new body, and his or her soul would slowly become compatible with his or her body. In other words, a soul wizard could inject his or her own soul when his or her body was about to collapse and wait for the next time he or she could reassemble his or her body. This was also the reason why soul adepts had a longer lifespan than other adepts. Angor finally realized why Hookdick was able to maintain his or her consciousness after being infected by the parasites in Sleepless City. Hookdick must have injected his or her own aura into his soul before he was infected. According to Nessie, the Way of Soul Link was nothing more than an insignificant spell that every soul wizard would train in. However, it was still a spell, not a cantrip. The Tao of Sorcery was something that only official sorcerers could learn. Hookdick was lucky to have acquired such a soul spell as an apprentice. That's about it. Ness gave Sunders a curious look. Hey, old man. Why are you asking such strange questions? Are you sure you're not here to show off? Tell me, what is your purpose for coming to find me? Sanders stood up and slowly put on his gloves. Go outside and wait for me, Angor. Nessie and I have something to talk about. Ness sat up straight and thought Sunders was about to tell him his purpose. Angor, on the other hand, was doubtful. Was his professor really looking for Mr. Ness? Angor nodded and followed the maid down the tower. Please wait here for a moment, sir. The maid gave him a charming smile and slowly retreated into the tower. He stood at the bottom of the tower and tried to figure out how to use Soul Link. According to Sunders' theory and alchemy the crystal should be used for a legacy. Was it referring to Soul Dimension? If Angor could learn the spell, he would be able to improve his power by leaps and bounds. Angor's strongest ability was his soul, which allowed him to control the sequence of gravity. Overall, he was as strong as a half-step wizard. In terms of speed, he was even faster than a formal wizard. However, it was a pity that he couldn't use magic tricks while he was in soul form. If he could learn the art of Soul Link, he would be able to use all cantrips in his soul form. Combined with his extreme speed and nightmare illusions, he even had a feeling that he could fight wizards head-on. Of course, this was only possible if the crystal contained Soul Link, which Angor could use. Thud thud thud, while Angor was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly heard footsteps. He turned around and saw the footsteps coming from inside the tower. But judging from the frequency of the footsteps, it did not sound like Sunders' voice. A pair of suede boots and a floating barefoot appeared in Angor's sight. The suede boots belonged to a handsome man, while the barefoot girl floating in the air was a soul. Angor recognized the soul's name, Sylvia. Long time no see. You're getting more and more famous. The man paused. You've become so strong as well. I admit that I'm not as strong as you. Angor looked at him without showing any emotion. So it's Astral Soul, Sokka. You seem to be more depressed than usual today. Sokka grinned wickedly. You're much stronger than me now. For my own safety, I won't do anything rash, right? Angor smiled coldly but did not say anything. There was a grudge between him and Sokka, but it was not so serious that he would seek revenge in Ness Valley of Souls. As long as Sokka did not show up in the outside world, Angor would not waste his time to seek revenge. The last time we met, I was looking forward to a beautiful and unexpected meeting, but I didn't expect it to make me so upset. Sokka walked toward a corner of the Valley of Souls. But this is good. Your growth has encouraged me. So, you came here just to say that? Angor looked at Sokka's back. Sokka stopped, but he did not turn around. What do you think? Sokka did not wait for Angor's reply. He simply disappeared into the mist. He's just bluffing, Angor muttered. Angor muttered to himself. This guy is way better than Hookdick when it comes to showing off. Who's bluffing? Sunders' voice reached Angor's ears. Angor turned around and saw Sunders standing beside him without him noticing. Nope. I saw Sokka. He said a bunch of nonsense, but he didn't get to the point. Angor shrugged. Oh. Sunders nodded and did not say anything else. They walked out of the Valley of Souls together. When they were outside, Sunders suddenly said, compared to Hookdick, Ness is more interested in Sokka. Sokka's talent is not as simple as it seems. Also, Maya thinks highly of Sokka. She believes that Sokka has a great chance to become a wizard. You have a grudge against him too? Yes, but not to the point where we have to fight. Angor considered. He wants my soul. His soul? Sunders was surprised. If Angor died, he would do everything he could to obtain Angor's soul for research purposes. But after learning that the wound on Angor's soul was a mark, Sunders gave up on that idea. Compared to Angor's death, Sunders' life was much more valuable. Good choice, then. Sunders chuckled. Angor pouted, took out his gondola, and boarded the ship first. Sunders followed him and sat in front of him. Ripples appeared on the bottom of the gondola, and the ship soared into the sky. Professor, do you think the crystal contains Soul Link? Angor could not help but ask. Sunders nodded. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Soul Link. It's a must-learn spell for all soul wizards. Wizards from other schools will also consider it as a life-saving and life-prolonging method if they have enough time. Sunders sighed as he continued, I spent more than 30 years studying this spell myself. If the inheritance in this rhombus-shaped crystal is really the Tao of Soul Link and can allow you to quickly comprehend it, then you've really picked up a huge bargain. At the very least, you'll be able to save a few decades of learning. What Sunders said was only the best outcome. If the inheritance of this rhombus-shaped crystal only told you the method to learn the Tao of Soul Link, then it was worthless. After all, the method of learning Soul Link was valuable, but it was not difficult to get it once one reached a certain level of strength. When we get back, come to the Gravity Garden and try it out. See if it can help you learn Soul Link faster, said Sunders. Angor nodded. As soon as Gondola entered the Tree of Eternity's territory, he received a message on his transmitter. Angor frowned when he read the message. What is it? Sunders asked. I went to the resource distribution hall to ask if there are any undead resources, but they already sold out. In the end, in less than 2 hours, they sent a message saying that there are undead resources. Undead resources? You're going to test Prelude to Rebirth, aren't you? Yes, I'm going to test Prelude to Rebirth before I leave. You're lucky. Someone just happened to hand in undead resources. Of course, there's also the possibility that someone wants to ask for something from you. Considering Angor's current reputation, it was possible that someone wanted to ask for something. As for the specific reason, Angor decided to check it out himself. Angor went to the resource distribution hall alone. The same apprentice came to greet him. The apprentice nodded to Angor with a smile. What a coincidence, Mr. Pat. Someone handed in some undead resources right after you left. Angor looked at the list and saw that there were 2 extra units of undead left behind. How many magic crystals do they cost? Angor asked. 100 crystals per unit. We have 2 units in total. Undead creatures cost 100 crystals each? Angor asked curiously. Yes. They've always been that way. The purchasing price is 50 crystals, while the selling price is 100 crystals. The apprentice didn't hide the price. In the past, it was 100 magic crystals, and now it was still 100 magic crystals. This meant that no one had made any additional requests. Could it be that he was really lucky? Someone couldn't wait to send him warmth not long after he left? Can you tell me who handed in the undead resources? The apprentice on duty paused for a moment before nodding. Sure. It's not a secret. Not long ago, Mr. Sokka brought 2 undead here. Angor wouldn't be surprised if it was anyone else. But why was Sokka the one who turned in the undead resource? Why Sokka? What was Sokka trying to do? Also, what Sokka said to him in the Valley of Souls not long ago, was it to show off his presence? Angor looked at the apprentice on duty. You're the only one who knows about my request, aren't you? The apprentice on duty didn't see this coming. He rolled his eyes and forced a smile. I was thinking that, if more people knew about this, we might be able to find more undead creatures faster, mister. That's why oh. Angor nodded. He didn't mind the fact that the apprentice on duty told him about Sokka's request. If he could get Sokka's information from the apprentice on duty, it was only natural that other apprentices would want to know about him as well. I didn't do anything wrong, did I, Mr. Pat? The apprentice on duty asked carefully. No. Angor shook his head. Angor took out 200 magic crystals and handed them to the apprentice. Take them out for me. I'll take both undead resource units. With that, Angor left the resource distribution hall. Along the way, Angor had a strange expression on his face. He couldn't figure out why Sokka did this. Was he trying to get on his good side? Back in the Valley of Souls, Sokka said a bunch of stupid things to him. Was he trying to get Angor's attention? That didn't seem to be the case. At least, Angor didn't know what Sokka was trying to do. Sokka also did some strange things in the past. For example, Sokka was the one who exposed Hookdik's appearance after he was injected with succubus blood. If Sokka didn't know about Hookdik's appearance in advance, he wouldn't have been able to find Hookdik and punish him so easily. So, according to Sokka's previous position, he often did things that were meaningless to him. Angor couldn't figure it out, but he decided not to think about Sokka's personality. I guess I'll just take it as a sign of goodwill. Angor mumbled to himself. But how long Sokka could keep it up would depend on how long Sokka could keep it in check. After returning to Phantom Island, he planned to visit Sunder's study first. However, Good stopped him in the living room. Mr. Pat, Mr. Rain is in the master's study. I'm afraid it's inappropriate for you to go there now. Rain mute, the silencer, Good nodded in response to Angor's question. I see. He considered and decided to wait in the living room on the second floor. Since His Excellency Rhine is here, there shouldn't be a need to talk all night, right? The first floor didn't feel anything, but when they reached the second floor, the entire air was frozen by a silent atmosphere. There were no energy ripples or silencing barriers around him, but he couldn't make any noise no matter how hard he tried. He could only lean on the soft sofa, pretending to sleep while waiting for the end of this long silence. He didn't take a long nap before the change he had been waiting for arrived. However, this variable didn't appear because of Rhine's departure. Instead, it was because of a powerful and disdainful force that was overturning the world. It was the same feeling as when the world's consciousness cast its gaze on Sunder's gravity garden. Even though it was just a glance, Angor already felt a great pressure weighing down on him. Angor hesitated for a moment before he left the living room and walked to the public balcony on the second floor. As soon as he reached the balcony, he saw countless lightning bolts floating in the sky, as well as a gigantic dark cloud that stretched as far as the eye could see. The dark cloud covered the entire Phantom Island and extended for dozens of kilometers, including half of the Tree of Eternity. The dark cloud was still rolling, and the bigger the movement, the more lightning bolts gathered. Wind blew, and thunder rumbled. Angor looked at the forest in the distance with a confused look. All the trees were swaying in the wind, and phantom beasts were crying in the forest. Lightning bolts would strike them from time to time and turn them into charcoal. Angor even saw some phantom servants getting hit by the lightning bolts. The lightning bolts looked slow, but no human or animal could escape from them. Under the powerful pressure of the dark cloud, every living being felt as if their legs were filled with lead, and they couldn't move at all. Angor liked to recite poems with John when he was a kid. He remembered one of the poems that went like this: dark clouds are pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. The actual meaning of the sentence did not match the current situation, but the dark clouds were rolling down on the city. Thousands of soldiers and horses were as useless as dust under the power of nature. The doomsday pattern was so similar to what Angor was seeing right now. This was the power of nature, mixed with the power of the world's consciousness. Angor's eyes widened in shock. Judging from the area covered by the dark clouds, Phantom Island was definitely at the center. But why did the power of the world's consciousness come from here? Did Sunders build another sorcerer's garden? Or did something happen on Phantom Island that attracted the attention of the world's consciousness? Suddenly, Rainmute's image flashed across his mind. This strange phenomenon only appeared after Rainmute's arrival. Did Rain do something in Phantom Island, or did Mr. Rain finally take that step? While Angor was still wondering, the entire Brute Cavern was also in a state of panic. It had been a long time since the mirror world was this tense. It was all because of the endless dark clouds in the sky. Even when the gravity garden was first built, the world's consciousness did not bring such pressure. Moreover, this black cloud carried a strong sense of threat. Everyone saw with their own eyes that Nin Yethaway, known as Konoha Hanabi, a powerful nature wizard, had just descended to the sky and wanted to see the situation on the Phantom Island when she was struck down by lightning. If Mr. Tree Spirit did not save her in time, Neon would have been seriously injured. Therefore, if even an official adept could be in trouble, How could the other apprentice adepts not be afraid? The scene of the end of the world was like a giant stone pressing down on the hearts of all apprentices in Brute Cavern. Inside Tree Spirit's palace, Yathaway was healed by Tree Spirit's treatment. She glanced around and saw Tree Spirit, who she never liked, but she still pulled a long face and thanked Tree Spirit. Tree Spirit smiled shamelessly. Don't you feel bad about being saved by an old rogue like me? Yisui rolled her eyes at Tree Spirit. She could not figure out why such a great tree of eternity would transform into a nature spirit that liked to run around naked in the wild. As a nature wizard, Yathaway felt ashamed. But Tree Spirit did save her, so she could only force herself to say, no. Thank you very much, Mr. Tree Spirit. Yathaway stood up and walked to the top of the tree. She looked at the expanding dark clouds in the sky and asked in fear, what's going on? Tree Spirit walked to her side and leaned against the tree with his hands behind his head. I know. Why don't you ask me? Yathaway turned around and saw the thick hair under Tree Spirit's armpits. She closed her eyes in disgust. Please enlighten me, Mr. Tree Spirit. Seeing that his armpit hair had successfully disgusted Yathaway, Tree Spirit smiled and said in a good mood, maybe it's because something triggered the will of the world. What is it? Sorcerer's Garden? Who knows? The central area of Phantom Island is completely surrounded by the world's consciousness. I can't see what's going on inside. But I don't think it's a big deal. Mr. Rain is at Phantom Island right now. Mr. Rain is at Phantom Island? A doubtful voice came from the center of Rockwell Society. Rockwell Society was another floating island near the Tree of Eternity. The island was covered with dark thorns and blood-piercing roses. At the center of Rockwell Society was a wizard tower that was bound by a large number of vines and roses. This was Blood Witch Flora's territory in Brute Cavern. That's right. I saw Mr. Rain entering Phantom Island when I came here. I looked at him and saw him entering Sunder's study. Then Sunders noticed me. He almost blinded me with his illusion. The speaker was a woman in a long rose-colored dress. She was leaning against an exquisite stone bed. A small table was placed in the middle of the bed, on which there was a fragrant tea. On the other side of the bed, Flora was wrapped in a gauze robe. She hugged her knees and looked at the sky outside the wizard tower. Why did Mr. Rain go to Professor's place? What's with that powerful aura? Flora mumbled to herself. I don't know. But I think Mr. Rain did it. Maybe he's about to reach that level, the rose-robed woman said. According to the information I've read before, stepping into the legendary realm isn't as easy as a breeze and drizzle. The speaker was a young man who was writing something on his desk. If Mr. Rain is going to reach that level, he won't choose to do it in the mirror world. Every step on the path to becoming a legendary warrior will lead to destruction. The mirror world will quickly turn into nothingness under the influence of a powerful will. So, if Mr. Rain has any feelings for Brute Cavern, he won't choose to become a legendary warrior here. The young man tapped on the paper with a red pen and drew a period on it. He then walked to Flora and bowed to her respectfully. Professor, I've completed the task you gave me. Flora did not take it immediately. She glanced at the young man and said, remember who you are, Spivot. I'm only taking you because of my teacher. The young man smiled awkwardly. It was Spivot, Imp Grag, who was saved by Sunders in Sleepless City. Leave now. Don't stay here and be an eyesore. Spivot was about to leave when the rose-robed woman stopped him. Wait. Flora frowned. Leona, what's up? Leona revealed a gentle smile. Your student is interesting, Flora. He seems to know a lot. But he's still a level 1 apprentice. Flora did not explain Spivot's identity to Leona. She and Leona might be best friends, but they still needed to keep each other to themselves. Leona did not mind. She looked at Spivot's fearless face and smiled. You said this isn't the sign of becoming a legendary warrior. Sounds like you know a lot. Why don't you tell me again? Since it's not an omen of the legendary level, why did the dark clouds that occupied most of the mirror world come from? Spivot shrugged and rolled his eyes. I think it's caused by Angor. Angor? Flora frowned. How is that possible? Why not? Spivot raised an eyebrow. I've done my research. Angor is an alchemist who once studied mystery items. Even if he's not a wizard yet, if he really created something big, it shouldn't be hard for him to create such a huge commotion. By big, Spivot meant a high-tier alchemy item or a strategic item. Flora did not respond to Spivot's words, but Leona covered her mouth and giggled. I know what you mean. You're talking about the alchemy omen, right? Spivot didn't know why Leona was laughing, but he still nodded. Leona ran her fingers through her hair. I was so impressed by what you said. I thought you knew something, but it turns out you don't know anything. What do you mean? Flora asked before Spivot could answer. For a moment, she also wondered if it was an alchemy omen because Angor did something similar. Leona chuckled. I'm an alchemist. Can't I tell if it's an alchemy omen or not? It's not an alchemy omen? Of course not. I've seen alchemy omens of different sizes when making potions and perfumes. Of course, I didn't sense the omen when a mystery item was created. But some things don't need to be sensed. You can figure it out with your own experience. This is definitely not the omen of a mystery item. Leona smiled and narrowed her eyes. She looked at Spivot and said, So, boy, no matter who you are, restrain your claws and teeth. You're still a baby, don't think you can command the world. Spivot's face paled at Leona's words. Flora was laughing so hard that her head was about to explode. Spivot held his breath and nodded. Thank you for your advice, Lady Leona. I'll be going now. Before Spivot left, he still heard Leona's mocking voice. You can't think with your feet. It's not related to Angor. After Spivot left, Flora put away her smile and spoke to Leona in a plain tone. You can't be sure about that. What if it's really related to Angor? You think it's related to Angor too? That's impossible. There's no such thing as possible or impossible. Angor did what you and I couldn't. It's not impossible for him to cause such a huge commotion. Flora looked emotional as if she was recalling something. Leona frowned. I still don't think it has anything to do with Angor. This is ridiculous. Flora humphed. She already believed Leona's words, but Angor was also a member of Phantom Island. She could tell who was close and who was distant from her. She could mock Angor on her own, but it would be a different story if it was someone else doing the same to her. At the same time, hundreds of miles to the southwest of Rockwell Society, on an island full of fireflies, there were also people watching the rolling black clouds in the sky. This was Starry Sky Island, the residence of Maya, the measurement of starry sky. I heard a rumor that anyone who comes to Starry Sky Island without an invitation will be watched by misfortune. A man shrouded in darkness stood on one side of the observatory and spoke to Maya, who was sitting on a stone throne on the other side. No physical body could be seen on the man's body. He was like a cracked image that was burning with flames to hide himself in the darkness. There is indeed such a rumor. There are some traps set up on Starry Sky Island. Without guidance, it's inevitable that you'll be watched by misfortune. Maya spoke in a hoarse voice, but you're not one of them, Mr. Wisdom. After all, you're not here with your real body. Ha 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 ha. The man in the darkness laughed eerily. As expected of Maya. I can't hide anything from you. With that, the darkness around the man slowly dispersed, revealing what was inside. It was just a human figure made up of lines and lines. It looked like someone drew a character with simple strokes. There wasn't even a face. Maya's expression didn't change at all. On the other hand, a handsome young man standing behind Maya showed a curious look. Maya looked back at her beloved disciple, and then at the strange striped human figure. She said lightly, It seems that Mr. Manchi's inscription inheritance has been improved again. However, you still have to be careful not to be noticed by the sorcerers. Inscription? Dodoro frowned and pinched his nose. He felt like he had heard of this before. The ravaging wizards have noticed me a long time ago. But they won't dare to act rashly. Maya smiled faintly and did not continue on this topic. Instead, she asked, Why have you come to my place? Don't you already know? Wisdom's voice came from the striped figure. I don't, Maya answered without hesitation. So you do. Maya remained silent. White Bear was confused by the series of interrogations. He curiously touched Dodoro's sleeve and asked with his eyes, "What are they talking about?" Dodoro didn't care about their conversation at all. He curled his lips and showed an uninterested expression. "I thought you've changed your personality since you were curious about inscriptions. But now you're cold again. You're really cold to the bone." White Bear couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Dodoro. Dodoro didn't know how to send a voice transmission spell yet, so he only glanced at White Bear. He had his reasons to care about something he was curious about. Although Maya noticed the private conversation between the two disciples, she didn't interfere. All of her attention was locked onto Wanji. "I wouldn't have come here if I knew," Maya said. Wanji didn't seem to be in a hurry. "Don't tell me you don't know what that strange phenomenon is. I just want to know exactly where this phenomenon came from. It can't have appeared out of nowhere." When Wanji spoke, Dodoro's heart skipped a beat as if he sensed something. He looked in the direction of the Phantom Island with a worried expression. Maya didn't look back, but she sensed Dodoro's movement. She sighed in her mind. "So it has something to do with Angor?" Maya already knew the answer, but she didn't want to say it out loud. It wasn't just for her beloved disciple, but also because she knew what kind of benefits she could gain by befriending Angor. "You're too hasty, Shildine." Maya called out Wisdom's real name. "Just like how you insisted on taking Blackjack as your disciple. Do you think no one can tell what you're after?" Maya continued, "It's because everyone can see it that no one wants to compete with you." "What do you mean?" Wisdom's voice slowly turned cold. "I know you've seen through the phenomenon, and I know you're obsessed with the path of truth. But why don't you wait? Once the phenomenon is over, the truth will be revealed." "I don't know the answer either. Everything I sense is chaotic because of the arrival of the world's consciousness." "You should know that," Maya said bluntly. Wanji slowly calmed down after hearing Maya's words. "You really don't know?" "I'll say the same thing again. If I knew, why would I stay where I was? You think I don't want to become a truth finder?" "You're right. I'm too hasty. Let me settle down first." With that, Wanji's body slowly disappeared from the observatory. After Wanji left, the stargazing platform returned to silence. White Bear finally spoke up. "Dodoro, why did you look at me like that?" Dodoro stared at Phantom Island for a long time without saying a word. "Quiet." Maya pulled White Bear's arm. White Bear looked at Dodoro and frowned. Did he see something again? Dodoro's face froze up for a second. That's a little too frequent. More importantly, Dodoro didn't suffer any backlash from his prophecy. White Bear was confused. Was Dodoro really that weak that he couldn't even beat a newbie who just joined the school a few days ago? It took Dodoro a while to regain his composure. He lowered his head and remained silent. "What? Did you see something good or bad?" Maya asked. Dodoro remained silent. Maya considered. "At least it's not bad." The dark clouds were still expanding, but the pressure was still there. Angor could handle it at first, but as the clouds grew denser and denser, his heart began to palpitate and his legs began to tremble. Amidst the rumbling of thunder, a bolt of lightning suddenly stopped in the middle of the dark clouds, as if it had discovered something. It fell from the sky and headed straight for Angor. Angor quickly realized that he was the target, but he couldn't move at all. He even considered ejecting his soul, but the time he spent chanting spirit mantra was more than enough for the lightning to strike him. Should he take the lightning with his body? Could he really survive the lightning strikes with his current physique? Before he could do anything, he suddenly felt something pulling him back. Before he could react, he was dragged back for more than 10 meters. The lightning struck the guardrail of the public balcony and caused a huge explosion. At the same time, a corner of the balcony began to collapse. What a pain in the ass. Sunders came out from behind Angor and walked to the edge of the balcony with a sigh. At the same time, an old man wearing gray trousers, a white shirt, and a coffee-colored checkered vest also came out from the door. The old man was elegantly dressed. Every detail of his body was perfectly done. Not a single strand of his silver hair was curled up. "Professor." Angor thanked Sunders first. Clearly, it was Sunders who saved him. Next, he lowered his head and greeted the old man carefully. "Mr. Rain." Rain glanced at Angor with an indifferent look as he recalled some rumors he heard recently. You're Angor? Rain's voice was slow, but it had a calming effect. Angor didn't know why Rain asked such a question, but he quickly answered with a serious look, yes. Rain glanced at Angor from head to toe and then glanced at Sunders. You've got yourself a good student. Sunders returned a smile. I'm so lucky. Rain chuckled and nodded to Angor. Without saying anything, he walked past Angor and went to Sunders' side. The two stood side by side and looked at the strange omen in the sky. What a familiar scene. Rain wasn't too surprised by the power of nature. Sunders, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes and looked around. It is. But, it's too much of a coincidence. What do you mean by coincidence? Rain looked at Sunders. Greya has been accumulating knowledge for so many years. Isn't it normal for her to create new spells again? As a level 3 Truthfinder wizard, Rain knew what was going on. It was clear that someone was comprehending a new spell technique, and this new spell technique had caused the heavens and earth to tremble. It didn't take long for Rain to figure out the source of the omen. Greya, who was temporarily staying at Phantom Island, was probably the cause. Ever since Greya became a Truthfinder wizard with her Genesis spell, there was no news about her creating a new spell. It was about time for her to create a new one. Rain didn't find it strange. He only felt a little regretful that a wizard from another organization got ahead of them in Brute Cavern's territory. Unfortunately, Brute Cavern hadn't created a new spell for hundreds of years. A wizard who could create a new spell didn't come from Brute Cavern, which was why many wizards couldn't recognize the omen. Isn't it a coincidence? Greya never came up with a new spell after spending so many years outside. But now, she came to Phantom Island with me and created this one. Isn't it a coincidence? Rain chuckled. So everything in this world is a coincidence. Even if you change the logic, it's still the same. What Rain meant was that Sunders' words were all nonsense. Sunders didn't bother explaining. He only looked at the magic hut that was releasing a large amount of energy and glanced at Angor from the corner of his eyes. Angor was spacing out. He heard their conversation clearly because they didn't try to cover it up. So the dark clouds in the sky and the omen came from Greya's new spell? But he also had the same question. Why did Greya choose to do it now of all times? I'm curious. What has Greya been doing these days? Why is she learning spells at Phantom Island? Rain asked. Rain's question made Angor's heart skip a beat. What could Greya be doing? As far as he knew, Greya had been immersing herself in the illusion of twinning for several days. Not long ago, he passed by Greya's magic hut on his way to Valley of Souls. Back then, he sensed a nightmare aura enveloping Greya, which meant she was still immersed in her illusions. Angor tried to connect the dots and realized that Sunders also learned a cantrip called Wither not long ago. Angor's heart was pounding as he thought about what just happened. A bold idea popped up in his mind. Could it be that Greya learned a new spell because of the mystery manifestation in the illusion? Thinking of this, Angor began to worry about his own gains and losses. If this was true, Angor's first priority was not to think about the benefits. Instead, he had to think about how to deal with the negative consequences. A mystery manifestation that could help a wizard learn a new spell was enough to make the entire wizarding world go crazy. One of the hallmarks of a Truthfinder wizard was to create a spell that belonged to him or her and gain the approval of the world's consciousness. If this was true, Truthfinders could be mass-produced by using mystery manifestations to learn new spells. Of course, what he didn't know was that Greya did rely on his mystery manifestation to break through the key of birth. However, this didn't mean she learned a new spell by relying on the manifestation. At most, the massive amount of information in the manifestation was only a catalyst to help her achieve a breakthrough she couldn't think of before. In the end, Greya created a new spell. In other words, 99% of the credit came from Greya's own efforts, while only 1% came from the manifestation. Even so, if there was a 50% chance of success, people would take the risk out of desperation. If there was a 100% chance of success, it was enough to make people ignore the rules. If there were more benefits, even if it meant risking their lives, there would still be people who would come to share the benefits. Even if the manifestation of mystery didn't allow people to create new spells, And it only provided 1% of the total benefits. Wizards would still be stuck for decades or even centuries because of this 1%. In this case, the manifestation of mystery didn't provide a 100% chance of success. It would provide a 1000% chance of success, or even more. Angor trembled in fear at his own guess. Sunders pointed at his eye and smiled at Rain. I've already told you about my eye. It's my main focus these days. I don't care about anything else. I don't know what Greya has been doing lately. Besides, Greya always locks her door, and I don't like peeking into a lady's room. A light flashed in Ryan's eyes as he faintly smiled. That's right. The heartless Phantom Master has always scoffed at women. Rain quickly changed the topic and began to tease Sunders. You really don't want to have a child, Sunders? I once read Samantha's diary. When she was young, she always wanted to be a good wife and mother for you. Samantha? Angor was confused. Who's this? Is she Professor's old lover? Like I said, I'm not interested in broken glass. Sunders looked disgusted when he mentioned Samantha. I've never thought about having a child. I'll be immortal myself. I don't need to impose my wishes on the next generation. Rain's serious expression cracked a little because of Sunders' words. Sunders seemed to be talking about himself, but he was actually pointing out Rain's failure. Rain chuckled bitterly. As a father, I didn't do enough. The topic of Sunders' interest in women could no longer be carried on after this interruption. For a moment, there was silence in the hall. While Rain was reminiscing about his past with Samantha, Sunders turned around, leaned against the railing, and slowly took off his white gloves. It looked like a casual movement, but Angor noticed that Sunders was giving him a meaningful look. Don't say anything, don't explain, and don't do anything. Angor nodded. Angor knew that Greya's new spell might have something to do with the manifestation of mystery, so Sunders knew it too. He knew what was at stake, which was why he decided to warn Angor about it. No spell could fool a powerful wizard like Rainmute. This was the best way to warn Angor. The dark clouds were still gathering in the sky. Thunder and lightning never stopped. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts struck down at the same time, setting all the trees on Phantom Island on fire. All kinds of phantom beasts fled in all directions while howling in pain. The fire was about to reach the inside of the manor. Sunders finally made his move. He closed his eyes and summoned strange green creatures from all over the manor. These green blobs varied in size. Some were as small as an adult's fist, while some were as big as a mountain of meat. They all looked smooth and watery, and each had a pair of small, black bean-like eyes. They looked like swollen slimes, which made them look cute. These green balls jumped and jumped, spontaneously forming a circle, tightly encircling the manor. When there was a mountain fire, the moment the flames touched Tuanzi, they would spontaneously turn into white mist and dissipate in the clouds. Not only did these blobs stop the fire, but they also prevented the lightning bolts from doing any harm to them. Angor was shocked. Are they monsters? Or some kind of spell? Sunders chuckled. I put you in charge of Phantom Island. But I don't think you've asked good about the layout of the island. These are a type of synthetic phantom beast called Bogyuri. They're immune to most energy attacks, but they can only withstand attacks below wizard level. There's a breeding area for Bogyuri under the island. Angor felt a little embarrassed. He didn't ask Butler Good about the layout of Phantom Island. At this moment, Ryan finally recovered from his thoughts. Sunders, when you created Nightmare Substitute, you didn't have such a powerful aura, did you? Sunders nodded. That's right. Back then, the aura only reached 100 kilometers away, and the world's consciousness didn't show up in person. Rain chuckled. That's Greya for you. Every time she releases a spell, she always triggers a huge array. But this time, it's not as powerful as the Genesis spell. Greya's first signature spell was Genesis, which was called Creation. It's too difficult for Greya to improve on it, let alone surpass it. You're right. It's difficult to follow up. Rain suddenly looked back at Sunders. Do you think Greya's new spell is the same as before? Or did she change her path? As Truthfinder wizards, they all knew how difficult the path of creation was. That was why Greya could not make any progress for so many years. Rain wasn't too surprised by Greya's new spell, but he was still curious about whether Greya chose to change her path. It's hard, but it's even harder for Greya to progress further on her path of creation. You're saying Greya changed her path? Not sure. We'll know when it's over. The world's consciousness would stop anyone who tried to challenge its path, but it would also reward those who succeeded. It was a strange and contradictory mechanism. Many wizards were trying to figure out why the world's consciousness did this, but now was not the time for them to discuss it. As long as they knew one thing, a certain phenomenon would appear when someone who succeeded in challenging the path showed up, indicating that the world's consciousness was rewarding them. If they wanted to know whether Greya changed her path or not, they would have to wait until the world's consciousness gave them a reward. Back then, Greya's Genesis spell created such a huge phenomenon. Who would have thought a gourmet wizard could do something like this? Rain sighed as he recalled the scene he saw back then. Plains spawned, food grew, the sea brewed, clouds flowed, and the world became the end of the feast. Sunder sighed. I heard that when someone passed through the cloud sea, he could smell the smell of minced meat in the wind. The smell filled his stomach, and it lasted for 100 days. The Sea of Clouds was where Greya's Barbie's restaurant was located. It was also where she created her creation spell and became a Truthfinder wizard. Ever since Greya created her creation spell, the phenomenon lasted for hundreds of days. She could sleep in the Sea of Clouds just by eating the wind and drinking the dew. Such a rare phenomenon could only be caused by a heaven-defying technique. Even if Greya isn't a creator, her willpower is still frightening. She's probably stronger than her peers. Rain also looked at the magic hut by the lake. He could not see what was going on inside because of the world's consciousness. Greya is indeed a talented gourmet wizard. Rain suddenly thought of something. If you don't want to choose Samantha, you can consider Greya. Brood Cavern doesn't have a gourmet wizard yet. We'll have to give up a lot of potential gourmet apprentices. What a shame. What does that have to do with me? If Mr. Rain is interested, why don't you take the job? You haven't remarried for 1,000 years. Oh, right. Greya will stay at Phantom Island for a while. Rain chuckled awkwardly. It's just that Greya looks better than before. Sunders humphed but did not answer. Angor chuckled. If Greya knew about this, she would probably jump up in anger. Greya had been badmouthing Sunders behind Angor's back. In Angor's eyes, Rain Mute was a cold and strict old scholar who controlled the life and death of the entire Brood Cavern. But after this incident, Rain Mute was labeled as someone who loved matchmaking. Angor's impression of Rain Mute changed a little. When the black clouds spread to cover the entire Tree of Eternity, there was finally a slight change in the unchanging pressure. At a certain moment, the will of the world suddenly changed. Originally, it was like black clouds pressing down on a city, giving off a strong psychological pressure. But now, it was like a surging torrent that began to wash away everyone's minds and bodies. Angor, who was enjoying the show, quickly knelt on the ground. It was an indescribable feeling. It was extremely uncomfortable. It was as if cracks had appeared in his body and soul, and they were constantly being washed away like a tide. Not only Angor, but everyone in the area covered by the dark clouds also felt the pressure. However, the others only felt the pressure weighing down on them. Although it was uncomfortable, it was not unbearable. Only the creatures on Phantom Island were under much more pressure than anywhere else. Hang in there. It won't hurt you, Sunders whispered to Angor. Angor nodded with great effort. He grabbed the railing and tried his best not to fall to the ground. Even so, he did not look good. Rain looked at him and smiled. You're much gentler than before. Sunders chuckled. If Rain knew that Angor's mystery manifestation was the biggest cause of this change, he would probably be even gentler than Angor. Following this change in power, the magic hut by the lakeside also began to move. A vague shadow passed through the roof of the magic hut and floated into the air. Against the backdrop of the burning mountains and lightning snakes, this shadow was like a rebel facing thousands of soldiers alone. It held its head high and looked directly at the Great Will's favor. Huh? It's the spirit of truth? Why didn't you bring your physical body out? Rhine asked in confusion. The figure floating in the air was not Greya's youthful body. Instead, it was a meaty demon king with multiple layers of flesh. both Rain and Sunders recognized that it was not Grea's body but her soul. She's still an apprentice. She won't be able to handle such a powerful will, Sunders explained. Rain nodded. No one knew that Grea asked Sunders to help her find her body, but he knew the details. After all, a wizard who did not belong to an organization should at least inform Sunders if he wanted to stay in Brute Cavern. Under the dark clouds, Grea's spirit of truth kept changing as if it was fighting against the great will. Grea's expression changed from pain, confusion, sadness, and hatred. No one knew what she was going through, but it was a necessary process to create a new spell. The Great Will would stop all those who tried to break through. Only by passing this trial would one be able to obtain the true reward. Do you think Grea can pass the test? Rain asked. Given Grea's talent and her previous experience, it shouldn't be hard for her to get through it. Besides, is the world's consciousness really trying to stop her? You should know better than me, Mr. Rain. Rain's serious expression softened. Yes, it's stopping her. But it's only stopping those who want to take advantage of the situation. It's just a test for those who want to challenge the path. To see if they're qualified to take the path. The Great Will was an amalgamation of consciousnesses without thinking. It was a kind of network that would neither punish anyone who went against the flow nor reward anyone who went with the flow. It is only when you come into contact with its level that you will know what it means. He who would wear the crown must bear its weight. This was the only threshold the Great Will had for anyone who wanted to break free from the endless plains. For wizards, this threshold was the key to embarking on the path of truth. Grea was already a truth-finder wizard, and she was just creating a new spell. Of course, she could cross this threshold without any problem. As Grea took a step forward, all the dark clouds dispersed, and the weight on everyone's shoulders disappeared. The clouds were gone, but there was nothing left behind. The wind stopped blowing, but the forest fire was still burning. Even though the doomsday-like dark clouds had disappeared, the Phantom Island was still devastated. The beautiful island, which used to be filled with beautiful scenery and birds and beasts, had all disappeared after this hurried test. Angor struggled to get up from the cold sweat and saw such a scene. He felt a little sad. However, he noticed that neither Sunders nor Rain said anything about it. Both of them were still looking at Grea's soul in the air as if they were waiting for something. Angor followed their gazes and saw nothing. Instead, he saw many shadows approaching from afar. Most of them were wizards from Brute Cavern. They all came to Phantom Island as soon as the dark clouds dispersed. However, even though Phantom Island was in ruins, the necessary defenses were still in place. Without Sunders' permission, no one dared to enter. They only flew in the sky and observed the situation at the center of the island. Only one person, barefooted and holding a small scarlet umbrella, flew into the manor on Phantom Island leisurely. Professor, Mr. Rain. The newcomer floated in the air and sat down beside Sunders. Angor was already sweating profusely. She smiled at Angor. It's just a little pressure. Look at you. You're so weak. I got a bottle of Knight's Familiar's bloodline recently. Do you want to use it? Angor forced a smile. Please don't make fun of me, Miss Flora. Rhine interjected, the bloodline of A. Familiar of the Knight is not bad. I can see that your physical body is indeed not that great. Using this bloodline should be very beneficial for you. Flora was surprised. Of course, she knew about the bloodline projection, which was why she said it to tease Angor. But now that Rain Mute suddenly looked at them, she did not know how to continue the conversation. Sunders sighed helplessly. The bloodline of Knight's Familiar is good, but Mr. Rain must have heard that Angor is a nightmare form. Only by using the bloodline of a nightmare realm monster can he maximize his potential. You're right. But the bloodline of a nightmare realm monster shouldn't be easy to get, right? I'll pay attention when I find Grea's body. With Sanders' interruption, the topic slowly moved to the other side. Angor was still puzzled by Rain's sudden interest in his bloodline. But before Rain could say anything else, he heard Sunders' next words. He's going to find a body for Grea? Angor's heart skipped a beat. Grea's body was lost in the nightmare realm. That much was clear. So, Grea stayed at Phantom Island because she wanted Angor to help her find her body? Now that he thought about it, many things made sense. Grea's body was lost in the nightmare realm, and Sunders was the only wizard in the southern wizarding region who could go there and find her body. No wonder Grea always complained about Sunders behind his back, but she was so nice in front of him. It was not only because of the difference in power, but also because Grea wanted something from Sunders. Grea abandoned Candy House and the scattered employees of Barbie's restaurant. She had been following Sunders since Floating Mech City, probably for the sake of her body. Also, Sunders didn't chase Grea away. He even went to Sleepless City to rescue Grea, which meant that Sunders had agreed to help her. When would Sunders find a body for Grea? As he wondered, Flora's voice interrupted his train of thought. Professor, did you play a role in Grea's new spell at Phantom Island? After arriving at Phantom Island, Flora carefully observed the surroundings and figured out Grea's current situation. Why do you ask? Sunders looked at Flora. His gaze seemed to have turned into a ray of dim light that penetrated into Flora's restless heart. Flora froze and lowered her head without saying anything. Rain saw their expressions. Do you think Sunders can teach Grea a thing or two? Haha, don't overthink it. Think again. Sunders would rather teach someone else than you. Do you really believe that? Flora lowered her head again. I think too much. Flora slapped her own mouth in her mind. Grea lost her body, but her soul still managed to survive. Flora, on the other hand, had become a wizard for a long time and still could not see her future. She was losing her mind. In the end, out of impulse, he asked this question without thinking. Sunders sighed in his mind. He knew what Flora was thinking. Sumesh was also a truth finder, so it was understandable that she was worried about something like this. However, it was precisely because of her anxious state that it was even more difficult for her to embark on the path of truth. Sunders glanced at Angor, who seemed to be thinking about something. As a matter of fact, when he saw Grea creating a new spell using the manifestation of mystery, Sunders wondered if he should let Flora try it as well. However, Sunders realized that even if Flora could learn something from the manifestation, she would not be able to get past the barrier of the world's consciousness. As Rain said, the barrier set up by the world's consciousness was a barrier for those who wanted to take advantage of the situation. It was only a test for those who wanted to try their luck. Flora, on the other hand, was not fit to be a pathfinder in her current state. If he let her know about the existence of the mysterious manifestation, it would not be helping her, but harming him. With that in mind, Sunders decided that he must tell Angor about the mystery manifestation as soon as he was done here. He must keep it a secret from Flora. More and more wizards gathered in the sky. Many of them were famous wizards Angor had never seen before. The more, the better. Let these brats see how insignificant they are in front of a genius magus, Ryan muttered in a low voice. At the same time, the wizards outside Phantom Island were in an uproar. They could not enter Phantom Island because of Sunders' restriction, but they could see what was going on inside. They were not ignorant. When they saw Grea's Truthfinder spirit floating in the sky while Rain and Sunders were just watching, they already had a rough idea of what was going on. Someone created a new spell? And it was a spell that attracted the favor of the world's consciousness. What did that mean? It meant that if the creator was an ordinary wizard, he or she would be qualified to become a Truthfinder. It meant that another genius wizard was going to rise up in no time. It meant that there would be people who would study this new spell for thousands of years to come, and their names would be remembered forever. If the wizarding civilization could become a monument, everyone who created a new spell would leave their name on the monument and be remembered for generations to come. I wish it was me, someone said with a jealous look. Why a gourmet wizard? Grea created a new spell in Phantom Island? Is there something else we don't know about? Someone thought. Maybe I should write a paper and submit it to the Mystery Journal? Don't do it. Grea's spell in the mirror world is better than all the wizards in Brute Cavern. Brute Cavern's reputation will be ruined if you publish it. Someone tried to stop him. There are so many people watching. And there are many wizards from other organizations in Brute Cavern. The speaker glanced at the old man with a ponytail, Baroque, and scoffed. You can't hide it from them. Why don't you be more generous? Maybe you can make a name for yourself by analyzing Grea's spell firsthand. Hurry up and leave a recording. Grea created a new spell in Cloud Cluster C last time. It's one of the top 10 original spell recordings. I'm sure it'll be worth a lot this time. Someone started to think of a way to take advantage of the situation. What a shame, the best place to watch the movie is inside Phantom Island. I wonder if Mr. Phantom or Miss Flora has taken any pictures. While the wizards discussed, Tree Spirit leaned against a vine and looked at Phantom Island from afar. Why do I feel that Greya is creating a new spell at a time like this? Why? This is obviously not the right time. Could it be that he really found some kind of opportunity on Phantom Island? Beside Tree Spirit, a woman with a thriving life force snorted coldly. Flora wouldn't have stayed at the same spot if she had the chance. Besides, I don't think Lord Sumesh would go to a faraway place to look for opportunities, the woman stuttered when she spoke of Sumesh. Her eyes were filled with love and longing. Tree Spirit narrowed his eyes and sneered. On the other side, Maya was also looking at Phantom Island. She was trying to find the connection between Greya's new spell and Angor. She believed Dodoro's prophecy, especially when it came to Angor. To Maya's surprise, no matter how hard she tried, she could not find anything related to Greya. Angor was not involved at all. Maya looked at Dodoro in confusion. Do you know why? Dodoro didn't say anything. He didn't seem to want to cooperate. Maya understood her student's stubbornness. She sighed and gave up asking. Forget it. So what if it has something to do with Angor? Even if Greya learned a new spell, she won't be able to break through the barrier of a great consciousness. Maya lowered her head and stopped paying attention to Phantom Island. Inside Iron Fortress, the source of tributary. Iron Granny was enjoying a cup of tea while an old man sat in front of her. The old man had a strange appearance. Inky runes were floating all over his body. Some were in the common tongue of the continent, some were in Abyss language, and some were in Construct language. The old man's body flickered like an unstable soul. This is morning dew. A friend of mine gave it to me. It tastes good. Iron Granny pushed the cup to the old man. The old man looked curious. He took a sip and savored the gentle energy contained in the tea. Morning dew, huh? What a strange tea. After the old man drank it, he tapped the table lightly, and a piece of paper flew out. He wrote a line of words on the paper, and the meaning could be faintly seen: morning dew after rain. When the old man was halfway through recording, he suddenly made a sound of surprise and turned his head to look in a certain direction. Even though they were separated by an alternate dimension, he could see everything that happened on Phantom Island. What's wrong? Iron Granny also looked at the old man and sighed. Things are getting worse with each generation. An outsider got there first. The old man chuckled. Not necessarily. Iron Granny took another sip. Elder of Books, why keep me in suspense? The Elder of Books shook his head. I'm not keeping you in suspense. I didn't see it clearly myself. Greya had been hovering in the air for a long time. Everyone was wondering if the phenomenon would happen again. Flora asked curiously. The phenomenon caused by Genesis over the cloud sea lasted for hundreds of days, and there were already signs of it. For example, the color of the sea and the fragrance of the clouds. Why is there no sign of the phenomenon now? The phenomenon Flora mentioned was actually the reward from the world's consciousness. This reward was called the gift of truth by the ancient magi. However, in the current Magus world, they preferred to call it the creation phenomenon. The reason for this was similar to the conflict between meditation and channeling methods. The wizarding world preferred to follow the path of doing things, and many people doubted the euphemisms used by ancient wizards. The reward from the world's consciousness benefits the creator. Whether or not this kind of reward would create a phenomenon that would affect an entire region depended entirely on how the Great Will wanted to reward. Just like Greya's phenomenon over the cloud sea. It's just a phenomenon for others, but it's a future for Greya. The world's consciousness showed her the future of gourmet studies, which is the reward given to her by the world's consciousness. Sunders continued, when I created Nightmare Substitute, the world's consciousness rewarded me by allowing me to become a Nightmare Lord and experience a Nightmare Lord's life. That's what I experienced in my heart, so I can't see the phenomenon from outside. So you're saying that Greya's creation phenomenon might be the result of her inner experience? Flora considered. Sunders shrugged. No one can say for sure. Let's keep watching. While they were talking, Greya, who had been quiet for a long time, finally showed some reaction. Greya's soul began to change. It was as if there was smoke emerging from the depths of his soul, intertwining with the surrounding clouds. As the clouds churned and changed, green vines emerged, hundreds of birds circled and returned, a beast king leaned on his feet and looked disdainfully, and a giant whale sank and was reborn. All of these phenomena were created and destroyed by the smoke. So these are the phenomena created by Greya's new spell? It doesn't look like anything special, Flora mumbled. The images created by the smoke were not much different from illusions. Even Flora could do the same with her illusions. Sunders frowned. But soon, his pupils shrank. No, they're all real. Both Angor and Flora looked at the smoke carefully. Thanks to Sunders' reminder, they also noticed something strange. The objects that disappeared in the smoke were vivid and lifelike before they disappeared. Even their eyes were full of life. As an illusionist apprentice, Angor could easily tell the difference between reality and illusion. They were real. Not illusions, but why did the real illusions disappear like bubbles in the next second? Even if they disappeared, some energy should have been generated during the process. In fact, there was no energy dissipation during the process. So this is the reward from the world's consciousness? Angor muttered. But why is it so strange? As the illusions appeared and disappeared, Greya's expression changed as well. She seemed to be immersed in her own thoughts. So the creation phenomenon this time is Greya's inner experience. The only external manifestation is that unknown illusion, Flora mused. The other wizards shared the same thought. Since it was an internal experience, the illusions were worthless even if they were left behind. Unknown? Rain chuckled when he heard Flora's comment. It's not that. Greya is a very decisive person, isn't she, Sunders? Sunders narrowed his eyes and nodded. The illusions that appeared in the real world all mean one thing. Greya did not change her path. She didn't give up on the path of creation because it was too difficult. She still continued down this path, and she really did find a new path. Her decisiveness is truly ruthless. Sunders sighed. If he were in Greya's shoes, he might not be able to make such a decision either. The path of creation was too difficult. Most wizards who chose this path would fall under the obstruction of the world's consciousness. Those who made it would also change their path halfway. Greya knew that she might lose her life on this path, but she still chose to go on it. She was indeed ruthless. This was the first time Sunders saw such determination from a gourmet wizard. It's not unreasonable for Greya to become the pillar of the gourmet school. Rain looked at Greya with admiration. After this, Greya's Barbie's restaurant will be reunited soon. Those who offended Greya will come for her again. Once Greya became stronger, she no longer needed to seek out the scattered employees of Barbie's restaurant. Someone would come to her on their own. This was the right to speak with power. Flora mumbled, no matter how strong she is, she still needs our professor to find her body. Rain did not comment on Flora's words, while Sunders only shook his head with a confused look. Flora's emotional control was getting worse and worse. Did Sumesh's breakthrough really affect her that much? After a long time, Greya finally opened her eyes. As she opened her eyes, the illusions around her vanished into nothingness. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she did was to look at Angor. She ignored all the wizards above her, including Rain, Sunders, and Flora. Her gaze went through them all and landed on Angor. Greya gave him a gentle smile. It was supposed to be a gentle smile of gratitude. However, Greya was now a truth-finder spirit, which reflected her real body. Even a gentle smile from a meaty demon with flaming red lips was enough to send chills down one's spine. Greya stared at Angor for a while before she looked at the nearly destroyed Phantom Island. She felt a little ashamed. She owed Sunders a favor, but she destroyed someone else's home. She was going to save some of the reward from the world's consciousness. But when she looked at the withered forest in front of her, she decided not to save it. Greya flew into the air and pointed a finger. A strange aura flowed out from her fingertip. The aura was like a gentle spring breeze. When it reached the ground, new plants would grow, and everything would grow again. When the wind blew over the rotting corpses, the energy would disintegrate and give birth to new life. Wherever Greya pointed, everything would flourish. Streams were cleared, the scorched earth was green again, rocks were covered with moss, and withered trees were green again. Not only were all living things reborn, even the injured phantasmal beasts were revived. Even the dead phantasmal beasts would disintegrate into particles and become new creatures. Greya's ability shocked everyone. Nature wizards could do something as simple as bringing plants back to life, but Greya could also create things out of thin air. For example, the running deer, the silver-scaled fish, and the birds that appeared out of thin air. They were all created by Greya. Even if they were just ordinary creatures, it was still a sign that Greya had taken a big step forward in her path of creation. Rain's eyes shined brightly as he kept praising Greya. Sunders was also surprised that Greya could do something like this. This power of creation should be a reward from the world's consciousness, right? Rain said, it must be a reward from the great will. Even a legend might not be able to achieve such ease with such great power. But Greya may have borrowed the power of the world's consciousness, but it's easier to borrow it than to use it. The fact that she can do something like this shows that she has an unimaginable understanding of the art of creation. It didn't take long for Greya to turn the ruined area into a beautiful place that was as beautiful as the old one. And it was all thanks to Greya's creation. All the onlookers were speechless. Some of them felt lucky that they didn't turn off the recording. The creation phenomenon wasn't worth much, but Greya's creation was the most valuable one. If the future generations wanted to study Greya's new spell, they would probably use their recordings as evidence to support their claims. Some of them were sighing with emotion, some of them were rejoicing, but there were also some who were pondering. Why did Greya create such a spell? And, why did Greya look at Angor first? And if they weren't mistaken, Greya was looking at Angor with kindness. But why? Even if Greya was close to Angor, she wouldn't ignore Sunders and Rain just to look at Angor, right? Many people couldn't figure it out, but they didn't give it much thought. Of course, there were also some who linked Angor to Greya's spell creation. Maya, for example, couldn't find any evidence to prove that Angor had something to do with Greya's spell creation. However, Greya's action of looking for Angor right away proved her point. Another example was wise man Shildeen, whose body was made of ink-colored lines. He also frowned and looked at Angor in confusion. There was something indescribable in his eyes. Greya was beginning to feel tired after reorganizing Phantom Island, but she had to use up all the power she got from the world's consciousness. Repairing Phantom Island cost her 60% of the power, so she still had 40% left. She suddenly landed in a corner of the manor, which was near the Crococ's greenhouse. Greya looked at Angor and sent a voice transmission to him. Here's a gift for you. Greya's voice could fool the wizards outside, but it couldn't fool Rain, who was standing right next to her. Rain looked at Angor curiously. He didn't know what Greya said to Angor, but he was sure that Greya was speaking to Angor twice in a row. Was there something else going on? But Rain couldn't ask since Greya didn't say it out loud. If he went to ask, wouldn't he be accused of eavesdropping? What did Greya say to you, Angor? Flora asked for Rain's help. Before Angor could answer, Sunders continued, voice transmission wasn't created for sharing. You've crossed the line, Flora. Flora was surprised. Asking about the content of a voice transmission spell could be a big deal. She didn't expect Sunders to give her such a serious warning. At the same time, she did not expect that Angor would not dare to refuse to answer her question, considering her status and power. Due to Sunders' interference, Flora had to give up on her question. Rain, on the other hand, had an idea of what was going on. His eyes were still on Greya's movements, but he couldn't help but wonder why Sunders was being so protective of Greya. Did Angor really have something to do with what Greya did today? After all, it did not make sense for Greya to stay at Phantom Island and learn spells without a proper body. But what was Angor's role in all this? Rain couldn't figure it out because he knew too little about Angor. From then on, the boy's name truly caught Rain's attention. On the other side, Greya waved a hand, and a shining golden sapling emerged from the ground near the greenhouse. The sapling quickly grew into a towering tree. The entire tree was golden in color and emitted an alluring aroma. Greya created a gust of wind, which carried the fragrance to the public balcony on the second floor of the mansion. This smell. Flora sniffed. Her face was a bit strange. Sunders shook his head and chuckled when he smelled the odor. Rain frowned. That's a nice smell of milk. It's coming from the tree. But what's Greya trying to do? I don't know. You're showing off your path of creation, I guess? Sunders asked with a slightly amused tone. Is that so? That makes sense. Greya's a gourmet wizard after all. A milk-producing tree can be used as a raw material, Rain said. What Rain didn't notice was that Angor had lowered his head in embarrassment. Greya told him she was going to give him a gift. Was it this tree? This gift was too awesome. Angor felt a little embarrassed, but he couldn't help but salivate at the smell. After creating a golden milkberry tree, Greya walked to Angor while swaying her huge body. She reached out a sharp red fingernail and gently scratched the bark of the tree. Pale golden milk flowed out. Greya licked her finger and considered. Not bad. It's at the level of a beginner ingredient. Good for human health. She wondered if Angor would like it though, since there was no sweetness. Greya considered for a moment and tossed a bunch of small white flowers at the bottom of the golden milkberry tree. These flowers also emitted a sweet smell. Combined with the milkberry tree's juice, they should be suitable for Angor's taste. When she was done, Greya sensed that the reward from the world's consciousness had completely disappeared. She was a little disappointed, but she didn't regret it. The power of creation that was rewarded to her merely allowed her to see the future of the birth spell in advance. Creating something out of nothing, or even a tiered ingredient, was the future of her birth spell. As long as she kept working hard, she would be able to do it sooner or later. Greya looked at Angor again. It was all thanks to Angor that she was able to break through. Without the manifestation of mystery, it would take her years or even decades to find a breakthrough. Of course, Greya would never forget Angor's kindness. However, Greya didn't see Angor this time. Her vision was blocked by Sunders. Sunders was standing in front of Angor. When Greya looked at him, Sunders narrowed his eyes, which were filled with complicated emotions. Greya didn't understand what Sunders meant at first. But when she looked at Rain Mute and the other wizards in the sky, she suddenly realized something. Angor's illusion helped her to break through her bottleneck. This news would be explosive if people knew about it. Even if Sunders tried his best, he still could not guarantee Angor's safety. The only way was to imprison him. However, imprisoning Angor meant ruining his future. Therefore, the best choice was to nip the danger in the cradle before all the bad consequences occurred. Judging from Sunders' expression, Greya assumed that no one else knew about mystery except for her and Sunders. Sunders was also warning her by blocking Angor's path. Greya moved her gaze away from Sunders and looked at Rain Mute casually, as if she was going to talk to Rain Mute from the beginning. Mr. Rain, I'm not in a good condition right now. Plus, I've acquired a lot of loot, so I won't come to greet you. I'll pay you a visit when I'm done here. Rain understood that Greya needed more time to meditate, so he nodded without hesitation and let Greya leave. Greya slowly flew into her hut by the lake. Her expression kept changing as if she was thinking about something. In the end, she looked at the phantom twins on the table and sighed. As a matter of fact, she was also thinking about Angor. Earlier, she was too immersed in the joy of creating a birth spell to think about Angor's safety. But now, when she thought about how much mystery helped her, she hesitated. She was on Sanders' side. She understood Sanders' actions and wanted to protect Angor. But she wasn't a member of Brute Cavern. She needed to think about something else. What position should she place herself in? What choice should she make in order to obtain the greatest benefit from this matter? In other words, she needed to know what kind of attitude she should show to Angor in order to gain the most benefits for herself. Should she be aggressive or peaceful? Greya considered for a while and decided to maintain the current status quo for now. She had a good relationship with Angor in the first place, and Toby was also their friend. Forcing Angor to do something was not as safe as this. She might even end up losing her connection with Toby. Besides, Angor had helped her before, and she needed Sunders' help. Greya already knew what she had to do. She was investing in Angor's future. Now that Angor had proven himself to have a bright future in every aspect, killing him now would be a waste of her previous efforts. Greya wasn't stupid. After making her choice, she began to think about how to protect Angwar's uniqueness from other people. For now, she needed to keep it a secret. She couldn't tell anyone, including the candy house behind her. She also needed to think of an excuse to explain why she saw Angwar first after creating the birth spell, and why she sent a voice transmission to Angwar. She believed that her behavior just now was illogical, and it might arouse other wizards' suspicions. Greya considered for a moment and came up with a plan. Let's face it directly. She was thinking about what to say when she visited Rainmute. But now, she had an idea. With that settled, Greya began to think about something else. What was the mystery energy hidden in Angwar's illusion? She felt it herself, and it helped her to learn the birth spell. But was it really powerful enough to allow all wizards to learn new spells? Was there no limit to it at all? Greya still needed to discuss this matter with Sunders and Angwar. But she would worry about that later. The most important thing for Greya now was to settle down. The reward given by the consciousness meant that she needed to record a lot of things. It would be a great loss if she forgot them. With that in mind, Greya pushed aside all the distracting thoughts and went to her secret room to meditate. While Greya was meditating, the commotion caused by her was still going on. Because of the retreat of the Great Consciousness, not only did the wizards surround Phantom Island, but even some apprentices also came to the island and began to discuss the situation. I clearly saw that the Phantom Island was destroyed in the fire, but why did it suddenly return to normal? This is unbelievable. Could it be that Phantom Master is experimenting with illusions? Even if he was experimenting with illusions, it shouldn't have attracted the attention of so many official wizards. Also, Lady Rose of Konoha Neon would have been seriously injured if Mr. Tree Spirit didn't save her in time. I think there's something else going on here. An apprentice's guess was not valid, and not many people took it seriously. However, the wizards were also trying to figure out what kind of spell Greya created that caused such a large area to be covered by dark clouds. The consciousness was also unimaginably powerful. Why did Greya come to Phantom Island in the first place? And why did Greya learn a new spell here? Of course, there were also some who wondered why Greya would pay attention to Angwar. However, this was only a small part of the question, and it wasn't worth discussing, so no one really questioned it. Faced with the Magi's guesses, Rhine spoke up, "Stop guessing. Greya stayed on Phantom Island with my permission. It's not a big deal for her to create a new spell here. She can do it wherever she wants. Maybe Phantom Island will give her some inspiration. As for the spell she created, Greya said she'll come to me when she's done. She'll tell you when she's done. Don't worry." But judging from her random creation, it must be related to the art of creation. Rain couldn't help but praise Greya. Greya is indeed a genius. Rain's words cleared up all the wizards' doubts. Greya would come to visit Rain in person, and their doubts would be solved. Seeing the Magi disperse, Rhine sighed and prepared to take his leave. But before he left, Rain spoke to Sunders again. "I didn't think I'd run into something like this when I came to talk to you about something. What a coincidence." Sunders smiled but didn't say anything. Rhine continued, "You have to think carefully about what I said to you in the study earlier. You're going to the Abyss Plane soon. You can't be too careful." Sunders nodded. "Lady Danae's scheme is to help an outsider. I know what she's trying to do. As long as you know it. By the way, don't forget to come to me before you go to the Abyss Plane." With that, Rain turned around and left. When Rain walked past Angwar, he suddenly stopped and gave Angwar a small smile. Then he continued walking and disappeared from Phantom Island. After Rain left, Angwar showed a hesitant look. The smile that Rhine had given him before he left had confused him. That smile clearly carried some unfathomable meaning, as if it was hinting at something. Could it be that Rhine had guessed that today's matter was related to him? "What are you waiting for?" Angwar only came back to his senses when Sunders patted his shoulder. "Don't think too much. Come to my study." Sunders turned to the corridor. Angwar followed the old man and looked back at the balcony. It was empty. Flora also left when Angwar was lost in his thoughts. On their way to the study, Sunders kept thinking about something. He did not say anything. "Let's talk about Greya in the Gravity Garden later," Sunders said as they entered the study room. "Wait for me. I need to take care of something." Sunders sat down at his desk and took out a pen and paper. He quickly wrote down something and encrypted it with a nightmare illusion spell. When the words on the paper all turned into twisted tadpoles, Sunders pointed the paper outside the window. With a flash of light, the paper disappeared from his hand. After sending the paper out, Sunders thought for a while and looked at Angor. "You've been looking strange. Are you still thinking about Greya?" Angor shook his head and told Sunders about Rain's smile. At Mr. Rain's level, everything he does is based on his own will, and it's his nature to avoid harm. He may have doubts about you, but that's not important. Wizards always have doubts about everything. Besides, you can't deal with Mr. Rain's problem, so don't think too much about it. It'll only bring you more trouble. Angor understood. But Rain's smile was like a mark that made him uneasy from the bottom of his heart. Sunders pointed at Angor's forehead with his index finger. A warm and clear energy entered Angor's forehead and spread throughout his brain. The uneasiness that had originally worried him had strangely disappeared under the comfort of this power. Don't worry about Mr. Rain. My message is for Greya. She'll know what to do when she sees it. Sunders led Angor into the gravity garden. The Sorcerer's Garden was an independent small world that could block special detection methods. It was also effective against the prying of prophets. As a precaution, Sunders chose to talk to Angor in the gravity garden because the mystery manifestation was too shocking to be true. Now, tell me. What did Greya say to you through voice transmission? Angor hesitated. She said she wanted to give me a gift. A gift? That tree with the golden milk? Sure enough, that tree is for you. I guessed so too. Sunders paused a little. But Greya wouldn't give you a tree for no reason. She must feel like she owes you something. So, Greya must have come up with a new spell because of you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given you a tree for no reason. A manifestation of mystery. Both Angor and Sunders pointed out the key at the same time. Sunders leaned back in his chair and tapped on the table with his fingers. Greya has been immersed in the illusions you created. She can't have time to create a new spell. The only answer is the manifestation of mystery. Greya found the manifestation of her concept on the mysterious mountain. Angor also came to the same conclusion. Professor, did Lady Greya really learn a new spell because of the manifestation of mystery? Learn a new spell? Sunders shook his head. Impossible. Creation isn't something that can be learned so easily. She didn't rely on the manifestation of mystery? Angor's eyes glowed. Greya's spells are exactly the same as her old ways. She can't learn it by relying on the manifestation of mystery alone. Sunders briefly explained Greya's creation ability, which was why Greya did not make any progress after becoming a truth finder with the help of Genesis. Greya didn't come up with another new spell, but that doesn't mean she didn't do anything, Sunders said. I'm sure that 99% of the spells she created today didn't come from the manifestation of mystery. They came from her hard work and effort over the years. Only that 1% can be related to the manifestation of mystery. Angor sighed in relief. At least he now understood that the manifestation of mystery was not the main factor when it came to creating spells. Sunders shook his head and sneered. But sometimes, that 1% is more important than 99%. Don't let your guard down too early. Even if the manifestation of mystery can only help you with that 1%, you won't be able to live a peaceful life if word gets out. Angor understood this as well. It was like a bottleneck in cultivation. He just needed to keep going step by step. But when it came to the final step, he just couldn't take it. If the effect of the mysterious manifestation was to assist him in this final step, then he was indeed celebrating too early. How much did the manifestation of mystery help Greya in creating her spells, and how much did it help her? You'll know when Greya finishes her training. Let's put Greya aside for now. I need to remind you that before you become a Truthfinder wizard, don't tell anyone about the manifestation of mystery. Angor nodded. Especially Flora. Don't tell her. Not even Miss Flora? Angor was a little surprised. If she knows what the manifestation of mystery does, she won't be able to walk on her own path in peace. Besides, if she uses the manifestation of mystery, she'll be further away from becoming a Truthfinder, which will only harm her. Sunders clearly knew that when he learned Wither, he learned it on his own. But to put it bluntly, he learned it under the guidance of an unknown entity. It was hard to say whether he was comprehending the withering art or if the withering art came to him on its own. Wither had nothing to do with him. Even if he wanted to create a new cantrip, he would never think of creating Wither. It could be said that the withering technique was completely different from the path of truth that he had chosen. If Flora was induced to learn a strange spell, there might be a fork in her path. If she couldn't even see her own path, it would be even more impossible for her to become a truth finder. I see. Angor nodded. Sunders shook his head and sighed. You created a manifestation of mystery so easily. You're going to have a lot of trouble in the future. You can't see it now, but as time goes by, it'll be harder to hide what's hiding under the sea. That being said, Sunders was more happy than worried about Angor's mystery manifestation. He and Angor weren't just master and student, but also shared common interests. Angor's foundation was also the foundation of Sunders' branch. As long as Sunders' branch grew stronger, he would go and clean up the mess no matter how hard it would be. So, you're also racing against time. If you can outrun the gradually churning undercurrents, everything will be easily solved. If you can't win, then be prepared to become a caged bird. Angor knew what Sunders meant. Sunders was warning him that when he couldn't keep his secret any longer, as long as he was strong enough, he wouldn't be bullied by others. But if he was still a small shrimp at that time, he could only be a canary in a cage, existing to please others for the rest of his life. Sunders leaned back in his chair and watched Angor's expression change from hesitation to determination, and from confusion to clarity. Sunders chuckled. Angor always did things that made him worry, but he wasn't as reckless as Flora. He knew what he wanted and what he needed to do to achieve it. That was enough. Alright, that's all for now. Now, let's talk about the diamond-shaped crystal. What's your decision? Angor took out the crystal from his bracelet and nodded. I'm going to use it. Sunders didn't deny it. If it really inherits the path of Spirit Link, it'll be a great benefit for you. But it depends on whether it's going to teach you the path directly, or just give you the knowledge of it. The former is great, while the latter is better than nothing. If it doesn't inherit the path of Spirit Link, you need to be careful, Sunders said. But the second possibility isn't very likely. If you want to use it, do it now. I'll protect you. Angor nodded. He put the crystal on his palm and sighed in relief. Sunders already told him about the advantages and disadvantages of the crystal. Angor also weighed the pros and cons. Generally speaking, the crystal wouldn't be too bad in the worst-case scenario. In the best-case scenario, he would be able to save several decades of effort, and his battle prowess would also increase greatly. Either way, Angor wouldn't lose too much. Under such circumstances, why not take a gamble? According to Narda's vision, as long as he touched the crystal between his eyebrows and reached his spirit power inside, he would receive the inheritance. With that in mind, Angor placed the crystal between his eyebrows and gently touched it. As soon as the crystal touched Angor's skin, it turned into a beam of light and went into Angor's brow. In a split second, countless information flowed into Angor's mind. Angor also sensed the presence of a soul that carried the rhythm of a law. Angor closed his eyes and watched as the information flowed in his mind, combining and changing as if it was trying to create something. His attention was completely attracted by the ever-changing information flow. It was as if he was watching a movie, and he was completely immersed in the various combinations of information. In Sunders' eyes, Angor was in a mysterious state. The presence of a law permeated Angor's body. His soul was half detached from his body, while his body was breathing on its own. The materialized information flowed in and out of Angor's mind. Even his soul was surrounded by a torrent of information. Sunders observed carefully and made sure that Angor was going to stay like this for a long time, so he sat down in front of Angor. He placed a row of 5 demon falcon statues on the table. These 5 items were alchemy illusions created by Angor that contained the manifestation of mystery. So far, Sunders didn't think Angor would be in any danger if he tried to acquire the knowledge contained in the crystal. Therefore, he decided to use this time to test the data of the manifestations. Sunders had been wanting to do this for a long time. However, his injuries worsened after losing his eye, and he had to take measures to repair them. He only managed to stabilize his condition yesterday. This was why Sunders didn't have the time to collect the data of the manifestations. Still, he was very curious about them. It had been a long time since he felt this kind of itch in his heart. Greya also managed to create a new spell with the help of Mystery's manifestation, which made Angor even more curious about it. Would he be able to learn another cantrip like Wither if he tried to trigger the manifestations again? Learning a new cantrip from nothing required a certain sequence. What exactly was that sequence? Curious, Saunders began his own test. Angor and Sunders sat across from each other. There was a small space between them. One of them was enveloped by the sequence of soul, while the other was trapped in a misty illusion. Time passed quickly. Every time Sunders tested a mystery manifestation, he would spend some time to record it. When he finished testing the 5 manifestations, he had a strange expression on his face. He supported his forehead with one hand and fell into deep thought. When Angor opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Sunders sitting in a contemplative posture. He closed his eyes again and began to organize his loot. Although his eyes were closed, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upwards with uncontrollable joy. This was because not only did he not encounter any mishaps when he received the inheritance, the benefits he received were also maximized. The inheritance within the rhombus-shaped crystal was a must-learn spell for soul wizards, Path of Soul Link. Not only did he get all the information about Soul Dimension, but he also created a spell model for it in his mind space. In other words, the knowledge saved Angor decades of research. Most importantly, this spell model that was solidified in his mind space was not built on his spiritual force model, so it did not occupy any spell slots. Another thing was that the spell model was actually a supplementary effect. As long as the spell model was completed, he could connect his mind space with his soul space at any time. In other words, he could also use illusions and cantrips as a soul. However, Angor had another question. For example, why wasn't this spell model built using mana? As far as Angor knew, spell models and cantrip models were all built using mana before they could be used. This spell model, however, used a type of energy that he had never seen before. When Angor separated the spell model on purpose, it would turn into tiny particles and disappear into his mind space as if it never existed in the first place. However, as long as Angor willed it in his mind, the scattered particles would gather again and form the complicated spell model. Angor could control the particles with his mind, but he did not know what they were. He wasn't even sure if they were energy. You can't stop smiling even with your eyes closed. Looks like you got something good? While Angor was still experimenting with the particles, he suddenly heard someone mocking him. Angor opened his eyes. Sunders the Thinker had already woken up and was standing beside him. The knowledge is about Spirit Link, right? Angor had just learned Spirit Link, so he could not hide his energy aura. Sunders knew Soul Dimension as well, so he easily noticed the faint aura of Soul Dimension on Angor's body. So it's not a knowledge inheritance. You learned Spirit Link directly, said Sunders in a plain tone. That is indeed the case. Not only did this inheritance imbue me with all the information about Soul Dimension, it also solidified a spell model of Soul Dimension in my mind space. Angor paused and spoke in a doubtful tone, but, the spell model is a little strange. Angor explained his discovery in detail. It's not a spell model built using mana? Isn't this normal? Do you think your mana pool is enough to support a spell level model? Even if it's only a level 1 spell. Sunders gave Angor an amused look. Don't worry. If I'm not mistaken, the particle model you mentioned is a manifestation of a law sequence. Really? Law sequences can be represented by particles? Angor was still doubtful. It doesn't take up any spell slots. So it can only be a law sequence. Think about it. The gravity sequence in your soul is in the form of gray mist, while this one just changed it into particles. It's the same in essence. Seeing Angor's unsatisfied look, Sunders couldn't help but chuckle. Don't take it for granted, kid. You're not a wizard yet, and you already have 2 deadly weapons that don't take up any spell slots. Only a handful of Truthfinder wizards have something like this. If you tell anyone about this, the flames of jealousy from the adepts will burn you to ashes. Angor also agreed with Sunders' words and couldn't help but chuckle. Still, he did not forget to test his knowledge of Soul Link. After ejecting his soul, he noticed something strange. Even though his soul was far away from his body, Angor still felt something that seemed to have transcended dimensions. He could sense everything in his mind space, including his spirit model, his mana pool, and the primal mana vortex. He could also use mana from his mana pool, but he couldn't use it for cultivation. In other words, he could only use mana from his mana pool in his soul form. Floating in the air, Angor reached out a hand and summoned a water sphere. He constructed the cantrip model of create water in his mind space, and then, through the path of soul link, he released the spell in his soul state. Angor tested several cantrips in a row, and all of them worked perfectly. He could even use his nightmare domain. Angor was very excited. The gravity sequence in his soul granted him extraordinary speed and strength, while the nightmare illusions gave him great confusion. With the combination of these two elements, his strength had skyrocketed. Angor had nowhere to vent his confidence. He could not help but blurt out something he would regret later. "Let's fight, Professor." Sunders was stunned for a while. Then he smiled and adjusted the buttons on his shirt, which were a little tight. "Sure." A minute later, Angor's soul, gravity, and mana pool were all exhausted. His soul was on the verge of collapse, so Sunders tossed Angor back into his dying body. "Not bad." Sunders put on his white gloves again and slowly fastened his gold-rimmed sleeves. "You pissed me off today, but I didn't expect you to know your place. You came up to me and let me beat you up. As expected, I feel refreshed now." Angor, on the other hand, was about to cry when he returned to his body. Why did he have to fight with Sunders? Confidence was good, but once it reached its limit, it would turn into arrogance, and the consequence of such arrogance would be to become the toy of a devil. Sunders didn't feel sorry for Angor. Instead, he laughed. "You're not bad. At least you lasted for a minute. Some wizards can't even last a minute against me." Wizards couldn't last a minute against Sunders. Angor believed that Sunders was telling the truth. However, he didn't want to accept the compliment. Although Sunders said he lasted for a minute, he did not use any energy at all. He only clenched his fists and gave Angor a head-on beating. Angor even believed that Sunders only wanted to give him a better thrashing. Otherwise, Sunders would have killed Angor in one hit. Sunders raised an eyebrow when he saw Angor's disappointed look. "You think I'm lying? Although I did go easy on you just now, I didn't say anything about my assessment of your strength. If you could fully utilize the sequence of gravity and nightmare illusions, you might even be able to injure an official wizard. Of course, you have to be able to do it first." Sunders only said that Angor could hurt a wizard if he used all his strength and took advantage of the situation. As for killing a wizard, that was a bit impossible. There was a fundamental difference in energy levels between wizards and apprentices. It was like comparing a baby to an adult. It was really difficult to kill an adult. A stream of life energy emitting a faint green glow gently soothed Angor's broken body. Under the illumination of Sunders' level 1 spell, Life Rejuvenation, Angor's mental and physical injuries were healed almost instantly. Only his empty mana pool and the soul energy in his soul still needed to be trained. Although he was still listless, at least he was in a much better state than when he was like a rag doll. Sunders took pity on Angor's injuries and healed him. Before Angor could enjoy the comfort brought by the life energy, Sunders spoke in a serious tone. "Soul Link has improved your strength greatly. But remember, when you're in soul form, you must try not to use any cantrips. When casting spells from the soul, the cantrip models that contained mana would use the soul as the casting channel, which could lead to the contamination of the pure and clean soul. If the contamination was too severe, it would be a great burden to the soul." Angor already knew some of the drawbacks of Soul Link when he received the knowledge. So, he nodded seriously at Sunders' advice. "Since you know the drawbacks of Soul Link, I won't say more. Be careful." With that, Sunders slowly walked back to his long desk and sighed. "It's a good thing I'm not angry anymore. Otherwise, I would have lost my mind long ago when I saw you easily obtain a solidified Soul Link, an extremely important life-saving method for wizards. Back then, it took me close to 30 years to succeed in my research." Angor was speechless again. Who was the one who beat him up just to vent his anger? Now he's pretending to be calm, Angor complained in his mind, but he had to keep a humble expression on his face. Otherwise, if he got scolded again for acting innocent, he might get another round of beating. Sunders had his back to Angor, but his spirit power was locked onto Angor's expression all the time. When he saw Angor's eyes twitching but his words remaining humble, Sunders' mood was suddenly filled with sunshine. Because his mood had suddenly improved, even when he thought of the Dalmatian, he didn't feel much regret. He only said in a slightly regretful tone, "That Dalmatian, let's keep it as a memory. Sleepless City is a real ghost town now. You can only enter but never come out. Besides, it's already returned to the nightmare realm. Let's forget about it for now. If we run into it again, we'll deal with it later." Angor nodded and stood up as well. Angor also felt sorry for Spotty, but not too much. Spotty helped him many times in Sleepless City. Not only saved Nausicaa's life, but also helped him escape. Since Spotty helped him a lot, Angor didn't want to force it to stay for his own sake. There was also another reason. Spotty was so fast that Sunders would not be able to stop it even if he wanted to. Angor stood up and stretched his stiff body. Then he noticed the desk in front of him. Before he received the inheritance, there was clearly nothing on the desk. But now, the 5 demon falcons he crafted were placed on top of it. "Did you trigger their mystery manifestations, sir?" Angor pointed at the items on the desk. Sunders walked to the chair and sat down. He nodded to Angor. "Yes, they're all triggered. I'm done with the test. Here's my record. Take a look." Angor took the paper from Sunders' hands. On the first row, Sunders wrote down his research topic, triggering test of mystery manifestations. Every time he wrote something about his research, he would follow the principle of keeping records. He would write down rows of papers in a fixed format, including the name of the person who provided the information. The research topic covered a wide range of subjects. For example, Angor's duration of information flow after being triggered was analyzed by Sunders. He even included a formula to calculate the time ratio. There were also records of different feedback about different mysterious concrete species in the research project. Apart from that, there was also an analysis of the information flow released by the mystery manifestations. There was even more content in this section, including the connection between laws. This was a comprehensive test that took into account all aspects. And this was only the 5 alchemy illusions. Compared to the time when he spent dozens of alchemy illusions and only got a tiny result, this was much better. Angor felt ashamed of himself. At the end of the paper, Sunders left a blank section for the conclusion. Too few samples. Lack of more mystery manifestations. Unable to reach a conclusive conclusion for now. You said that mystery manifestations include gas, living creatures, and natural forms. None of them appeared in the 5 demon falcons, so we don't have enough samples, Sunders explained. Especially concept-type mystery objects. They require a lot of research and comparison, Sunders explained. If you have time, you can craft more alchemy illusions. Ask Good to bring you any materials you need. I can only get more data if the sample is more diverse, said Sunders. Angor considered for a moment. I have plenty of free time apart from testing Prelude to Rebirth. Go ahead then. I'll stay in Brute Cavern for a month, at most. It's best if you can finish your research before I leave. Sunders thought about the Abyss Plane and the news he received from Rain. Sunders put on a serious look. What about Lady Greya? Angor immediately thought of Greya. He heard Sunders talking about Greya on the balcony, which meant he wanted to save Greya's body. Greya's body was trapped in the Nightmare Realm, while Sunders was seriously injured in the Nightmare Realm. The huge scar on his face had not healed yet. Was he going to the Nightmare Realm again? According to Greya, her body was in the territory of a legendary monster. Professor, when are you going to help Lady Greya find her body? Angor asked with a worried look. Don't worry about it. I'll put it on the agenda when I'm back. Angor sighed in relief. Is Lady Greya going with you? She won't, Sunders replied. The Abyss Plane was a forbidden area for wizards in the southern wizarding region. Mr. Monkey's plan was going to affect the demon god's body. Wizards would rather stay away from the Abyss Plane. When Sunders took Ness' soul energy for several years, Ness didn't retaliate because he was weakened, which gave Sunders a reason to refuse Monkey's invitation. Apart from some wizards who wanted to share the loot, no one wanted to go to the Abyss Plane. Greya was a gourmet wizard. If she wasn't lost in the Nightmare Realm and couldn't be found by Monkey, Sunders would definitely invite her to the Abyss Plane. Greya was separated from Felicia because she didn't want to be involved in Monkey's plan. Is Lady Greya going back to Candy House? Angor hesitated. If Greya didn't want to leave with Sunders, why did she come all the way from Floating Mech City to Brute Cavern? She'll stay in Brute Cavern for now. She can't leave in her current condition. At least Mr. Rain can protect her here. However, you don't have to pay attention to her. Although she shouldn't be hostile to you, after today's incident, she will definitely be exposed to everyone's eyes. You must avoid her as much as possible to avoid being implicated, Sunders advised. In a serious tone. I understand. Angor nodded and changed the topic. Professor, I don't think there's anything about learning spells in the data. You didn't learn anything from the 5 alchemy illusions, did you? Yes, I learned a cantrip, but... Sunders frowned. Never mind. See for yourself. He patted the desk in front of him, and it grew bigger at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's a level 2 cantrip. Let's call it enlarge for now. It can make an object bigger, but it can only be used on mortal objects. There's a limit to the size and time of use. The strange look in Sunders' eyes deepened as he continued, actually, there are spells that can make you bigger, but they don't restrict you to ordinary objects. However, I've never thought of researching the enlargement technique. But I somehow managed to learn this cantrip from the manifestation of mystery. Sunders didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Now I'm sure that the cantrip you learned is random. Also, you must have enough knowledge to learn it. Otherwise, you won't be able to learn it. Angor didn't learn the cantrip because he didn't have enough knowledge. The only reason why the mystery manifestation only helped him clear his mind and speed up his thinking. And if Sunders could only learn one cantrip, it meant something was wrong. It was extremely difficult to comprehend a spell from the manifestation of the mystery alone. However, if he only needed to open up the joints like Greya, he might be able to do it. Ugh. I don't even know if it's a cantrip I learned on my own. I think it's just a prank. Sunders sighed. I'm still a little confused about how to learn a cantrip. I'll test it out after you create more samples. Next, Angor asked Sunders for more questions about his research project. 2 hours later, Angor finally understood the test data. T? R2? T and? QEF? KX? Q5, TX3KR? N? D? B? Sunders led Angor away from the gravity garden. Ranger and Sunders left the study together. But first, Angor planned to visit Toby in the greenhouse. Sunders, on the other hand, was going to find good. Most of Phantom Island was repaired by Greya, but there were still many details he needed to take care of. You said you're going to test Prelude to Rebirth, right? Sunders suddenly asked. Yes. Sunders nodded. You're going to test Prelude to Rebirth. Yeah. I need to figure out what those white bullets are for. Did you get the undead, 2 units of undead souls from the resource hall? But strangely enough, it was Sokka who turned them in all of a sudden. Sokka? Ness student? Sunders chuckled. He wasn't sure if Angor didn't like Ness or Hookdick, but Angor didn't like Sokka as well. Yeah. I don't know what he's trying to do. Angor shrugged. Sokka also said something strange in the Valley of Souls. I don't know what he's talking about. Sunders didn't really care about the grudge between apprentices. Maybe he's going to bow to you. Or maybe. Angor didn't know much about Sokka's personality, but he didn't think Sokka was someone who would bow to someone so easily. But Sokka was obviously trying to get on Angor's good side, so Angor had to trust him for now. You have to take precautions when you're doing your experiment. No one knows what will happen to undead souls when they're exposed to mystery energy. Also, you should go to the resource hall and get a new one. Last year, the organization redesigned the devices and added a long-term image recording function. You can use it to record the changes in your experiment samples when you need it, Sunders advised. A new transmitter? Angor was surprised. Brood Cavern had not changed their crystal ball communicators for thousands of years. Did they just get a new one last year? In the past, he could only take pictures for short periods of time. Now, he can take pictures for long periods of time? Or even so, he didn't deny it. Hologram tablets could take a long time to record a video anyway. RHE also saw more advanced communicators in Floating Mech City, which not only allowed long-distance communication, but also added some special functions. If it had more functions, it would be similar to the artificial intelligence of the Earth civilization. Still, he nodded. I'll change it later. Speaking of which, are we going to use a crystal ball again, or what? You don't like the look of a crystal ball, or no, I'm just asking. He didn't mind the crystal ball, but there were too many alchemy items in the wizarding world that looked like crystal balls. Only crystal balls, said Sunders. He paused a little and continued in a teasing tone. Leona was the one who made the transmitter, but Mr. Rain was the one who designed it. Maybe he's obsessed with crystal balls. Ranger did not dare to make fun of Rain mute, so he could only lower his head in silence. Speaking of which, you're an alchemist now. If you don't like the style of the crystal ball, you can make your own communicator. I think the style of the monument loop you made is pretty good. Ranger felt very pleased to hear Sunders' compliment. But Sunders quickly added, it's a pity that the illusion inside is only for entertainment purposes. You wasted such a beautiful shell. Ranger didn't know what to say. Sunders was right. The monument loop was only for entertainment purposes. But you asked me to make it anyway. Sunders chuckled when he saw Angor's expression change. Let's not talk about that. Speaking of Leona, I told her that you should learn alchemy from her. But it looks like you've already surpassed her in tooling. Still, if you want to learn apothecary, you can go directly to her. Sunders took out a beautiful red rose from his bracelet and handed it to Angor. This is a token from Rose Garden. She's good at perfumery, but that doesn't affect her achievements in apothecary. Ranger accepted the crystal rose. He didn't need it now, but it didn't mean he wouldn't use it in the future. After all, he planned to learn apothecary as well. After giving the rose to Angor, Sunders parted ways with him and went to find good to deal with the new Phantom Island. Ranger left the mansion and headed to the greenhouse. On his way, Angor heard someone crying. He looked in the direction and saw a group of people in black robes gathered around a mountain. They were all phantom servants. They wore masks and lowered their heads. The atmosphere was heavy and sorrowful. Hobbiton was sobbing. He knelt on the ground and cried loudly, calling out to the people around him. Ranger stood there and listened to the whispers carried by the wind. He quickly understood what was going on. One of the phantom servants, number 41, had been burnt to a crisp by the thunderbolts that came from the rolling black clouds. Shadow Servant 41's friends were digging his grave to send him on his last journey. Ranger watched for a while before he shook his head and left. Even though Hobbiton was the only one crying, he could feel the sadness in the air. Even though he was an outsider, Hobbiton could feel it. Mr. Pat. Angor saw another phantom servant who was also looking at the mountain. You're 233, Angor recognized the number. Why are you here? Aren't you going to check it out? Number 233 shook his head. No. Although number 41's body is dead, his soul has been taken away by Butler Good. I'm sure Butler Good will make a good arrangement for him, I have other business to attend to, Mr. Pat. Please excuse me. After number 233 left, Angor looked back at the mountain one more time before heading to the greenhouse. Our phantom servants were supernaturals after all. They usually left their souls behind. If Angor's teacher or brother Leon died, they wouldn't even leave a trace of their souls behind. His heart sank a little at the thought. Before he reached the greenhouse, he already saw the golden tree towering into the sky. Its canopy covered the entire greenhouse and gave off a rich, milky scent. Ranger held back his urge to taste the flower and stepped into the room first. The thunderstorm didn't affect the greenhouse, but Angor was still worried about the Crocox and Toby. However, when he entered the greenhouse, he was surprised to find that the Crocox were not as weak as he thought. On the contrary, many of them seemed to have recovered after enduring the willpower suppression. Not only that, but they also had a chance encounter with the Crocox. Our Toby, on the other hand, was in a much better state than he expected. Toby and his little friend, the Moon Lily Fairy, were leaning against the window of the greenhouse. They were staring at the tree that was emitting a rich milky fragrance. Their mouths were watering. Apart from Toby and the fairy, all the Crocox were also curious about the tree. Angor already heard more than one Crocox swallowing their saliva. Toby saw Angor coming and quickly rubbed his head against Angor's cheek. Don't be too obvious. Of course, Angor knew what Toby was trying to do. Toby was simply greedy. But he wasn't sure if the tree outside was safe, or if it was suitable for Toby. With that in mind, Angor brought Toby outside the greenhouse. Ranger quickly constructed a model in his mind space. Soon, his eyes began to glow. Using Narda's vision, Angor saw various information symbols floating around the tree. To his delight, he didn't see any unknown information. Without any unknown information, Angor's identification went smoothly. Not only did the tree's name, function, effect, and method of cultivation, but it was also integrated into Angor's mind. A milkberry tree? A tiered magical plant? Not only can its trunk and leaves be used as materials, but its sap and fruits can also be used as low-tier ingredients. Grey's gift is really generous. Angor took a closer look and found that the tree sap was beneficial to humans. It could gently adjust the harmful factors in humans. When Angor saw the tree sap's effect on mortals, he had an idea. Maybe he could transplant the sapling to Pat Manor. This was because its effect on mortals was much better than on superhumans. If a mortal ate it regularly, they could even live a long life without getting sick. Angor nodded to Toby. You can drink it. But just make a small cut on it. Don't overdo it, or you'll harm the tree too. As soon as Toby heard that it was drinkable, he rushed to the milkberry tree. Ranger returned to the greenhouse and spoke to the fairy. You have wings, so you can fly out and collect some of the tree sap. You can share it with the Crocox. The fairy was still a little shy when talking to Angor. It hid behind Papaya's grandmother and only nodded at Angor with its head. He also noticed that the monster servant mark on the fairy was gone. Toby must have gone to deal with its former master. The fairy noticed Angor's gaze and hesitated for a moment. Then, it took the initiative to express its sincerity. Ranger shook his head. If you want to show your loyalty, show it to Toby. The fairy wasn't useful to Angor, and he only kept it for Toby's sake. Besides, Toby was the one who brought the fairy here, so Toby should take responsibility for it. Angor returned to his bedroom with a bucket of pale golden milk. Despite his serious expression, Angor's mind was already filled with excitement. Just the smell of the milk was enough to make him restless. He wondered how delicious it would taste. It was a tiered milk. After locking the door, Angor finally logged off. He could not help but grin. Humming a little tune, Angor gulped down a cup of milkberry sap. His face immediately brightened up. As expected of a high-quality product. The only downside was the lack of sweetness. While drinking, Angor took out a notebook from his bracelet. The first half of the letter was already filled with densely packed words. It was Angor's personal notebook, which recorded his goals and plans after entering the wizarding world. Angor quickly wrote down a new plan in the notebook. Earlier, Sunders joked that if he did not like the crystal ball communicator, he should make his own. Angor did not reply, but he did have some ideas in mind. For example, the concept of a communication system from Earth was not bad. However, these ideas were only fragmented concepts. If he wanted to complete them, he would need to organize them. He had a lot of things to do right now, and he had to prepare for his return home. So, he could only jot down these ideas in the notebook. When he had time, he would implement them one by one. After writing down the general idea of the plan, Angor read it carefully and confirmed that there was nothing wrong. Then, he gently stroked the surface of the words and slowly flipped the handbook to the front. Each page was filled with Chinese words. Angor naively thought that writing in Chinese would help him keep the information secret. However, after the battle in the Purification Garden, he learned that the wizarding world also had the ability to analyze languages and characters. Therefore, he was able to analyze any logical and regular characters that represented the meaning, shape, or sound of the characters. However, just like Narda's vision, these two cantrips required a lot of knowledge and experience. Most of the apprentices couldn't master these two cantrips. However, as long as they kept learning and had enough knowledge, they could even perfectly decipher characters that contained energy properties. Trying to hide something with Chinese characters was just a pipe dream. However, he still insisted on writing Chinese characters. Firstly, the Chinese characters looked beautiful, and secondly, he did not want to disappoint Master John. Soon, he reached the first few pages. At the top of the page was a line of words, Prelude to Rebirth's White Light Bullet Test. He jotted down today's date at the bottom of the letter, closed it, and put it in his bracelet. He knew that his test report might not be as rigorous, but he was still learning. He was getting closer and closer to what a real wizard would do. It was the same for records. He drank the milk happily and licked his lips clean. Then, he tidied his clothes and left the bedroom to find Butler Good. He asked the butler to arrange a phantom servant to help him record and watch over the experiment. After a while, a familiar patterned mask appeared in front of him. "Mr. Pat, number 233 is at your service." The phantom servant got down on one knee and spoke in a clear voice. "Nice to meet you again." Angor smiled. There were only 3 phantom servants he knew on Phantom Island. Good, Hobbiton, and number 233. He had a good impression of number 233. After all, it was the man who helped him clear several levels of Sky Tower. "Let's go to the underground lab." Angor did not choose to go to the tributary this time. He was going to test undead creatures, which were not easy to deal with. If the experiment went out of control, he could always ask for help from Sunders or Greya at Phantom Island. Normally, he would need to ask Sunders for permission to use the underground lab. However, Sunders gave him full control of Phantom Island not long ago, so he could make the decision himself. Angor arrived at the enclosed lab, which had the highest level of protection among all the labs. Along the way, Angor explained the process of the experiment to number 233. "Your job is to help me record the changes of the undead creatures during the experiment." Angor suddenly recalled the undead creature he hit with a white bullet back in Dark Castle. If the bullet could cause changes to an undead creature, then that undead creature must have finished its transformation already. Angor wondered if the undead creature actually regained its consciousness. If he remembered correctly, she was one of Goman King's 13 daughters. Number 233 nodded. "No problem. Leave it to me, Mr. Pat. It's much easier than my previous job." "Easy? If the undead mutate, you will be the first target to be attacked." Number 233 shrugged. "Don't worry. I can handle undead creatures." Angor could tell that number 233 was a good fighter. "If you don't mind me asking, what was your previous job?" "My talent is shapeshifting, which allows me to change my appearance and body shape. I'm in charge of running errands, delivering letters, and scouting," number 233 explained. "I see." Angor knew that the phantom servants at Phantom Island had a clear division of labor, but he didn't know how it worked out. Number 233's answer was enough to tell him something. Angor already had a plan for the experiment. He just needed to do it step by step. Before the experiment, however, he needed to draw a spirit seal rune in the lab to prevent the undead creatures from escaping through the walls. The rune wasn't difficult. Angor could do it all by himself. Or rather, with his current level of enchantment, he could do most runes on his own. He would only need to use a hologram projection when he was working on complicated magic arrays. While doing so, Angor asked number 233 to change into his image and went to the resource hall to get a new transmitter. He didn't really care about the transmitter, but he didn't want to expose his hologram tablet, so he had to use it for recording for now. By the time number 233 returned to the underground lab with the new transmitter, Angor had already finished drawing the rune and released a unit of undead creatures. This was a male undead. His clothes were gray and tattered, and the whites of his eyes and pupils were pale. The veins around the corners of his eyes bulged, and his expression was strange and ferocious. From a mortal's point of view, this undead was abnormally terrifying. However, Angor had seen tens of thousands of undead creatures in Dark Castle. They varied in size and shape. As someone who had seen a lot of undead creatures, Angor found this male undead creature to be a little weak. Weak, as in sickly. Maybe he was a very weak man when he was alive. Angor didn't feel anything even though he was now an undead creature, screaming and yelling in the lab. When number 233 came back, Angor could still hear Angor mumbling, "That's not loud enough. Louder, please. Slow down. Don't carry your bad habits with you when you're dead." Number 233 didn't know what to say. Something was wrong with his new master. "You're back. Good. Point the transmitter at the lab and get ready to record." Angor took out his prelude to rebirth from his bracelet. The 6 bullets in the magazine were all glowing in white light. Angor heaved a long sigh. These 6 bullets were not easy to get. He had to kill at least 2,000 undead creatures in order to regenerate a single bullet. Back in Dark Castle, Angor was able to fill up the magazine because there were too many undead creatures there. However, after leaving Dark Castle, it would be extremely difficult for him to replenish his ammo. Angor cherished every single bullet he had. He hoped that the white bullet wouldn't disappoint him. It was a semi-mystic tier item, so it shouldn't be too weak. The item in Soul Genesis Garden could be used to create soul orbs. It was as powerful as a mystery item. With this in mind, Angor stepped into the lab. He raised the gun and aimed at the undead creature that was yelling at him. He didn't use the magic array of Prelude to Undead. Instead, he simply used the bullets in the magazine to attack. Bang! Countless shining white tentacles grew out of the gun barrel. The tentacles kept waving, looking like a fierce beast baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Then, the tentacles' light shrunk and converged into a bullet that looked like a meteor. The bullet dragged a long white tail behind it and sank into the undead creature's chest in the blink of an eye. After making sure the bullet hit the undead creature, Angor left the lab without hesitation, locked the door, and activated the defensive measures. Next, Angor and number 233 went up to the platform and observed the lab through the transparent glass. The male undead creature screamed in pain at first before collapsing on the ground. It didn't disappear after the bullet hit it. Instead, it kept rolling around on the floor and howling in pain. While observing the undead creature, Angor also kept an eye on the energy changes in the lab. The energy inside the undead creature was too complicated. It was filled with negative and chaotic energy. When the white bullet entered the undead creature's body, Angor noticed that the negative energy in the lab was increasing rapidly. But in an instant, the energy dropped rapidly. Sometimes it was high and sometimes it was low. It was extremely strange. While observing, Angor also used Hand of Spell to record everything in front of him. The undead creature's expression became crazier and more ferocious. Its screams even penetrated the walls of the lab. Apart from howling, the undead creature was also struggling madly. He even tried to smash his head against the walls of the lab. However, this only served to weaken the energy inside his body. The struggle lasted for about 10 minutes before the undead creature finally calmed down. In the end, the undead creature lay face down on the ground as if he was already dead. When an undead creature died, the negative energy inside their body would completely dissipate, which meant the undead creature was still alive. But why was he lying on the ground like this? Angor wondered. While thinking, he also recorded the energy density in the air and the nature of the energy inside the undead creature's body. The negative energy inside the undead creature's body shrank rapidly and became increasingly unstable. But to his surprise, another type of energy suddenly appeared inside the undead creature's body. This new type of energy was very stable, and it slowly occupied half of the undead creature's body. Angor began to think about the change in the undead creature's body. Half of the undead creature's body was chaotic, while the other half was a stable, unknown energy. The two types of energy each occupied one side of the undead creature, which seemed to be in a strange harmony. This reminded Angor of the Goman King's 13 daughters. After she was hit by the white photon, her facial expression had clearly changed. Half of her face was calm, and the other half was ferocious. She was like the half-faced Buddha in the civilization on Earth, the other half was a vicious Asura, and the other half was a benevolent Buddha. Angor even wondered if the undead creature had a mind of its own. But before Angor could do anything about it, the undead creature ran away. Now, the male undead creature seemed to be experiencing the same thing. The chaotic energy and the stable energy inside his body each occupied one side of the undead creature's body. The undead creature looked very similar to the Goman King's 13 daughters. The only difference was that this undead creature's transformation took a long time. He was still lying on the ground, not moving at all. The Goman King's 13 daughters completed their transformation within a few minutes after being hit by the bullet. And from the beginning to the end, she was still interacting with her surroundings. But this undead creature seemed to have fainted. Maybe his body was too weak. Half an hour later, the male undead had not woken up, but the energy in his body had become harmonious. There were no fluctuations in his energy level. The main reason why he was lying on the ground without moving was probably because of void. I'll leave this to you. If anything happens, go to the lab nearby and call for me. Okay, Angor said to number 233. There was an alchemy laboratory on Phantom Island. When Sunders was young, he naively went to study alchemy for many years. In the end, he accepted reality and gave up on alchemy. But the alchemy laboratory had been preserved. However, it had been a century since Sunders came here. Usually, only the phantom servants would come here to clean the place. Many of the auxiliary alchemy tools here were old and in a semi-obsolete state. He wasn't planning to use them. He was only planning to create an alchemy illusion, and he could do it with his bare hands. In order to finalize the mystery manifestation before Sunders left, Angor didn't care about the appearance of his alchemy illusions. All of them were crystal balls. However, Angor divided the materials into different groups. According to his own experiments, the appearance of an alchemy product didn't affect the mystery manifestation much. However, the quality of the product had something to do with the duration of the manifestation. While Angor worked on the crystal balls, number 233 continued to monitor the undead creature's condition without complaint. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Angor did his best and created 3 crystal balls. In order to save time, he didn't even bother to look at the mystery manifestation inside. When he was working on the 4th, he received a message from number 233. The undead creature woke up. Angor quickly put down his work and went to the observation room next door. Number 233 held the record book and quickly recorded the energy changes in the room. When he approached, he noticed that room 233 had clearly marked the energy in the air as well as the energy inside the undead's body on a map. Inside the sealed lab, the male undead creature woke up. However, he was still moving stiffly. His head was still buried in the ground, so Angor couldn't see his face. How long has he been in this state? Angor asked. About 2 minutes. When he woke up, he only knelt down. Number 233 hesitated. But please take a look, Mr. Pat. The energy inside his body is changing. Angor looked at number 233's notebook and saw that the energy curve inside the undead creature's body was greatly improved. However, it was still half of what it was before the bullet hit him. The negative energy is weakened by half. Angor rubbed his chin and wondered if it had something to do with the stable energy that suddenly appeared inside the undead creature's body. Half of the negative energy was converted into stable energy. Angor took the pen and paper and jotted down his conjecture on the map. As he was writing, the undead creature inside the sealed lab suddenly looked up. Number 233 was the first to notice the undead creature's condition. Mr. Pat, look. There's a huge change in his expression. Angor looked up and saw the undead creature's current condition. However, he didn't feel anything. The undead creature's current condition was exactly the same as when the Goman King's 13 women were shot. Starting from the middle of his forehead, the undead creature was divided into 2 halves. One half was filled with hatred, while the other half was calm and indifferent. On the ferocious side, he was still in the form of an undead. His white eyes were as white as mist, and the veins at the corners of his eyes were bulging like dragon roots. However, on the calm side, there was a middle-aged man with a pale face. His cheeks were thin and sunken. Although his pupils had recovered, they were extremely cold. One could even vaguely see the inextinguishable malice in his eyes. It was as if half of the undead creature and the other half of his soul had merged together. So, Is he still an undead creature? Angor muttered to himself. Who are you? Angor asked the man, who was not moving at all. If he was still an undead creature, he wouldn't answer Angor's question. Undead creatures had no consciousness, only hatred and anger toward everything in this world. Souls, on the other hand, were different. They didn't have a physical body, but they could still sense the soul's emotions and emotions. The undead creature didn't answer. He only looked up at the source of the voice. The glass here was one way. Angor could see him, but he couldn't see anything outside. He had to rely on the voice to determine the location. He's not answering, but he's trying to find the source of the voice. He's not growling at the source of the voice, Angor noted. He didn't look like an undead creature, but he didn't look like a soul either. Instead, he looked like something in between. Answer me, what are you looking at? Saunders asked again. Angor still didn't answer. The undead creature kept looking at the source of the voice and tilted his head. Mr. Pat, I think he's showing some emotion, number 233 whispered. Angor nodded. A real undead creature wouldn't be looking at the source of the voice curiously. Instead, it would be attacking the source of the voice, even if it was just a wall. It was obvious that the undead creature was thinking about something. However, it seemed that the undead creature's mind was still in a one-sided state. He was still responding to the voice response without any self-awareness. Was it because he already knew who he was, like a person who just learned how to speak? Lost basic thinking ability, but gained sentience, Angor wrote down the words. Suddenly, the undead creature spoke out of nowhere, where's the Zanbanyan flower? It sounded normal. It was the common language of the continent. Angor frowned and added another line of words below the previous line, seems to have retained some memory of the language. 233, he can actually speak? How can an undead creature talk? What does that mean? Angor shook his head. Maybe it's meaningless words. Or maybe it's some original memory left in his soul. However, no matter what he meant by that, there was no doubt that this undead creature had undergone a drastic change from its original form. From the energy display, there was still a large amount of chaotic negative energy in its body, which meant that it was undoubtedly still an undead. However, it had the ability to speak, as well as basic intelligence and the ability to think. At the same time, it also meant that it was different from ordinary undead. So, he was now an undead creature with basic intelligence, or an undead creature that was slowly returning to its soul state. Angor needed more time to figure out the answer. But at least he could call the creature a half-undead. Stay here and record his actions. Try to communicate with him and see if he can learn your way of thinking, Angor said to number 233. Then, he looked at the half-undead one last time. On his calm side, there was still confusion on his face. He was trying to find the exit of the sealed laboratory. On the other side, the ferocious side was still roaring unconsciously. Angor turned around and returned to the alchemy lab. So far, he had a general idea of what Prelude to Rebirth was going to do. He didn't know how to use it yet, but it didn't seem to be of much help to him. Angor asked number 233 to watch over the undead creature while he continued working on his alchemy illusion. 3 days later, Angor heard Sunder's voice again. Gray is done. Angor hurried to Sunder's study as soon as he heard the news. As soon as he arrived, he was pulled into the gravity garden by a gentle force. At this moment, Sunders and Greya were sitting opposite each other in an open-air living room inside the gravity garden, chatting happily. Greya smiled at Angor's arrival. You really helped me a lot this time. My birth spell had 5 major obstacles, and I thought I'd be stuck for decades. But thanks to the manifestation of mystery, I did it so easily. Birth spell? Sunders chuckled. I already told Greya about the concept of mystery manifestation before you came. As for birth, it's the spell she learned. This time. Sunders nodded. He recalled Greya's amazing feat when she repaired Phantom Island. Is birth a spell that creates things out of thin air? You're interested in birth? Seeing Angor's interest, Greya decided not to hide her knowledge. You can think of it as creating something out of thin air. In your eyes, it's just like creating something out of thin air. But in fact, there's a logic behind the creation process, and it doesn't really come out of nowhere. You know, the total mass of all general planes is a constant, and there's very little fluctuation. Perhaps only legendaries, or those with great consciousnesses, can create something out of nothing. Angor didn't fully understand, but he didn't want to ask more questions. If he did, he might touch the core of the path of creation. No truth-finder wizard would easily reveal the secrets of the path of truth. Greya grinned when Angor stopped asking. I asked you to create an alchemy illusion for me just to get rid of my boredom. I didn't expect such an unexpected gain. I once promised you that as long as you help me refine a satisfactory illusion, I will cook you a VIP gold card level delicacy. The illusory twin that you've refined has exceeded my expectations and left me satisfied. Therefore, while the promise remains the same, I will give you 2 more opportunities to enjoy the VIP gold card delicacies. Greya took out a golden VIP card with a number 3 on it and handed it to Angor. 3 chances to enjoy them. Come to me anytime and I'll make them for you. Greya sounded very sincere. Angor accepted the golden card with a serious expression. He knew how important it was. There were only 3 chances, but as long as he used them properly, he could become a wizard without any trouble. Sunders nodded at Greya's generosity in his mind. Greya didn't promise to give Angor a chance to enjoy the food just because of his illusion. It was probably because of Angor's future that they decided to invest in him. However, after tasting the benefits of the mysterious manifestation, she realized that she was actually the one who had profited more by exchanging a gold card level delicacy for a mysterious manifestation. Greya added 3 gold cards to the menu, but it seemed that the food was still not enough to help her learn new spells. But that wasn't the case. She couldn't make a gold dish just because she wanted to. Sometimes, it would take Greya more than 10 years to collect the ingredients for a single gold dish. Although Greya's mystery manifestation might not be as valuable as it wasn't too far off. Greya was going all out this time. Alright, let's talk about why I asked you to come here. We need to discuss our reasons. Sunders glanced at the 2 and finally fixed his gaze on Angor. Your mystery manifestation must not be exposed. You'll become a target for everyone. Even if it's extremely difficult to refine it, and it requires a fortuitous encounter before it can be born, other people don't know about this. Even if they know, because you're too weak, they still won't let you go. Sunders paused. That day, Greya created a birth spell and attracted everyone's attention. At the same time, she was trying to be friendly to you in public. Someone might notice it. So, we need to talk to each other. Especially you, Greya. You need to give a reasonable explanation. Sunders' words were meant for Greya's ears. However, he was actually trying to tell Angor something. For example, the creation of a mystery manifestation wasn't that difficult. However, Sunders was trying to tell Angor that Greya knew about the manifestation, but she didn't know how difficult it was to make it. Greya nodded. Of course I know. Greya winked at Angor. When Angor looked at her, she pouted her red purity and sent him a flying kiss. Angor is so nice to me. I won't tell anyone about him. Don't worry, I've got a plan. What plan? Instead of hiding it, why don't we show it to everyone? Greya took out a shining silver brooch and pinned it on her purple dress. The beautiful brooch and the dress made Greya look elegant and noble. Sunders paused for a second before he realized something. That's possible. But how do you plan to show it? I'm going to visit Mr. Rain later, so I'll play it by ear. I'm sure Mr. Rain wants to hear the secret behind my new spell. Greya smiled. You sure Mr. Rain will believe you? Greya chuckled and looked at Angor. See? Your professor doesn't have any confidence in your alchemy work, and he's questioning you. Why don't you just leave him and follow me? Angor was still puzzled. What were they talking about? Why did Greya suddenly mention his alchemy creations again? What the hell, Sunders explained, Greya means that she'll tell Rain Mirage that she learned the new spell because of fantasy twins, and she'll show it to Rain. Angor felt like he just heard a ridiculous comedy. How is that possible? There's no mystery manifestation in fantasy twins. It's just a normal alchemy illusion. A normal alchemy illusion? I don't think it's normal. Greya raised an eyebrow. Why are you and Sunders talking about the same thing? You don't even have confidence in your own alchemy illusion? Angor tried to explain, but he still felt that his illusion wasn't that special. There's no mystery manifestation, but the nightmare realm sensation is still there, and the main storyline is still there. Greya continued, the nightmare realm sensation alone is enough to shock anyone who sees it for the first time, including Mr. Rain. Greya shook her head when she saw Angor's hesitation. I'll tell Mr. Rain that I'm already on the verge of creating a birth spell, and I'm just one step away from it. That's the truth. And this final push came from the illusory realm that you created. This illusion with the feeling of the nightmare realm gave me a lot of inspiration. It gave me an epiphany. Greya continued, once Mr. Rain accepts the illusion, I'll be able to explain why I'm trying to be nice to you. Since this alchemy illusion was created by you, it's normal for me to be grateful to you. Your alchemy illusion might still be exposed, but other wizards won't pay attention to it. Epiphany is a personal experience, not something that can be obtained by external help. Even if they're really paying attention to your illusions, I'm sure they'll still be shocked by the nightmare realm in your illusions. Once they're shocked, I'll say that I gained an epiphany, and that'll be more convincing evidence. After listening to Greya's explanation, Angor realized that she did have a point. He really did his best to create the fantasy twins. Every part of the illusion contained his blood, sweat, and tears. Even if it wasn't the nightmare realm sensation, it would still be interesting to see if it contained something from Earth. But Angor looked at Greya in the eyes. Will Mr. Rain accept this? In other words, could his alchemy products really deceive Sir Rhine? Yes. You said it yourself, the nightmare realm sensation is unique. Besides, Mr. Rain knows that I lost my body in the nightmare realm, so I was shocked by the nightmare realm sensation and gained an epiphany. Greya rolled her eyes. Even if Mr. Rain doesn't believe me, as long as he doesn't know about the mystery manifestation, he won't be able to tell if I'm lying, right? Sunders considered for a moment. I think it'll work. Your body was lost in the nightmare realm, and you were shocked by the nightmare realm sensation for the first time. That's reasonable. It's 90% true, and only the other 5% is false. As long as you keep your emotions under control, Mr. Rain won't be able to see through it. Sunders finally admitted that the plan was feasible. Don't worry. He won't see through it. Lying is my talent. Greya's eyes glinted as she spoke confidently. Let's wait and see, said Sunders. Greya stood up. Then I'll go now. I need to spread the truth as soon as possible so that those scheming fools won't pay attention to Angor. Sunders nodded. However, he didn't release Greya immediately. Instead, he took out a glowing parchment scroll. Wait. Take a look at this first. Sunders handed the scroll to Greya. Greya took the scroll and glanced at it. Tarot's Confidentiality Treaty? Tarot's Confidentiality Treaty was originally drafted by an ancient sorcerer apprentice named Tarot. After so many years of continuation, it was modified by later generations to find loopholes in the language that might have been picked out by others. Finally, it formed the current treaty. The main purpose of the treaty was to protect the common interests of wizards and to keep it confidential. The contract clearly stated that Greya was not allowed to tell anyone about the manifestation of mystery. Otherwise, the consequences also listed a series of punishments. Greya didn't want any of them. Are you threatening me? No. I'm telling you that we're on the same boat, Sunders spoke in a plain tone. Greya snorted and quickly signed her name. Then she tossed the contract back to Sunders. The reason why she had signed the contract so readily was because the content of the contract was what she had originally planned to do. She was just a little annoyed by Sunders' blatant statement. Nice working with you, Sunders spoke in an elegant, noble tone. Greya ignored him. She walked to Angor and put an arm around his shoulder. We're on the same boat now, Angor. If you make a new manifestation, don't forget about me. I'll give you a fair price. Inside Rain's wizard tower. I see. Rain seemed to agree with Greya's explanation, but his eyes were filled with disdain and doubt. He already guessed that Greya's creation might have something to do with Angor, but he didn't expect it to be like this. An alchemy item crafted by an apprentice could help a truth-finder wizard achieve enlightenment? There should be a limit to this joke. He did hear some rumors about Angor, but he did not have enough strength to back them up. Otherwise, they would remain as rumors. Even if it wasn't a rumor, it was just a passing meteor. He couldn't afford to take it seriously. Rain's expression slowly turned cold. He respected Grea's status as a truth-finder wizard, so he didn't use any spells that could detect truth from lies. He didn't expect Grea to tell such a ridiculous lie. If Grea wasn't a guest, Rain would have beaten her up already. Grea saw Rain's expression and knew what was going on in his mind. She wished Angor was here so she could see Rain's disdainful look. Look at you, Angor. None of the wizards in Brute Cavern think highly of you. Why don't you come back to Candy House with me? I promise I'll treat you like a statue. Grea complained in her mind, but she still showed a sincere and hurt look. Mr. Rain, do you think I'm lying? Why would I? I'm just a little surprised when I heard the news. Ryan's voice was light as he said the word surprised in a straightforward manner. Even if I'm lying, I don't need to involve Mr. Phantom's favorite student. Grea put on a sad face and took off her brooch and put it on the tea table. Try it, Mr. Rain. Angor's alchemy illusion is not bad at all. Rain didn't say anything. Grea wasn't wrong. She didn't need to involve Angor in her creation. Besides, Grea's actions that day showed how grateful she was to Angor. So Grea wasn't lying. With that in mind, Rain picked up the fantasy twins. He had to admit that the fantasy twins looked luxurious, but it didn't look gaudy or flashy at all. As a magus of noble birth, Ryan approved of the appearance of this brooch. At the very least, he recognized the refiner's artistic aesthetic. Angor made this? Of course, the seabirds and griffins depicted on it are actually Toby. Sir Ryan should know about it, right? I do. Your favorite pet, right? Rain chuckled. This was not a secret in Brute Cavern. It used to be my familiar. But now, it only cares about Angor. But that's fine. I value Angor's potential. Letting Toby stay with him is a way of investing in him in advance. With Toby as a medium, my relationship with Angor will not be broken. Grea's words did not catch Rain's attention. The wizarding world had always been like this. It was better to talk about benefits than to talk about relationships. Those who talked about dreams were always dreamers, and those who talked about reality were always the doers. The carving is not bad, and the charm is very accurate. However, is the effect really as miraculous as you said, that it can give you an epiphany? I'll have to think about it. Although Ryan said so, he already believed Grea's words. The fact that Grea gave the brooch to Angor meant that she wasn't lying, and she wasn't afraid. Thinking of this, a ripple appeared in Ryan's tranquil heart. He was curious. How could an apprentice alchemist's creation make a truth-finder wizard feel enlightened? Therefore, Ryan decided to activate his illusion and check it out himself. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. At first, Grea showed Ryan around the illusion while explaining to him. But later, Ryan found Grea a nuisance, so he picked a cat bus and wandered around the different areas. Grea searched for Ryan's whereabouts but failed. In the end, Grea left the illusion and went to the balcony to enjoy the scenery. Ryan was staying at the Cloud Tower. The Cloud Tower was located at the top of the Tree of Eternity. No matter where one went in the mirror world, they could see the tower's shadow. Grea was currently at the top of the tower, which allowed her to enjoy the view of the entire Brute Cavern. However, Grea didn't get to enjoy the view for long before a green leaf happened to block her view. Hey, tree spirit. What are you doing? I'm not here to spy on Brute Cavern. Can't you just let me enjoy the scenery? Grea did not need to think to know that it was the exhibitionist who did this. Sure enough, at the center of the leaf, a green half-body emerged. Judging by its appearance, it was the tree spirit. Calm down, Miss Barbie. I'm just letting you enjoy my beautiful leaves. Do you like them green? Tree spirit spoke in his usual flippant tone. Grea rolled her eyes. Who cares? You used to call me Iron Lady, right? Why are you being so reserved today? Because this body of yours deserves to be called Miss. Tree spirit grinned. Grea's eyes flashed with anger, but she quickly suppressed her anger. Fine. I'm living under someone else's roof. I won't argue with you. Greya slammed the balcony door shut. She wanted to enjoy the scenery, but it was ruined by Tree Spirit. Tree Spirit, who was outside, withdrew his leaf. He knew Greya was not here to spy, but as an ancestor soul of Brute Cavern, he still had to protect her. It was his duty. Greya closed the door and saw Ryan looking at her with a strange expression. "Mr. Ryan, you're out?" Greya did not understand Ryan's meaning. "Yes." Ryan nodded and remained silent. When Greya sat down, Ryan suddenly spoke. "What do you think of Tree Spirit?" Don't be fooled by his flippant attitude. He never had a partner all these years. Look, he's quite handsome too. Why don't you consider him? Greya's lips twitched. She did not know what to say. Rumors said that Rainmute and Sunders were both noble wizards. However, rumors were just rumors. Sunders was indeed a noble wizard, but Rainmute was not only a playboy, but also a playboy. Rainmute was also fond of matchmaking. Stop joking, Mr. Ryan. Mr. Tree Spirit and I will never be together. Besides, I won't stop searching for the truth because of a man. Greya paused and added, Mr. Ryan, you made the same choice back then, didn't you? Ryan hated it the most when people talked about his past. Abandoning his family and daughter was the biggest stain in his life. Clearly, Greya was using this as an analogy for Angor. Ryan shook his head and muttered to himself, why are they all learning from Sunders? Let's not digress. What do you think of Dream Twins, Mr. Ryan? Greya smiled gently. Ryan held the fantasy twins and muttered to himself for a while before nodding his head and sighing with emotion. I now understand why you suddenly had an epiphany. Greya's body was lost in the nightmare realm. It was normal for her to feel something when she saw Witch's Town. After all, Ryan was also surprised for a while in Witch's Town. Even Ryan himself felt something when he was in the nightmare realm, let alone Greya. Greya grinned. She could tell from Ryan's reaction that he already believed her. Now you believe me, right? Greya showed an envious look. Brute Cavern has an amazing alchemist. He has a bright future. Good thing I already invested in him, so I can benefit from it. Rain chuckled without saying anything. He already agreed with Greya in his mind. After the trip in Twind, Rain's prejudice against Angor had completely changed. This was how things worked. Ryan was not an alchemist, so he still added his own subjective assumptions into many things. However, after seeing it with his own eyes, Ryan had to admit that Angor's alchemy illusion was unique. Many alchemists in the field of alchemy saw Angor as a rising star. Looks like I need to give more alchemy resources to Phantom Island in the future, Ryan thought to himself. If Brute Cavern could really produce a master alchemist, their position in the organization would be even more secure. They would not be called brutes who only know how to fight by other wizard organizations. With that in mind, Ryan couldn't bear to let go of the Dream Twins. He kept looking at them over and over again. How nice would it be for him? He really liked this alchemy illusion. Compared to the Witch's Town, he liked the Monument Valley even more. TSK. This was the first time in his life that he was so immersed in an entertainment environment. He did not expect that his little game would not only attract Sunders' interest, but also Ryan's attention. Of course, it was just a hobby. It could become a beautiful memory, but it was not enough to make him crazy. While playing with the Dream Twins, Ryan suddenly noticed a strange emblem hidden under the floating rune on the back of the brooch. Huh? What's that? Hidden under the rune? Ryan asked curiously. Greya looked at it and smiled. It's the emblem of Angor's alchemy creation. I heard it's based on his family emblem. Alchemy emblem? Angor had already made it this far. Ryan was a little surprised. He knew even less about his own organization than an outsider. But since he already knew that the emblem was Angor's personal emblem, he could make a record of it. In less than a week after Greya went to Rain, everyone in Brute Cavern heard about Greya's new spell. Some people even wrote articles and videos about it and sent them to all major wizard magazines. Considering how fast the news spread, it wouldn't take long for everyone in the wizarding world to know about Greya's story. Greya also saw this coming. She was lucky that the Spirit of Truth showed up when she created her new spell. No one knew that she already had a new body, which was one of her advantages. Apart from the fact that Greya created a new spell, Angor's story was also being discussed by many people. Angor's alchemy illusion helped Greya gain an epiphany. Even though many people felt that this was absurd and didn't believe it, the fact that His Excellency Rhine had personally decided on this matter meant that this matter was basically true. Not long after that, Angor's alchemy emblem was published in the official magazine of Brute Cavern, Mirror. Mirror was meant for all wizards in Brute Cavern. Since Angor was only an apprentice, Rain must be the one who helped him get his emblem published in Mirror, which made the story even more believable. Wizards who were still doubting Angor now believed it. Many people began to wonder what kind of alchemy illusion Greya used to achieve her epiphany. However, Greya lived in seclusion at Phantom Island. Few people had the chance to meet her, let alone experience the effect of her alchemy illusion. But that didn't mean there was no one. Today, Flora brought Leona to Phantom Island. When Leona left, someone asked her if she had seen Angor's alchemy illusion. Leona nodded and said that it was a shocking and interesting illusion, and that it wasn't strange that Greya could gain an epiphany. Now that the only alchemist in Brute Cavern admitted it, the wizards who were still doubting Greya finally believed that Angor's alchemy illusion helped Greya gain an epiphany. Because of this, Angor's alchemy talent became the talk of the town once again. Last time, he was only talked about by apprentices. This time, all wizards had a common impression of Angor. In other words, Angor had truly entered the eyes of the core members of Brute Cavern this time. Besides, Angor was an alchemist who specialized in tooling. The wizards in Brute Cavern were happy to see such a talented alchemist. As a result, Angor's existence became a clear stream among the wizards who were willing to sacrifice their own interests. Everyone wanted to recruit Angor, and the bottom line was that they wouldn't offend him. In fact, Rhine had single-handedly manipulated this kind of public opinion. After all, Brute Cavern already had a talented alchemist who was likely to become a master alchemist in the future. Brute Cavern could not afford to lose a talented alchemist to others. Even Sunders didn't expect Greya's visit to Rain would result in such a pleasant change. Sunders could clearly see what Mr. Rain had done in this case. Angor's safety in Brute Cavern was guaranteed by Rain's trust. At the same time, on Starry Island, Maya also heard about Angor's news. But she quickly grew doubtful. Could an alchemy illusion really help Greya? Of course, no one believed it. There was no precedent for this. In fact, the concept of alchemy illusions didn't even take shape in the minds of many wizards. After all, there weren't many people who could create alchemy illusions. Maya considered and sent a message to the River of Fate, asking if Greya's creation had anything to do with alchemy illusions. Maya used to send messages like this every day, but she didn't always get a response from the River of Fate. It all depended on one's luck. The reason why prophets could learn about the world without going out was because they liked to spread bait everywhere. There were many people who sold out information in the wizarding world, and most of them had prophets behind them. The wizarding world was so vast that it would take an unimaginable amount of manpower to gather information from every nook and cranny. Maya was in luck this time. She received a response from the River of Fate not long after she sent the message. So it's true. Maya was a little surprised. Angor's alchemy illusion really helped Greya. The River of Fate wouldn't lie, and Greya didn't have the power to change or alter the river's information. There was no doubt that it was true. Maya sighed in relief. Dodora was right. Angor had something to do with Greya's creation of the spell. Maya closed her eyes and stopped thinking about the outside world. She was curious about alchemy illusions, but like most wizards, she knew that enlightenment wasn't something that everyone could do. Leona also went to see alchemy illusions, and she didn't get anything either. Even Mr. Rain must have done it. If even Rain couldn't do it, others wouldn't have the chance either. Epiphany depended on the person. While the news about Greya's creation and Angor's alchemy illusion spread like wildfire, a man standing on Rune Cliff crushed his rune pen in anger. It was wise man Sheldine, who was quite famous in Brute Cavern. He was a wizard who would do anything to achieve his goal. Being targeted by Sheldine was like a venomous snake that hissed at you from the dark. Vicious, slimy, and disgusting. Compared to miniature world de Martin, who used people's brains for his experiments, Sheldine was more of a threat. Sheldine was mumbling to himself, if Greya really learned something from alchemy illusions, then he lost his chance. Shaldine's biggest goal was to become a truth finder, but he hadn't made any progress for years. This time, he figured out that there must be something going on between Greya and Angor. He was planning to meet Angor after Sunders left. But now, they learned that Greya and Angor were only related to an alchemy illusion, and Greya created her spell by using her epiphany. Angor had nothing to do with it. How could Shaldine accept this? He knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and that he couldn't rely on external help to become a truth finder, but he still held on to the last shred of hope. But now, he didn't even have that hope anymore. "What's wrong, Professor?" Blackjack was drawing runes beside Shaldine and was startled by the sudden noise. Shaldine glanced at Blackjack, who was trying to imitate Sunders' appearance, with a hint of disgust in his eyes. "Don't worry about it," Shaldine said coldly and flew away from the cliff of secret patterns. Angor planned to ask Rain about this in the Cloud Tower. But considering the public opinion in Brute Cavern, Angor knew that Rain must be behind all of this. Rain would probably give him the same answer. Shaldine still couldn't believe it. He had a feeling that things weren't as simple as they seemed. With this in mind, Shaldine decided to go to Maya. Maya should be able to tell if Shaldine was telling the truth. But 2 hours later, Shaldine returned from Starry Island with an ashen face. He didn't expect Maya to also confirm that it was Greya's epiphany. What surprised him even more was that the River of Fate had already verified it. In other words, the news was true. Shaldine didn't dare to question the judgment of the River of Fate. Greya created her new spell because of an epiphany, and the epiphany came from Angor's alchemy illusion. Shaldine returned to Runecliff with a chilly aura around him. Greya, epiphany, alchemy illusion. Shaldine muttered to himself and stopped at the word alchemy illusion. "I'd like to see what kind of illusion this is. How did it help Greya achieve her epiphany?" A cold light flashed in Shaldine's eyes. Hearsay was hearsay after all. He wanted to see the alchemy illusion for himself. However, Phantom Island wasn't open to the public, so it wasn't easy for him to get in. He didn't have a good relationship with Sunders either. If he visited Sunders directly, Sunders might not agree. Maybe I should take Flora's route? He didn't seem to know Flora well. Or should he force Angor to do it for him? But Angor hadn't stepped out of Phantom Island for a long time. If he forced Sunders to do it, he might offend a bunch of people. As Shaldine pondered, Blackjack, who had been listening to Shaldine's lecture, suddenly spoke up. "Professor, you're interested in alchemy illusions?" Shaldine gave Blackjack a sideways glance and showed an impatient look. "What does it have to do with you?" The expression on Blackjack's face changed rapidly. Since he became Shaldine's disciple, he found that Shaldine didn't seem to really treat him as a student. Especially after receiving his inscription inheritance, Shaldine's attitude became very cold. Blackjack slowly realized the truth. But even if he knew what Shaldine was thinking, he didn't have the power to change it. The difference between them was too big. Blackjack lowered his head and tried to hide the hatred in his eyes. Of course, Shaldine knew that Blackjack hated him. But so what? If you knew that an ant hated you, how would you react? Blackjack laughed. But before he closed the door, he whispered, "I heard from one of my former students that Angor has an alchemy illusion that will be auctioned in the month of Looming Frost, at the Antiquity River." With that, Blackjack left Runecliff. Shaldine, on the other hand, fell into deep thought because of Blackjack's words. He muttered softly, "An auction at the ancient riverbank?" News of Greya's new spell spread like wildfire. However, most wizards were focused on Greya's birth spell. They were trying to figure out the difference between it and creation. As for Angor's story, it slowly died down. However, Angor's name and his alchemy illusions had left a lasting mark in people's minds. Angor never left Phantom Island in the past week. He spent all his time on creating alchemy illusions. When number 233 came to him, he had already created nearly 100 illusions. The entire lab was now filled with dazzling crystal balls. "Mr. Pat, here's the report on the undead," number 233 said as he handed Angor a stack of records. Angor browsed through the records. The male undead who was hit by the white bullet didn't change his appearance at all. He was still a half undead. However, according to number 233's language test, the half-undead was able to think faster. He's a quick learner. He can infer many things from one example. I think he still has some language memory left in him. Number 233 paused for a moment before he continued. It only took him a week to learn how to think. You mean to say that he has his own thoughts now? And he can talk to me? Angor asked. Number 233 nodded. I think so. But he doesn't want to talk to us. Furthermore, although he has a certain level of intelligence, he is still controlled by the chaotic energy in his body. His actions and thoughts are obviously filled with evil intentions. In other words, he was still a notorious undead, whether it was his desire for destruction or his behavior. However, he now had some thinking ability. Let's go check it out. Angor collected all the crystal balls and went to the sealed lab next door. When Angor arrived, the half-undead looked up as if he sensed a new aura coming from the outside world. At the same time, the half-undead grinned and looked up at Angor. What's your name? Angor asked in a low voice. The half-undead laughed crazily inside the sealed lab. After a while, he uttered several words filled with murderous intent. Crush, chop, ha 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 ha, give me back my banyan flower, number 233 whispered into Angor's ear. I noticed that he's really obsessed with this banyan flower. I did some research and found out that it's a plant from the Revelation Empire that can grant immortality if you eat it. But it's only a legend among mortals. Some wizards found out that it's the blue pillar flower. The blue pillar flower was a low-tier magic plant that could be used to make a low-tier potion called light blue water. Light blue water could increase one's lifespan by 5 to 15 years. However, there was a limit to how many times a potion could be used. From the effects of the light blue water, it could be seen that the blue pillar flower did indeed have the effect of prolonging one's lifespan, but immortality was impossible. Most sorcerers, including the apprentices, despised the fact that the light blue water could increase their lifespan too little, and did not buy into the light blue water. What do you need those flowers for? Angor asked the half-undead. That's mine. Zyro lied to me. He lied to me. I'll kill him. The half-undead yelled madly. Angor heard a new name. Zyro. Zyro killed you and stole your banyan flower. So you became an undead out of regret. Angor looked down at the half-undead in the secret chamber. Am I right? So what? Give me the banyan flower. Let me out. I'm going to kill Zyro. I'm going to tear him to pieces. Angor nodded. Judging from the half-undead's answer, he did have the ability to think and remember what happened before his death. However, even though he had some memories, just as 233 said, he was still affected by the chaotic energy in his body. His mind was filled with stubbornness, hatred, and negative thoughts. There was still a difference between him and a pure soul. Let's move on to the second phase of the experiment. Angor took out a notebook from his bracelet and wrote down the half-undead's condition. So far, Angor had a general idea of how the half-undead reacted after being shot. He changed from a mindless undead who only knew how to kill, to a mindless undead who only knew how to kill. Speaking of which, the half-undead did not do much good. At most, the half-undead would be able to kill in a more roundabout way after gaining some intelligence. However, the chaotic energy still controlled the whole situation, so Angor's overall evaluation was still reckless. This half-mystic tier is so much weaker than the one in Soul Genesis Garden. Angor wondered if he used the wrong method. Angor shook his head, went down the stairs, and pushed open the door of the sealed lab. As soon as he opened the door, the half-undead attacked him madly. However, due to the runes, the half-undead could only bear its fangs and claws within a certain range. Angor couldn't help but shake his head. The bullet was useless even though it had intelligence. What a useless white bullet. Angor raised his gun and aimed at the half-undead. He wanted to see if the half-undead would change after being hit by 2 bullets. The second bullet, accompanied by a glowing tentacle, hit the half-undead without any resistance. The half-undead's body trembled and fell to the ground in a flash of white light. Angor left the lab and asked number 233 to keep an eye on the second phase of the experiment. 2 days later, Angor received a report from number 233. The stable energy inside the half-undead's body continued to increase, while the chaotic energy was greatly reduced. However, the reduction was much weaker than the first bullet. When the half-undead's body finally reached a balance, the stable energy took up about 3/4 of the half-undead's energy, while the chaotic energy took up about 1/4. In other words, the second bullet could only achieve half of the effect of the first bullet. When Angor saw the half-undead again, he noticed that the half-undead's emotions were much more stable than before. Even when Angor entered the lab, the half-undead did not attack immediately. Instead, it observed Angor's reaction. As the chaotic energy decreased, the half-undead's mind became stronger and calmer. However, the malice and hatred in its eyes did not diminish much, which meant it was still an undead. "What should we do now, Mr. Pat?" Number 233 asked. Angor raised his gun and fired the third bullet at the half-undead. Again, the white bullet sank into the half-undead's chest. Angor turned to number 233. "Keep observing it. Record all the fluctuations of energy." 2 days later, Angor read the report again. The effect of the third bullet was still decreasing, which was half of the effect of the first bullet. In other words, the stable energy inside the half-undead's body was about 7/8, while the chaotic energy was only 1/8. At this rate, the chaotic energy inside the half-undead's body would not disappear no matter what. As long as there was a trace of chaotic energy, the half-undead would still be an undead. "His mind is clearer than before," number 233 said. "But he's still hostile to living beings." Angor looked at number 233. "What do you think will happen if we keep this up?" Number 233 did not expect Angor to ask such a question. It was as if Angor was asking for his opinion. Number 233 was a little flattered. His mind was spinning quickly. Based on his observations over the past half a month, he carefully chose his words and said, "Mr. Pat, as the stable energy inside the half-undead's body increases, he becomes smarter and calmer. I think if we keep this up, he'll turn from a chaotic evil into a highly intelligent one. If he stays in this world, he'll become a great threat." Angor nodded. Number 233's answer was similar to what Angor expected. However, he was still wondering if Prelude to Rebirth was meant to create a highly intelligent undead. There were thousands of mystery items out there, and it was not unusual for something like this to have such an effect. But what was the main theme of Prelude to Rebirth? The main theme was to destroy undead creatures. The magic array Prelude to Elimination was designed to destroy undead creatures from the world. The revolver was designed to destroy undead creatures, but its bullets were meant to create a highly intelligent undead creature. Angor found it hard to believe. Logically speaking, when he created Prelude to Reincarnation, he wanted to destroy the undead. The creator's original intention was to destroy the undead, and his main function was indeed to destroy the undead. However, the mysterious effect was contrary to the creator's and the magic array's intention. Was this possible? Maybe, but Prelude to Rebirth was not an accident. If Prelude to Rebirth's mystery effect was still to destroy undead creatures, then what was the point of creating such a highly intelligent undead creature? Angor pondered for a while and came up with an answer in his mind. He was going to start the fourth phase of his experiment. Angor stood in front of the half-undead again. After getting hit 3 times in a row, the half-undead seemed to have gained some intelligence, and its coat was no longer as tattered as before. It was now wearing a coffee-colored waistcoat, a checkered hat, and a silver pendant around its waist. Angor could tell that the creature was immortal when it was alive. Otherwise, it would have known about the blue pillar flower. Angor guessed that this was how he was dressed when he was alive. He must be a new noble who pursued flashy but lacked substance. The half-undead creature sat on a bench and stared at Angor with a pair of vicious eyes. However, Angor noticed that the creature's eyes were filled with expectation as well. "What are you expecting? That I'll shoot you with this?" Angor twirled the revolver in his hand and looked at the half-undead creature. For the first time, the half-undead asked a question. "Who are you? What's your goal?" Angor did not answer. Instead, he slowly lifted the revolver. "My goal? You already know it, don't you? I'm going to shoot again this time. But this time I'm going to kill you." With that, Angor activated the Prelude to Elimination magic array at the half-undead creature. A ripple spread out from the barrel. The air around Angor was like a pool of water. The ripples created by the gun broke the water surface and created a series of transparent ripples. The ripples expanded in the shape of a fan and blocked all the escape routes of the half-undead. The half-undead widened his eyes and backed away in fear. He curled up in a corner and begged for mercy. This was the first time an undead creature recognized the power of the ripples. Angor thought to himself. Whenever he used the ripples to kill undead creatures, they were like naive babies who didn't fear Prelude to Elimination's ripples at all. This half-undead creature, on the other hand, had gained intelligence. He also understood fear. Angor believed that no one would believe him if he told them about it. Wizards didn't like to deal with undead creatures because they were ignorant, fearless, and difficult to deal with. Once the undead had the emotion of fear, the adepts would only need to release their aura, and the undead would be easily wiped out. The smarter an undead was, the more cowardly they became. The ripples continued to expand. Even if the half-undead hid in a corner, he still couldn't escape. The ripples were spreading from all directions. Finally, the ripples completely submerged the half-undead's body. Angor said that he wanted to kill the half-undead creature, but he didn't mean it. He had other plans. Prelude to Elimination's effect was similar to an infrasound attack. It could release a very low-frequency sound wave to disturb the negative energy inside an undead creature's body, causing an energy imbalance, and ultimately destroying the undead creature. Currently, more than 70% of the undead creature's energy was stable. Only a small part of it was chaotic. Prelude to Elimination's ripples could only destroy the chaotic energy. When 1/8 of the chaotic energy inside an undead creature was destroyed, the creature would be completely destroyed. Or, the negative energy would disappear, and the undead would turn into a pure soul. This was Angor's goal, the fourth stage of his experiment on Prelude to Rebirth. When the ripples completely surrounded the half-undead, he began to scream in agony. Angor's eyes twitched. If it were any other undead, they would have been annihilated due to the energy imbalance in the ripples. However, this half-undead only screamed. Although there were fluctuations in its soul, it still maintained a basic level. At this moment, grayish-black smoke suddenly emerged from the undead's mouth. As soon as the smoke came into contact with the ripples in the outside world, it disappeared without a trace. Number 233, who was monitoring the energy data outside, exclaimed, "This is unbelievable. Mr. Pant, the negative energy in his body is rapidly disappearing. Is there any energy fluctuation in the stable part?" Number 233 hurriedly looked at the energy monitor. There is a slight fluctuation, but it is not in a state of disintegration like negative energy. Angor nodded. Keep monitoring. Record the data. From the observation of number 233, the grayish-black smoke just now might be the negative energy that was disintegrating. Furthermore, the stable energy hadn't gone wrong yet. Did this mean that this undead was transforming into a soul? The fall of a soul into an undead was considered an irreversible change in the wizarding world. Would this change happen? When all the grayish-black smoke in the undead's body completely disappeared, he fell to the ground. This was the moment to see if a pure white lotus would bloom from the mud of depravity. After panting heavily for a while, the undead finally looked up. When Angor looked into the undead's eyes, he knew his experiment was halfway done. There was no longer hatred in the undead's eyes. Instead, they were filled with confusion and surprise. "Who are you?" "Aix Turner." He was a little confused and answered in a dull manner. However, this was the first time he answered Angor's question. From this point alone, Angor could tell that the undead was different from before. Angor kept asking questions about the undead's daily life. He wanted to know if the undead had really turned into a soul and retained his original memories. Angor asked about the undead's identity, his status, his family, his lover, and so on. As Aix answered Angor's questions, the undead's eyes slowly regained their clarity, and his answers became easier. "Who are you?" The undead even asked Angor a question in return. "I'm the one who dragged you out of the dark mud," Angor replied. Aix did not know what to say. However, judging from the current questions and answers, Aix really did recover his memories. He turned from an undead into a soul. "How do you feel now?" Angor asked. "Better than ever." The evil voices that kept whispering in my ears are gone. I don't feel annoyed anymore. I feel like I'm a child again. All the pressure in my heart is gone. I feel relaxed. Angor was curious about Ake's answer. Did the evil voices enter his ears when he was an undead? Ake shook his head. I don't know. I just feel a lot of uncomfortable voices are gone. Those strange voices that kept whispering in my ears are all gone. Strange voices? What kind of voices? Angor was getting more curious. He even thought of a research topic in his mind, remember the environment and psychology of an undead. I don't remember. I just felt that the voices were old and young, male and female. They kept whispering in my ears. It was annoying. Aches paused a little. But I'm fine now. I feel so relaxed and free. Peaceful and comfortable like never before. As Ake spoke, he suddenly looked like a mermaid in a fairy tale. When exposed to sunlight, the mermaid turned into bubbles. While talking about such a wonderful feeling, Aches closed his eyes and slowly sublimated, dissipated. Angor opened his eyes wide. He stood up and approached Aches. Don't think about it. You're disappearing. Come back to reality. Under the dissipating radiance, Ache's figure was already in an extremely transparent state. Aches opened his eyes and smiled at Angor. Thank you. I remember you. You pulled me out of the dark swamp. You're my savior. Ache's smile was bright and sunny. His whole person changed completely from his previous malicious attitude. I think I'm going to leave soon. But I don't feel sad or sad. I'm happy. At least, I walked out of the dark predicament. Thank you. With these words, Aches completely disappeared. Angor stood there in a daze. His eyes became gloomier and gloomier as he watched Aches disappear. In the end, he clenched his fists and showed an impatient look. He failed. Could it be that the price an undead had to pay for turning into a soul was this momentary recovery of consciousness? The door of the lab was opened. Number 233 came in wearing a black robe. He hesitated for a moment and spoke in a low voice, Mr. Pat, the energy waves in the lab are all gone. I can feel it myself. I don't need your reminder. Angor realized that he was about to vent his anger on number 233. He quickly adjusted his emotions and spoke to number 233, show me the energy record. Number 233 didn't notice Angor's strange mood. He nodded and handed the record book to Angor. He heaved a sigh of relief. 3 white bullets, half a month of closed experiments, only to get a flawed result. Angor couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. What made his heart ache the most were the 3 white bullets. Each bullet cost more than 2,000 undead. Where could he get so many undead souls after leaving Dark Castle? Angor didn't want to show his emotions on his face. He took the record book and read. According to the energy axis, when his soul shone, the stable energy inside his body began to crumble, and it did so at a very fast speed. But what's the reason? Was Prelude to Rebirth's real purpose to create an intelligent undead soul? An undead antagonist, but that didn't make any sense. If Prelude to Rebirth was a half-step mystery item that could return an undead soul to its original form, it would fit the overall theme. At the very least, it would fit the setting of the mystery power, which overthrew the conventional thinking of the wizarding world. Undead souls and souls weren't irreversible. But things didn't go according to his plan. Although Aches really did return to his soul state, he only existed for less than 5 minutes before completely dissipating. Angor couldn't figure it out. He felt like he didn't understand something important. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided to give up. His scope of understanding was still a little narrow, and his horizons were not broad enough. In that case, he could just find someone with broad enough horizons to dispel his doubts. Angor decided to ask Sunders for help. It would be foolish not to use his teacher's help. Also, he had about 150 crystal orbs, which he could give to Sunders as well. With that in mind, Angor collected all the data as well as the recording of the talisman and headed to Sunders' study. Sunders was a little surprised after hearing Angor's explanation. If what Angor said was true, returning an undead soul to its soul form for only 5 minutes was still something worth studying. This meant that the common understanding of the wizarding world was flawed. Even if Prelude to Rebirth was only a half-step mystery item, it wasn't a real mystery item yet. It was still considered an ordinary alchemy item. In other words, the effective Prelude to Rebirth was still within the scope of research. Show me the recording and test results. Out of curiosity, Sunders clicked on the file. Sunders carefully read through all the experiment records. A moment later, Sunders spoke in a confused tone, "Your records are quite detailed. But why didn't you use the comparison method? Without other samples to compare, it's hard to come up with an accurate conclusion using only one sample." Angor smiled bitterly. "I didn't have a choice. One bullet requires more than 2,000 undead souls. Where am I supposed to find so many undead souls? There are only 6 bullets in the magazine, and each of them is very valuable. That's why I only used one sample." Sunders frowned. 2,000 undead souls were equal to 1 bullet. No wonder Angor didn't use the comparison method. But wasn't the ratio a bit too big? Spending so much money on 1 bullet only to create an intelligent undead soul? It didn't seem to make much sense. Of course, there was a possibility. Many mystery items were useless, such as the dream whelk from the Moonlight Coast. A half-mystic tier mystery item was quite likely to be useless. Sunders continued reading the experiment records. When he saw the energy graph again, he raised an eyebrow as if he had found something. He rewound the video and played it again. Moreover, while watching the video, he also compared the energy curve on the coordinate axis. When he finished, he suddenly said, "Maybe the basic structure of the soul isn't enough." "The basic structure of the soul isn't enough?" Angor muttered. He didn't understand. "I don't know much about souls. But I remember when I went to the haunt world with Ness 100 years ago, he mentioned something about the basic structure of the soul." Sunders recalled, "The nature of the soul, and the structure of the soul are not important. But there is one thing you must know. The relative structure of the soul must reach a certain level in order to maintain long-term stability. Also, time will wear away these structures. Souls that remain in the world will soon perish unless they are lucky enough. So, the so-called basic structure is..." Angor had an idea in his mind. "If I'm not mistaken, it's stable soul energy." Angor thought to himself. "I knew it. Professor, you're saying that Ake died because the stable energy in his body didn't reach a certain level?" "I think so. I checked the energy curve just now. Before he died, he only had about 80% stable energy in his body. That's not enough for a soul structure. Then, how high do I have to reach in order to ensure that my soul is safe after using Prelude to Elimination? I remember Ness said that the stable energy needs to be more than 98% of the whole." 98%. His mind raced as he tried to figure out a way to keep the energy in his soul at least 98%. 6 bullets at once? Based on the fact that each bullet would reduce the amount of chaotic energy by half, he would have to use up all the bullets in the magazine to ensure that an undead had a stable energy reserve of 98%. Moreover, it was only 98%. If he wanted to maintain it, he would need other means. That's right. The effect of your Prelude to Rebirth should be 6 white light bullets, allowing an undead who had fallen into darkness to return to the light. Sunders paused for a moment. The effect fits the title of Half Mystery. But the cost is a little high. To redeem one undead, one had to eliminate 12,000 undead. This cost was simply beyond imagination. All in all, it's not bad. It's not very useful, but at least it overturned a common belief in the wizarding world. If you don't mind exposing the effect of Prelude to Rebirth, you can try to publish an article about the irreversible relationship between souls and undead. You can publish it in Mirror as well, Sunders said. Other authoritative magazines will pick it up and publish it. Of course. It's up to you. Sunders could publish his own article, but he didn't want to steal his students' work. After all, Prelude to Rebirth was made by Angor. I'll see about that later. Even if I do, I'll have to wait until I come back from the old Earth, Angor said with a bitter expression. To him, the effect of Prelude to Rebirth was tasteless. Does it have any other uses for returning one's soul to its original state? Angor began to think. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Professor, what if there's an ancient legendary wizard who became an undead, and I used Prelude to Rebirth to save his soul. Sunders teased, then he saw your potential and passed on his knowledge to you. Hundreds of years later, you became a legendary wizard and went on a killing spree. Angor nodded repeatedly. Stars of hope flashed in his eyes. Wake up. It's not time for nightmares yet. It's possible for a wizard to become an undead, but it's even rarer for a truth-finder wizard, let alone a legendary one. When you reach a certain level of power, you'll learn more about the world, and you'll know what will happen to you if you become an undead. Not many wizards will choose to become an undead. Sunders didn't hesitate to extinguish Angor's hope. So the biggest effect of my Prelude to Rebirth is to write a paper? A paper that can turn an irreversible fact into history. That's enough for you to leave your name in the history of wizardry. Isn't that enough? Not enough. Angor screamed in his mind. He wanted something more substantial. Besides, Prelude to Rebirth isn't that bad. Maybe you'll find a use for it. Besides, after you publish your paper, maybe some wizards who need souls will come to you. You can ask for whatever you want then. Sunders was quite optimistic. Everything had its purpose. Even the dream whelk of the Moonlight Coast might be able to use light and heat one day in the future. I'll be leaving in a few days. The defense of Phantom Island has been reactivated, and you'll be in charge of it. You can leave it to good when you're gone. Angor quickly took out all his crystal balls from his bracelet. Let's go, Sunders said. What's this? Sunders looked at Angor's crystal balls in confusion. Alchemy illusions that contain mystery manifestations. But, why are they all crystal balls? Angor looked at Sunders with a cold expression. I didn't think about the shape because it's easier to make them. I remember that you like the style of a crystal ball, so you might as well make all of them into crystal balls. Sunders didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When did I say that I like crystal balls? I didn't engrave any emblems on them to save time, Angor continued. You're just embarrassed to do that, aren't you? I don't know much about alchemists, but I heard that all alchemists should have the spirit of ingenuity, Sunders said in a serious tone as he looked at the increasing number of crystal balls. I don't believe that all alchemists' creations are good enough to be seen on the stage. There are always some that can't be seen on the stage. He took out all the crystal balls and said, I haven't checked many of these illusions yet, but I'm sure they're all different types of illusions, and they can last for a certain amount of time depending on the materials used to create them. I think we have enough samples, right? One of the essentials of mystery manifestations is the unknown. The unknown means that it is difficult to understand, so the more samples, the better. Sunders looked at the crystal balls on the floor. I'm afraid these aren't enough, but we should be able to gather some useful information. I'll test the effects of the mystery manifestations one by one in the next few days. I'll give you the general data before I leave. Sunders spent the rest of the time explaining the key points of illusions to Angor. He also told Angor to choose his main subject. A moment later, Angor left Sunders' study. On his way back to his bedroom, he saw Flora gliding through the hallway and heading to the study on the second floor. She wasn't alone this time. Angor saw a young man behind her. It was Spivey, the former imp Grag. When she walked past Angor, she stopped and looked at him with a curious look. Angor greeted her politely. At the same time, he felt a little nervous. He wondered if Flora was going to ask something about Greya. Flora recalled the message Sunders sent her not long ago and decided not to ask about it. Instead, she grinned. You're making illusions for outsiders, so why don't you make one for me? I'm curious as well. Your illusions. Before she could finish, she heard someone speaking in a low, hoarse voice. Flora. She felt a shiver down her spine when she uttered his name. Professor, I'm getting more and more curious. What's the secret behind your illusions? Flora looked at Sunders' study and used voice transmission. If you're really curious, ask Angor to make one for you. But you'll have to pay the price. Of course. I know the principle of equivalent exchange. Last time, Leona, you mean the aroma of the glutton flower lord's saliva? I didn't expect it to be so valuable. Leona tricked me too. Flora said, but she didn't look upset at all. Flora gave Angor a thoughtful look. I'm very curious about your illusions. But I don't have anything you can use right now. I'll talk to you about the price later. Angor nodded. Flora continued, speaking of which, I have another favor to ask of you. But I'm busy right now. I'll see you later. With that, Flora turned around and left. Spivey quickly followed and gave Angor a meaningful smile when he passed by the boy. Angor returned to his bedroom and wrote down all the data he got from Prelude to Rebirth as well as Sunder's final conclusion. Then, he wrote an article about his experience and comprehension during the Prelude to Reincarnation test. He didn't plan to release the information about Prelude to Rebirth yet, but he still needed to make some conclusions. Memories could be kept fresh for a long time, but experiences were often gone in a flash. The test of Prelude to Samsara ended with an answer that was neither good nor bad. He put away the letter and took out the notebook Sunders gave him, which contained the basic cantrips and theories of various schools of illusion. Sunders told Angor to choose a main branch first. He had his own ideas as well. But before deciding on his own main course, he decided to learn all the other schools first before comparing and choosing. By now, he had learned a lot of illusionary cantrips from different schools. Among them, there were some that he was interested in, such as illusion array. There were also some that required talent, but Angor didn't think he could do it, such as acoustic illusion. There were also many mainstream schools, which he had already learned. So far, he only needed to learn mirage, realistic illusion, and transmutation. Now that the matter of Prelude to Rebirth was over, Angor planned to ask Sunders about some of his problems before Sunders left. Time was tight, and Sunders was going to leave soon. During this period of time, he could only learn basic cantrips from one school at most. Therefore, he had to prioritize his studies in front of him. Mirage was a school of illusion that controlled temperature, weather, and natural environment. It was also one of the two world illusion schools of illusion. Realistic illusion was a school of illusion that walked between reality and illusion. Transmutation was a school of illusion that allowed one to see through thousands of illusions. Mirage was the most difficult of the three schools. Of course, it was the hardest to learn. As long as one had enough time, they could learn all of them. It all depended on one's own understanding. Angor considered for a moment and decided to focus on transmutation first. As for Mirage, he once learned something from Erda's talent orb in the Purification Garden, so he was confident that he could learn it on his own. As for realistic illusion, he heard that Sumesh was a truth-finder wizard who was going to return to Brood Cavern soon. He didn't think Sumesh would teach him, but it was still a good idea. What if Sumesh gave him a few pointers for Sunder's sake? Then it would be much easier to learn realistic illusion. After eliminating Mirage and realistic illusion, Angor decided to study transmutation first before Sunders left. Next, he began to read up on cantrips related to transmutation in depth. Transmutation was a basic cantrip called transmutation, which was a level 2 cantrip. Its main purpose was to disguise the user could change his appearance. Both basic illusions and nightmare illusions could achieve the same effect, which was why illusion didn't seem to be useful at all. However, it was the exact opposite. Transfiguration was the most important aspect of transfiguration. The core of transmutation was to hide the illusion nodes so that other wizards wouldn't be able to see through it. For this reason, illusionists preferred to call transmutation as basic concealment. It could be said that the core of most transfiguration cantrips, or even spells, was how to restrain, hide, or even abandon the illusion nodes. This cantrip was very useful for Angor. As long as he could learn it, he would be able to use infinite reticence to weaken his presence and transmutation to change his appearance, which would greatly improve his safety. Angor spent the rest of his time studying transmutation. The hour hand on the wall slowly moved. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening. Someone knocked on the door while Angor was still immersed in his study. "Mr. Pad, Miss Gray, a student wants to see you. He's in the guest room on the second floor." "Should I refuse?" Good opened the door and saw Angor. "Gray, a student? Spivey? What does he want?" Angor frowned. Good shook his head. "I don't know. But Miss Flora just left, and he was asked to stay here alone." Angor considered for a moment and nodded. "All right, I see. I'll change my clothes and go there." A moment later, Angor arrived at the guest room on the second floor. He lifted the curtain and saw a handsome young man sitting on a sofa with his legs crossed. A string of cranberry fruits was dangling between his slender fingers. He was swallowing them leisurely. It was Spivey. Compared to when he was still in Sleepless City, Spivey seemed to have accepted his new identity. Judging from the way he dressed, he seemed to be living a comfortable life. It was worth mentioning that Spivey was now a level 1 apprentice. His progress was much faster than Angor's. Angor entered the room and nodded to Spivey. He sat down in front of him. "You want to see me?" Spivet swallowed the cranberry vine in his hand and nodded casually. "Flora wants to talk to you." "I'm just a messenger." Angor frowned. "Miss Flora is your teacher. It's inappropriate to call her by her name." Spivey waved a hand. "Don't be so serious. She's not here anyway. You don't have to follow the rules like this. Relax." Angor lowered his eyebrows and didn't comment on Spivey's attitude. Spivey wasn't following the rules. He was just following the survival wisdom of an apprentice. One had to have absolute respect for a magus. Otherwise, if one angered a magus and was killed, there would be no one to explain. Spivey seemed to have gotten used to being an apprentice, but he still hadn't found the way to survive. "What do you want from me, Miss Flora?" Angor went straight to the point. Spivey pouted. "We can talk about that later. First, tell me. What's the deal with that alchemy illusion Greya created? What does that have to do with you?" Spivey narrowed his eyes and put his hands on the back of the sofa. "You don't want to answer me? Or is there something you don't want to tell me?" Angor didn't change his expression. "Did Miss Flora ask you this?" "No, it's just my personal curiosity." Spivey smiled, his lips curling upwards. "Then why should I explain it to you? Or are you trying to order me around as Grag?" Spivey's expression instantly darkened. Clearly, Angor was trying to remind him not to forget his current identity. Spivey glared at Angor for a long time. When Angor thought the man was going to lose his temper, Spivey suddenly smiled in a very flattering way. "Can't you answer my question, Mr. Pat?" The tone of this sentence was full of flirtatious twists and turns, full of charm. Angor felt goosebumps all over his body, especially when he deliberately dragged out the word Angor's name. Now Angor understood why people from Edge of Night always looked at Grag with disdain. They even called him Imp. It was because Grag was completely shameless. Such a shameless magus was truly a weirdo. Spivey widened his eyes and gave Angor an innocent look. "Just tell me. I'm just curious. I won't tell anyone, I promise." Angor rolled his eyes in his mind. "If you really want to know, go to the Moon of Looming Frost auction. I have an alchemy illusion on sale there." Spivet paused and changed his expression. He pretended to be pitiful and said, "Aren't we all phantom masters? Why are you so distant?" Angor did not respond to any of Spivet's pleas. Spivey's lips twitched. "I'm sure there's something fishy about your illusion. It's not like what people say." Angor stared at Spivey as if he was looking at an idiot. "Fine, I'll buy it. Ancient River, right? I'll buy it, and you'll be the one who gives it to me. You'll answer my questions, right? I'll tell you after you buy it. By the time you get back to Brute Cavern, I'll probably be long gone." Spivet finally gave up when he saw Angor's stubbornness. Instead, he decided to tell Angor the reason for his visit. "Flora didn't ask for anything important. She just wanted me to tell you to do her a favor when you're free." After Spivey left, Angor sat on the sofa and remained silent for a while. He felt a little embarrassed. He only regained his senses when Butler Good came in with a cup of sap from a milkberry tree. "I don't need it now. Give it to Hobbiton." Angor stood up and headed outside. Good paused for a second. This was the first time Angor refused a favor. Good looked at Angor's direction and saw him heading out of Phantom Island instead of going back to his bedroom. "Something's wrong," Good muttered. "Grandpa, what's wrong?" Hobbiton's voice came from the side. Hansen turned around and saw Hobbiton standing next to him. Good smacked Hobbiton's head. "How many times do I have to tell you? You can't call me that here." Hobbiton pouted. "Fine, Grandpa, Butler Good, what were you mumbling about?" What's wrong? Good handed the sap to Hobbiton. Nothing. Take this. It's a gift from the young master. Prom's alchemy shop. Since there was no need to sell anything today, the shop was deserted to begin with. Plus, it was almost evening, so no one came to visit. David left the counter and went to the table where the metal materials were stored. He held a meteorite in one hand and a star iron in the other. He wanted to improve the material of the Tang saber before he closed the shop at night. He wanted to add some cold materials and see if the saber could have the effect of frost. Synthesis was much slower than enchantment. However, it was more stable and had a higher chance of producing special effects. The upper limit was also higher than enchantment. David melted the materials bit by bit. His hand gestures changed from time to time. It was as if there was an invisible string that was guiding the materials to dance in the flame. It was a magical scene. Time passed slowly. When a streak of starlight flashed across the streamlined saber, David's eyes lit up. It's done. David looked at the dazzling saber in his hand. His face lit up with joy. He gently slashed at the trial stone in the distance, and a fierce cold air burst out. A scratch appeared on the stone, but it was shallow. Judging from the depth of the scratch, it was not sharp enough to reach the advanced rank. However, it was worth mentioning that a white frost covered the area around the scratch. This meant that the weapon had the ability of frost, just as David expected. Now that I can attach special effects to it, the next step is to officially reach the advanced rank. David thought to himself proudly. But in the next second, his smile froze on his face. The Tang saber suddenly disintegrated in his hand, shattering into pieces of scrap iron, falling to the ground, and setting off waves of cold air. David was stunned for a long while before he accepted the fact. Sigh, I failed again. David squatted down and wanted to see what was wrong with these broken pieces of iron. Why did they suddenly fall apart? What's going on? David put on his goggles and adjusted the thick lenses to a convex lens. He carefully observed the patterns on the broken pieces. There's nothing wrong with them. Is it because the materials are clashing with each other? While David was mumbling to himself, a calm voice came from the front desk. The materials are not clashing with each other, but the cold element is a bit too strong. The sudden sound of voices made David raise his head abruptly. He saw Angor in a black gentleman's suit. He was now sitting in front of the table in the center of the shop and looking at the broken pieces under David's feet. Angor, why are you here? David looked happy at first, but then he remembered the broken pieces on the ground and felt a little embarrassed. Sorry about that. I was just experimenting, and it broke. Angor glanced at the broken pieces on the ground and explained, meteorite, star iron, and winter sand. These three materials can complement each other, but the cold element is too strong. With the main materials, they are too weak. That's why they fell apart. With Angor. You can do that, but I'm afraid the effect will be greatly reduced. I don't even know if the frost effect will appear in the end. Then what should I do? Should I change the main materials? Those three auxiliary materials are all untired, and so is my main material. They should be a good match. It's simple. Lengthen the melting time. First, it will reduce the cold element, and second, it will make the main material more solid. That's it? Dave was a little taken aback by Angor's answer. That's it. David carefully thought about his crafting process and confirmed that he did not spend too much time on the melting process. He was just using the same time as a normal Tang saber. He simulated the situation of lengthening thaw in his mind and felt that this method should work. With this in mind, David gave Angor a grateful look. I see. But this small mistake caused everything to fall apart. Huh? How did you know I used these materials and didn't melt enough? Could it be that you entered the shop when I started refining? Why didn't you tell me? David asked curiously. Angor shook his head. I just got here. Just got here? Then how did you find the flaw in my... David suddenly remembered something and looked at Angor's eyes. Angor's blue eyes were as clear as the sky. There's energy residue in your eyes. You learned Narda's vision? David was surprised. Seeing Angor nodding, David rubbed his temples. No wonder you saw through it so quickly. But alchemy requires a lot of experience. How did you learn it? I became a wizard years earlier than you, but I don't even have 1/10 of your experience. What the hell am I doing all these years? Every time he saw Angor, he felt like an idiot. David picked up the debris on the ground, trying to adjust his mood as he did so. When the floor was clean, he took off his goggles and sat down in front of Angor. You're quite famous these days. Many apprentices have been coming to me, hoping to get a customized weapon from you. Some even sent their apprentices to ask if you can make an alchemy illusion for them. David paused a little. But I couldn't get in touch with you. As for those who wanted an alchemy illusion, I told them about the auction. I think my alchemy illusion won't go unsold. Angor rubbed his chin. He was worried that Spivet might not get the chance to sell the desolate riverbank. David said, I'm sure it won't go unsold. I think the final price will be very high. After all, Lady Greya used her alchemy illusion to create a new spell. My alchemy illusion has nothing to do with Lady Greya's creation, Angor explained. David nodded. I thought so too. But that's what the apprentices are talking about. But I don't think it's possible. If wizards can create new spells, they can mass-produce Truthfinder wizards, right? If that's the case, you won't be sitting in front of me now. You're already a treasure. Angor chuckled but didn't say anything. David's words had hit the nail on the head. Although the effect of the mystery manifestation was not as good as he claimed, if someone were to discover something fishy about it, they would still be caught. You're still in the middle of a storm. What brings you here? David asked curiously. You can send me a message if you need anything, and I'll go find you. You'll attract unwanted attention if you come here. Angor showed the bracelet on his wrist. I have this. Not many people will notice me. I came to find you because there's something I'd like to ask you. David looked at Angor and waited for him to explain. Have you heard of stand-in puppets? Angor's voice sounded a little strange. David considered and nodded. Yeah. They're one-time use alchemy puppets. I heard they're created using a special kind of bioalchemy that uses living creatures to create them. It sounds cruel, but most of the victims are criminals, so it's not that bad. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Are you here to ask about stand-in puppets? Angor shook his head. No. I just want to know where Brute Cavern gathers the people who are turned into stand-in puppets and injects them with blood. I don't know what you're talking about. But if you're talking about a place where sinners are injected with one-time blood, I don't think there's such a place. Dave looked at Angor in confusion. There's no such place? Of course there isn't. Think about it. Why do we need such a place for something so trivial? David asked. Angor's expression slowly darkened. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Angor remained silent for a moment. A friend of mine was taken there. Your friend? A criminal? Is he guilty? Maybe. Choosing not to be born is a sin, Angor said as he thought of someone. Maybe. Choosing not to be born is a sin. David didn't know what Angor meant, but he didn't press further. Is he a good friend of yours? Angor sighed. He helped me once. I've already returned the favor, but I'm not sure if he's still alive. But now, he's about to be turned into a stand-in puppet, and I'm still worried about it. I want to see if there's anything I can do. Did he help you? David pondered for a moment and thought of someone. You mean Balba? You know him too? I don't know, but Silam and I talked about Baluba before. He said he once saved your life from an assassin, David said. Yeah, that's him. Angor already knew that Balba would be turned into a stand-in puppet in the end. He once lamented Balba's fate, but since he didn't know Balba well enough, he didn't pay much attention to Balba's affairs. But when Spivet suddenly told him that Flora wanted him to help her turn Balba into a stand-in puppet, Angor suddenly felt a little sad. To Spivet, Flora, and the others, it was a trivial matter. But Angor was having a hard time about it. Perhaps it was because of the death of a rabbit. Balba was only a half-blood between an otherworldly barbarian and a native human, while Chown was an otherworlder. Perhaps Balba's fate was going to be Chown's. Angor had been feeling down ever since Spivet left. Besides, he only knew what would happen to Balba. Now that he had to do something about it, he felt a little hesitant. Especially since Balba had once saved his life. Even if he had already returned the favor, he would never forget it. After some hesitation, Angor decided to talk to Balba first. He didn't know what to do with Balba, but it was better to face the man directly. 2 hours ago. Spivet explained Flora's request in a lazy tone. It's nothing. Flora took in a new student, right? The one with the bloodline of an otherworldly barbarian, said Spivet casually. Spivet said casually, Flora never allowed him to come to Rockwell Society. But after I became her disciple, that half-blood from another world started to have thoughts he shouldn't have. Flora thought that he was already a level 2 apprentice and could be made into a substitute puppet. So, she decided to inject him with a one-time expendable bloodline and ask you to help her make it into a puppet. Balba? You mean he had thoughts he shouldn't have after learning that you're his student? What kind of thoughts? Asked Angor. Spivet asked, Balba? That's the half-blood's name? I'm asking you a question. He wanted to stay in Rockwell Society and ask Flora to answer his questions. He didn't know who he was, so he deserved it. After Spivet finished speaking, he yawned. It's not that important. Just make it when you're free. Flora said she'll pay you 100 magic crystals. That's the average price. She won't mistreat you. With that, Spivet stretched his body and mumbled something about being tired. He then stood up and left. Where am I supposed to find him even if I'm free? Where is he now? Asked Angor. Spivet considered. He's being taken to get a one-time bloodline. Someone will bring him to you in a few days. You can help him when you're free. Spivet left. The only thing he learned was that Balba was being taken to get a one-time bloodline. The so-called one-time consumable bloodline was actually a bloodline that matched the substitute puppet. There were many types of such bloodlines, but most of them had the same effect: self-destruct 1,000 times, inflict 10,000 times more damage to the enemy. For example, most of the substitute puppets in Brood Cavern were injected with the parasite bloodline, which was a self-destructing bloodline that carried a ticking time bomb. It was powerful, but once the bloodline was used, the puppet would basically die. That was why it was called a one-time bloodline. A substitute puppet's job was to sacrifice itself to protect its master. That was why he fused with such a bloodline. He knew that once Balba was injected with the blood, his future would be ruined. Even if Balba wanted to cleanse this bloodline, it was probably impossible with his current level of power. Angor heard the news from Spivet and came to Dave's place to find out where he could inject the bloodline into his body. Prom's alchemy shop. Dave saw Angor's expression and wondered what he was thinking. Are you going to stop him from being injected and save him? I don't know, but I want to see it for myself. Is he really guilty? Is he guilty to this extent? David said, some sins can't be seen on the surface. However, it's good to see it with your own eyes. After all, he's your savior. I'm sure Brood Cavern doesn't have a special camp for one-time bloodline injections, but I do know who's responsible for it. Who? Dumartin Bayer. A gentle breeze ruffled the surface of the lake, revealing the reflection of a handsome young man. The young man stood by the lake for a while, as if he had figured something out. Then, step by step, he submerged himself into the lake. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a large iron house in front of him. A ladder was slowly lowered from the top of the house. As soon as he pushed the door open, he heard the gentle voice of an old woman. You're here, Angor? Angor nodded. Good evening, Iron Granny. Iron Granny gestured for Angor to sit down. At the same time, the house began to move quickly. Angor glanced at the passing scenery outside the window. I'm not going back to my lab, Granny. I'm looking for someone. Whoosh, with the sudden breaking of the iron fortress's slender legs, a cloud of dust covered the flower pots outside the iron house. The iron fortress hurriedly shook its body to get rid of the sand in the flower pot. Iron Granny was curious. You're looking for someone? Who? Mr. Dumartin. Iron Granny's hand froze in midair. You're Dumadin? Miniature World? Angor nodded. Iron Granny frowned. I remember telling you that every lab in the tributary belongs to the owner of the lab. If you step inside, no one will blame you for being killed. Iron Granny frowned. She didn't forget to add, Martin doesn't have a good reputation. Not only was it not good, but it was also extremely bad. This was a cruel magus who loved to extract the brains of living creatures. In the questing hall, no apprentice dared to sign up for a mission related to Martin, even if it was just to be an experiment assistant. It was said that most of the apprentices who went to Martin's place would end up with their heads cut open. I know. But I need to talk to Mr. Martin. Iron Granny saw Angor's confused expression and signaled the Iron Fortress to stay put. Reputation and reality are two different things, but Martin's place is still dangerous. What business do you have with him? Iron Granny didn't like to pry into other people's business. However, she liked Angor, who was also a rare child in the wizarding world. She liked him for that. Plus, Angor gave her the morning dew not long ago. Iron Granny took the initiative to ask about the reason. If Angor was really confused, she wouldn't mind giving him some advice. Angor was in a daze, and he couldn't tell his teacher about it. Since Iron Granny was asking, he decided to tell her about it. People usually wouldn't tell their closest friends what was on their mind. However, they could share their deepest secrets with someone they didn't know, or even someone they only met once. It was like a tree hole story. Well, I need to start with a half-blood from another world called Balba. Angor slowly told the story. However, he didn't mention how sad he felt about Balba and John. Angor was completely lost in his own thoughts while telling his story. Iron Granny was also listening carefully. She even drank her tea slowly so as not to disturb Angor's train of thought. I'm also confused now. I don't know what to do when I go to see him. He's from another world after all. Iron Granny waited for him to finish. You're from another world, aren't you? So, you're worried that there might be a powerful being behind his back. Letting him go will bring harm to the wizarding world. Angor shook his head. That's not what I meant. It's just an unspoken rule in the wizarding world. I don't want to break it. Iron Granny chuckled. Wizarding arts are coveted by intelligent creatures from thousands of planes. It's normal that we have to be careful. But killing 10,000 innocent people without sparing a single one is something we learned from the Supreme Cult. What they said might not be right. Of course, they're not wrong either. It's just that we're on different sides. Iron Granny paused for a moment. As far as I know, there are quite a number of people sent by powerful beings from another world to the wizarding world as spies in order to steal wizarding arts. Rumor has it that the core members of Song of the Deep are actually from another world. Powerful beings who want to know how to learn wizarding arts will eventually find out. However, the reason why wizards are so powerful is because most of them have stepped on the path of truth. Do you think that wizards who have stepped on the path of truth have a fixed way to follow? Iron Granny chuckled. You saw Greya creating a new spell with your own eyes. You should know what kind of path it is. It's your own path. Besides, even if someone from another world did embark on the path of truth, they won't care about the difference between worlds. Besides, there hasn't been a single example of someone from another world doing so. Iron Granny did not mention that the Abyss demons had already infiltrated the wizarding world in the southern wizarding region. The secrets of wizarding arts were no secret to powerful beings from another world. Of course, this was also because the Abyss demons were stronger than most wizards. However, because the Abyss demons were powerful, they did not care about wizarding arts. Other worlds were weak, so they did not care about wizarding arts at all. Besides, wizarding arts had to be their own path in the end. It was something that could not be taught, let alone stolen. Iron Granny went back to Angor's problem. Balba is troubling you because you think you must stand against him. Otherwise, you'll become an enemy of the wizarding world. You're wrong. You're not an enemy of the wizarding world. You're only an enemy of the Supreme Cult. In the entire wizarding world, the Supreme Cult is an enemy of at least 70% of the wizarding world. So, don't think too much about it. Flora doesn't care about such trivial matters because she knows it's not worth mentioning. Iron Granny continued, if you really feel bad about it, then take him away. It's just a small substitute puppet. With your current condition as an alchemist, you can exchange it for its freedom if you give it a certain amount. Iron Granny stopped talking and slowly sipped her tea. She gave Angor some time to think. Angor felt a little enlightened now. At first, he thought that Iron Granny's words were too far-fetched. He didn't even consider the existence of otherworldly beings or spies. But after hearing Iron Granny's explanation, he felt a lot more enlightened. It was as if Iron Granny's words had hit a sore spot in his heart. Yes. Balba was just an ordinary mixed blood from another world. Even if he learned wizarding arts, it was not a big deal. Sunders and Flora did not even restrict Balba's movements. They allowed him to enter the mirror world freely. Angor could tell that they did not really care about Balba's escape. Angor's worries were finally resolved. As Iron Granny said, he could always ask Flora for Balba's freedom if he really felt bad about it. From Iron Granny's words, Angor could see the attitude of the core forces of the wizarding world toward otherworldly beings. Did he think too much about John? He could tell Sunders everything he knew. But he quickly rejected the idea. John and Balba were both otherworldly beings, but there were some differences between them. John was a human, while Balba was a humanoid. According to the law of otherworldly beings, it was impossible for a pure human to exist in another world. Also, according to John's description of Earth, it was very likely that John did not belong to this universe. Therefore, based on this point alone, he could not announce it to the world. That was the difference between their perspectives. Considering Iron Granny's height, it was only natural for her to see and understand different things from Angor. That was why Iron Granny's words enlightened him. I see your question is answered. But it won't be easy for you to get to Dumartin's place. Angor only knew that Dumartin spent most of his time in the tributary's laboratory. He didn't know which one it was. He planned to ask Iron Granny about it, but he didn't expect her to be so serious. What should I do then? Wait for them to send Balba to me. But by then, he'll have been injected with bloodline and lost his mind. He'll be a dead man. Iron Granny continued, if you see Dumartin, he'll be easy to talk to, considering you're an alchemist and Sunders. But his laboratory is full of traps. You won't be able to get in at your current level. The best way is to send him a message and ask him to pick you up. But he's been too obsessed with his experiments and rarely reads messages. Iron Granny considered for a moment. How about this? I'm free anyway. I'll go with you. If Iron Granny went with Angor, Dumartin wouldn't give Angor a hard time even if he didn't care about Sunders. He was a little embarrassed, but he did not know where to start to reject the offer. If you really feel bad, come and spend more time with me. You can ask Toby to come too. I haven't seen him for a long time and I miss him. Iron Granny sipped her tea with a smile. Clearly, Iron Granny was doing him a favor by doing this. Angor took out a monument loop from his bracelet and handed it to Iron Granny. Angor created the monument loop for Toby to play with. However, Toby had been going crazy lately, and Angor didn't have time to give it to him. So he gave it to Iron Granny. This is... Iron Granny looked at the object in awe. The monument loop, especially the Mobius strip inside, was full of wonder. It was as if this chain included many blind spots that could not be understood. This is called the Monument of Strange Ring. It's a little toy that I made. I hope Granny will like it. Is this for me? Iron Granny played with it for a while. Is this the alchemy illusion that everyone is talking about? It's an alchemy illusion, but it's just for entertainment and to pass the time. Are you trying to say that I'm lonely in the Iron Fortress and need these things to kill time? Iron Granny purposely pulled a long face. Angor quickly waved his hands. That's not what I meant. It's just, like a music box. Something to enrich your free time. Iron Granny chuckled at Angor's eagerness. Fine, I'll take it. I'm also very curious about what's so special about your alchemy illusion. Angor sighed in relief when he saw Iron Granny accepting the monument loop. Iron Granny ordered the Iron Fortress to head to Dumartin's lab. The fortress began to move again and began to cross the mountains. Meanwhile, Iron Granny was asking about the Monument of Strange Ring inside her house. For example, she knew that the monument loop had a recurring nature like a magic trick, and that the game inside was called Monument Valley. She also heard from Angor that Sundar seemed to like the game a lot. Still, Iron Granny was more interested in the Monument of Strange Ring. She believed that if she kept studying it, she might be able to create a new spell. Iron Granny didn't enter the illusion right away. In less than 2 minutes, the Iron Fortress crossed the mountains and stopped in front of a mountain shrouded in blood mist. Here we are. This is de Martin's anomaly lab, Iron Granny explained as she led Angor down the stairs. As soon as they stepped out of the sealed room, Angor immediately smelled the thick scent of blood in the air. Even the trees on both sides of the path were dyed red by the mist. However, the trees did not wither. Instead, they grew taller. In the depths of the blood fog, there were a few buildings built around the mountain ridge. As you can see, de Martin is the one who created the mist. That guy is a dissecting maniac. It's true that he likes to dissect skulls, but he doesn't actually dissect humans most of the time. Instead, he dissects beasts and otherworldly creatures. Iron Granny paused for a moment. Because humans aren't worth his time. That sounds like, Iron Granny chuckled. That sounds like something a carabit would do, right? Angor nodded. Carabits love to do biological research. But de Martin isn't a carabit. He's a purebred carabit. As she spoke, Iron Granny flicked a light dot into the blood mist. Soon, the mist parted to reveal a path. At the same time, a clear voice came from inside. Granny, this way, please. I'm in the middle of an experiment, so I didn't come out to greet you. Iron Granny nodded to Angor. Let's go. The mist is dangerous. Make sure you don't touch it. Iron Granny took the lead and walked to the center of the path. Angor quickly followed behind. As they entered, the blood mist slowly returned to normal. The path wasn't long, but Angor could feel the chilling auras coming from the blood mist on both sides. He also heard some creatures panting while dripping saliva from their mouths. When they reached the entrance of the lab, the mist returned to normal. The path they took earlier was gone, which also concealed the terrifying presence inside. The door wasn't locked, so Iron Granny pushed it open and followed Angor inside. Normally speaking, the center of the first floor of the lab should be the main hall. However, it was filled with all kinds of incubation pods, which were modified by de Martin into a storage area for his experiments. In the center of the room, there was a round table and a row of tall stools without backs. There was a cup of hot tea on the table. Clearly, it was prepared for Iron Granny. Let's wait here, Iron Granny said as she sat down on the stool. Angor didn't move. His attention was attracted by one of the incubation pods. To be more precise, he was attracted by the person inside. Angor slowly approached the pod. Inside the transparent chamber, a naked man was lying in a pool of pale yellow liquid. His half-length hair was floating in the water, and his expression was as peaceful as death. The man's muscles were well built, but they were now covered with countless stitches. From the stitches that had never been removed, it was obvious that the man had been disemboweled not long ago. What? Is he the one you're looking for? Iron Granny walked to Angor's side. Yes, that's Balba. Angor nodded as he looked at the man in the pod. Iron Granny looked at him. There was a trace of energy in her eyes. A moment later, she sighed. So you do have half the bloodline of a barbarian. Iron Granny paused for a moment and smiled. How can someone with such pure bloodline and pure soul be an otherworldly spy? He's not a spy? Of course not. Even if we sent spies, they would be pure-blooded humans. A mixed blood with pure soul and bloodline is not suitable to be a spy, Iron Granny said. Which means he's innocent. Iron Granny remained silent for a moment. His only crime is that he couldn't choose his birth. He can't go against the will of the world. It's not a serious crime, but it's enough to push him into the abyss of darkness. Angor sighed. He couldn't go against the will of the world. The world's consciousness didn't have a mind of its own. It only followed one principle: it would support anything that was beneficial to the world, and reject anything that was harmful to the world. The Supreme Cult's methods might seem extreme, but they were actually beneficial to the world. Even if they wrongly killed 10,000 people, as long as they killed one person, it would be beneficial. As for other innocent lives, they were nothing in front of the cold and merciless world's consciousness. Therefore, it didn't matter who was in the wrong. But if you chose a side, everyone was wrong. You might even be born into the wrong world. Right and wrong always came down to different sides. Am I too late? Angor looked at the countless stitches and muttered in a low voice. Not really, Iron Granny said. He only received the bloodline of a parasite. As for his mind. Iron Granny looked at Balba's unscathed head. He's still alive. But he has no future. Angor sighed. But at least he's still alive. While they were talking, a series of footsteps came from behind them. Angor turned around and saw a tall figure slowly walking out of the dark hallway. Good evening, Granny. The newcomer bowed to Iron Granny with his hands on his chest. With a clear voice and elegant movements, the person who came was like a butler of a noble's mansion. His every move was filled with a sense of strict order. You're here, de Martin. I hope I didn't disturb you. It was de Martin. Unlike what Angor expected, this young man looked gentle and polite. He also wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, which made him look like an ascetic. But Angor soon realized that he was wrong. De Martin looked at Angor and gave him a cold smile. The corners of her mouth curled up into a cold smile. Granny, is this the fertilizer you brought here for me to deal with? Fertilizer smiled awkwardly and bowed to de Martin. Mr. de Martin, my name is and de Martin waved a hand. That's not important. You have no right to speak here. As de Martin waved his hand, a cold blade suddenly appeared in the air and aimed at Angor. Angor's instinctive reaction was triggered by the sheer power of the blade. De Martin only pointed the blade at Angor and didn't do anything. The stalemate lasted for 2 minutes. Angor's calves were already trembling. If this continued, he would lose his confidence and fall to his knees. Iron Granny frowned and gently touched Angor's clothes. A gentle energy instantly filled Angor's body, and the threatening aura that was threatening him to collapse was instantly dispelled. However, the sudden disappearance of the aura caused Angor's tense body to twitch. He had to hold on to the incubation chamber behind him to keep himself from losing his composure. Are you satisfied now, de Martin? Iron Granny spoke in a casual tone. He paid the price for disturbing you. It's time for you to put away your arrogance. You must be joking, Granny. Of course I'm not angry about your presence. It's just a small punishment for an unruly apprentice. De Martin lowered his hand, and the cold blade disappeared from his body. Iron Granny's voice reached his ears while he was still panting. He's angry because we interrupted his experiment. Since he can't do anything to me, he can only take it out on you. But he won't really do anything to you, so just bear with it. We did interrupt his experiment anyway. Angor nodded in a subtle way. Of course, Iron Granny and Iron Granny were talking to de Martin. Iron Granny only used a low-level voice transmission spell to let de Martin hear what she was talking about. De Martin did eavesdrop, but his expression didn't change at all. His smile was still the same. However, from his slightly squinted eyes, a faint light flashed. De Martin waited until Iron Granny's voice transmission ended. May I ask why you're here today, Granny? No, I don't. He has something to tell you, Iron Granny replied. Iron Granny pointed at Angor and sat down at the round table in the center of the room. He looked like he was watching a show, as if what happened next had nothing to do with him. De Martin knew what Iron Granny meant. She had nothing to do, but she had come all the way here just for that little acolyte. Of course, he had to back up the apprentice. His goal was to crush the young apprentice's confidence, but Iron Granny stopped him at the critical moment. It was obvious that Iron Granny was here to back up the apprentice. De Martin was curious. Iron Granny was a very important figure in Brute Cavern. She had always stayed neutral in the tributary. Since when was she willing to support an apprentice? De Martin was confused, but he didn't show it. He looked at the apprentice and waited for him to speak. Mr. de Martin, I'm here because Miss Flora told me to take Balba away. Miss Flora? De Martin pondered the name and narrowed his eyes in confusion. Are you her disciple? I'm Angor Pat, Phantom Master's apprentice. Angor lowered his head. He didn't show anything on his face, but he was complaining in his mind. You didn't let me introduce myself, and now you're asking me who I am? Ah, so you're Angor? Dumartin was surprised. Dumartin paused for a moment as if he was thinking about something. Dumartin knew who Angor was. He spent most of his time doing experiments, but he wasn't always in seclusion. Apprentices would send him living creatures and materials from time to time, and Dumartin had his own information network, so he knew who Angor was. Besides, Angor was one of the most popular characters in Mirror. A young alchemist who was going to become a future master alchemist. Dumartin didn't want to offend someone like Angor, even if he was only an apprentice. He knew that he would have to deal with Angor in the future, and he might even need to ask for alchemy help. Thinking of this, Dumartin regretted interrupting his self-introduction. "Mr. Dumartin, may I take Balba away?" Angor asked again. Dumartin gave Angor a thoughtful look. He really wanted to know why Angor wanted to take Balba away. After brainwashing, Balba's apprentice would be handed over to Flora's subordinates in a few days. Now, Balba was only injected with Angor's bloodline. It didn't seem right for Dumartin to take him away. However, after pondering for a moment, he did not ask the question. Balba was just a small fry. Even if Dumartin killed Balba here, Flora wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Of course. Dumartin waved his sleeve and opened the hatch on Angor's back. At the same time, Balba opened his eyes. "Come out. Someone will take you away." Dumartin's voice reached Balba's ears. Balba's eyes were still filled with confusion. Following his instinct, he swam out of the water and crawled out from the roof. Balba stood next to Angor, his body covered in water vapor and energy. "Angor." Balba looked at Angor and wondered why he was here. He took out a wizard robe from his bracelet and handed it to Balba. Balba's naked body was too much of an eyesore to look at. "Let's talk after we get out of here," Angor whispered to Balba. He walked to Dumartin and bowed to him. "If you don't take him away, he might die here. After all, the death rate of sinners sent to me is as high as 50%. The bloodline injection isn't a guaranteed success." Dumartin chatted with Iron Granny for a while longer before he nodded to Angor and handed the receiver to Angor. "If you need anything from me, just use this to contact me. No need to trouble Granny. I still have an experiment to do. See you out." Dumartin said goodbye to them. Angor could tell from his anxious look that his experiment had reached a critical moment. When they left Dumartin's lab, Iron Granny spoke again. "Dumartin is doing you a favor." "Huh?" Angor didn't know what Iron Granny meant. What he meant was that he's willing to take the blame for Balba's death, even if you tell the public that he's not stupid. Iron Granny replied calmly, "He's not stupid. He knows that there's something fishy going on when you took Balba away without following the procedure. But he didn't ask for your opinion. He just handed Balba to you and told you about the death rate of the bloodline injection." Angor nodded. But he didn't understand why Dumartin said that. Was it because of Angor's teacher? "Dumartin isn't doing this for your teacher. He's doing this for you," Iron Granny said. "Wizards usually don't want to offend alchemists. After all, they need alchemists' help most of the time. Dumartin has a bad reputation, but he's a smart guy." Iron Granny took the two to the Iron Fortress, which began to climb over the mountains. Soon, they arrived at the tributary. Before leaving, Iron Granny asked, "What are you going to do now? If you follow Dumartin's advice, you can save yourself some money." Angor only needed to tell Angor that Balba died in Dumartin's lab, and Angor wouldn't need to worry about anything else. He didn't need to make a deal with Flora for this. Just like Iron Granny said, he could save a lot of money. But at the same time, he also owed Dumartin a favor. Angor didn't think it was a good deal. "Thanks, Granny. You've helped me think things through. I'll tell my teacher and Lady Flora about it. As for the rest, I'll let Balba decide for himself. After all, he helped me before." Iron Granny nodded with a smile and didn't say anything else. After leaving the tributary, he looked at Balba, who had been silent all the way inside in his mind. "Do you know what happened?" Angor asked. Balba paused for a moment. His eyes were clear, but they were filled with sorrow. "Thank you for taking me away from that place." Balba lowered his head. "When I first came to Brute Cavern, I read the Supreme Cult's rulebook in the Cloud Library, and I knew it was my destiny. I thought I could change it, but there was nothing I could do. So what are you going to do now? Angor asked. Saving me will bring you trouble, won't it? Just leave me to Lady Flora. I don't want to cause you any more trouble, Balba said. Don't worry, it's nothing. Besides, you saved me before. Power limited one's vision, and vision limited one's freedom. 1 year ago, Angor didn't have the power to deal with Balba, and he wouldn't do anything. But now, since he could help Balba and wouldn't put himself in danger, he didn't mind spending some time. The debt of saving you has long been paid off. I also know that the channeling method was actually written by you for me. So, it's me who owes you a favor, not you. Balba looked up at the sky and saw an island floating in the clouds. It was Rockwell Society, where Flora was staying. Let me go to Rockwell Society. Most of the time, you can't make your own choices. But when you give up on yourself, fate will help you, Angor said in a soft voice. You have a chance to live. Are you going to give it up? Balba lowered his head in silence. A moment later, his body trembled a little. I don't want to give up. I want to live more than anyone else. Balba's nasal voice reached Angor's ears. Then come with me. At least you'll still have a chance to pay me back. With that, Angor released Gondola and asked Balba to get on. Balba wanted to live, but could he really do that? His eyes were slightly red as he looked at the blurry and dreamlike flying boat in the distance. He tightly clenched his fists and finally stepped forward. Just as Iron Granny said, dealing with Balba wasn't that difficult a task. Angor explained the whole story to Sunders, who didn't say much and simply told Angor to deal with it on his own. Since a purebred fibber already lived at Phantom Island, Sunders didn't really care about a mixed blood. Since Iron Granny already said that Balba wasn't a spy, Sunders didn't need to worry about it. Rockwell Associates didn't say anything about Angor's actions either. In fact, Flora was quite happy about it. She got rid of a problem while getting something from Angor at the same time. Flora let Balba go without hesitation, but in return, she wanted Angor to create an alchemy illusion for her. It would be best if the illusion looked exactly like Grea's. It was clear that Flora had not given up on finding the opportunity to become a truth finder in her alchemy illusion. She also made it clear that Balba would no longer have anything to do with her, and she would no longer be Balba's teacher on the surface. Since then, Balba and David had no teachers to guide them. They could only rely on themselves to survive and study. Still, Dave was luckier than Balba. At least he had a talent for alchemy. Balba was a bloodline apprentice. Not only did he fuse with a bloodline that could only be used once, but he also did not have many tricks up his sleeves. All he had was brute strength. If any adept were to comment on Balba, they would only have one thing to say about him: his future is hopeless. 2 days later, Angor gave the alchemy illusion to Flora. It was also a brooch, but it didn't look like Toby's 2 forms. Instead, it looked like a beautiful rose. It looked exactly the same as the one Little Red gave him. He named it Bloodbath Rose. It didn't look like fantasy twins, but the alchemy illusions inside were almost the same. The only thing missing was the manifestation of mystery. Flora took the Bloodbath Rose, which meant that Balba was now free. Angor didn't expect to get Balba's freedom in exchange for a simple alchemy illusion. Once again, Angor learned that the wizarding world was a place where people's lives were as worthless as grass. When you have power and money, you can control the fate of others. While Angor was busy working on his alchemy illusion, Balba returned to his residence in the apprentice town. Angor went straight to the point without greeting Balba. You're free now. What's your choice? Stay in Brute Cavern or leave. Staying in Brute Cavern was the same as not giving up on becoming a wizard. Just like David, without a teacher to guide him, he could only save money to buy tricks and study in the Cloud Library. He could only rely on himself. Furthermore, Balba had been injected with the bloodline of the mushroom fungus. This kind of bloodline only had the ability to self-destruct. Not only would it not increase his strength, it might even drag Balba down. In the future, he would not be able to learn any bloodline techniques. Under such circumstances, Balba's chances of becoming a wizard were slim. Leaving this place was equivalent to giving up the path of a magus and returning to the life of a mortal. With Balba's current strength as a level 2 apprentice, it wouldn't be hard for him to live a comfortable life in the mortal world. At the very least, he could live the rest of his life happily for the next 200 years. It all depended on Balba's choice. Angor believed that Balba should leave this place. At least he wouldn't have to worry about the supreme cult in the mortal world. I want to stay in Brute Cavern, Balba said without hesitation. Angor wasn't surprised by Balba's decision. Balba's stubbornness was evident from the fact that he went to Lockwood Society to look for Flora. Very well. Angor didn't intend to guide someone's life. He nodded and respected Balba's decision. Besides, Balba was a free man now. He could leave whenever he wanted. I know it's not wise for me to stay here any longer, but I owe you a favor. Balba took out a parchment scroll and handed it to Angor. Angor looked at the parchment scroll. There was a contract written on a thin piece of paper. Basically, Balba was willing to become Angor's alchemy servant and serve Angor as his master for the rest of his life. Balba had already signed his name at the bottom of the scroll. He returned the parchment to Balba and explained, I don't need you to be my alchemy servant. Balba's expression slowly turned gloomy. You know, once you become my alchemy servant, you'll have no future. Your bloodline is a little strange, but there's still hope for you. Angor saw Balba's gloomy expression. Even if you want to return the favor, do you really think a level 2 apprentice's alchemy servant can help me? Since you've chosen to stay in Brute Cavern, keep moving forward. The future is full of unknowns. Who knows, maybe one day you'll walk out of the darkness and reach the other side of the world? Angor put a hand on Balba's shoulder. Don't get caught in a trap of your own making. Don't underestimate yourself. The road ahead is long, and no one can say for sure. With that, Angor told Balba about Nausicaa's story, her determination, and her pursuit of her dreams. After giving Balba a lot of chicken soup for the soul, Angor decided to leave when Balba was still in a daze. He only helped Balba because he felt like it. In the end, it proved that he could save Balba's life. Angor could understand why Balba chose to become his alchemy servant. Balba probably felt that he had no future and could only repay the favor with his own body. But Angor didn't want to save Balba in the first place. A stand-in puppet was no different from an alchemy servant. Angor didn't want to push Balba into another pit of hell. Of course, Angor wouldn't do that. So, he decided to give Balba a lot of chicken soup for the soul to rekindle his hope for the future. Even if he didn't think Balba had a future. After leaving Apprentice Town, Angor returned to Phantom Island. In the following days, Angor studied Transfiguration under Sunder's guidance. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. After learning the basics of Transfiguration, Sunder summoned him to his study. I've completed the sample test for the mystery manifestation. As he spoke, he handed Angor a research book about 100 pages long to him. Here, you can read it when you get back. The results are similar to what Sunders expected. Only some unimportant information is added. If I want to get more information, I'll need more samples. But I'll be leaving soon. You'll have to do the test of the manifestation yourself. I'll try my best to complete the test. When will you leave, sir? If everything goes well, we'll leave tomorrow. But before that, I need to tell you something. Sunders left a thick pile of books for Angor. They were books on various schools of illusion, ranging from basic to advanced, as well as cantrips related to illusion. Sunders didn't know which one Angor would choose as his main cantrip, so he left them all to Angor. Apart from this, Sunders also left a drop of blood essence for Angor, which would allow him to sense Angor's location. If Angor was in danger, he could use the blood essence to call Sunders for help. Whether Sunders could come in time, however, was another story. Sunders asked Angor to leave while he went to find Rain Mute. There was something else he needed to do before leaving. When he returned to his bedroom, he sorted out all the illusion books and recorded them into his hologram tablet. Then, he put them into his bracelet. Next, he picked up the data of the mystery manifestation and began to read it. 2 hours later, Angor put down his research. As Sunders said, he didn't get much useful data. However, Lucian had recorded the species, appearance, and effective time of all the alchemy illusions, as well as all the cantrips he had learned, including the corresponding knowledge points and cantrip models of the cantrips. More than 30 strange cantrips, some of which had never been seen before, were recorded in the book. Among them, there were even wither and grow. There were more than 30 cantrips from different schools, and there was no pattern or logic to them at all. Most of the cantrips were useless, but Sunders also listed some useful ones, which Angor could use as a reference. At the end of the research, Sunders came up with a conclusion. The cantrips he learned were strange, and the information flow after triggering them was difficult to find the source, but they all contained certain laws. Angor once said that he saw many contradictory laws inside Dalmatian's body: death and new life, destruction and creation, hope and despair, darkness and light, reality and illusion. Angor's mystery illusion was learned from Dalmatian's body. Perhaps the mystery illusion he learned from Dalmatian's body was within the scope of the laws he learned from Dalmatian. It was only a speculation, but Angor believed it was true. He had a similar idea before, but it was just a fleeting thought. He closed the nearly 100-page research paper and carefully put it away in his bracelet. The information in the paper was extremely important. The 30 cantrips that had never been seen before were already valuable enough, let alone the records about mystery illusions. He couldn't afford to lose these records. Once they were leaked, it would cause a huge uproar. During the month of harvest, the golden carpet was replaced by a green robe. Sunders also left Brute Cavern on the day of autumn. His destination was the unknown abyss, and the date of his return was unknown. Angor stayed at Phantom Island for a few days to take care of things. Then he handed over the authority to Good so that he could prepare for his return home. Since he was now in the wizarding world, he would like to bring a better place for his family to live. Apart from that, he also hoped that his elder brother and teacher could live longer. Therefore, he came to the underground market to buy some mild items that mortals could use. For example, something that could increase lifespan, cure diseases, and keep the Pat clan alive. Angor noticed that the atmosphere in the market was a bit strange. Although there were still a lot of apprentices around, everyone seemed to be in a hurry. Compared to before, the atmosphere was a little more solemn. Angor could also see the vigilance in the eyes of the passers-by. This happened after Sunders left Brute Cavern. Sunders was not alone. There were at least 20 other wizards who left with him, all of whom were invited by Mr. Monkey. The departure of so many wizards meant that Brute Cavern's overall strength was weakened. Also, Lady Mirror was in hibernation. The monsters in Sleepless City were everywhere, and the sky above the wizarding world was covered by the dark clouds of demon gods. However, nervousness was one thing. Were the days of nervousness in the world of adepts short? The reason why even ordinary apprentices were trembling in fear was because of another matter. The last straw that broke the camel's back was Maya. Not long after Sunders left, Maya announced that Astral Island would be closed off. Everyone knew that Maya was going to bring her new student, Dodoro, to the Brilliance Plane for further study. However, the common apprentices did not know about this. They thought that Maya had predicted something and decided to shut herself off to ensure her safety. Even though they knew that Rain was there to keep the situation under control, they could not help but feel anxious. In such an atmosphere, Angor began to wander around the market. He bought a lot of things that mortals could use, such as food seeds modified by wizards, fertile soil for growing magic plants, magic puppets that mortals could control. Basically, Angor had taken care of everything he needed. After making sure his family had enough food and shelter, he went to Prom's alchemy shop. He was going to buy some magical plants that could prolong his life. He planned to study the refining method of the potion on the way back. Even if the refining failed, he could just consume the magic plant directly. It was just that the effect was slightly inferior. When he arrived at Prom's alchemy shop, he was surprised to see Balba. Balba was the only one in the shop. He was standing behind the counter, studying the accounts in his hands. Balba raised his head when he heard footsteps outside the door. Angor. Mr. Pad. Balba's eyes glowed as if he suddenly remembered something. He quickly changed the way he addressed Angor. Why are you here? Where's Dave? Angor walked into the room. Balba pointed at the account sheet in his hand. I'm here to work. Before Balba could finish, Angor felt the floor trembling, followed by a familiar scream. A moment later, the wooden door behind the counter was pushed open, and Dave walked out in a daze, his face covered in dust. Dave's doing an experiment in the basement, Balba said. Oops. Another failure. Why is it so difficult to forge a weapon with fire effects? David cried out. At the same time, black smoke began to rise from the basement below him. After whining for a while, Dave finally noticed that Angor was looking at him with a puzzled expression on his face. You're here, Angor? Dave asked with tears in his eyes. Why is it that every time you come, my alchemy fails? Before Angor could say anything, Balba looked at Dave with a cold expression. This is the 5th time you failed today, and the 3rd explosion happened. It has nothing to do with Mr. Pat. No matter who comes, you'll still fail. David was stunned. After a while, he shouted, Hey! I'm the one who hired you. I'm your boss. Is that how you talk to your boss? Balba pouted. I'm just telling the truth. Angor was puzzled. Since when did these two people work together? Dave, you hired Balba? Did Prom agree? Angor asked. Dave patted the dust off his clothes and walked to the table. Master Prom, I don't care if you agree or not. I'm the one paying Balba's wages. Dave looked a little proud. I give him 30 magic crystals every month, and a commission if he sells well. That's a lot better than what I got before. Why did you hire him? Angor glanced at Balba, who was carefully checking the accounts, and sent a voice transmission to Dave. Dave didn't know how to send a voice transmission spell, so he could only whisper to Angor, I hired him because of you. But I'm also planning to hire someone to look after my shop. I become Master Dave in the underground market, and I don't need a master to look after my shop. I have a lot of good alchemy ideas. It'll be a waste of time if I hire someone to look after your shop. I heard that he's looking for a job, so I hired him. Angor agreed with Dave's decision. He also felt grateful. That's good. He's a nice guy, and he's strong too. He can help keep the shop safe. David said, Hercules lives nearby. Thugs usually don't come to my shop to cause trouble. Let me tell you a secret. I hired Balba to look after my shop because of a special effect. A special effect? At this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Dave pointed at the door. You'll see. A finger with pink nail polish on it pushed open the door, and 2 witch apprentices with wrists swayed into the shop. They were aiming at Balba. Did you see that? Balba's looks and figure have attracted a lot of female apprentices. It's easy to earn money from them. Even if they're just trying to talk to you, they'll buy something and leave, Dave whispered. Angor nodded. Balba was good-looking, but only in a wild way. Also, Balba had a wolf-like aura about him that made people feel like they were being plundered. So, do all the women nowadays like this type of men? The 2 female apprentices completely ignored Angor and Dave as if they were nothing but air. In the end, they spent 50 magic crystals to buy a garlic fairy snout grass that Balba was sorting out. Then, they left reluctantly. Garlic fairy snout grass is used to repel insects. What are they going to do with it? Angor was curious. They don't look like they're going out for an adventure. You don't get it. They're not buying grass. Dave sighed. They're buying it for its taste and their eyes. Are you here to buy something? Dave suddenly changed the topic. Oh, you're here to buy something? Angor nodded and handed a list to Dave. I want to buy some magic materials. Dave glanced at the list and asked Balba to get them from the storage room downstairs. You're going to make potions? Something to prolong life and cure diseases? Are you going to give them to your family? Dave asked curiously. Angor nodded. I'm leaving in 2 days, so I need to buy everything I need. Dave sighed. Nausicaa is gone, Xylem is nowhere to be found, and now you're gone. Most of my friends in Brute Cavern are gone. How sad. Oh, right. When are you coming back? I don't know. Probably after I'm done with my family. If I have time, I'd like to take a look at the disappearance of elements in the old earth. Huh? You're going to complete that quest in the questing hall? No one has done it for thousands of years. I won't do it that easily. Just take a look. There aren't any supernaturals in the old earth anyway. I'm just going to kill some time. You're right. No one has found anything after so many years. It won't be easy. Still, I have a feeling that you're going to do it, Dave said. What? When did you awaken your gift of prophecy? Angor joked. At the same time, Balba walked out of the basement with a large box of materials. Angor paid the money and prepared to leave. Before he left, he looked at Balba, who had been looking at him for a while. He considered and took out a small booklet from his bracelet and placed it on the counter. What's this? David stretched out his head and looked at the cover of the booklet. It was titled Elementary Cantrip, Modified, and the title page said Booklet 1. Angor's name was written on the cover. There are some elementary cantrips recorded here. I didn't buy them from the library either. I modified some of the elements when I was bored. Most of them aren't very powerful, and there are also some boring support cantrips. I'll leave them to you. David's eyes lit up. I remember Xylem told me that you taught them a cantrip, Send Water. Is that the cantrip you modified? Yes. Create Water is also recorded in this book. Don't worry about being punished. Just learn it. It's not very powerful. If you run into Xylem and Nausicaa, you can give this book to them too. Balba wanted to refuse, but Dave took the book before he could. Thank you so much. I've been studying alchemy lately, and I need more cantrips. Dave patted Balba's shoulder. Come on, thank him. Balba remained silent for a moment before he thanked Dave in a low voice. You're welcome. It's useless to me anyway. Just make sure you don't tell anyone else about it. These cantrips were arranged according to the cantrip models he found in the tablet's back end. Angor organized them into several booklets. This one recorded elementary cantrips, which were about the same level as Create Water. Angor only dared to use this book because it wasn't very effective. If it was, he wouldn't be doing them any good. Instead, it would harm them. When Angor returned to Phantom Island, Papaya, Kudodo, and Lakoko were already waiting for him on the beach. You're fast, aren't you? Angor chuckled. He sent the message right after he left Prom's alchemy shop. It took less than 20 minutes for the three of them to arrive. That was quite fast. Of course we're here, sir. It was Papaya who spoke. Her expression was solemn and serious, which was completely different from the sly girl he met before. Come with me, said Angor. Even though he didn't have any gold coins on him right now, the trees around him still parted to let him pass. While walking toward the center of Phantom Island, Angor kept an eye on his three companions. Kudodo was wearing a magic robe made of green leaves. Thanks to his race's talent, he could move as fast as a shooting star. From time to time, he would stop on a leaf and turn into a blur. Lakoko was holding a brown-spotted mushroom cap in her hand. She swung the cap in the air, and when she was a bit slow, she only needed to hit a nearby tree trunk to send her flying. Papaya was the most ordinary one. She simply ran on the ground without moving her upper body, and her legs were moving like shadows. In just a short period of time, these three little fellows had undergone earth-shattering changes. It wasn't just from the way they ran, but also from their expressions. Although Kudodo's expression was still wooden and naive, if one looked carefully, they would find that his eyes were very bright and full of cleverness. Lakoko didn't change as much. She was still the same girl who was immersed in her own world. However, compared to her timid self, she now looked more confident. Papaya was the one who changed the most. Angor chose to tell Papaya about the soul orb because he could tell that Papaya was the one who could take on the responsibility. He was right. Papaya was growing at an incredible speed. Among the three, Papaya was the only one who managed to become a Level 1 apprentice. She wasn't far from it yet, but she wasn't far from it. Papaya's expression remained calm the whole time, but Angor could sense the power coming from her body. It was called perseverance. Given enough time, Papaya might become the next Nausicaa. When they reached the manor in the center, Angor slowed down and signaled them to stop. I didn't call you here to visit your families. I have something to tell you, said Angor. The greenhouse wasn't far, so Lakoko couldn't wait any longer. Kudodo glanced at Papaya, but Papaya only looked at Angor calmly. I plan to leave this place and return to my hometown, the old Earth. Angor continued, apart from you three, the other Krokiks aren't suitable to stay in the wizarding world. I'll take them with me. What about my mother, sir? Lakoko asked anxiously. Hudadu asked, why can't they stay here? The environment here is very suitable for them. Papaya scolded them. Listen to him. Don't interrupt. Angor looked at Hudadu first. This place is indeed suitable for the Krokiks. But don't forget that this is my teacher's territory. My teacher can take them in for now, but he won't do it forever. Do you think the Krokiks will survive in the wizarding world if they're driven away from Phantom Island? Don't forget why your race was almost wiped out 1,000 years ago. I'm taking them back to the old Earth because there are no supernaturals there, and my family will take care of them. This is the best choice for them. When Kododo fell into deep thought, Angor slowly turned to Lakoko. That's why I brought you here today. What do you want to do with your family? Once you become an apprentice, you'll have the power to stand your ground in the wizarding world. You'll be able to protect your family on your own. Therefore, you can make a choice now. Either you protect your family members personally, or I will bring your family members with me to the old Earth with the main army. Angor waved his hand and waited for them to answer. I want my parents to stay, Lakoko answered almost instantly. Hudadu hesitated. They'll be lonely without any friends, won't they? Well, it depends on whether you want to accompany them or not. But your path is destined to be different from theirs. You can't stay with them forever. One day, the party will come to an end. As he spoke, he thought about his elder brother Leon and John. Both Hudadu and Lakoko looked hesitant. Distance isn't a problem in the supernatural world. You can visit them when you're strong enough. If you can also protect one side, it won't be a problem to take them away. Hudadu's eyes lit up. Angor was right. The more he learned about the wizarding world, the more he realized how amazing it was. Hudadu's parents were still young. If he could become a level 3 apprentice in a few years, he would be able to go anywhere in the world. Visiting his parents at the old Earth was a small matter. Thinking of this, Kododo said, Sir, please take care of my family. I'll talk to them later, and I'll go visit them when I'm strong enough. Lakoko was still hesitant despite Kudadu's decision. She really wanted her parents to stay with her. After all, they were the only safe haven in this dangerous world. Can I talk to my parents first? Lakoko asked. Sure. Finally, he looked at Papaya. Papaya was the most hesitant of the three. She only had one relative, which was her grandmother. Her grandmother was old and in poor health. Angor's plan of visiting her after he was strong enough was too difficult for her. She might pass away in a few years, and Angor would never have the chance to visit her. The others also knew about Papaya's situation and remained silent. Kododo, who was secretly in love with Papaya, wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. It's not good for your grandmother to travel such a long and tiring journey. You should keep her with you. Angor felt sorry for Papaya. He knew that Papaya and her grandmother relied on each other for survival. Papaya's grandmother wasn't chosen, but Papaya begged Angor to help her reunite with her grandmother. If Angor were in Papaya's shoes, he wouldn't want to leave either. It would be a lifelong regret for a child to lose his or her parents. Papaya opened her mouth, but she couldn't say anything. All right, let's go to the greenhouse and see your family first. You can decide later. Angor turned around and headed to the greenhouse. While Papaya and her friends were meeting with their relatives in the greenhouse, Angor was leaning against a milkberry tree outside. He enjoyed the pleasant smell of milk and the gentle breeze, and his mind was slowly drifting away. The more he thought about going home, the more eager he felt. The sealed memory boxes were opened one by one, and the happy memories were still fresh in his mind. As he reminisced about the past, he sensed a rich aroma coming toward him. Angor looked up and saw a slim figure slowly walking toward him. Lady Greya? Angor shook his head. No, it's an illusion. Wait, is that a gourmet mirage? What? You think you're the only one who can cast illusions? Greya asked as she approached him. Angor scratched his head. I didn't know gourmet mirages can be controlled. I thought they were random. Greya clicked her tongue. I heard you're leaving? Yes. Angor nodded. Just in time. I cooked something for you today. Consider it a farewell gift. Greya smiled. Don't worry, it won't count as part of your VIP meal. I used ingredients from Phantom Island. Remember to come later. Oh, and tell Toby to come too. With that, Greya's body slowly vanished, and the mirage vanished into nothingness. Not long after Greya left, Papaya came out of the greenhouse alone. He looked up and saw Papaya's grandmother looking out of her small room. The atmosphere was still as tense as ever. Have you made up your mind? Mr. Angor, can you tell me how long my grandmother can hold on? Papaya asked after a moment of silence. Last time, Angor helped Papaya's grandmother nurse her body back to health. Even so, her body couldn't hold on for much longer. 5 or 6 years, barring any accidents. That's the best I can do. Tears began to roll down Papaya's cheeks. Her body trembled as she took deep breaths. After a while, he raised his head with reddened eyes. 5 years. Give me 5 years. I'll go to the old earth in 5 years and save my grandmother's life. I heard about your story, Mr. Angor. If you can do it, I can do it too. Papaya's tears stopped abruptly. Her expression returned to normal, but the stubbornness in her eyes remained. Please take my grandmother away, Mr. Angor. I'll find her one day. When Papaya calmed herself down, Angor gave her a meaningful smile. Of course. In this cruel world, if a witch didn't want to rely on someone else, she had to learn to be strong. Papaya and Lakoko were polar opposites. Lakoko still had the mentality of a little girl, while Papaya was slowly growing up. She might look small, but her heart was much bigger than Lakoko's. Angor saw the qualities of a qualified witch in Papaya. Following Papaya's decision, Lakoko decided to leave with her parents. Her parents, on the other hand, comforted her and told Angor that they were willing to leave. We'll be a burden to Lakoko if we stay here. Let's go. Lakoko's mother gave Angor a sad smile. Lakoko's father nodded in agreement. Thanks to the Moon Lily Fairy, they learned about the cruelty of the wizarding world. They also knew that they couldn't be with their daughter and might even become her weakness. Despite Lakoko's unwillingness, they had no choice but to leave. Angor shook his head when he saw Lakoko still sobbing. Lakoko was like a child who couldn't grow up. He was right not to put the responsibility of saving her family on her shoulders. Since they were going to leave soon, Papaya and her children didn't want to leave Phantom Island. Instead, they decided to stay in the greenhouse with their families. Seeing this, Angor did not say anything and nodded in agreement. Next, he took out a pot filled with soil, broke off a branch from the milkberry tree, and planted it into the soil. He planned to move the milkberry tree to Pat Manor. The sap of the milkberry tree was very beneficial to mortals. When John recovered, he could use it to nourish his body. With that done, Angor brought Toby out of the greenhouse and went to Greya's hut. Perhaps it was because of Toby, Greya prepared a feast for him. Angor was so immersed in the world of food that he wished he had an extra hand. This is so good. I wish I could learn how to make food too. Angor couldn't help but exclaim. His hologram tablet contained many recipes from Earth. Maybe I should try? Toby heard Angor's mumbling and quickly waved his hands at Angor. Chirp. 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 Don't ever, Greya chuckled as well. She did not forget that Angor once asked her to teach him how to make manna bread. However, no matter how hard she tried, Angor's manna bread always smelled like dirty socks. The only difference was whether the bread was baked for a month or a week. Thanks to Toby's snowy feather, Angor and Toby were able to survive in the plain passageway. Otherwise, they would have to eat manna bread that tasted like socks. It was no wonder Toby was so excited. Don't get too excited. I'm talking about delicacies made with raw materials, not magical snacks made out of thin air. He stroked Toby's head and felt confident about himself. I just need to control the heat and stir fry. It's easy. I'll be fine. Toby shook his head again, which made him want to prove his cooking skills right now. Greya shook her head with a smile and took out a white blob from her storage. She divided it into 2 halves and handed one to Toby and the other to Angor. This is manna meat. If you can't find anything to eat, you can use this to quench your hunger, Greya explained. Angor poked at the white blob and found it slippery. It looked like fat meat, but also like silicone. The skin seemed to have a memory function, which allowed Angor to recall the original shape of the bloated meat. Is this edible? Angor took a sniff and sensed a light fragrance lingering around his nose. Yes, magic larva is a strange life form that's a cross between a living creature and a plant. Once it comes into contact with energy, it'll quickly multiply, and if you don't pay attention, it'll grow extremely large. Even if you cut them into countless pieces, you still can't stop them from growing like crazy. Greya flicked a ball of mana onto the mana meat. The white blob immediately grew 10 times bigger. It was only a small blob at first, but now it was bigger than a baby. Oops, I used too much mana. You can cut it and eat it to taste it. Greya paused. As long as you don't eat it all at once, you can use mana to make it bigger again. Angor and Toby tasted a piece of mana brewed out of curiosity. It was sweet and tasted like both meat and vegetables. It was very satisfying. Angor cut a piece of meat and dipped it into the onion and tomato soup. He found that the combination was surprisingly good. This is great. Angor's eyes lit up. With this, we'll never run out of food. It's true that magic won't run out. But it also has a limited lifespan. It can live for about 200 years, and it will still die after that. The closer it is to the end of its life, the drier its meat will be. Personally, I prefer the drier mana brood. The mana brood I gave you is only about 15 or 16 years old. It's tender and sweet, Greya explained. If I cut it open, will the other half inherit the life of the first half? Angor asked. Of course. Even if there's a lifespan limit, devil-nourishing meat is still a pretty good food. Angor paused and showed a confused look. But I've never heard of such a thing before. Greya chuckled. Mana brood comes from a deep trench in the ocean of the barren sacrificial plain. I think I'm the only gourmet wizard who went there. So, wizards don't know about it? Correct. But it's just an ordinary thing. Apart from its crazy growth, it doesn't have much nutritional value. It can only fill one's stomach. Wizards won't care even if they know about it. Greya shrugged. It's only useful for mortals and beginner apprentices. Mortals don't have mana. Beginner apprentices can make mana bread to ignore mana brood. After all, not every apprentice was as good as Angor, who could make mana bread as smelly as a pair of socks. You're right. But I can make a machine to collect energy for mortals, Angor mumbled. Angor mumbled to himself. He could give it to his own family. Lady Greya, you don't mind if I share it with the others, do you? You can do whatever you want with it. Greya waved a hand. It was just an ordinary thing anyway. Angor quickly bowed to thank Greya. The mana brood wasn't useful to him, but it could at least keep mortals from starving. Angor wasn't planning to save the world. He just wanted to save the mana brood for his family. Toby waddled to Angor's side and whispered something. With this mana brood, I'll never eat anything you cook. Never, Angor rolled his eyes. I don't want to do it for you. Angor felt refreshed after the meal. Greya's food had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. He felt the tightness and his chest was gone. Greya cleaned up the table and sat down in front of Angor. You made the right choice by leaving Fey Continent. The wizarding world is in a mess right now. It's good that you left. But the marginalized island isn't safe either. Remember, stay out of trouble and don't get involved in any wizard fights. Greya's expression was serious, and Angor was puzzled by what she just said. The old earth isn't safe? Lady Greya, did you find anything? Angor quickly asked. Greya didn't expect Angor to call the marginalized island that way. She thought about it and said, it's strange that there isn't any news. What do you mean? Before your teacher left, he asked me to find out about the old earth for you. I thought there shouldn't be any supernaturals over there since it's an abandoned continent. But after I asked around, I realized something strange was going on. Greya frowned. Even an abandoned continent like the old earth should have some sources of information. But since 4 years ago, the old earth seemed to have been isolated from the outside world. We haven't heard anything from it. That's strange. Did something happen to the old Earth? Angor was a little worried. He knew what wizards were capable of. Destroying a city or a country was as easy as flipping a hand. You don't have to worry about that. I checked the routes and found nothing wrong with the old Earth. There were even cargo ships leaving Vichy harbor in the second half of last year, Greya said. But I'm a little worried that our sources of information were cut off. But your relatives are mortals, so there shouldn't be any problem. Angor relaxed a little after hearing Greya's words. Vichy harbor was an important port of Gold's Pink Empire. If nothing happened there, Gold's Pink Empire should be fine too. But, it's too much of a coincidence that our sources of information were cut off 4 years ago. I left the old Earth 4 years ago as well, said Angor. Maybe there's some supernaturals involved? But who would go to that godforsaken place? Angor suddenly thought of a red-haired figure. The Whis? Angor hesitated. Is it Mr. the Whis? Yeah, the Whis went to the old Earth several years ago. I haven't heard anything about him since. But if I remember correctly, the Whis went to the old Earth to capture Eureka, who stole the Crimson Crown. Why is there no news about him? The Crimson Crown? Angor's eyes widened as he realized he just heard something very important. It was the Crimson Crown that Eureka had stolen from the Goman Kingdom. The Whis went to the old Earth to capture Eureka. But Angor suddenly thought of someone else. Crimson Mask Irisa. As far as Angor knew, Irisa and the Whis were brother and sister. The Whis went to hunt down the thief of the Crimson Crown, while Irisa suddenly showed up at Floating Mech City and asked him to help her fake it. There must be something fishy going on. Did the Whis and Irisa want the Crimson Crown for themselves? Angor shivered and decided not to think about it further. Sunders warned him not to get involved in the Crimson Crown because it was related to the internal strife of Goman Kingdom. Maybe it's Thuis doing. Maybe he's trying to cut off Eureka's connection to Fey Continent because he can't get his hands on her yet? Whatever. But remember, don't mess with the Whis. He's one of the most hot-tempered wizards in the southern wizarding region. If you don't provoke him, I don't think he'll do anything to you for no reason. Of course, you probably won't run into him at all. I heard from your professor that the Rat Ant Society might try to stop you. Those wasteland wizards have all kinds of dirty tricks up their sleeves. Be careful. Greya took out a pouch of mana flowers from her space storage and handed it to Toby. If those two shameless wizards really try to stop you, don't hold back your griffin form. Take Angor and run. Toby nodded and accepted the flowers. Angor, however, was still doubtful. Lady Greya, you're not going to keep Toby with you? Before Greya could say anything, Toby gave Angor a strange look. Begging and begging? Clearly, he didn't want to stay with Greya. Greya chuckled when she saw Toby's reaction. Actually, I really want Toby to stay with me. Seeing Toby trembling and showing a pitiful look, Greya changed the topic. But he'll grow faster with you. I've been taking care of him for a long time, but he never grew up. You've only been with him for a few years, and he already has a griffin form. I don't want to hinder Toby's growth. Angor considered and nodded. He didn't want to leave Toby either. Besides, Toby could help him grow stronger. Greya gave Toby a few more instructions. Angor was still listening when he suddenly raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Greya immediately noticed his strange expression. A friend is here. I'm going to meet him. Ever since he took over Phantom Island, he had gained a keen sense of everything on the island. If he magnified his senses, he would be able to see everything that was happening around the island. At this moment, he sensed that there was someone pacing back and forth on the beach outside the Phantom Island's array. Greya nodded. All right. Off you go. Angor left Greya's hut and quickly headed to the beach outside the island. Every step he took was blocked by plants, which meant he had the authority of the island's master. It didn't take him long to reach his destination. When Angor came out, the man was facing away from him. Fate guided me to this place. I didn't expect to see you here, Hobson. When the person heard the voice behind him, he turned around and revealed a silly smile. Fate has guided me. Before he could finish his line, he realized that Angor had already taken his place. Only then did Hobson realize what had happened. He rubbed his barriers with a blushing face. To be precise, it was the panda plushie's ears. Why aren't you wearing the white bear costume? You're a panda now. Angor chuckled. Toby will slap you away if he sees you. White bear, or Hobson, patted his costume. Actually, it's still the same white bear costume, but I dyed my eyes and limbs black. Now that I look at it, it does look better than before. Why did you come to Phantom Island? Did fate send you here to find me? Angor did not waste time talking about the panda and the white bear. White bear lowered his head and sighed. I'm not joking. Perhaps fate has arranged for me to find you, my friend. As he spoke, White Bear gently put down the short staff in his hand, the guiding proof. The proof of guidance was planted firmly on the sand, pointing at Angor at an angle of 30 degrees. Angor didn't say anything. White Bear had been nagging for a long time, and he even used fate as an excuse to make friends with Angor. Fine. Even if it's fate, you should at least give me a reason, right? White Bear remained silent for a moment and gave an answer that surprised Angor. Dodoro told me to find you. Angor raised an eyebrow. Didn't Dodoro follow Maya to the Starliege Church in Brilliance Plain? Why would he send you here? Also, didn't you say fate guided you to find me? It's fate, and it's Dodoro. White Bear sighed. I have to say, Dodoro joined the school a dozen years later than I did, but his talent is terrifying. I didn't foresee why I'm here, but I know I'm being guided here by fate. White Bear pointed at the proof of guidance on the ground. This is the proof. Dodoro told me to come here because he saw something that's related to both you and me. Angor didn't really care about White Bear's nagging. But when White Bear mentioned Dodoro, he became more serious. He had seen Dodoro's foresight before and knew how accurate his predictions were. Dodoro doesn't make random prophecies. Even if he did, he wouldn't say it out loud. Except for you. Dodoro always places your information as the most important thing in his prophecy. White Bear continued, I don't know why he told me to come here today, but I think it has something to do with you. Also, his prophecy was right. I also sensed the influence of fate. Why did Dodoro ask you to come here? White Bear's words didn't make any sense at all. He told me to come here and give you my most precious possession. What? Angor frowned. White Bear looked at the clouds in the sky. I don't know what Dodoro meant, but I came anyway. As he spoke, White Bear unbuttoned his shirt. I've been thinking about it. Apart from my memories, my most precious possession is my virginity. Angor took several steps back and stood at the edge of the forest. If White Bear tried anything funny, he would activate the magic array and kick him out. White Bear kept talking to himself while looking at the clouds. Unbeknownst to him, Angor had already labeled him as a pervert. But my virginity was taken away by my aunt more than 10 years ago. The second time, it was with her daughter. Angor was amazed by White Bear's story. Is the noble circle really that messy? So I've been thinking about it for a long time. What is my most precious possession? And it's my bone card. White Bear sighed. My bone card contains all my savings. It's probably my most precious possession. However, White Bear suddenly changed the topic. But I don't think Dodoro would want me to give you the bone card. Even if he does, I don't think you're in need of magic crystals. That's why I think Dodoro is referring to this. White Bear quickly took off his jacket and turned around, only to find that Angor was nowhere to be seen. He couldn't even see Angor in his sight. Between heaven and earth, there was only a forest of palm trees and a vast expanse of white sand. When the wind blew, the sand fluttered in the wind. If there's anything, just leave it behind. I have something to do. I'll come back later to get it. Angor sent a voice transmission to White Bear's ears. White Bear, huh? It wasn't easy for me to brew up my emotions and lay out so much, all for this final confession of my feelings. White Bear lowered his head in disappointment. Every time he met Angor, he couldn't get a perfect ending. Was his method too radical? White Bear sighed and lowered his head to look at a small pendant in his doll's jacket. It was a White Bear plushie. It was slightly yellowed and looked like it had been there for a long time. There was a square pendant hanging around the neck of the White Bear. Plushie. The White Bear looked at the pendant and smiled bitterly. White Bear stood there for a while until he was sure that Angor would not show up. Then he untied the doll and carefully placed it on the beach. He then left a note and walked away while looking back several times with each step. He waited until the white bear disappeared from sight before he came out of the palm trees. He didn't go too far. He was only worried that something indecent might happen, so he retreated into the forest. But it didn't seem like White Bear had any particular hobbies. He only wanted to show Angor a small doll inside his costume. Angor walked to the doll and picked it up. The doll didn't look very well made. It was only about the size of a palm. One of its eyes was red, while the other was pink. The two didn't match at all. But somehow, Angor could tell that someone put a lot of thought into the design of the doll. She was like a loving mother who was about to depart, doing her best to give her all for her son. There was a square pendant around the doll's neck that was tied together with a bow tie. Angor touched the pendant and noticed that it was a flip-up one. Inside the pendant was a postage stamp-sized portrait. A small boy was holding a white bear plushie, his eyes squinting as he smiled. Behind him was a woman who was holding his waist. Her face was leaning against the boy's shoulder, but Angor couldn't see her face clearly. That boy must be Hobson. But who was this woman? Puzzled, he opened the note left behind by White Bear and saw something written on it. I've been thinking for a long time. What is the most precious thing to me? Probably this. I've been carrying this doll with me since I was a kid. I never took it off. I don't remember who gave it to me, but I like it a lot. Maybe the woman in the pendant gave it to me. But I don't know who she is. But I think she has something to do with my family. Sadly, they all died 13 years ago. I don't know why Dodoro asked me to give this to you. But there must be a reason. I also sensed the guidance of fate. If it wasn't for fate, I wouldn't give it to you. I hope you can treasure it. Signed by Hobson Seeley. White Bear didn't know where the doll came from or who the woman was. But Angor could tell that White Bear loved the doll a lot. Why else would he carry it around with him? Furthermore, before White Bear left, his eyes were filled with longing and reluctance to part with the doll. To him, this doll was probably a precious memory that was buried deep in his heart. Moreover, he always wore a White Bear costume. Perhaps it was because of this. Angor put the doll away. He didn't know why Dodoro sent White Bear here, but maybe the doll really did have something to do with him. As for the faceless woman in the pendant, she reminded Angor of someone. Flowey. The soul of a little girl who lived alone in the well outside Dark Castle. Angor once found a similar pendant in Flowey's coffin. Inside the pendant was a tattered silk painting of Flowey and her brother. Angor found the same pendant in his bracelet. Flowey only took the painting and gave Angor the pendant. Angor compared the pendant to the one White Bear gave him. It was a heart-shaped pendant, while White Bear gave him a square-shaped one. They looked different, and the material was slightly different as well. However, the chain used for the pendant seemed to be the same. Did Flowey have something to do with White Bear? To solve this problem, he went to White Bear and showed him the heart-shaped pendant. White Bear shook his head. He didn't know what it was. Even when Angor used Flowey's image, White Bear didn't notice anything. You always talk about fate, right? Didn't fate warn you when you saw this pendant? White Bear shook his head. Maybe she's related to me. Maybe she's related to you. But fate didn't tell me anything. So I don't know what happened. Could he have guessed wrongly? Angor frowned. Since White Bear said so, Angor decided not to ask further. After saying goodbye to White Bear, Angor flew back to Phantom Island. He carefully examined the pendant again and even used Narda's vision to appraise it. In the end, he could only conclude that it was an ordinary pendant. But why would Dodoro ask White Bear to give it to him if it was just an ordinary pendant? Or did White Bear make a mistake? Did Dodoro want him to give something else? Angor didn't know. But since Dodoro told him to, he still put the pendant away. He also accepted Flowey's heart-shaped pendant as well. White Bear said he didn't know about the pendant. But just like how White Bear didn't know who the woman in the painting was, Angor and Flowey might have something to do with each other. 2 days later, Angor finished his last meeting with Butler Good. Good now had the highest authority of Phantom Island, and Angor was ready to leave. He already put the Crocfix into his bracelet. He was going to put Nano Fiddler into his bracelet as well, but Nano Fiddler insisted on leaving him outside. No matter how Angor tried to talk him out of it, Nano Fiddler wouldn't budge. Angor narrowed his eyes and decided to teach Nano Fiddler a lesson. Angor took Nano Fiddler out of the manor. He saw Greya leaning against a big tree on the side of the road. Toby hopped off Angor's shoulder and gave Greya a final hug. He didn't know when he would come back. Toby didn't want to be trained by Greya, but he didn't want to leave her either. Greya gently stroked Toby's feathers and whispered something to the bird. Then she walked to them with a smile on her face. "You're leaving?" "Yes." Angor nodded. Greya looked at the man in front of her up and down. He was wearing a tall, wine-red, checkered gentleman's suit. Every detail of the suit was elegant. Even his hat and the strand of blonde hair sticking out from the edge of his hat were proof that he was a noble. Red lips, white teeth, golden hair, and blue eyes, he looked elegant. Mixed with the half-familiar feeling of youth, he was extremely handsome and compelling. "You're 18, right?" Greya's SSS. "I'll be 18 in 2 months." Angor nodded. "I'll be 18 in 2 months. When I first saw you, you looked like Azazazaz. Now, I feel a little like a man." Greya smiled. "You're handsome too. Just as handsome as your professor when he was young. Maybe even better. I wonder how many girls will fall for you in the future." Angor remained expressionless. He didn't know what Greya was going to say. "That's the temperament. It's exactly the same as your mentor." Greya sighed when she saw Angor's serious expression. "This noble wizard is just like your professor. How annoying." Greya talked to herself for a while Angor gave her a confused look. In the end, Greya rolled her eyes. She wanted to express her feelings, but Angor didn't want to cooperate. "Forget it. I originally prepared the story of the time thief and wanted to share it with you. Since you're a blockhead that can't be pried open, I won't say much. As expected, your EQ is as dull as your mentor's." Greya sighed. "I'm here to send Toby off. I hope the next time I see you and Toby, you'll look better." Greya said she was going to send them off, and she meant it. From the central area of Phantom Island to the beach outside the island. He was planning to fly away on his gondola, but Greya insisted on sending him off, so he had no choice but to walk on his own. "What's this time thief you mentioned, Lady Greya?" Angor asked curiously on their way. "It's a legend in the wizarding world. But I don't want to talk about it now. Go find it out yourself." Greya grumbled. She wanted to say goodbye to Angor, including autumn wind, falling leaves, reminiscing about time, and hope for the future. She also wanted to brainwash Angor, telling him that he would consider her first if he ever created a manifestation of mystery. But there was no setting, no atmosphere, and no emotions. Her brainwashing would never work. Angor raised an eyebrow but didn't ask. Since it was just a legend, there was no point in investigating it. "By the way, I've been meaning to ask you something. What's with that glove on your right hand? Why does it have the Sunders family emblem on it?" Greya looked at Angor's right hand curiously. She sensed the ripples of an illusion on the glove. "My professor gave it to me and told me not to take it off." "As for why?" Angor gave Greya a small smile and shrugged. "Go ask my professor, Lady Greya. I can't tell you." With that, Angor arrived outside Phantom Island. He released his gondola, threw Nano onto the boat, and quickly set off. Everything was done in one smooth motion. In the blink of an eye, Angor disappeared into the horizon. "Ugh, this little guy is getting worse. He's just like Sunders." Greya spat and looked at Toby, who was about to run away. She took out a bottle from her pocket and said, "Take this. Go kick Angor's ass for me." Toby nodded. Grey lines of gravity appeared around his body, and he bid farewell to Greya. Then, Toby shrieked and disappeared from Phantom Island like an arrow leaving its bow. Greya looked at the 2 black dots in the distance and sighed. Sigh. Why do I feel like an ordinary mortal when I look at that kid? Maybe he's blessed by the time thief. Greya shook her head and slowly walked back to Phantom Island. Toby had already returned to his gondola. Just like Greya said, Toby gently poked Angor's cheek with his paw. Angor didn't feel the power of the kick, so he thought Toby was just trying to act cute. Instead of leaving right away, Angor first went to the tributary to bid farewell to Iron Granny. After that, he went to find Prom and Dave to catch up with them for a while before heading to the Tree Spirit Palace. Angor was going to say goodbye to Tree Spirit, but a worker at the palace told him that Tree Spirit had gone to Rain's Cloud Tower and wouldn't be back yet. Angor had no choice but to let the worker say goodbye to Tree Spirit and left the mirror world through the teleportation array behind the palace. As expected, Angor didn't sense Lady Mirror's presence when he left the mirror world. Angor quickly lifted his gondola from the abyss chasm and reached the clear blue sky of Parmajai Highlands. He planned to go to Edge of Night in the Evernight Kingdom and use the teleportation array there to reach Goman Kingdom. After that, he would set sail from Goman Kingdom. They were in luck this time. There was no snow on the highlands, and the sky was clear with white clouds. Using the sky as an ocean, gondola quickly traversed through the clouds, creating waves in the air. Soon, Angor heard someone's teeth chattering. Mr. Pat. It's so cold, said Nano. He was wearing a red shirt and green trousers. He was curled up in the corner of a chair, shivering. He rested his chin on his hand and looked at Nano. Are you cold? I don't think so. Really, it's so cold. Nano was already puffing out white steam. Today, he only wore a thin red silk shirt and green silk trousers. He didn't feel anything when he was in the mirror world, but now, he felt goosebumps all over his body. Just bear with it if you're cold. I'm a friendly and kind host, and I'll do whatever you want. Angor looked at Nano as if he was watching a show. Of course, Nano knew that Angor was taking revenge on him for throwing a tantrum and refusing to enter the bracelet. Nano felt like crying. He had been in the mirror world for so long that he almost forgot about the 4 seasons. He also forgot that it was already winter, and the area outside Brute Cavern was an uninhabited highland. It was already very cold, and with the thin cold air high up in the sky, it didn't take long for Nano's mouth to turn blue. Even his anchor-like beard was stained with white frost. Nano's eyes began to blur, and he felt like he was going to be the first fibber to freeze to death. Angor finally made his move. He cast a thermostat spell on Nano's body. Nano sneezed fiercely as the warm feeling slowly returned to him. Angor placed a cup of hot water on the table. Drink up. Are you sure you want to stay outside? Nano drank a mouthful of hot water to dispel the chill in his body. As the chill dissipated, his mind began to work again. I think it's fine for me to stay outside now. Angor looked at him quietly. Thermostat lasts for an hour. I don't want to waste any more mana on you. If you want to stay outside, then do as you please. Nano gulped and gave him a sad look. Fine, I'll go in, Angor grinned and put Nano into his bracelet to accompany the Crocox. What Angor didn't know was that someone was watching him from tens of thousands of meters above. Higher up in the sky, a tall man who was floating among the clouds suddenly lowered his head. This was a very young man. He was wearing a white robe with green stripes and red embroidery with gold edges. He was wearing a gorgeous sorcerer's robe. His light yellow hair was tied up by green vines. There was only a lock of hair left on his forehead, which just happened to fall over his left eye. The man was not handsome, but he had a kind face, which made him look like an elegant academic professor. However, one would notice a hint of unruliness in his eyes. Clearly, the man's outward appearance was very different from his inner self. He was flying toward Brute Cavern when the airship below caught his attention. Even though there was a layer of clouds and mist, one could still see the flying boat that seemed to be bathed in starlight. The starlight was like a curtain, and the night sky was like an ocean, breaking the waves in the sky. Although he didn't know much about alchemy, he could recognize the material of the flying boat. Although it wasn't a high-grade magic material, it gave off a sense of seamless harmony. In particular, the wave-tied shell at the bottom of the boat actually induced the special effect of the wave-tied shell itself, causing the sky to be like the sea, creating waves of bubbles. The man's eyes were filled with amazement. For someone like him who pursued luxurious aesthetics in his personal life, the airship was unbelievably beautiful and fast. I left Brute Cavern only 50 years ago. Did the standard airship of Brute Cavern change so much in such a short time? I thought brooms were the main weapons? If the airship really changed into a new one, he would really like to buy one. Although he had some suspicions in his heart that this airship was an exception, he could clearly see that the owner of the airship was just an ordinary level 3 apprentice. Not too ordinary either. He didn't look very old, probably not even an adult yet. Perhaps he was a seed apprentice cultivated by the organization in recent years. Maybe the airship was a reward for a potential apprentice. Regardless of whether it was a reward or a standard airship, the man believed that the person who made the airship must be in Brute Cavern. Besides, it would be easy for an apprentice to own such a beautiful airship. At that time, he could ask the alchemist to design a more luxurious flying boat. With that in mind, the man was eager to return home. The heavenly chasm was not far away. Could Lady Mirror transform now? Did Mr. Tree Spirit catch Isui? Was Flora still willful? Did Tutor discover more secrets of other worlds? Most importantly, he didn't know what had happened to his tea garden in the flowing source. He still had some new tea sprouts in his spatial ring, so he had to hurry back to the tea garden to plant them. While thinking about the changes in Brute Cavern, the man flew toward Brute Cavern. As for the flying boat that was 10,000 meters away, he did not pay any attention to it. Soon, he passed through the mirror. What confused him the most was that Lady Mirror and Tree Spirit were nowhere to be seen. Even the workers in the Tree Spirit Palace didn't recognize him. Things had changed with the passage of time. It had only been 50 years, and he had actually been forgotten. The man sighed and flew toward Phantom Island. Once he returned to Brute Cavern, the first thing he needed to do was to report his findings to his teacher. When he flew past Phantom Island, he was surprised to see that the plants around the island had changed. Many phantom beasts had also disappeared. If not for the fact that the landscape remained the same, he would have thought that he came to the wrong place. Just as he landed in the central mansion, Butler Good sensed that someone was visiting and immediately came forward to greet him. "May I ask who you are?" While Good was still hesitating, the man took off the hood of his wizard robe. "SSS Master Sumesh," Good exclaimed in shock. "Long time no see, Butler Good." Sumesh greeted him with a smile and looked around. "The mansion didn't change much, but I don't recognize the plants here. Did Tutor change them? Is Tutor in his study?" Good shook his head. "Tutor left Brute Cavern a week ago. He went to the Abyss Plane as Mr. Monkey asked." "Tutor went to the Abyss Plane?" Sumesh frowned. "There's a lot going on. I wonder if Tutor's trip will go smoothly. However, it wouldn't be good if I didn't go. After all, it was an invitation from Monchi." Good continued, "As for the plants on Phantom Island, it's because of Lady Greya." "Greya?" Sumesh raised an eyebrow. "That gourmet wizard? Why is she here?" Good told Angor about Greya's intention and the new spell she just created. However, he only told Angor about what he saw. He did not mention anything about the rumors and speculations from the outside world. As for why Greya came, Good only said that Sunders invited her. Sumesh's gentle expression slowly turned serious. In the end, he shook his head. Greya was indeed the hope of gourmet wizards. It took him 50 years to become a truthfinder wizard. He didn't expect Greya to progress so quickly on the path of creation. Perhaps she would become a level 2 wizard in the near future. She deserved to be called a genius wizard. Sumesh planned to visit Greya first before heading to the tributary. "Lady Greya went into seclusion after sending Mr. Pat away," said Good. "She's training right now." "She's in seclusion? I guess I can't help it. But this Mr. Pat you mentioned? Is he your new student?" Sumesh asked curiously. He heard rumors about Sunders taking in a new student. "Yes. Mr. Pat is one of Mr. Sunders' students 3 years ago. Coincidentally, he had to leave today to return home. If he knew Mr. Sumesh would come back today, Mr. Pat would have stayed behind to meet you." "Sumesh, you're speaking up for him. It looks like Butler Good really likes this junior of mine. Mr. Pat is a gentle person. Everyone likes him." "Gentle? Interesting." Sumesh raised an eyebrow. "Don't worry. He'll come back one day. We'll see each other then." With that, Sumesh bid farewell to Good and left for the tributary. He wanted to visit Flora at Rockwell Society, but he was itching to visit the tea garden that he had not visited for years. So, he decided to visit the tributary first. On his way to the tributary, Xianxia noticed that the atmosphere in Brood Cavern was a bit strange. There were fewer people on the streets. Could it be that something had happened that he was unaware of? I need to pay Mr. Rain a visit first. Xianxia entered the tributary but didn't head to his tea garden right away. The ironclad fortress was already in front of him. Long time no see, Granny. Xianxia greeted Iron Granny, who was enjoying her tea in front of a table. Since when did you learn divination, Granny? How did you know I'm coming back? Xianxia sat down in front of Iron Granny. The rich aroma of the tea wafted into his nose. It's been a while since I last tasted your rose tea, Granny. It reminds me of so many good memories. Congratulations on becoming a truth finder. Iron Granny gently placed the tea set on the table with a tray in one hand and a teacup in the other. Just a fluke. Xianxia's eyes narrowed into two crescents. His words sounded like he was just lucky, but it was obvious from his expression that he was pleased with himself. If everyone can become a truth finder by luck, then there's no need for us to pursue the path of truth anymore. Iron Granny placed the teapot in front of Xianxia. You can pour yourself some tea if you want. I'm fine with it. As for what you said about me dabbling in divination, well, you're wrong. I parked the iron fortress in front of the gate because I saw a young friend off. I haven't even finished my cup of tea when you showed up. It's just a coincidence, Iron Granny replied. A young friend? You're an apprentice, aren't you? Xianxia poured himself a cup of scented tea and asked curiously as he took a sip of the tea. That's right, he's an apprentice. Iron Granny paused for a second and continued in a serious tone, a very interesting and promising apprentice. You think so highly of him, Granny? Maybe he'll surpass you in every aspect in no time. Xianxia was surprised. This was the first time Iron Granny spoke so highly of an apprentice. Iron Granny wasn't a prophet, but her words couldn't be wrong. Xianxia's curiosity was piqued. Did our organization recruit a genius wizard with a special constitution? Could it be the body of a sage? Iron Granny shook her head. A special constitution? I think it's the nightmare form. Speaking of which, this apprentice has something to do with you. Nightmare form? Something to do with me? Xianxia suddenly thought of something. Is he a student I've never met before? Iron Granny nodded with a smile. Is he really that talented? Even Granny is praising him. Xianxia muttered to himself. He didn't feel anything when he heard about Angor from Good. But now, he was filled with a strong curiosity towards this junior brother that he had never met before. Xianxia asked Iron Granny about Angor's whereabouts. Iron Granny didn't hide anything from Xianxia. She told him everything she saw and heard. I thought it was just a rumor. I didn't expect it to be true. He created an alchemy illusion that inspired Greya and Mr. Rain. That's amazing. Xianxia sighed. It's a blessing that we have an alchemist in Phantom. Iron Granny suddenly removed the teapot from her teapot and took out some dried leaves from a strange-looking wooden box. They were emitting faint energy waves and had a faint fragrance. What's this, Granny? New leaves? Iron Granny revealed a mysterious smile. Try it and you'll know. When Xianxia finished the cup of tea, it was as if he had been enlightened. His expression was one of bliss. The first taste is like a bitter leaf, and the middle taste begins to bring back the sweetness. After that, it's like being immersed in the fragrance of nature, and the whole person feels as if they've been enlightened. What's more, not only does the tea contain a hint of spiritual energy, but it also leaves a lingering aftertaste. Xianxia couldn't help but ask, Grandma, what tea is this? Iron Granny smiled. It's called Morning Dew. Angor gave it to me. Morning Dew, just like the name of a tea. It's one of the best teas I've had in years. Xianxia suddenly frowned. Angor? Is this another one of my junior's tricks? Iron Granny nodded. Yes. He was planning to give it to you as a gift. He just asked me to see if you like it. I like it. Xianxia said without hesitation. Too bad you didn't get to see him again. You'll have to wait for him to return from his hometown if you want to taste it again. Xianxia frowned. He was a tea addict, and he couldn't help but feel disappointed. He just left. Should I go after him? Sumesh muttered to himself. Iron Granny snorted. Nah. It's been more than an hour since he left. His gondola is really fast. He's probably out of Parmajai Highlands by now. You won't be able to catch up with him. Gondola? That's the flying boat that he refined has a peerless appearance. Your mentor has gone to show off more than once, both openly and secretly. Many magi have been pissed off. Many wizards sent their apprentices to study alchemy, but only 1 or 2 out of every 100 succeeded. Iron Granny sighed. A beautiful airship? Sumesh waved his hand and summoned an illusionary image on the table. It was the same airship he saw outside. So this is gondola? Huh? You've improved a lot. Iron Granny exclaimed. She then looked at the ship carefully and said, yes, this is the one. What? You met Angor? Sumesh sighed. Yeah. When I saw this flying ship on my way back, I thought it was a modified version of the organization's standard flying vehicle. I was planning to order one from an alchemist, but it was Angor who made it. The standard flying vehicle will be changed? Think about it. Ryan's stubbornness. Even his communicator is a crystal ball, let alone a flying vehicle. Iron Granny couldn't help but complain. Sumesh smiled wryly and shook his head. You're right. I'm overthinking. Sumesh suddenly realized something. If the airship was Angor's creation, then the person on it must be Angor. If she remembered correctly, Butler Good said that Angor was accepted into the school 3 years ago. But the sorcerer apprentice on the airship was clearly a level 3 apprentice, 3 years, a level 3 apprentice, and an alchemist who learned about mystery items. Sumesh finally understood why Iron Granny said Angor had unparalleled potential. It was because Angor's talent was just too amazing, his achievements alone were enough to make him look down on his peers. Now, Angor had to admit that fate favored Angor too much. Before meeting Angor in person, Sumesh already had a vague image of Angor in his mind. Clouds and mist alternated between thick and thin, like white smoke being blown away by the wind. The gondola traveled through the clouds in a leisurely manner. Angor was reading a wizard's travel book while resting his chin on his hand. He heard Toby's chirping coming from below. He flipped the book over and put it on the table. Then he leaned against the railing and looked down. Toby had been playing with the clouds down below, but he suddenly let out a cry toward the ground. A moment later, Toby returned to gondola and stood on Angor's shoulder while mumbling something. Someone's down there? Angor wondered. They were still some distance away from the Evernight Kingdom. They were at the edge of Parmajai Highlands, which was a no-man's land. Could he be a supernatural being? Following Toby's chirping, Angor lowered the gondola and looked down. A group of mortals, led by a snow wolf, was moving toward Parmajai Highlands while carrying bags of various sizes. Mortals? What are they doing here? Doing business with a primitive tribe? Angor heard that some primitive tribes in the highlands would trade animal hides with humans. Were these people merchants? Angor had no idea, but he wasn't interested in finding out. He kept flying toward the Evernight Kingdom and considered the mortals as nothing more than a small interlude. Soon, he saw more than one group of mortals moving toward the no-man's land. It was only 100 kilometers, but he already saw more than a dozen groups of mortals, all of whom were carrying heavy bags. Angor also saw a middle-aged woman holding the hand of a 5- or 6-year-old child and venturing into the no-man's land all by themselves. Angor wondered if there was a war going on ahead. Were they all refugees? A while later, Angor confirmed that those people were indeed refugees who left their homes. However, it was not because of war. It was a man-made disaster. In the distance, a city with tens of thousands of people was covered by a black dome, which was slowly expanding outward from the center of the city. All of the mortals were fleeing for their lives, some of them heading for the Parmajai Highlands. Angor recognized the dome. It looked exactly the same as the one in Sleepless City. But this place was still hundreds of kilometers away from Sleepless City. There were already supernaturals gathering at the city. Some of them even set up defensive lines in the air. Before Angor could reach the city, a level 2 apprentice approached him. It was a middle-aged man wearing a blue wizard robe. When he saw Angwar's magnificent gondola, he showed a greedy look. But when he saw that he couldn't see through Angwar's strength at all, he quickly calmed down. "Mister, please don't go any closer. There might be parasites flying out in the near future. Even official magi won't be able to defend against them. If you want to keep going north, I suggest you take a detour," the apprentice said politely. "When did this dome appear? Why didn't I see it coming?" Angwar frowned. He already planned his route and did some research before he left. He didn't expect something like this to happen. "Mister, call me Pat. I'm from Brute Cavern." "Mr. Pat from Brute Cavern?" "I'm from the Edge of Night." "You can call me Land, Mr. Pat." The middle-aged apprentice nodded. "I'm from the Edge of Night." "You may call me Land." "Mr. Pat, I'm sure you've heard about what happened in Sleepless City. I thought the dome was the only thing that appeared in Sleepless City, and it would at most spread out from there. However, something happened in Snowridge City last night as well, and I was sent here by the organization to investigate as well. They set up a roadblock to prevent people from being infected by parasites." "Last night? No wonder Brute Cavern didn't know about it. Are there many domes like this in the Evernight Kingdom?" Land shook his head. "As far as I know, Sleepless City and Snow Ridge City are the only ones. But I don't know what will happen in the future." Angwar knew what Lend was worried about. The dome was supposed to spread slowly around Sleepless City. It would take at least 1,000 years for the dome to reach other places. But now, the dome appeared in Snow Ridge City, which was hundreds of kilometers away from the city. This meant that the dome was not going to spread as slowly as they expected. In that case, it was very likely that Edge of Night would be chosen as the place covered by the dome. Edge of Night was supposed to be free from the Evernight Kingdom after the wizards in Sleepless City were forced to leave. However, they didn't expect something like this to happen. "How's Edge of Night doing?" Lend frowned a little. It wasn't polite to point out that Edge of Night might be in danger in front of Angwar. "My destination is Edge of Night. I need to take a detour from your organization. As you know, Brute Cavern doesn't have a long-distance teleportation portal." Hearing this, Len's expression relaxed a little. The Edge of Night is still relatively safe, but everyone is still in a state of panic. "But if you want to go there, Mr. Pat, it shouldn't be a problem." After learning that Angwar's destination was Edge of Night, Lend pointed him a shortcut and returned to the outpost. Angwar remained silent. He still didn't understand why the Nightmare Realm set up so many bases in the wizarding world. But he did know that the Nightmare Realm's bases were becoming more and more open. In the past, only Pakrati was known to outsiders. But now, he looked at the city covered by a dome and sighed. Then he walked away quietly. On the way to the Edge of Night, there were not many disturbances. The only thing he didn't expect was to see a parasite surrounded by the faint aura of the Nightmare Realm. The parasite quickly ran away when it saw Angwar. Angwar didn't chase after it. He sighed in his mind. This place was thousands of kilometers away from Sleepless City, yet the parasite could still make it this far. Most places in the Evernight Kingdom were infected by the parasite. The Evernight Kingdom might have already fallen into the enemy's hands. Brute Cavern, the closest wizard organization to the Evernight Kingdom, would also suffer the same fate if the Evernight Kingdom fell to ruin. Of course, this was not something he should worry about at his current level. It was pointless for him to worry about such things. Edge of Night's teleportation array wasn't built in their headquarters. Instead, it was built on Evernight Mountain. Evernight Mountain was a temporary base that Edge of Night developed in recent years. They claimed that it was for the convenience of other organizations. However, many people told others that this place was meant to oppose Sleepless City. Since Sleepless City had a city called Evernight Mountain, Edge of Night decided to build a lightless mountain instead. It sounded like a child's play, but it didn't matter as long as they could get rid of their enemies. Besides, Evernight Mountain also served its purpose. The name was just a gimmick to annoy their enemies. When Angwar arrived at Evernight Mountain, he saw a lot of people here. Most of them seemed to be in a hurry, and most of them were heading to the teleportation array. Angwar activated infinite reticence and blended into the crowd. As the group moved forward, Angwar slowly realized why there were so many people gathered here. It was probably because of the dark dome of Snow Ridge City. Supernaturals weren't idiots. They all knew that Edge of Night was in an awkward situation. Since Snow Ridge City already had the Dark Dome, Edge of Night might also be targeted by the Dark Dome. Even if it was only a possibility, Angor still decided to leave this place for now. Angor also believed that Edge of Night was likely to be targeted by the nightmare monsters. After all, the place was full of supernaturals. Angor arrived early, so it wasn't long until it was his turn. Following the instructions of the apprentice on duty, Angor stepped onto the teleportation array. Speaking of which, he had to thank the dome of Snow Ridge City. Many official wizards were planning to leave the Edge of Night, either to ask for help or to retreat. He was heading to White Shell Market, where a wizard was waiting for him to transfer to another city. The wizard looked cold and aloof. However, he didn't mind providing protection for apprentices who were going to use the array as long as they paid a certain price. The protection fee was high, at least 3 digits. However, it was the same as buying one's life. Without the protection of a wizard, apprentices could easily get lost or die. After paying the fee, the number of people in the array reached the upper limit. The light circle flashed, and the space around them began to warp. After a moment of darkness and weightlessness, he smelled something fishy from the ocean. When he opened his eyes, his surroundings had changed greatly. He could hear the sound of waves, and the sun had broken through the clouds, shining lazily on his skin. Eternal Night Mountain was dark all year round, but here, the sun was shining brightly. This should be the White Shell City. The apprentices around him were still dizzy from the aftereffects of the long-distance teleportation. That official Magus had already started walking towards the teleportation array. He raised an eyebrow as he walked past Angor. He was surprised that someone could survive the dizziness caused by teleportation. After all, he was only responsible for their safety and did not block out these negative effects. However, he only glanced at it out of curiosity and guessed in his heart, could it be a space element acolyte? Then, he left. Angor had no idea what was going on in the old man's mind. Even if he did, he would only laugh it off. He didn't pay any attention to the group of apprentices who were still wailing in the teleportation array. Instead, he quickly left the teleportation array. When he was out of the range of the teleportation array, while there was no one around, Angor's face changed from a handsome young man to an ordinary square face. At the same time, his presence was greatly weakened. His eyes lost their luster, and he looked depressed. If he was thrown into a crowd, it would be like throwing a pebble into the ocean. This was the effect of using illusion and infinite reticence at the same time. Angor did not think that the rats and ants would come so quickly, but he still made sure to hide himself just in case. The White Shell City was a wizard market near the coast of Goman Kingdom. It was not too big, and there were not many people here. However, it had its advantages. First of all, it was supported by floating Mech City instead of Goman Kingdom. Secondly, it was located at the southernmost coast of Fey Continent. Further south was the vast ocean and the continents on the other side of the ocean. Most of these continents were mortal territories, but each of them had their own rich resources. Floating Mech City was willing to establish a wizard market here to transfer these resources. Therefore, although the White Shell City was not very big, it was a relatively large resource transfer station. While walking around the streets, Angor even saw some Halon-style handicrafts. Halon Dynasty was an island country next to Gold's Pink Empire. When Angor left the Old Earth, these two countries were still at war. Back then, Pat family was still providing resources to the front line. Even though Halon Dynasty was Gold's Pink Empire's enemy, Angor still felt a sense of familiarity when he saw Halon's handicrafts. Angor did not spend too much time on the streets. Instead, he went straight to Brute Cavern's outpost. There were not many wizard organizations in White Shell City. The resources here were all provided by Floating Mech City, so they were not interested. However, it wasn't that there weren't any. There were still some strongholds of Magus organizations. The reason why these sorcerer organizations chose to stay here was also for resources, but it was also for human resources. When Floating Mech City went to other continents, they mostly wanted special resources. They did not want to get involved with talents. They knew very well that any attempt to monopolize a place could easily lead to a backlash. Even if they had the power to suppress dissent, Mechanus, which had always been a source of power, would never do such a thing. They could build sky towers, teleportation portals, and even export their own steam culture and mechanical materials. All of these required cooperation from major wizard organizations. Otherwise, no matter how powerful Floating Mech City was, it would not be able to handle a hostile attack. Brood Cavern was one of the few wizard organizations that had established their outpost here. Following the symbol of the Tree of Eternity, Angor soon arrived at a domed building in Brood Cavern. There were no wizards here, only several apprentices. The strongest among them was an old man with a long white beard, who was barely a level 3 apprentice. Angor attracted everyone's attention as soon as he came in. They all stared at him with eager eyes. The white-bearded old man walked to them with his walking stick. "I'm Burrow. May I know your name, mister?" "Pat." Angor followed the etiquette of a noble. "Mr. Pat. What brings you here, mister?" At this time, a young man with blazing eyes came over. "Old man Burrow, why don't you just ask him what mission he took? Don't be so tactful. It gives me goosebumps." The young man had a unique look. His right eyebrow was naturally raised high, and the end of it drooped down slightly. He had a regular face, but the special feature of his right eyebrow made him look quite funny. The young man saw Angor staring at him and grinned. "You can call me Homie. But I prefer to be called Right Eye Devil. It's my nickname, approved by the Sky Tower." Angor chuckled awkwardly and greeted them. "What's the mission you were talking about?" Homie and Burrow exchanged a puzzled look. "You're not from the headquarters?" As they explained, Angor gradually understood what was going on, and why those apprentices were looking at him with such passionate eyes. Because of the encampment in White Xianxia City, other people rarely came here. Generally, the people who came here were from the headquarters. People who came from the headquarters only had two purposes. First, they accepted a guide mission and needed to go out to sea from here. Second, they accepted a garrison mission and needed to stay here to guard the place. Basically, there was no third objective. Most of the people who accepted the recruitment mission would only arrive at the start of spring. By then, the frozen sea routes would have melted, and they would be able to travel to more continents. The chances of finding talents would also be greatly increased. Most of the time, it was too difficult to find talents. The reward was good, but it could also delay one's training. Therefore, not many apprentices were willing to accept a guide mission. In the end, most of the missions were given to wizards. Wizards rarely came to the base, so all the apprentices here believed that Angor had accepted a second mission. In other words, it was a garrison mission. The reward for each mission was good, but it was far from the headquarters. However, they were far away from the headquarters and had few resources. They also couldn't get any mentors to teach them. Therefore, most of the sorcerer apprentices hoped that someone would come and replace them. When Angor arrived, the apprentices all looked at him with eager eyes. "Hey, you said you're from the headquarters. What's your mission then?" "It must be a garrison mission." Come. Hurry up and hand it over. I've had enough of the dull days here." Homie raised his eyebrows. His eyebrows were already very high to begin with, and they looked even more out of place. His right eyebrow looked like he was packing his luggage and was about to part ways with his eyes. The distance between his eyebrows was very wide, and it looked very funny. "Why do you have to do it, Homie? You're the last one here." "I should be the one to do it. I've been here for almost 2 years," an apprentice protested. "Because I have a bigger fist." Homie spat back. "Mr. Magic Eye, please give it to me. I've been a level 2 apprentice for so long, and I only learned a few level 1 cantrips." Someone else pretended to cry. Homie only replied with a pft. Angor found it funny. He looked at Burrow, who was still smiling. "Don't you want to go back to the headquarters?" "Burrow, of course I want to, but my lifespan is almost at its limit. My mentor has already taught me everything he can, and I've learned what I need to learn. If I can't learn it, I might not be able to learn it when I go back. It's better to stay here and see if I can find an opportunity to break through." "There's a way to break through here?" Angor was puzzled. "This place is right next to Devil's Water." Wizards often come here. Maybe you can find some leftover wisdom here. Burrow paused. You know Phantom Master, the god of war of Brute Cavern? Of course. Angor didn't just know Phantom Master. They knew each other very well. Last time, Phantom Master rode a cloud whale out to sea. When he passed by Devil's Water, he killed a tiger-striped squid and took only a small part of its cartilage before throwing it into the sea. Many people benefited from it. Maybe someone even became a wizard because of it. Burrow sighed. So that's fate. Angor didn't know what to say. That sounded a little different from what he expected. Angor assumed that the destiny was something like an ancient wizard's legacy, a powerful monster's nest, or a hidden dimension, or something like that. He had to fight for those things himself, or it was up to fate to find them. But Burrow sounded like he was waiting for something to happen. Burrow saw through Angor's confusion and chuckled while stroking his beard. My teacher is Mr. Wallace, and I'm from the most primitive school. I'm old now, and I don't want to compete with the young ones. That was a nice way to put it. He wasn't good at fighting, but he could pick up the leftovers. While Burrow and Angor were talking, Hami seemed to have reached an agreement with the other apprentices. They agreed that Hami would go back to the headquarters first, and they would find some other apprentices to come and guard the place. Hami smiled brightly at Angor. It's done. Hurry up. I'll go back as soon as I'm done. Seeing how excited Hami was, Angor didn't want to disappoint him. But when he thought about Hami's purpose, he shook his head. I think you misunderstood. I'm not here to take over. You're not here to take over? Hami exclaimed in disbelief. How is that possible? Did you accept the guide mission? Sort of. Then, can I see your mission information? Hami still didn't believe Angor's words. Angor showed Hami his bone card, hid his personal information, and showed the guide mission he received earlier. Only then did Hami wail and walk to the side while cursing. The apprentices who were originally gathered together dispersed in a hubbub. If you're not here to take over, you should have told me earlier. I'm so happy about it. Hami complained. Angor shrugged. I wanted to tell you, but you didn't give me a chance. You look younger than 50, right? Why did you accept a guide mission now? It's time-consuming, and you might not even find a suitable candidate. Burrow didn't really care about Angor's mission. He was just curious about Angor's choice. Before he could answer, Hami spoke in a mocking tone, Do you even need to ask? Look at that guy's clothes. He's a wizard from a noble academy. Just like you, he only dares to accept missions that aren't too dangerous. Burrow didn't say anything. Instead, it was the other apprentices who laughed and said, Aren't you here for duty? You still have the nerve to talk about others. Hami was a little angry. I took this mission to recuperate. I took it on the way. Who would have thought that this mission would require an apprentice of the same level to hand it over before they could leave? I'm not like you. I'm a real fighter just like Mr. Sunders. I can't be bothered to talk to you. Hami looked at Angor in annoyance. Speaking of which, I'm more curious. Most of the sea routes are frozen. You can't do anything now. Why don't you wait until spring? If I remember correctly, Devil's Water shouldn't freeze that easily, right? You're going to Devil's Water? Both Burrow and Hami blurted out at the same time. Hami felt his cheeks burning when he saw Angor nodding. He was just mocking Angor for accepting missions that weren't too dangerous, and now Angor was telling him that he was going to go to Devil's Water, which was the most dangerous place in the world. He was like a fearless newborn calf. You're not going to Blackberry Waters or Whalebone Sea, are you? Burrow asked. That's right. But even if you're going to cross Devil's Water, the sea routes won't be unsealed yet, right? It's still too early for you to go there now. I'm going to cross Devil's Water to get to the Land of Revelation first. I have a flying vehicle, so I can fly from the Land of Revelation to other places. Angor paused and continued, The most important part of my journey is Devil's Water. I'm not familiar with the area, so I can't fly there even if I have a map. That's why I'm here. I want to ask if there are any ships that can cross Devil's Water to get to the Land of Revelation. Neither Burrow nor Hami doubted Angor's words. A person with a flying vehicle could ignore a lot of dangers. Besides, flying vehicles also represented strength. They couldn't tell how strong Angor was, but they were sure that he wasn't weak. He might even be stronger than everyone here. I don't know why Mr. Pad chose to go to the other side of Devil's Water, but I'm sure you have something to do with it. Burrow was silent for a moment. The problem of ships is indeed within the scope of our authority as apprentices on duty. However, our ships aren't enough to cross the Devil's Water. Therefore, we can only help you contact the White Clam Shipping Company and see if they have any ships going to the Land of Revelation. Angor hesitated. Is the White Clam Shipping Company supported by? Burrow nodded and pointed at the sky. Yes. That's what you're thinking. Don't worry. They always bring some guides from wizard organizations with them. But Brute Cavern rarely goes to Devil's Water to look for talents, so you don't know much about them. Have you heard of the Redbud? Angor suddenly asked. Burrow was surprised. Oh, you know about it? The Redbud does belong to the White Clam Shipping Company. It's an ocean-going ship that takes years to sail. But the ship isn't at the port now. It left about half a year ago. Angor nodded. He didn't expect the Redbud to really belong to the White Clam Shipping Company. Since you already know, I won't say more. I'll go ask around for you now. I hope you can find a good candidate for our organization. Burrow took off his wizard hat, revealing his white hair. He bowed to Angor and slowly walked upstairs. Angor was curious about why Burrow was going upstairs. Hami explained for him. Floating Mech City's method, a transmitter. They put it on the roof. They say it has to be placed in the open, or they won't receive the signal. While Burrow went to contact the people, Angor walked around the base curiously. The base wasn't big, but the air was filled with lively energy. The lights were dim, and Angor could see all kinds of big books on the tables and chairs. The books were placed randomly. Judging from their covers, most of them were professional books, such as Introduction to Anatomy, Analysis of Sound, Element of Light, and so on. Most people were reading these books and jotting down something from time to time. They all looked like scholars. Apart from the books, what attracted Angor's attention the most was a yellowish and dusty sea map hanging on the side of the spiral staircase. Angor didn't know how long ago the map was drawn. The scale was obviously wrong. The map started from the southeast coast of Fey Continent and went all the way south. Only the name of the sea was marked. The size was all wrong, but the direction was correct. Land of Revelation, Magic Eve's Promenade, Valhalla Island. These continents were all marked on the map, but only the direction was correct. Strangely, Angor didn't see the old Earth on the map. There was a strange symbol in the direction of the old Earth. It looked like a blooming flower, but it also looked like some kind of animal. It wouldn't be a big deal if there were no markings. There were too many places on the map that didn't seem to have been there before. But if there was a mark in the direction of the old Earth, why did it look like this? As he wondered, he suddenly heard an old voice coming from behind him. I don't know how old this map is. I think it was drawn by an apprentice or a mortal, who didn't know how to draw nautical maps, so it's useless. It's hung here because the wall doesn't look good, so they found a random wall in the warehouse and put it here. Angor looked back and saw old Burrow coming down from upstairs. There are a lot of mistakes, but the directions of some places are quite accurate. Angor pointed at several places. These are all correct, at least from what I read. But there's one place that's a bit strange. Are you talking about the marginalized island? Burrow stretched out his crutch and pointed at the drawing. Correct. Angor didn't correct him. Apart from his own people, most people on other continents referred to the old Earth as the marginalized island. I think so too. Maybe it's because the terrain of the marginalized island is similar to this one? Burrow guessed. Or maybe it's just a random scribble by the cartographer, and it just so happened to be at the marginalized island. But that's not important, Burrow said. I think it's interesting. I'm planning to go to the marginalized island myself, Angor said. But the marginalized island is too far away. I don't think there are any talents there, and the elements there are too weak. Burrow shook his head. He wanted to stop Angor, but he didn't think he was in any position to do so. I asked around for you. There's a ship going out to sea, but it's not going to the Land of Revelation. It's going to Faron Land next week. Faron land? Angor looked up at the error-filled map. According to the map, Faron land was right next to the Land of Revelation. But according to his research, Faron land was at least 10,000 kilometers away from the Land of Revelation, which was still within the Blackberry waters. 10,000 kilometers might be a great distance for mortals, but it wasn't too far for Gondola. Angor nodded. All right. We'll go to Faron land then. I'll go to the Land of Revelation alone. Since Angor agreed, Burrow quickly went upstairs to discuss with the White Clam Shipping Company. When Burrow came downstairs again, his expression showed that the deal was done. They agreed. But they also said that most of the people on the ship are mortals. If they run into any danger, they hope you can protect them. Of course, if you're in danger yourself, you don't have to worry about them, Burrow explained. Are there any other supernaturals on the ship? I'm not sure. But according to their rules, there should be at least a top-level apprentice. If it's a dangerous month at Devil's Water, there might even be a wizard. 3 days later. Hami crossed his legs and leaned against a leather chair. He rested his chin on one hand and played with a magic pinball in the other. He threw the pinball out from time to time. Every time the colorless pinball hit the ground or wall, it would change color. After bouncing a few times, it would turn into a bright-colored magic pinball and return to Hami's hand. The specialty of the magic pinball was that no matter how it was thrown, it would bounce back to its owner. It was an alchemy gadget, mostly made by novice alchemists. If you have time to play with magic pinballs, why don't you help me check these resource application reports? A fat acolyte sitting at the front table counted the missing supplies with his fingers while recording them down and sending them to the headquarters. This is Old Man Burrow's task for you, not me, Hami said impatiently. It's all your fault. What the hell are you applying for? Last time, you secretly applied for something like a music box? Old Man Burrow was criticized for a few days, but this time, I'm the one who's supposed to check the application reports, Fatty retorted. Hami snorted, you mortals don't understand. That's a trend for art wizards. Listening to music, experiencing illusions, drinking a little wine, and enjoying the breeze. How pleasant. Didn't you say you're a practical fighter? Why do you sound like an academic? I can't fight all day long, right? When fighting, I have to enjoy myself. When resting, I have to be refined. Hami proudly described the quality of life that a refined boy should have. Stop it. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. It'll disturb my train of thought. Huh? Why did Old Man Burrow apply for a mirror? Isn't that for official wizards? Will the higher-ups approve it? Fatty scratched his head and asked in confusion. You just don't check enough reports. The Mirror publishes a joint edition every year for apprentices. It's mainly to introduce new wizards, announce some common cantrips, and announce some policy changes. Hami pursed his lips, it's published quite early this year. I don't know what big news there is. Oh right, Fatty, can you secretly apply for a blood shark suit for me? No. It wasn't Fatty who spoke. It was Old Man Burrow who came in with a crutch. Why? I'm itching to go down to the sea and kill some monsters. I have to give the materials to the headquarters, Hami complained. There's no limit. Burrow had to lift his white beard with his hand to prevent it from falling to the ground. Then cancel the mirror. It's the same every year. Burrow shook his head. But this year, Brute Cavern, he shook his head. Ruthless Thorn Madeline. To come to brutes to come to brute force. Remember it. To the apprentice. I can't find it anyway, so there's no point in memorizing it. I still want the blood shark suit, Hami protested. Fine. You don't think that's important. Then what about the lives of our apprentices? Burrow knocked on the floor several times with his crutch to attract everyone's attention. I just heard something. You know what happened in Sleepless City, right? Now that the Evernight Kingdom is facing a great disaster, the parasites have reached Parmajai Highlands. Brute Cavern might be affected as well. We have to read the latest issue of Mirror and see what they have to say. Hearing this, everyone's expression turned solemn. They could ignore the other details, but they had to pay attention to their own future. After Burrow finished speaking, He strode over to the fat apprentice and carefully checked the name of the application. Materials, tools, books, and other supplies. You're almost done. Go and send the application. Burrow asked the fat apprentice to go to the roof. He then sat down in front of his desk and began writing a flight chart with a pen. It took him about an hour. When the fat apprentice came back, Burrow still hadn't finished. Hami looked at the chart curiously. Hey, old man. Why are you writing this? Why is it all about the whalebone sea? Burrow took a break and answered, Mr. Pat, the one who accepted the guide mission, is going to cross Devil's Water this year. He'll definitely come back next year or the year after. I went to the White Clam Shipping Company to ask about this schedule. He needs to know the route to return to Fey Continent, or he'll get lost at Devil's Water. Just tell him the addresses of the White Clam Shipping Company's branches and let him find them himself, Hami said. Hemi didn't think much of it. He was still angry at the person who cheated him of his feelings. Of course. But I'll try my best to help him. Mr. Pat doesn't look like an ordinary person, Burrow said as he wrote. Of course not. Isn't he an apprentice? Don't be silly. I mean, there are a lot of strange things about him. He looks like a middle-aged man, but sometimes I feel a bit uncomfortable. Last time, when he showed you the guide mission on the bone card, he purposely covered up his personal information. That's a bit strange. Burrow thought for a moment. But I can't put my finger on it. Anyway, there's nothing wrong with helping him more. Even if he's just an ordinary apprentice, I'll just consider it as opening up a new network. He's just a loser. What's there to pay attention to? Hami sneered. Typical academic style. Other people might not accept your kindness. It's useless. Hami then went back to playing with his magic marbles in a daze. Burrow shook his head and continued to copy the schedule. He recorded the possible destinations and times of the White Clam Shipping Company's departure next year. Because the news was too fragmented, by the time Burrow finished writing, the sky was already dark. The hissing oil lamps illuminated the hall with a bright yellow color, making the somewhat old wooden building even more ancient. The night breeze blew in through the window, lifting the tattered curtains and bringing with it the unique smell of the ocean. Under the calm sea breeze, Burrow finally put down his pen. Burrow looked at the night sky outside. It wasn't a good time to talk to Pat at this hour. Even though superhumans rarely slept at night, if they happened to fall asleep tonight and he disturbed them, it would stir up conflict. Burrow decided to go tomorrow. There were still 2 days before Pat left anyway. But, the limpet is leaving in 2 days. Mr. Pat has been in his room for 3 days. What is he doing? Burrow wondered. Burrow looked at Hami, who was dozing off, and asked, Hami, did you notice what Mr. Pat was doing when you delivered the food? Hami stretched his back. Don't mention it. That guy was tailoring clothes. When I went in, I saw a bunch of silk threads on the floor and some patterns on the table. He's just like a girl. Don't be ridiculous. Tailors aren't just for women. Many of the best tailors are men, Burrow refuted. So he's a tailor? Burrow pondered in his heart. Suddenly, he thought of something. Did you see the cloth and the threads he cut? Are they magic materials? Of course I saw it clearly. They're all mortal items. That thread is of high quality, though. It's only 1 step away from becoming a magical material. But he's only 1 step away from becoming a mortal material. Hami laughed. You don't think he's an alchemist, do you? There aren't that many alchemists in the world. Burrow nodded. You're right. Compared to Floating Mech City, Brood Cavern doesn't have enough alchemists. The night passed. Burrow went to his room on the 3rd floor with the flight schedule. When he came downstairs, he frowned while stroking his beard. Hami was right. Mr. Pat was indeed making clothes with ordinary materials. But why did he feel like he had seen the tools on the table somewhere before? Burrow shook his head to get rid of those useless thoughts. Anyways, he had already done his best. That Mr. Pat was also very grateful to him. Thinking about it, he should be able to develop some connections. Nothing else mattered. After Burrow left, Angor carefully put away the flight schedule in his room. He was planning to ask Burrow about the locations of supernatural bases so that he wouldn't get lost on his way back. However, Burrow already knew all the routes for the next 2 years. Judging from the thickness of the notes, Burrow must have spent quite a bit of effort. Angor understood Burrow's feelings. An old apprentice who was nearing the end of his lifespan wanted to seize every opportunity to find a way to advance. Angor knew that Burrow had his own reasons, but he didn't dislike such utilitarian contacts. On the other hand, he was more worried when someone showed him kindness for no reason. Instead of thinking about Burrow's request, Angor focused on the task at hand. Since he was in someone else's territory, he couldn't keep experimenting with illusions. She didn't want to waste any more time, so she simply put her plan of tailoring on the learning agenda. He planned to learn it when he was still in Brute Cavern, but he had to wait until now because of various things. Still, it was a relatively simple craft in alchemy, at least for Angor. He was now an enchantment major, and he could easily enchant a piece of clothing with some basic enchantments. However, there were many things to consider if he wanted to make the clothes into tiered items. For example, certain patterns and magic arrays required the use of corresponding materials during enchantment. Moreover, the attributes of the materials had to be compatible, and the texture of the skin had to be connected. This restricted the choice of materials for enchantment alchemists when it came to making clothes. Synthesis alchemy, on the other hand, didn't have this problem. He could freely design his own ideas. Of course, synthesis alchemy was much more difficult than enchantment alchemy. Due to the limitations of enchantment alchemy, it was difficult for Angor to perfectly recreate his own robe. For example, he wanted to make a robe that could maintain a constant temperature. His original design was to use silk as the basis for the magewef. However, there were many lines in the magewef that had meanings such as sun, light, heat. Silk couldn't carry the runes at all. They would burn as soon as he drew them. Therefore, it wasn't easy for him to design an alchemy robe that looked good, was made of suitable materials, and had the required functions. Using enchantment to make clothes was easy to learn, but difficult to master. Seagulls flapped their wings, and the sound of waves and waves echoed in Angor's ears. He opened his eyes in a daze and looked at the sea and the blue sky outside the window. The clouds were changing. He felt like he was back 4 years ago on the Redbud, when he often looked at the outside world through the small window. A gray seabird wearing a panda costume flapped its wings and landed on the windowsill. It began to chirp at Angor. "Morning, Toby." Angor waved a hand lazily. Angor finally got out of bed after Toby urged him to wake up. In the mirror, Angor was tall and fair-skinned. His shoulders were wide but not bulky. His inverted triangular body made him look like a perfect clothes hanger. Even with his messy blonde hair, he still looked handsome. Someone knocked on his door while he was washing up. "Mr. Pad, Vice Captain Helen of the Limpet is here to ask when you're coming. The ship will depart in an hour." "I'll be right there," Angor said. "All right. I'll go tell her now." Angor put on a brown waistcoat and a slim-fit gentleman's suit. He then cast an illusion spell to turn himself into a middle-aged man and asked Toby to leave. Angor went downstairs and saw a slightly plump woman wearing a dark blue uniform with white edges. The woman took off her hat and bowed to him from afar. "Mr. Pad, this is Vice Captain Helen of the Limpet," Burrow introduced the woman to Angor. "Greetings, Mr. Wizard." "I'm Helen," the woman bowed to Angor. Generally speaking, only mortals would not be able to tell the difference between a wizard and an apprentice. Therefore, they would collectively refer to extraordinaries as great wizards. Angor took a closer look and saw that the woman was indeed a mortal. She was in her 30s and had a pretty face. However, she had a sharp look in her eyes. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Miss Helen," Angor greeted her with a smile. As the vice captain of the Limpet, she had seen many supernaturals, and most of them did not care about mortals. She was used to being ignored and was even prepared to be treated coldly. However, she did not expect the person in front of her to be so kind. "I haven't been waiting for long." "Are you leaving now, Lord Magus?" "Sure. Please lead the way." Angor smiled. "Do you know who's in charge of the Limpet this time, Lieutenant Helen?" Burrow asked Helen with a smile. Helen was silent for a moment. "Sir Burrow, I just saw Sir Roman on the deck." So it's Roman? Burrow whispered. Roman's full name is Roman Rovka. He's a water wizard and a sea wizard. The White Clam Shipping Company claims that he's a hired spellcaster, but he's actually an apprentice stationed at the place. Burrow pointed to the sky. Floating Mac City. Angor nodded. He's been stationed in White Shell Sea City for almost 20 years. He didn't go out to sea for the first 10 years, but now he's going out to sea. He's about the same as me, and his lifespan is almost up. But he's much stronger than me. He's a peak-level apprentice. He's been going to Devil's Water a lot lately, probably because he wants to see if there's any chance for him to break through. Angor was not interested in Roman's personal matters. Can a level 3 apprentice really handle the dangers at Devil's Water? Burrow didn't answer this question. Instead, he signaled Helen to speak. Sir, our cargo ship has been professionally designed. Normal bad weather is not a problem. Only powerful sea beasts like this will require the help of Sir Wizard. There were wizard-level sea monsters in the sea, but they usually wouldn't expose themselves. Otherwise, they would be hunted down by the wizards. As for other sea monsters, a peak-level apprentice could at least drive them away. Angor also remembered that the Redbud had a nightmare stone at the front of the ship. If the Limpet had one as well, they could use it to avoid most of the sea monsters. Is there no one else besides Roman? I didn't see anyone else. Helen knew that the people Burrow was referring to were transcendents, not ordinary mortals like them. You're right. It's winter now, and other wizard organizations won't send guides out to sea at this time, Burrow said. Burrow spoke to Angor. That's a good thing. At least no one is going to steal talents from you. Burrow's words didn't work. Even if they sent 100 guides out to sea at the same time, they wouldn't be able to do anything. They probably wouldn't even be able to meet talents, let alone steal talents from them. This world was too big. Even the old Earth, which was called an island, had dozens of neighboring countries. When Mara went looking for talents, he only went to a small gold's pink empire. Soon, they arrived at the harbor of White Clam Sea. Mr. Pad, I won't be accompanying you. Have a safe trip. Burrow took off his hat and bowed. I hope Brute Cavern can find a new firebringer. Thank you for your help, Mr. Burrow. I've left a little gift for you in my room. I hope you like it. With that, he and Helen turned around and left. Burrow, on the other hand, was puzzled. A little gift? What's that? The Limpet had already set sail while Burrow was still trying to figure out what was going on. The gentle sunlight shone into White Clam Harbor, and the sea breeze gently caressed Burrow's long white beard. When Burrow realized what was going on, all he could hear was the sound of the horn and the sound of seagulls flying around the sails. After returning from the port, Burrow entered the door and saw that the hall was full of goods. The books that were originally placed haphazardly were now piled up in a corner, just to clear out some space for this new arrival. Old Man Burrow, the main branch has already sent the supplies over, and not a single one is missing. The fat acolyte immediately said with a smile when he saw Burrow return. Every time a resource was delivered from the headquarters, the apprentices in the settlement would cheer as if they were celebrating a festival. After all, they were going to use the resources for themselves. This was the only thing they could look forward to in this remote place. Of course. As long as you don't apply for a music box like last time, there won't be any mistakes, Burrow said with a smile. Hemi pursed his lips and cursed under his breath. However, he soon immersed himself in the planning and distribution of the resources. As the second strongest apprentice in the settlement, Burrow was in charge of everything else, such as the distribution of resources. Hami distributed all the good stuff to himself without hesitation, which made the other apprentices frustrated, but they couldn't do anything about it. When Hami took almost 1/4 of the resources, Burrow finally stopped him. Hami looked at a colorful shell and hesitated. I promise. This is the last one. I don't want anything else. Even if you give it to me, I won't take it. The colorful shell was actually a tidal shell, which was made from a trait manipulator material. Hami wasn't a trait manipulator, and there weren't any trait manipulator apprentices here. The shell could only be used as a toy, such as listening to the sound of the sea. Fine. You said it yourself. We can't take anything else. The other apprentices didn't need the shell either, so they all agreed to Hami's request. Hami continued to distribute the resources. While he was distributing the resources, the others gathered around Burrow and flipped through Mirror magazine. They wanted to know if Brute Cavern would be affected by the Evernight Kingdom's incident, and what Brute Cavern would do next. We'll stop receiving visitors and restrict apprentices from traveling. We'll greatly reduce the number of outpost missions. At the same time, apart from the Evernight Kingdom returning to the Mirror World, we'll keep the outpost for a longer period of time. Everyone, except Burrow, was shocked when they saw the news. Even Hami put down the list of resources and came over. Does this mean that we have to continue staying here? No wonder they're giving us so many resources. They don't want us to go back anytime soon. I shouldn't have accepted this mission. Everyone began to sigh, and there were quite a few people who complained. Burrow sighed. Not letting you go back might be protecting you. No one knows what's going on in Brute Cavern right now. Didn't that Pad kid just come from the HQ? Why don't we ask him? He's already gone. It's pointless to ask him now. Burrow retorted, besides, maybe he also wanted to avoid disaster, so he accepted the guide mission and left his hometown. Oh, right. Mr. Pad said he gave me a small gift before he left. It's in my room. Let me see what it is. Burrow nodded. After a while, Burrow came down the stairs with an elegant silver cloak in his hand. The cloak looked pure from afar, but it had faint gray patterns on it. The patterns were strange, wavy patterns, which gave the cloak an exotic look. Hey, Burrow, what's that? Why do I feel energy ripples coming from it? Someone asked curiously. Burrow swallowed his saliva and looked at the short note in his hand. The fat apprentice came over and read the content of the note out loud. Mr. Burrow, this cloak is called Duck. It can hide one's aura and help you breathe underwater. It can also withstand the water pressure at the bottom of the sea. Here's your reward for giving me the route schedule. I hope you like it. The fat apprentice's voice was trembling as he read the last part of the note. If this is what he said, then it's an improved version of the blood shark suit. When Fatty mentioned the blood shark suit, Hami stared at the silver cloak. Boss Burrow, the fat apprentice quickly cut him off. You said you don't want anything if you take the title Snail. But this isn't from the HQ. It's a gift from someone else. So you know it's a gift. How dare you ask for it? You were mocking me earlier. If you had helped me organize the flight chart, I might have given it to you. Hami didn't know what to say. He was a bit disappointed and regretful, but he didn't say anything. Maybe he's just bluffing. Last time I checked, he was only using mortal materials to make clothes. Burrow suddenly pointed at the inner part of the cloak and exclaimed, this emblem. Everyone looked over. It was a lion's heart wrapped in thorns. It was emitting a faint energy aura. I think I've seen this somewhere before. Everyone turned around at the same time and saw the cover of Mirror on the table. It was a lion's heart wrapped in thorns. The Limpet was an ocean-going cargo ship, which was decorated with white seashell-shaped flags. It was about the same size as the Redbud, and it could accommodate more than 200 people. There were 4 floors below the deck and 3 above the deck. Angor's room was on the 3rd floor above the deck. Angor saw many mortals on his way to his room. Now, looking down from the balcony of the room, there were also naked mortal sailors bustling about on the deck. Someone knocked on his door while he was studying the Limpet. The visitor didn't say anything, but Angor could tell who it was from the energy signature he released. With a wave of his hand, he unlocked the door with his spirit feelers, revealing a middle-aged man in a dark blue uniform. The middle-aged man looked up and saw Angor leaning against the railing of the balcony through the glass wall. The sunlight shone on his face, which was shining brightly. Angor narrowed his eyes. A level 3 apprentice? The man stepped forward and joined Angor on the balcony. What's your name, mister? You can call me Pat, Mr. Roman. Angor smiled. Roman wasn't curious at all. Mr. Pat, I thought I was the only level 3 apprentice on this ship, and I was worried that I wouldn't be able to save you. Now that I have you with me, Mr. Pat, I don't have to worry about anything. I just reached level 3 not long ago, and I haven't even learned level 3 cantrips yet. I'll have to rely on you, Mr. Roman. Of course, thank you for giving me a ride this time. If you need my help, I won't say no. That's right, said Angor flatteringly, it's all thanks to your company. After making sure that Angor would not stand by, Roman grinned. Wrinkles appeared at the corners of his narrow eyes. I'll leave you to it then. If you have any questions, please come to me upstairs, Mr. Pat. Roman nodded to Angor and prepared to leave. Mr. Roman. Angor stopped him. Under Roman's curious gaze, Angor pointed at the front of the limpet. Can you tell me what the gem in the statue's hand is? Angor looked at the limpet's portrait as soon as he boarded the ship. At the bow of the ship, there was a silver-colored mermaid. She had a beautiful face, fins on her ears, and strange snake-like hair. But what caught his attention the most was the conch in the mermaid's hand. The top of the conch was decorated with a light purple gem. If he was not mistaken, this gem should be a nightmare stone. To his surprise, the nightmare stone did not contain too much nightmare energy. Are you talking about the siren statue? Roman squinted his eyes. Mr. Pat, that's a nightmare stone. Activating it will allow the ship to enter a state of illusion and avoid powerful magic beasts. Angor found Roman's tone strange, but he did not find anything wrong with it. So that's how it is. No wonder I felt a strange energy fluctuation. A nightmare stone is really rare. I didn't expect it to be used on a ship's bow. Roman smiled, then turned and left. Angor stood on the balcony and stared at the statue for a while before he shook his head and returned to his room. Once the limpet set sail, Angor returned to his research. Since Roman was right above his head, he didn't bother experimenting with illusions. Instead, he used the notebook Sunders gave him to study new illusions every day. Time passed by in a flash as he continued his research. 3 days later, the limpet arrived at Devil's Water. Once inside, the ship turned into a roller coaster ride. Almost every day, the ship would encounter dangerous weather. There was once when the limpet was surrounded by hundreds of waterspouts. No matter how sturdy the limpet was, it wouldn't be able to withstand the force of nature and would be torn to pieces by the waterspouts. There were 2 captains at the helm. One was called Helen, and the other was called Erwin. Thanks to their excellent sailing skills, the limpet was not in danger. Moreover, every time the ship dodged the nature killer, it would lose its way and even get lost. But every time, the 2 captains would find their way back to the ship. Angor was glad that he was not alone at Devil's Water. Otherwise, he would have lost his way. Half a month later, the ship had covered 1/5 of its journey at Devil's Water. Not only was the weather a killer, but there were also some unexpected incidents along the way. Of course, they were deadly for mortals. But for apprentices, they were a pleasant surprise. That was the sea beasts. They ran into at least 10 waves of sea monsters along the way, but most of them were taken care of by Roman alone. Sometimes, Angor even offered to help, but Roman always declined with a smile. Obviously, Roman was here for the sea monster's resources, which meant that Angor would have to share half of them with him. Today, the weather at Devil's Water was fine. However, not long after the limpet started sailing, they ran into a sea monster that was at the peak of apprentice level. It was a giant fish covered in barbs. Angor couldn't even tell what species it was. Both Angor and Roman were still standing on the platform. Roman's eyes lit up as soon as he saw the monster. "Let me handle it," he said as he leaped out of the railing without hesitation. Roman blocked Angor's way with a hand, implying that he would do it himself. Angor wanted to help, but he had to change his mind. After all, he was only a guest on the limpet. Both Roman and the sea monster seemed to be at the level of a top-level apprentice. However, the sea monster was still stronger than Roman due to its strong body. Roman was not weak either. As a sea wizard, he was very good at controlling the water around him. It would take a long time for him to fight against the sea monster. However, with the passage of time, Roman's stamina and magic power had been greatly depleted, while the sea beast still had energy to spare. It was extremely dangerous for him to fight them alone. Angor waited for Roman to ask for help, but Roman never did. Angor shook his head. When they met for the first time, Roman always said that he wanted to help when he couldn't. But now, Roman was in danger, and he still didn't ask for help. Was he doing this just for the resources of a sea monster? Angor couldn't understand why Roman was so determined to monopolize the sea monster's resources. Was this a desperate attempt to survive when one's lifespan was about to run out? Since Roman didn't ask for his help, Angor simply stood on the platform and watched the fight. Suddenly, the sea monster lifted its tail and slammed it down on the deck. At this time, Roman didn't have enough magic power to raise a sea shield to block the sea beast's tail attack. He watched as a dozen innocent mortals were about to die tragically. Roman gritted his teeth and refused to ask for Angor's help. However, Angor decided to jump down from the deck. There were mortals on the deck, including Helen, the vice-captain of the Limpet. With Helen's death, it would be a problem whether or not they could continue on this route. Also, if the sea monster destroyed the deck, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, Angor had no choice but to help. Considering the gravity of the ship, Angor created several ice walls to stop the sea monster's tail before it reached the deck. However, the weight of the tail and the ice walls still caused the ship to bob up and down. The barbs on the tail pierced into the bodies of several sailors. 2 of them had their heads and throats pierced by the barbs, killing them instantly. Meanwhile, Helen was holding onto the mast for support. Her hat was nowhere to be seen, and her long, black hair was hanging loosely around her head. She shouted at a man wearing a headscarf at the side of the cabin, "Naki, quickly command your team to take the wounded away." Helen saw several sailors being tossed into the air. "Captain, we can't keep this up. We have to steer away from the waves." Erwin nodded to Helen from the captain's cabin on the 4th floor, and at once turned the rudder with all his might. At the same time, a small flame appeared in Angor's hand and covered the tail of the sea monster with a strange rune. Phantasmal flame, flames began to spread from the tail, and the smell of burning flesh filled the air. The sea monster quickly retracted its tail and fell back into the water. However, the illusionary array was not so easy to destroy. Back at the bottom of the Sea of Purification, Angor was able to keep the illusionary array burning for a long time. Now, it would be even more difficult to deal with it. The sea monster writhed in pain in the water. Roman's eyes lit up. "Pat, keep guarding the Limpet. Leave the monster to me." Angor's expression slowly darkened. Roman had already assigned Angor to guard the Limpet, so he would take full responsibility for killing the sea monster. Even if phantasmal flame did damage to the sea monster, it was only a defensive measure. This guy would do anything to get his hands on the sea monster. He didn't care about the fact that so many people were watching him. He didn't even care about the lives of mortals or the Limpet. Angor thought it was reasonable for Roman to be stubborn when he was about to reach the end of his lifespan. However, the fact that he could descend to such an extent was still an eye-opener for him. Angor humphed and withdrew the phantasmal flame that was still burning the sea monster's body. At the same time, he gave Roman a cold glare. Roman also realized that he had gone too far. When he saw Angor withdrawing the strange flame, he began to feel uneasy. If Angor really went all out and attacked him, he would be in big trouble. Both his stamina and mana were running out, while Angor didn't use much of it. Under such circumstances, Roman gradually relaxed his means of dealing with the sea beasts. As soon as Roman let his guard down, the trapped sea monster immediately found an opportunity to escape. Due to Roman's attack and Phantasm's flame array, the sea monster was severely injured. Knowing that it couldn't defeat Roman, it chose to run away. With a flip of its tail, the creature fled into the distance. Roman wanted to chase after it, but he didn't want to risk being attacked from both sides, so he could only watch as the sea monster left. Angor chuckled coldly. If Roman kept attacking the sea monster, Roman could easily finish it off in its current state. But he just let it go. It was all because of Angor's phantasmal death, which made him start to doubt himself. Angor's original plan was to let Roman take care of the sea monster. Since Phantasm's flame array was stealing from Roman, Angor had no choice but to take it back. Angor was a little annoyed by Roman's actions, but he didn't intend to attack him. But he didn't expect Roman to be so paranoid. The sea slowly calmed down. Roman clenched his fists and veins popped up on his forehead. He felt both regret and anger at losing his prey. He looked back and gave Angor a meaningful glance. Angor, on the other hand, leaned against the mast and looked at the old man. "What a shame. That sea monster was supposed to be yours, Mr. Roman. I didn't think it would break free." "Humph." Roman humped but didn't say anything. There was no point in arguing with Angor right now. Angor's suspicions didn't come true, and Roman didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Roman landed on the ground and spoke in a cold tone, "Looks like I'm not good enough to deal with that sea monster alone. Next time, I'll have to work with you, Mr. Pat." Without waiting for Angor's reply, Roman stomped on the ground and flew to the balcony on the 4th floor, disappearing from sight. As for the deck that he had borrowed strength from, a deep hole that was covered in spider web patterns appeared because of his stomp. The limpet was destroyed by its owner. Angor shook his head and slowly entered the cabin. All the sailors lowered their heads along the way. They were not stupid. It only took them a little analysis to figure out what was going on. As employees of the White Clam Shipping Company, they naturally stood on Roman's side. Even though Angor saved their lives before. When Angor walked past Helen, she nodded at him and thanked him. Angor did not respond. Any response from him might bring trouble to others. When he returned to his room, his expression turned grim. What happened just now made Roman unhappy. Angor had to be careful when dealing with someone as narrow-minded as him. His feud with Hook Dick back then was but a small matter. In the end, Hook Dick's narrow-mindedness was the only reason they ended up in such a situation. Angor believed that he could forgive Hook Dick easily, but Hook Dick was too narrow-minded. In the end, Hook Dick's hatred grew stronger and stronger until it became a demon in his heart. If he could not get rid of it, he would not be able to live a peaceful life. Therefore, Angor did not take Roman's words seriously. He was very clear in his heart that Roman definitely had a grudge against him in his heart. As for whether or not it would become hatred, or even develop into a big fight, this still needed time to ferment. Angor did not plan to offend Roman right now. After all, Roman was the one who had the most authority on this ship. Of course, if he killed Roman, he could take away the mortal's authority. But that did not fit Angor's personality. After all, Roman's backer was a colossus. However, he would not rule out this option before the time had reached the end. Until then, he decided to keep a low profile. Soon, night fell. Tonight, the clouds were very light. In the dense night, they were like thin gray ribbons. Stars covered the entire sky, reflecting the dazzling light of the sea. Just like during the day, Devil's Water was peaceful. There were no big waves on the surface of the sea. Angor did not stay in his room to study. Instead, he stepped out of his cabin and landed on the deck. He leaned against the railing of the ship and enjoyed the night breeze. He did not want to do anything today. He just wanted to relax and let his mind settle down. It had been half a month since they set sail. Angor was still a little confused. Was he already on his way home, in the boundless sea, with no end in sight? Many sailors would often get lost, to the point where they couldn't even differentiate between the sky and the sea. It was the same every day, and time seemed to have become a cycle. Yesterday became today, and last year became this year. Angor would sometimes have such misconceptions. Sometimes, when he looked at the endless sea, he even wondered if he was still on the Redbud. In fact, he was on his way to Fake Continent, waiting to enter White Coral Floating Island Academy. His experience in Brood Cavern might just be a dream. However, it only lasted for a brief moment. When he regained his senses, he realized that he was already on his way home. The sea under the moonlight was so gentle that it could even make one forget about the hidden dangers under the water. Angor closed his eyes and enjoyed the rare peace. Footsteps suddenly came from behind. The rhythmic but heavy footsteps indicated that the visitor was just a mortal. When he smelled a faint fragrance, Angor opened his eyes and looked at the woman standing 3 meters away from him. It was Helen. Helen had taken off her dark blue uniform and was now wearing a plain white gauze dress. She leaned against the railing and looked into the unknown distance. "Thank you for your help today, sir. Otherwise, I might have." Helen paused and turned to look at the middle-aged man in front of her. He had a lazy appearance, and even when he smiled, there was a sense of decadence and laziness. "If Vice Captain Helen dies, it'll be difficult for us to reach the destination," Angor said casually. "I don't care. You saved my life, mister." Helen lowered her head and suddenly became shy. "I don't know how to repay you. If you don't mind, my body, if you want to pay me back, then make sure the limpet reaches the destination safely." That's the best way to repay me. Helen was surprised. I understand. It's my responsibility to make sure the limpet reaches for on land safely. Angor smiled and did not say anything else. He continued to enjoy the gentle moonlight, the starlight, and the sea. For a moment, the railing of the ship fell into silence. After a long time, Helen seemed to have gone through an internal struggle, and said in a low voice, "Sir, the other sailors during the day were actually grateful to you, but for some special reasons, they didn't dare to express it." Angor did not comment on the matter. He did not want to waste time talking about meaningless things since he had the time to do so. "So, Mr. Helen, a trip like this takes years, right?" "Yes." The limpet's longest trip lasted for 3 years. "How many years have you spent on the sea? How do you kill time on the sea all year long?" Angor asked curiously. Helen was a little surprised that the great wizard in front of her would care about the lives of mortals like them. Shouldn't great wizards be high and mighty, looking down on mortals like looking at ants under their feet? Angor would laugh if he knew what Helen was thinking. Many supernaturals believed themselves to be superior to mortals, but that was only their pride on the surface. They were just as arrogant as mortals when it came to their private matters. Take the enchanting theater in Midnight Sovereign for example. It was a theater for mortals, but it was quite famous in Brute Cavern. Even Lady Mirror knew about it. She even had a painting about it. When Angor sneaked into the theater, he saw many supernaturals sneaking into the theater. As far as Angor was concerned, wizards might have left the mortal world, but most apprentices were still ordinary humans. It was just that their arrogance and prejudice made them lose sight of themselves. "I was born on the sea, but I went to school on land when I was young. I only started sailing about 20 years ago." As for how to kill time, Helen chuckled. "We don't kill time on the sea. It's time that kills us. I used to find some entertainment. But now, I don't care anymore. I just have to endure it." A trace of sorrow suddenly flashed through Helen's eyes. The sea has never changed since ancient times, but the people who sail on the sea are being eliminated one by one. Helen turned around. Her long black hair was blown to her lips by the wind. "May I ask you something, sir?" Angor nodded nonchalantly. "When I first met you, sir, you didn't seem surprised that I'm a woman. Why aren't you surprised that a woman is the vice-captain of an ocean-going cargo ship?" Helen looked at Angor quietly. He thought Helen was going to ask about how to become a supernatural like Ananda did, but Helen didn't seem to care at all. He didn't expect such a question. "That's a question?" Angor was confused. "Why should I be surprised?" "Because I'm a woman." Angor shook his head. "What does that have to do with your gender?" "I also know a woman who used to live on the sea. She even used her own strength to dominate an entire region of the sea. And this was what she did when she was still a mortal. Her achievements have nothing to do with her gender." Helen was stunned. After a while, she said, "Sir, this person you're talking about wouldn't be Sir Aspel from the Blackberry Sea, right? So you've heard of her. Then why are you still confused? She's standing in front of you like a lighthouse." "But didn't people say that she was captured by the Nightwolf pirates 4 years ago? She even gave herself to the leader of Nightwolf pirates and became his 13th bride. Now, the leader of Nightwolf pirates has become the new king of Blackberry Waters. That's why." TSK, TSK. Looks like you can use your mouth to take advantage of people everywhere. That Lady Aspel you're talking about is no longer immortal. How could she be captured by a common pirate?" Helen finally realized that the leader of Nightwolf pirates was lying. "Her Excellency Aspel was once my target, but those rumors made me. I didn't expect that I would always misunderstand her." Helen's faith, which had originally fallen in her heart, was re-established at this moment. Angor shook his head. He didn't expect Nausicaa to be so influential. She even became someone's idol. Other pirates could even claim the title of the new Blackberry King by spreading a rumor. As he sighed, he noticed a statue on the bow of the ship not far away. When he first boarded the limpet, he already noticed the portrait on the ship's bow. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. Since he spent half a month in his room, this was the first time he got so close to the statue. Compared to the peaceful prayer girl on the Redbud, the statue on the limpet was more evil and flamboyant. The snake-haired beautiful siren looked like a portrait that pirates liked to use on their ships. "Sir, if I may ask, is Mr. Aspel in Fake Continent right now?" Helen was still asking about Nausicaa. Helen's tone was full of reverence and yearning. Angor was still looking at the statue. "She has something to do. Maybe she's still at the Fake Continent. Or maybe she's hiding somewhere." Helen wondered if she should keep asking about Nausicaa. She turned around and saw Angor looking at the statue on the bow of the ship with a curious look. "You're interested in Medusa, sir?" "Medusa? That's the name of the snake-haired siren. People say she lives at Devil's Water and likes to feast on human brains. Anyone who looks into her eyes will be turned into stone." Helen said, "It is precisely because of her ferocity that many ships like to set her image as a statue at the bow of the ship to deter sea beasts. But I don't think it's that useful. Sea monsters will always come." Helen shook her head. "Besides, the snake-haired siren is just a rumor. No one in the White Clam Shipping Company, including myself, has ever seen her. So if Medusa is really that cruel and turns anyone who sees her into stone, no one will know about it," Angor said. "But I'm not interested in this siren. I'm more interested in, Helen looked at the statue curiously. Angor didn't continue. He looked at the statue's hand, which was holding a conch with a light purple gem on top. When he first boarded the ship, Angor sensed some nightmare aura around the conch, which meant the gem was a nightmare stone, just like the one in the prayer girl's forehead. Later, Roman confirmed this point. But when he looked again, he noticed that the nightmare aura around the conch had become so thin that it was almost non-existent. Could it be that the nightmare energy had been restrained? He did not have a nightmare stone, but he was familiar with its properties. Once a nightmare stone was used, its aura would not be concealed. Perhaps the illusion power of the nightmare stone was not enough? Regardless of which conjecture it was, the fact that the nightmare stone had changed was an obvious fact. About a minute later, he opened his eyes again. Faint light flowed out from his pupils. At the same time, the snake-haired sea demon Medusa's statue not far away was emitting countless information symbols. The symbols quickly gathered and fell into the server in his mind space. A moment later, he frowned. "What are you looking at, sir? Is it the nightmare stone on the conch?" Helen's voice suddenly reached his ears. "You also know about the nightmare stone?" "Yes. When we run into a powerful sea monster, we'll activate the stone. But the sea is vast, and we've been out there for many years, so the chances of us activating the stone are low. As far as I know, the limpet was activated once about 10 years ago to avoid a giant squid." "It was activated once 10 years ago, and it hasn't been activated since then?" "That's right." Angor chuckled. "Maybe we won't be able to use it again." Helen didn't know what Angor meant and frowned. "Did anyone touch the stone recently?" Angor asked. "I don't think so." Helen hesitated. "Then, did anyone other than me and Roman board the limpet in the past month?" "No." Helen shook her head again. "Oh." Angor nodded. He squinted his eyes and looked at the nightmare aura. "Let's go back. The wind is too cold. It's not good to get sick." With that, he turned around and headed back to his cabin. Helen glanced at the front of the ship in confusion. She did not know what Angor meant, but she knew she was not qualified to ask. She shook her head and walked into the cabin as well. After parting with Helen, Angor returned to his room with an expressionless face. As soon as he entered his room, he heard his robe fluttering in the wind. He walked to the balcony and saw someone landing at the front of the ship. The person looked at him. It was Roman. Roman's expression was unreadable. Angor, on the other hand, simply waved at Roman with his signature lazy expression. Roman used his spirit feelers to touch the nightmare stone at the front of the ship and confirmed that no one had touched it. They looked at each other for about 10 seconds. Roman mouthed a few words softly, then flew back to the 4th floor and disappeared. "Mind your own business?" Angor mimicked Roman's lips. Roman was not only paranoid, but also cautious. He chatted with Helen on the side of the ship for a while. When they were about 10 meters away from the front of the ship, Helen immediately asked for confirmation. She was being cautious, but it was more like she was feeling guilty. Angor did not forget what Narda's vision told him. What Medusa was holding was not a nightmare stone, but a hallucination gem. Hallucination gems were non-tiered materials that could create illusions. They were nothing compared to something as precious as a nightmare stone. Helen had said that the limpet had activated a nightmare stone 10 years ago, which meant that Medusa had at least one nightmare stone. Also, the faint nightmare aura he sensed indicated that the nightmare stone was replaced with a hallucination gem within a month. At first, Angor wasn't sure who did it. Helen mentioned that he and Roman were the only two people on the ship, but there was always room for error. Maybe a supernatural visited the limpet at night when it was docked at the port. Angor only suspected that it was Roman who did it. But now, Roman went to check the ship nervously and gave him a strange warning. There was no doubt that Roman had committed the act of embezzlement. As a guest of the limpet, Angor didn't want to expose Roman. Roman was the commander of the limpet, and he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Since Roman dared to do this, did he think about how to deal with the consequences? He did not care about the mortals, but if the people from Floating Mech City were to find out, what should he do? Angor began to worry about the limpet's future. Over the next few days, the limpet continued to move forward steadily. Although there were occasional hiccups, the two captains managed to get through them without any problems. However, Angor noticed that the limpet didn't run into any sea monsters during these days. The only problem was that the sea monsters seemed to have disappeared without a trace due to the bad weather. However, Angor soon heard someone yelling outside. Sea monster. He was using his spirit feelers to check his bracelet while discussing with Nano about the tailoring of clothes. Nano didn't like the color and aesthetics of his clothes, but he was still a good tailor. Angor quickly retracted his spirit feelers and stood up to check the situation. At the end of the ocean, there was a gigantic sea creature that looked like a python. It was moving towards the limpet at full speed. He didn't know the name of the creature, but he could tell that it was a top-level apprentice judging from the energy ripples it released. Angor stood on the balcony and watched the serpent approach. However, he didn't make a move. Since Roman wanted the resources of these sea beasts so much, he might as well let him deal with them. However, when the serpent was less than a kilometer away from the limpet, Roman still didn't move. The mortals on the deck looked back with fear and confusion in their eyes. Vice Captain Helen was also on the deck giving orders to the crew. She was also looking up from the corner of her eyes. She saw Roman on the balcony on the 4th floor and Pat on the 3rd floor. However, she knew that something was wrong, so she kept her eyes on Roman and wondered why he didn't do anything. However, Roman remained expressionless as he stared coldly into the distance. At the same time, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Helen felt a chill down her spine when she saw the grin on Roman's face. She quickly looked at Angor with a pleading look in her eyes. Of course, he noticed Helen's gaze. But he didn't do anything until he was sure about Roman's reaction. However, he still had some doubts in his heart. Could it be that Helen was holding a grudge against the sea beasts from last time and had decided to wash her hands of this matter? The serpent was getting closer and closer, and the sailors on the ship were already screaming in fear. Mr. Roman, why aren't you doing anything? Angor asked. Roman's voice soon reached everyone's ears. I'm still recovering from the previous encounter. I'm afraid this serpent won't be easy to deal with. Captain, why don't we change our course? Just as Angor thought. I knew it. He's still recovering from his injuries? Those powerful energy waves could fool mortals, but they couldn't fool supernaturals. How could it be too late to deviate from the course now? His attitude was completely disregarding the lives of all the mortals on the ship. It was even possible that the ship would be destroyed and everyone would perish. Was this fellow crazy? Or had he decided to give up on this group of mortals after stealing the Nightmare Stone? It's too late to change course. Don't worry, I'm fine. There's someone else on this ship, right? Roman glanced at Angor, who was still on the balcony. Angor exchanged a cold glance with Roman. Fine, I won't hold back then, Angor said in a small voice. Roman grinned. He didn't believe that a level 3 apprentice who just became a level 3 apprentice could defeat a top-level sea monster. Moreover, according to his observation, this dejected middle-aged man probably hadn't even fused with his bloodline yet. With his frail body, how could he face a sea beast with an incomparably strong body? In the end, he'll still have to beg for his life. Roman's eyes flickered. When the time came, it would be easy for him to admit defeat. If you can't do it, Mr. Pad, I'll do my best to help you. Don't worry, I'll be Mr. Pad's shield. He looked at Roman quietly. Although Roman seemed to be trying to help Angor, Angor could sense the malicious intent behind the man's words. Why would I need your help, Mr. Roman? Angor sneered. Roman's expression froze. You're going to die, huh? He was worried about the man's safety, but since the man wanted to die, he didn't have to do anything. Let's wait and see. Roman crossed his arms and acted as if this matter had nothing to do with him. He looked at the sea beast in the distance that had already raised its snake head high. The snake's mouth was huge enough to bite a hole in the limpet. Its sharp fangs glinted in the light as it bit down on the limpet. The tranquil ocean, the horrified expressions of the mortals, and the bloody, ferocious fangs of the sea snake were like a painting that had been frozen in time. In the next second, the limpet was going to sink, and the mortals were going to die tragically. However, the scene was interrupted by a bird's chirp. Even Roman couldn't see it clearly. He only saw a gray fog flash past, and the sea snake seemed to have been hit by a cannonball. Its huge body of more than 10 meters was instantly sent flying high into the air. When the sea monster was sent flying, another screech echoed in the sky. At the same time, the gray fog that flashed by appeared again. Before the clown sea serpent could react to the situation in front of it, the gray fog passed through its head. The shattered head exploded. Blood dripped down like rain, accompanied by white filth, falling onto the deck. Although the clown sea serpent's head was broken, its body still retained some of its neural memories. It was still struggling and swaying as it fell straight from the sky. In just 2 seconds, before everyone's fear disappeared, the clown sea serpent changed from a ferocious hunter to a target to be hunted by the hunter. A huge shadow covered the sky above the limpet. Seeing that the giant snake was about to fall, the gray fog collided with the sea serpent again, and the sea serpent fell to the side. Moreover, it directly floated in the air and did not sink to the bottom of the sea. It was only at this moment that Roman finally saw the true form of the gray fog. It was a strange-looking seabird wearing a doll costume. The bird flapped its wings and slowly landed on Angor's shoulder. At the same time, the half-corpse of the sea snake slowly landed on the deck under the support of a cloud of gray mist. That was too fast. Roman's arms were still trembling. He swallowed dryly. He felt that the previous scene was like an illusion. He had clearly thought of the ending of this play, and had even thought of how to kill that lowly and lazy person. But why did such an unforeseen event happen? Moreover, this unforeseen event was big enough to overturn the script he had written from the beginning. He was a great scriptwriter, but now he was only a third-rate comedy clown. Roman looked at the seabird with a trembling gaze. He knew about this bird. When that kid named Pad boarded the ship, he had noticed this bird. However, he only felt a trace of weak energy from it. He thought that it was at most a low-level monster. It was probably just an alchemy familiar used to transmit messages. He knew that many old wizards of the conservative faction liked to use blackbirds, owls, and cats as their agents. At first, he also thought that this bird was such an existence. However, he did not expect this bird to be so powerful. Just from the way it killed a peak apprentice in 2 seconds, perhaps it was already comparable to an official magus. Even if it wasn't a real wizard yet, it was at least a half-step wizard. No wonder Pad never cared about the sea monsters he hunted. With this bird's help, he could hunt any sea monster he wanted. He didn't need to fight with Angor over a single sea monster. The seabird seemed to have noticed Roman's gaze. It looked back at Roman with its red eyes. Roman wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but he saw a hint of disdain in the bird's eyes. It was just like how Pad looked down on mortals. Roman's hands, which were covered by his robe, were clenched into tight fists. His veins were bulging. However, he didn't dare to say anything. He didn't even have the courage to mock the bird anymore. The only thing he could do in front of such a powerful bird was to keep his body stiff and give Pad a flattering smile. I didn't know Mr. Pad had such a powerful ally. I shouldn't have embarrassed myself like this. Roman tried to talk to Angor, but he only got a cold sneer. Angor didn't want to talk to Roman anymore. He didn't forget Roman's malicious words. He leaped onto the deck without hesitation. Roman, who was ignored, looked at Angor's back with a gloomy expression. His mind was filled with hatred again. At the same time, a flame of jealousy was burning in his heart. I worked so hard to become a top-level apprentice before I reached the end of my life. That man is lazy and dispirited, and he has a long life ahead of him. How did he become a level 3 apprentice? I'm about to reach the end of my life, and I'm fighting for every chance I get. But he only needs to send out a pet, and he'll get something I can't even get if I use up all my life. Why do you get to waste your youth and grow up so easily, while I have to fight for every chance I get? Roman's evil thoughts kept invading his mind. At first, he was only angry at Angor. But as his narrow-mindedness fermented the anger in his mind, it turned into an unquenchable hatred. Roman watched Angor land on the deck, deal with the snake body skillfully, and distribute the meat to the mortals around him. In the end, he gritted his teeth and returned to his bedroom, locking the door behind him. When Roman left, Angor also turned around to look at Roman's direction. He could sense that Roman's burning gaze had always been focused on him, and he could even sense the gradual change in Roman's emotions. "Mister, are you sure you're giving us the meat?" A sailor wearing a red headscarf said excitedly. This was the meat of a sea beast, and they knew how valuable it was. "Take it." Angor only cut a small part of the meat and threw it into his bracelet for the Crocox and Nano. He didn't keep the rest. After all, the meat wasn't a magic ingredient, and he didn't want to waste it in his bracelet. If he left it outside, it would go bad in a few days. It was better to make the best use of it. The sailors cheered when they heard Angor's answer. Some of them even wondered if they could become talents by eating the meat. "Oh, and don't forget to ask the cook to make some grilled meat." "I haven't eaten meat in a long time," Angor said. "Of course, mister. Grilled meat and wine. How about we have an outdoor party on the deck? Let's celebrate our survival and enjoy the best food in the world." One person's suggestion immediately received a response from the rest. Sailors liked to gather together to eat and drink when they were bored on the sea. It was also a way to relieve their boredom. After everyone reached a consensus, the fear of the sea serpent completely disappeared at this moment. The deck was full of joy and laughter. Some sailors even brought champagne buckets to the deck. Even the cook brought a barbecue grill to the deck and began to sing a song that all sailors on the sea knew, the champagne song. Everyone was talking and singing. There were even people who started arm wrestling. The loser had to do a striptease. The joyous atmosphere was contagious, and even Toby joined in, even though his singing voice was rather unsightly. Angor liked this kind of atmosphere, but he didn't want to join in the fun. He wanted to stay as an outsider and watch the fun of mortals. Some of the sailors were drunk, and in their drunken stupor they fell about. Some of them continued to work on the ship. Although the working conditions were very different at this time, the joyous atmosphere was on the same channel. Angor took Toby back to his cabin with him. When he reached the door of his cabin, he saw Helen leaning against the door with her arms crossed. She had been busy dealing with the aftermath of the battle. When he opened the door, Helen flipped her long black hair and spoke in a charming tone, "Thank you for what you did. Like I said, you don't need to thank me. Just do your job and help the limpet land safely. That's the best way to show your gratitude." Angor opened the door and prepared to enter the cabin. Right at this moment, Helen suddenly lowered her voice and whispered, "Pay attention to Sir Roman. I saw his eyes filled with hatred towards you just now." Angor turned to Helen with a smile, nodded, and left the room. For Helen to be able to say these words, it was enough to show that she was at least able to distinguish right from wrong. There were too many people in this world who were muddle-headed, and people who were willing to see right from wrong were rare. He admired Helen's bravery for that. The next few days were calm and tranquil. Angor thought Roman would do something to vent his anger, but Roman didn't do anything. He just stayed in his room and didn't come out. However, the more Roman tried to keep a low profile, the more cautious Angor became. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, it was the month of cold looming. Brood Cavern, inside Tree Spirit's palace. Rain, who was dressed impeccably, was facing Tree Spirit, who was completely naked. They each took a side of the room and remained silent. Suddenly, Tree Spirit took out a leaf. The small leaf was glowing faintly. You got the message? Rain's voice sounded a little hoarse. Yes. Philo sent a message from the edge of night. Tree Spirit's brows furrowed as he carefully read the symbols on the leaf. Bad news? Rain asked again. Very bad. Tree Spirit put away the leaf and said seriously, in just 1 month, there are 3 more dark domes in the kingdom of Evernight besides the realm of darkness in Sleepless City. 3 dark domes? Ryan's expression turned serious. 2 of them belong to mortals, Snoridge City and Draconic Orchid Town. Another dark dome appeared in the hinterland of Lightfrost Scar, which belongs to supernaturals. Lightfrost Scar? That's the name of the Cheryl family. But ever since the old Cheryl died, the family has been declining. Rain considered. Judging from the frequency, the dark domes are more interested in supernaturals. Maybe Snoridge City and Draconic Orchid Town are just experiments. After Lightfrost Scar, the wizarding world of the Evernight Kingdom is going to change. Tree Spirit nodded. Philo thinks so too. The Evernight Kingdom is in a state of panic right now. Several wizard clans have already announced that they will leave the Evernight Kingdom. What about Edge of Night? Rain asked. Are they still going to stay in the Evernight Kingdom? Edge of Night isn't doing well either. Their teleportation portal is crowded with people every day. Even their HQ members are trying to leave. I think Mr. Edge of Night is under a lot of pressure as well. He's considering whether to stay or leave, Tree Spirit joked. Grey Hughes is an indecisive man. It'll take some time for him to make a decision. But this is related to us as well. We're not affected yet, but some infected humans have already entered Parmagi Highlands. If they enter the mirror world, the consequences will be unimaginable. Ryan's expression changed slightly. I think that the wording we used before was too lax. We should be more restrained in the next issue of Mirror. If nothing unexpected happens, it's very difficult for a dome to appear in the mirror world. Parasites, on the other hand, had to be taken note of. It's a pity that Sunders went to the Abyss Plane. Tree Spirit shook his head. I heard his student, Angor, also knows how to drive away parasites. But he's on his way home now. Angor has a way to expel parasites? This was the first time Rain heard of such a thing. Last time, Midnight Sovereign was ambushed by nightmare monsters. Parasites filled the entire city. Sunders couldn't do anything by himself. He had to ask Angor to help him. Tree Spirit sighed. Rain only knew that Sunders was the one who got rid of the parasites in Midnight Sovereign. He had no idea that Angor was the one who helped him. Sunders did this on purpose to protect Angor, who had yet to grow up. Interesting. I'll have to meet Angor when he comes back, Rain said. Angor's image appeared in Ryan's mind. Now that you mention it, I miss that illusion Angor made. Monument Valley. Interesting stuff. I heard a lot of people talking about that alchemy illusion recently. Even Mr. Ryan likes it. It's very interesting indeed. It's very likely that Greya was inspired by it. Ryan liked Monument Valley a lot, but he would never forget the strong Nightmare Realm aura in Witch's Town. Tree Spirit rubbed his chin. According to the people in the underground market, Angor's alchemy illusion will be auctioned off at Remnant Riverbank in the near future. I think I'll need to send a puppet to check it out. If it's not too expensive, I'll try to get it. An auction at Remnant Riverbank, huh? Ryan muttered as his eyes flickered. Speaking of parasites, the most important thing is that Lady Mirror is in hibernation. If she's here, we won't have to worry about the parasites. Why don't we go ask the Elder of Books and see what he thinks? It's not easy to meet the Elder of Books. But I heard that he's been drinking tea at Iron Fortress lately. Maybe we can go check out the tributary. With that, they prepared to head to the tributary. But at this moment, Tree Spirit paused and took out a leaf that was glowing faintly. Don't tell me, the dome appeared again? Ryan looked at the leaf. It's not from Philo. It's from Maya. Tree Spirit carefully read the message on the leaf and frowned. Maya? Didn't she go to Brilliance Plane? What did she say? Something is happening in Fairy World. The surface world of Fairy World. Shadow had been searching the forest for a long time. He sent many geologists and archaeologists to look for the Pakrti that Angkor accidentally told them about. During their time together, Shadow knew that Angkor cared a lot about the Serpent Kingdom, Akasolia. Angkor didn't admit it when he talked to the Grand Priest of Krokox, but Shadow could easily deduce that Angkor once saw Akasolia's worshipping serpent, Akasolia. As for where Angkor saw Akasolia? Pakrti, no doubt. It used to be a holy land for doctors. Shadow returned to the surface world to find a way to reach Pakrti. He didn't think he could defeat Akasolia alone, but he was prepared to run away. If he could find a wizard-level monster here, it would be a valuable piece of information. It might even help him break through. Besides, he was also interested in the All of Eternity mentioned by the Grand Priest. Maybe he could find something else in Pakrti. It had been 3 months since he came to this place. He had found many traces of the Serpent Kingdom, such as a rope ladder on the mountain wall, a buried ruin, and a porcelain plate found in the river. This place used to belong to the Serpent Kingdom. But why couldn't he find any trace of Pakrti? Shadow stood at the top of the mountain and looked around. The men he hired were still searching in the forest conscientiously. Standing on a mountain peak that was more than 1,500 meters high, they looked like ants searching for a piece of land. Where is Pakrti going to appear? We've searched every inch of this place. Are we going to dig 3 feet into the ground? Shadow frowned and shook his head. Angkor doesn't look like someone who would dig 3 feet into the ground for no reason. Besides, he came to Fairy World alone. He couldn't have hired so many people to dig the ground for him. There must be something I didn't notice. While Shadow was deep in thought, his face was facing the southwest direction. In addition to the dense forest in the southwest, there was also a serene lake. Lake? Shadow's eyes widened. He had searched everywhere except for this lake. Could it be at the bottom of the lake? With that in mind, Shadow ordered his men to dive into the lake. Soon, Shadow received news that the lake was connected to a large underground body of water. Without air supply, it would be difficult for mortals to continue searching. For the sake of his own safety, Shadow did not plan to dive in himself. Instead, he thought for a moment and wrote a note for his 3 brothers, Jarmi, and Jarmi, to bring it to Watergrass. He did not forget that the members of the supernatural gathering were still there. 3 days later, several low-tier supernaturals went to the bottom of the lake under Shadow's puppet's control. Soon, a man who called himself Magician came up and told Shadow that he found a tunnel. Shadow's expression lit up. After knowing that the tunnel wasn't far from the lake, he had Magician lead a group of mortals who were better at swimming towards the tunnel while he himself remained in the water. Shadow sat by the lakeside, waiting for the results without any worries. But in the end, he only received a group of crazy people and a large swarm of colorful dragonflies. Meanwhile, Angkor had no idea that Shadow had already lured the colorful dragonflies from Pakrti into Fairy World, which would cause a great disturbance in the near future. Angkor was currently standing on the balcony, trying to get through another dangerous situation since he entered Devil's Water. Behind the limpet, a 30-meter-tall wave was approaching. The ship was shaking violently in the storm. Every sailor was tied to a thick rope that was connected to the mast at the center of the ship. They were trying their best to guide the ship forward. But even so, there were still a few sailors who were thrown into the air by the waves. One of the sailors' hemp ropes was even torn apart by the hurricane, and he was about to be shaken off and thrown into the sea. Angkor reached out a hand of spell to catch the man and put him on the mast while the sailor looked at him with gratitude. The speed of the ship was now very fast. Under the huge waves, they could only try their best to find a slightly flat place to move forward in the turbulent sea. At the same time, they also had to race against the huge waves. Otherwise, the ship would be overturned by a single wave. But the waves were getting bigger and faster. If they kept going like this, they would definitely be overtaken. Even Angkor was trying to figure out a way to save the limpet from such a dire situation. He looked at the captain's cabin and saw that Erwin and Helen didn't seem to be panicking at all. They were still giving orders to the ship. Erwin suddenly ordered the ship to slow down. Angkor looked at the huge wave behind them. He didn't know what Erwin was trying to do. Slowing down meant they were going to be eaten by the waves. However, the sailors didn't question the captain's order and obeyed it without hesitation. Angor pursed his lips and felt a little nervous. Because the ship had slowed down, the wave hit the ship 10 meters behind them. The impact was so strong that the limpet was sent flying into the air. Now. Erwin gestured again. The limpet, which was still floating in the air, suddenly released a blast of air from the bottom of the ship. Angor widened his eyes as he watched the limpet fly away like a deflated balloon. Whoosh! The ship flew away for several kilometers and left the giant wave far behind. Angor knew that the limpet was safe again, but he didn't have to worry about it. Angor couldn't help but admire them. They might be mortals, but they still managed to stay calm in the face of danger. Even he wouldn't be able to do that if he were in their shoes. An hour later, the sky cleared up, and the waves finally calmed down. Angor was about to return to his cabin to continue his research. But just as he turned around, he caught a glimpse of Helen gazing into the distance with a worried expression. Isn't the danger gone now? Why do you still look so worried? Helen had just come down from the observation deck and was leaning against the side of the ship in a daze when she heard a gentle voice by her ear. Sir. Helen looked at the man standing beside her and was about to bow when she was stopped by a gentle force. Helen considered for a moment and decided not to do so. Instead, she spoke with a more respectful tone. I just feel something strange. The sea is a bit strange these days. Helen ran her fingers through her hair and looked at Angor with a worried expression. What do you mean? Angor wondered. Devil's Water isn't completely safe. Isn't it normal to see hurricanes and waves? I'm not talking about the weather. I mean. Helen tried to find words to describe her feeling, but she couldn't find the right words. Sir, don't you think the sea is so quiet these days that it's creepy? Quiet? Angor listened carefully. The wind was still blowing, and the waves were still crashing. Even the undercurrents at the bottom of the sea were still making noises. He didn't think the sea was quiet at all. Of course, apart from the natural sounds, this part of the journey was relatively quiet. But as long as the weather wasn't too bad, wasn't it? What do you mean by quiet? Angor asked curiously. Helen shook her head. I don't know how to describe it. It's just that I'm very nervous. I don't think this sea route is as lively as it used to be. It's like it's dead. Helen's description was full of abstract concepts. The only conclusion Angor could come up with was that it was just Helen's intuition. Angor gave Helen a curious look. Helen lowered her head and shook it gently. She sighed softly, perhaps I'm overthinking things. When Helen told Captain Erwin about her discovery, he looked at her in the same way. Captain Erwin didn't say whether he believed her or not. Instead, he gently advised her, you're too tired. Go rest. Helen knew that Erwin meant well. However, this kind of kindness made her feel like a lunatic. She tried to convince herself that it was just an illusion, but the unsettling feeling in her heart didn't allow her to do so. Not necessarily. Helen raised her head abruptly. My lord, you believe me? Maybe what you said is true. People who live on the sea are closer to the frequency of the sea. You can't describe it, but your whole body, from your mind to your subconscious, is warning you. That's what your intuition tells you, Angor explained. Helen didn't quite understand. She repeated softly, the frequency of the ocean? This is just a generalization. It could be the humidity of the sea, the changes in the wind, the direction of the ocean currents. Of course, it could also be a more profound concept. You've been living on a ship, so you're always in this frequency. You don't remember the external information, but your body does. Once your body detects these external changes, it will naturally give you feedback. Helen nodded absent-mindedly. Then, am I really overthinking it? Not necessarily. If you have time, why don't you tell me about your feelings and changes during this period of time? Helen glanced at the sea in the distance. The sea was clear, and the wind smelled normal. She believed the limpet would be safe for a while. All right, where should I start? Angor didn't answer. He glanced at the 4th floor and sensed someone was looking at him. If you don't mind, let's talk in my room. Helen hesitated. Her pale cheeks slowly blushed as if she suddenly thought of something. In the end, she nodded. Angor didn't notice the change in Helen's expression. Instead, he led her to his room on the third floor. Once inside, Angor quickly set up a spirit barrier around the room. Earlier, when he was talking to Helen, he felt that Roman was spying on them. Roman wasn't someone who liked to gossip, was he? Or was Roman just trying to figure out what he was doing? Angor thought about Roman's suspicious personality. But he couldn't put his finger on it. So, he decided to take Helen back to his room so that he could find out more. Not long after he set up the spirit barrier, he sensed another spirit tentacle outside his room. There were only two supernaturals on this ship, Angor and Roman. It had to be Roman's spirit tentacle. Angor frowned. He was right. Roman was spying on them. Roman just had to spy on him when he was talking to Helen. Angor was not only curious about this, but he also paid more attention to it. Fortunately, when Roman sensed the spirit barrier, the spirit tentacle circled around Angor's room and left. After making sure Roman's spirit tentacle was gone, Angor remained silent for a while before he decided to talk to Helen about something important. Helen's heart was pounding. She thought Angor was going to do something unspeakable when he took her back to his room. However, Angor didn't do anything. Instead, he continued the conversation. Helen was confused. Could it be that I misunderstood? Meanwhile, inside a luxurious room on the fourth floor, Roman was wearing a gloomy expression. What he did shouldn't be discovered, right? After all, this was something normal. Neither Erwin nor Helen would suspect anything. But why did that Pat guy talk to Helen? Roman thought for a while and suddenly remembered Helen's blushing face when she entered Pat's room. Roman suddenly came to a realization and coldly snorted, "You really don't know anything, to actually be interested in a middle-aged fat woman." Roman walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and opened it. A gentle sea breeze blew in. Roman looked at the ocean in the distance and grinned. Behind him, a pile of books was placed on the table. When the sea breeze blew in, the cover of the book was blown open. A portrait with a chipped corner was blown away from the pages and slowly opened up. With the help of the sunlight coming in through the window, one could clearly see that the portrait was of a quiet sea and a dark shadow under the sea. In the room on the third floor, Roman slowly revealed some of his thoughts and psychological changes during this period of time. "You're saying that you've been panicking since half a month ago?" Helen nodded. "Yes. It wasn't that bad at first. But these days, I feel like there's a rock on my heart when I sleep. It's so heavy that it's affecting my daily life." "Tell me, what happened half a month ago?" "That's when you're worried." "What happened?" "I don't think anything happened." Helen slowly immersed herself in her memories. While listening to Helen's explanation, Angor began to think about the possible points. "Wait, you said you're going to ask Roman about the next route?" Helen nodded. "Devil's Water has many routes. There's more than one that leads to Faron land. Every once in a while, we'll ask for the next route." "But why did you ask Roman to make the decision? Can't you make the decision yourself?" Angor frowned. "That's because Lord Roman's information is much clearer than ours. Although there are many sea routes, accidents often occur on some of the sea routes. For example, there's a drastic change in the ocean currents, or a certain sea route just happens to be a route that sea beasts must pass through. As mortals, it's very difficult for us to obtain such information. Only Lord Roman can collect such information." "Every time you went out to sea, it was Roman who told you the news?" "Not always. Sometimes, the wizard in charge is different. But as long as Mr. Roman is in charge, we'll ask him about it. It's just a routine job." At this point, Helen's expression also slowly became strange. "Speaking of which, it seems to be true. Ever since I chose the next route that day, my mood began to change." "Is there something wrong with the route?" Angor considered for a moment. "Yes, but the person is more likely to be the problem." "Sir, you mean Roman?" Helen shook her head fiercely. She had never thought that this matter would be related to Roman, because Roman was also from the White Clam Shipping Company. Although she sometimes felt that Roman was too arrogant, their interests were the same. They were bound together for good or ill. "I think you misunderstood, Mr. You and Mr. Roman had a disagreement a week ago, when the route was already changed. So you're saying that Roman is a problem because I don't like him?" Angor looked at Helen. Helen hesitated for a moment before plucking up her courage and asking, "Isn't that the case?" Angor shook his head. "Roman is a narrow-minded person, and I don't like him. But as long as he doesn't try to harm me, I won't really care about him. There are plenty of people like him in the wizarding world. The reason why I said that Roman has a problem is because of another matter." There was no doubt that Roman secretly changed the nightmare stone on the ship's bow. Why did he do this? The answer was obvious. The value of the nightmare stone was so high that it made people speechless. He could sell the nightmare stone and exchange it for personal resources. He might even be able to become an official magus. But what puzzled him the most was, did he not know the consequences of doing this? The nightmare aura around the bow would eventually disappear. He could hide it from the mortals and apprentices, but how was he going to explain it to the people in Floating Mech City? With Roman's paranoid personality, he would definitely have thought of all possible escape routes. Angor already had a feeling that Roman would do something to the limpet, or at least hide it from his superiors. Now that he compared it to what Helen had said, many things could be easily solved. Roman had decided on a route, but this route had changed. This made Helen, who had been making a living on the sea all year round, extremely worried. Roman had to give Floating Mech City an explanation in order to solve the problem of Angor stealing the limpet's nightmare stone. The combination of these two things made him uneasy. "Sir, the other thing you mentioned." Helen looked at Angor with a questioning look. Angor considered for a moment and decided to tell Helen about Roman's plan. When Helen heard about this matter, her eyes were wide open. A chill rose from her tailbone and went straight to her brain. Her expression was filled with indescribable fear. The easiest way to make the limpet's nightmare stone disappear on its own without alerting anyone in Floating Mech City, that was to destroy it. Helen was smart enough to know what Angor was going to say. Helen couldn't believe what she was hearing. "I just remembered something. 4 years ago, the Golden Web Freighter fell into a sea monster's territory at Devil's Water and was lost forever. The only one who managed to escape was Mr. Roman." Helen trembled. "Mr. Wizard, Mr. Roman isn't really going to do something to the limpet, is he?" He didn't answer. Instead, he stood up and looked at the calm sea outside. The surface of the sea was as peaceful as a mirror, and the sunlight reflected off the surface of the water, making it look like a glittering mirror. "Helen, are there any dangerous places on this route? For example, how far is it from the sea monster's territory?" Helen replied reflexively, "There are dangers. Every sea route has a certain amount of danger. Before we set sail, I did a rough estimation of the route. At first, I didn't think this route would be too dangerous. At least, this route isn't close to the nests of any large sea monsters, and it's far away from the sea monster's territory. Then the danger of this route that you mentioned is weather, I guess." Helen was silent for a moment. In the past, the probability of accidents on this route has been kept below 5%. It's the place with the lowest probability of accidents. When Mr. Roman decided to take this route, Erwin and I both thought it was a reasonable choice. Isn't it unexpected that something went wrong in a reasonable choice? What should we do now? Helen asked worriedly. How long until the next one? Can we change course? Angor asked. We will arrive at Silver Palm Island in 2 days, where we will choose the next route. Helen continued, there are only 2 days left until this part of the route ends. There's no way to change the route, and it's not even possible to turn back, because we're about to enter the middle of cold winter, and the ocean currents are even more fluid. At that time, the weather will be even more dangerous, and even giant waves over 100 meters may appear. There's no way to change our course. We'll arrive at Silver Palm Island in 2 days, right? Do you remember the map? I always carry the sea maps of the subregions with me. Please take a look, my lord. Helen spread out the map and focused on the Silver Palm Isle, while Angor ignored the other sea routes. Looks like the weather is calm. Toby, go to Palm Isle and check it out. If there's anything up ahead, report back immediately. Toby nodded. He had been paying attention to the map as well. Toby nodded and flew away from the cabin. It moved so fast that even Angor could not see it with his eyes. We're still a long way from Palm Island, sir. Helen looked worried. Will we make it in time? Is it? Don't worry. Toby will be back in half an hour at most. Half an hour? Helen looked out of the window in bewilderment, but Toby had already disappeared into the horizon. Not even his shadow could be seen. He asked Helen to sit down while he returned to his desk and began to draw some patterns on a piece of paper. He also needed to analyze the combination of materials and runes, as well as the material and the appearance of the armor. Soon, he immersed himself in his work. Helen glanced at Angor and was surprised to see him drawing on a piece of paper. At the same time, she began to wonder why Angor wasn't worried at all about Roman's evil intentions and the possible danger to the limpet. If Angor could hear Helen's thoughts, he would probably say, "If Roman isn't worried, why should I be?" Even if something happened to the limpet, there was no way he couldn't escape, even if Roman was able to do so. Helen's expression was still deeply worried. At first, she didn't believe that Roman would do such a thing. After all, they shared common interests. But if Roman was willing to give up the limpet for something bigger, such as using the nightmare stone, would he abandon the limpet? The answer was yes. According to Angor, Roman had reached the end of his lifespan, and the only way to prolong his life was to become a wizard. It was possible for Roman to do something crazy in the desperate situation where his lifespan was on the brink of death. However, Helen's thinking was still incomplete. She said that Roman was crazy, but was he really crazy? There was no plan in the world that could be flawless. Of course, Floating Mech City would find out that Roman stole the Nightmare Stone from Floating Mech City. Even if Floating Mech City did not notice it yet, they would find out in the future. However, if Roman had already become an official magus by selling the Nightmare Stones, then even if he was discovered, the chances of him being punished would be minuscule. There was no such thing as fairness in the wizarding world. One's own strength was the only thing that mattered. Roman knew this, which was why he made such a decision. It seemed that he had already crossed his bottom line, but he still had a way to go back. The prerequisite for all of this was for him to become a true magus. Before he could finish his drawing, he heard the sound of fluttering wings coming from the window. Helen immediately turned her head and looked outside. The bird that was flapping its wings outside the window was the seabird that the wizard had called Toby. Helen looked at the clock on the wall and muttered, "He's back in half an hour." Toby began to chatter with Angor as soon as he came back. Helen didn't know what they were talking about, but Angor and Toby could easily answer each other's questions. Angor frowned as he listened to Toby's explanation. At the same time, he took out a piece of paper and quickly wrote down a black and white drawing. Helen moved closer to Angor's drawing and saw a small island in the middle of a vast ocean. This is the Silver Palm Island. Its mountain peaks are indeed undulating like stairs. Helen thought to herself, but there was one thing that was strange. Why was the island drawn so small? Silver Palm Island was an uninhabited island at Devil's Water, but it was still quite big compared to the other reef islands. Angor kept drawing. Soon, more scenes appeared under his pen. As the drawing zoomed out, Helen's expression slowly turned into one of fear. A giant shadow was quietly standing in front of Silver Palm Island. Silver Palm Island was 10 times smaller compared to the giant shadow. Even more frightening was the fact that only a small part of the shadow was above the water. There was something else under the water. According to Toby's description, the shadow was a gigantic sea monster that was about the size of an adult cloud whale. It had a snake neck with spikes on its back, and the part above the water looked like a crocodile covered in scales. However, the part below the water looked like a whale. What is this? Is the limpet going to run into this monster again? Helen's voice was shaking so hard that she couldn't even speak properly. Before Toby approached Silver Palm Island, it was still hiding under the water. But when it heard noises coming from above, it slowly floated up. If the limpet keeps moving forward, we'll run into it. As for its name, I do know about it, Angor said in a small voice. There's a wizard market in the Empire of Revelation called Ancient Beach. It's famous because of a magazine publisher who published 2 popular periodicals in the wizarding world, Where Are the Magical Treasures and Where Are the Magical Beasts? In the 10th anniversary edition of Where Are the Magical Beasts, there's a picture of this sea monster. It's called Leviathan. Leviathan. Helen repeated the name repeatedly as if this was the only way to relieve the pressure in her heart. An adult Leviathan is as strong as a Truthfinder wizard. But this one is already an adult, Angor explained. Will it tear the limpet apart? Helen asked. Of course. Leviathans are no pushovers. Then what should we do? We're still some distance away from Silver Palm Island. Can we go around it? At this point, Helen was already carefully thinking about the route to take. There are restricted areas on both sides of Silver Palm Island. If we don't go through Silver Palm Island, we can only change our route now and take these two paths. One is the Storm Demonic Sea, and the other is the Gear Sea Abyss. We can't enter the stormy demonic sea during this month. Entering it means certain death. As for the Gear Sea Abyss, it's rumored to be the graveyard of all gears. A portion of ships that pass through it will sink into the endless sea abyss. However, there are also a large number of ships that have passed through it. Although it's risky, at least there's a chance of survival. We can try going through the Gear Sea Abyss. Angor checked the map again. Gear Wheel Abyss was already very far away from Silver Palm Island. He shook his head. No need. We'll take Silver Palm Island. But don't worry. The Leviathan has a strong body, but it also has obvious weaknesses. As long as we don't get too close to it, I'll find a way to avoid its attention. Angor's eyes glinted. More importantly, Roman is the one who led you down this path, right? Why don't we let him have a taste of what happened to the limpet in the first place? Helen raised her head abruptly. She seemed to have heard something terrible. Sir, are you going to? Angor put a finger on his lips and smiled. As long as you know what I'm talking about. As for Roman, he's on the right track. He won't run into any trouble. But if he leaves his post without permission, it's normal for him to run into trouble. Helen didn't know what Angor meant, but Angor didn't explain further. He simply signaled her to leave. Just pretend you don't know anything and keep doing what you're supposed to do. But are you sure the limpet will be fine? Don't worry. I'm not going to get myself killed, right? I understand. Helen stood at the door and took a deep breath. Her expression slowly returned from confusion and fear to the usual indifference. The shyness and charming fantasy she had when she first arrived had long since disappeared. She pushed the door open and left. Not long after Helen left, Roman received the message. He didn't dare to break through Angor's spirit barrier, but as a cautious man, he still deployed spirit feelers nearby. Seeing that Helen's expression was still normal when she left, apart from the slight disappointment in her eyes, there was nothing unusual. Only then did Helen relax. As for the disappointment in Helen's eyes, Roman didn't take it to heart. He sneered to himself, "TSK TSK TSK, but the battle ended after half an hour? You're just a loser without a bloodline. You have a powerful familiar, but you're useless." Even Roman, who was nearing the end of his lifespan, had a strong body. Whenever a woman climbed into his bed, he could do it for 3 days straight. Middle-aged women were as hungry as tigers. It was normal for Helen to feel disappointed when she couldn't satisfy her desires. Roman didn't think Angor would notice anything, but he still decided to keep an eye on Helen just in case. After making sure that Helen didn't do anything else and that the limpet was still heading towards Silver Palm Island, Roman relaxed. On the other side, Angor was sitting in front of his desk while tapping his fingers on the desk, deep in thought. According to the records he read, the Leviathan usually lurked in the depths of the sea below 10,000 meters, feeding on the emperor squid and giant octopus. It would not appear on the surface of the sea unless it was chasing its prey. But why was the Leviathan lurking on the surface of the sea? The Leviathan's body was so strong that even Truthfinder wizards might not be able to break through its scales. However, it had one major weakness, which was its low spiritual power and low intelligence. Based on the Leviathan's intelligence, it would never stay on the surface of the sea unless there was a special attraction. Coincidentally, the Leviathan was located on the Silver Palm Island. With the Leviathan's power, it could easily wipe out the entire Silver Palm Island, but it did not do so. Instead, it chose to hide near the island, which was very strange. Was there something about Silver Palm Isle that attracted the Leviathan's attention? Angor didn't know what attracted the Leviathan, but Roman might know since he knew the location of the monster in advance. However, Angor also knew that Roman might not tell him. Maybe it's a destiny? Angor rested his chin on his palm and narrowed his eyes. He wondered if he should go and check it out. After thinking for a while, he shook his head. Even if it's a destiny, I'll pass. It was too dangerous to stay close to the Leviathan. The monster's spiritual senses were weak, but that was only compared to other sea monsters of the same species. If he was discovered, he would be in big trouble. Besides, he did not want to cause any unnecessary trouble. He just wanted to return home safely. The ice coffin of healing was said to last for 5 years, but who knew if there would be any accidents along the way? He didn't want to delay any longer. The outside world must know about the Leviathan's existence. If there was a good destiny waiting for them, they would surely come. According to Toby's report, there were no other people around Silver Palm Island. But who knew if there were wizards hiding somewhere? If there weren't any hidden adepts, did that mean that they didn't care about the opportunities here? If that was the case, there was no need to worry about the Leviathan's behavior. What he needed to do now was to avoid the monster and leave. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Helen didn't tell anyone about the Leviathan, nor did she change the course of the ship. The limpet wasn't far from Silver Palm Island. They would arrive there before noon. Helen had placed all her hopes on the wizard named Pat. Either he would die, or he would continue to live. She did not mention that Pat mentioned that he would kill Roman while they were on their way back. If everything went according to the original plan, the Leviathan would destroy the limpet, and all the mortals on board would die. That was Roman's decision. Whether Roman did it on purpose or not, he had caused everyone's death, including Helen's. Therefore, Helen's selfishness was more towards Pat than towards Roman. She even believed that Roman's death would make the trip much easier. "Hey, Helen, what are you doing?" Helen raised her head in confusion and saw Erwin standing in front of her, looking at her with concern. "What did you say, Captain?" Helen tidied her hair and put her hat back on. "I say, haven't your worries disappeared yet?" Erwin looked concerned. "If you're really worried, why don't you ask Mr. Roman?" Helen quickly shook her head. "I'm much better now. I'm just homesick. No need to trouble Mr. Roman. But you don't look too good." "I haven't been sleeping well these past few days." "Of course I'm fine." Helen pretended to smile. "You're right. This part of the route is too dangerous. Get some rest when we reach for on land." Helen hesitated, wondering if she should tell Erwin about the Leviathan. But after some thought, she gave up on the idea. Erwin had never doubted Roman, and for him to accept that Roman would harm everyone for money, Erwin had his doubts. She would find out the truth after today. Either they survived, or she would tell Captain Erwin everything. Either Mr. Pat had lied to her, and they were all dead. Then, she had nothing to say. "Captain, you didn't come here just to ask about my mental health, did you?" "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I just want to tell you that we're about to reach Silver Palm. Don't forget to send a team to replenish the water." Helen was surprised. Get to the island? How could they get to the island with the Leviathan there? Erwin waved his hand in front of Helen's eyes. "What's wrong?" Helen regained her senses. "I'm just thinking about who to send. Captain Mose died a few days ago. Naki can go. I'll tell Naki to get to the island." Erwin was a bit sad when he mentioned Mose's death. "The god of the sea will bless us. He'll also let all the warriors who are sleeping at the bottom of the sea rest in eternal slumber." After Erwin left, Helen climbed up to the top of the observation deck and gazed into the distance. It was a rare sunny day, but she couldn't see clearly because of the sea fog. When the limpet passed through the fog, the sun was already high above her head. Helen's hand suddenly clenched because she had already seen the lonely island of Silver Palm standing in the middle of the ocean. The golden sun, the blue sky, and the white clouds were the background of the Silver Palm Island. She didn't see the Leviathan. Was it because it was hiding under the surface of the sea? While Helen was thinking, she heard a cheer coming from the deck. It was the sailors hugging and high-fiving each other. After drifting on the sea for a long time, they could get excited even if it was just an island. Some of the sailors even sang a song. Looking at the cheerful scene in front of her eyes, Helen felt inexplicably sad. As a mortal, she could only see what was right in front of her. The hidden dangers were the real killers in the fog. Even if a mortal died, they wouldn't know the truth. Just then, Helen saw the door to the balcony open. Roman walked out and stood on the railing, looking at the happy people on the deck. Helen stood on the highest observation deck and clearly saw the corner of Roman's mouth curl up into a cold smile. His expression was cold and emotionless, as if he was looking at a bunch of dead people. "This must be funny to you, right? You're about to die, and you're celebrating the future?" Helen clenched her fists and looked at Roman with hatred. Roman seemed to have sensed Helen's gaze and turned to look at her. Helen was surprised. She didn't know what Roman would do when he saw her expression. Before she could see Roman's reaction, he turned his head to the other side. The door to the balcony on the third floor was also pushed open. A lazy middle-aged man wearing a wrinkled sorcerer's robe walked out while yawning. His hair was messy and his hair was still sticking up. Angor felt someone's gaze on him as soon as he came out. "Hey, good afternoon." He leaned against the railing and greeted Roman with narrowed eyes. "What's wrong? Mr. Pat woke up just now?" "Yeah. I slept too late last night," Angor replied casually. He then looked at the Silver Palm Island. "Huh? There's an island here? No wonder everyone is so happy." "Well, it's good to be able to step on solid land after spending so much time on the sea." Roman chuckled coldly. "Happy? Only for a while. From now on, that place will be your grave." As they approached the island, Roman's gaze became more and more intense. At the same time, he began to feel cold sweat on his back. Below the surface of the sea, there was something terrifying that even wizards didn't want to face. Roman squeezed his palm, feeling the hardness of the stone in his palm. His drumming heartbeat slowly calmed down. "Just a little closer and it'll be fine. I just need to get closer to the edge of the monster's perception, and I'll be able to leave. Then, the nightmare stone will belong to me." Roman's expression grew more ferocious. His eyes glowed brighter as if he could already see the beautiful blueprint of his future. This was the second time he did something like this. Last time, he used the same method to lure the gold web freighter into the Siren's territory. In the end, he got the nightmare stone and successfully fooled the inspectors of Floating Mech City. He sold the nightmare stone from the golden web freighter for 8,000 magic crystals. This time, even if he sold the nightmare stone at 2/3 of the price, he could still buy a bottle of Snow Orchid Potion. Snow Orchid Potion had a certain chance to help him break through his bottleneck. Although he might not be able to become a wizard in the future, as long as he could become a wizard, his lifespan would be greatly increased. As long as he was still alive, there was always hope. With this thought in mind, Roman became more and more excited. Even a siren could capsize a freighter. This time, it was not a weak siren. It was a powerful monster, the Leviathan. He had to succeed. When everyone finally saw the outline of Silver Palm Island, Roman tightened his grip on the nightmare stone in his hand. "The Leviathan's perception range is 10,000 meters. I just need to get a kilometer closer and attract its attention, and it'll be over," Roman repeated nervously in his mind. The book already explained the Leviathan's weakness, but this was his first time facing such a powerful monster. He was still nervous. The excited sailors on the deck were still singing loudly. However, some people also noticed that something was wrong with Silver Palm Island. A sailor holding an exquisite engraved telescope suddenly shouted at Helen on the lookout, "Deputy Captain Helen, why do I see that the vicinity of Silver Palm Island seems to be dark? Did you find anything on the lookout?" Roman heard the sudden yell as well. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Helen. In his mind space, the model of the mute barrier was slowly taking shape. As long as Helen's answer was strange, he would directly throw a silencing barrier on the observation deck, so that she couldn't speak. Helen stood on the highest point with her upper body exposed. She looked as cold and indifferent as usual. However, her legs, which were hidden under the wooden railings, had already begun to tremble. Even the sailors on the deck saw that something was wrong, not to mention her position. She now fully believed Mr. Pat's words. Silver Palm was indeed a death trap set up by Mr. Roman. This was because she could clearly see a huge black shadow lurking under the sea behind Silver Palm Island. Even though the black shadow did not show its head, its size alone made her so shocked that she could not control herself. Helen didn't know what to say. Should she just say that there was indeed a shadow there? But it didn't matter since Mr. Pad was there to protect them, no one would believe such words, and even Roman would be suspicious of him. At this moment, Roman's ice-cold gaze was cast over, and Helen's scalp went numb from this gaze. She understood what Roman meant, it was a threatening look. But she couldn't accept it. The sailor on the deck shouted again. This time it attracted the attention of many other sailors who were celebrating. Helen knew that she had to answer, but how to answer was still a problem. She swallowed her saliva and tried hard to find the right words. However, the more nervous she was, the more her mind went blank. Just as Helen's brain crashed, a lazy voice sounded from the third floor, "Shadow? Where is it? Why can't I see it?" "Mr. Wizard, it's right behind Silver Palm Island," a sailor said. "That shadow doesn't look right. You must be mistaken. Isn't that the reflection of the mountains? Or maybe it's a shadow cast by the clouds in the sky?" Coincidentally, there were layers of clouds floating above Silver Palm Island. "It's a projection. So I was mistaken." The sailor with the binoculars nodded. All the sailors on the deck breathed a sigh of relief. Under Irwin's command, they finished all the preparations needed to land on the island and continued to celebrate. Roman's crisis was over, but he was not happy at all. He had a bad feeling about this. Helen might not be able to see the shadow, but Pat wouldn't be able to fool him so easily. Did he know that there was a problem ahead? But if he knew, why did he keep going? Moreover, not only was there something wrong with Pat, but Helen also seemed a little strange. He did not forget the hatred that flashed in Helen's eyes when she looked at him. There was no reason for her to hate him unless she knew something. But where did she find out? Roman thought back to 2 days ago when Helen went into Pat's room. Could it be that they were already in cahoots back then, but the route did not change? Roman's emotions began to become chaotic. His originally well-thought-out plan seemed to have encountered an unexpected fork in the road, which made him faintly uneasy. Roman looked at Pat and then at Silver Palm Island. He tried to comfort himself. Just a few hundred more meters. We're almost there. Don't think too much. Even if they know, it's too late. I have the Nightmare Stone. I can use the illusion to confuse the Leviathan. The rest of them will die here. Roman lowered his head and looked at the light-colored gem in his palm. The gem flickered with a faint light. Looking at it, Roman's heart, which had been hanging in the air, gradually relaxed. But before he could calm down, he heard Pat speaking again. "Even if we run into something we can't handle, we have the gem protecting us. Don't worry." Roman was surprised. Pat was talking to the sailors on the deck, but he was looking at Roman with a smile. Roman was shocked and couldn't help but roar, "What are you talking about? What do you know? Why did he suddenly mention the ship's prow? And why did he say gemstone, and not nightmare stone?" "I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Roman." Angor checked the distance between them and Silver Palm Island. He estimated that they were only 100 meters away from the Leviathan's detection range. It seemed he needed to fan the flames even more. "You know what I mean. You know what you're talking about." Their loud argument attracted everyone's attention. However, no one dared to look at them openly. They only lowered their heads to eavesdrop. In the next second, everyone's eyes widened because they had heard an incredible piece of news. Angor smiled at Roman. "I really don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Roman. Are you talking about how you secretly traded for the Nightmare Stone on the ship's bow?" Roman's pupils shrank, and he abruptly took 2 steps back. "You." As expected, he knew. Angor didn't wait for Roman's explanation. He continued in a dramatic tone, "You used such a cheap illusion stone to trade for the sun. You traded it for a very valuable nightmare stone. TSK, but Mr. Roman, do you know of a—" Roman's face darkened as he roared, "Shut up." Angor ignored Roman's warning. "The limpet, an alchemy artifact that can travel across Devil's Water. It's worth more than a nightmare stone." Angor didn't mention the Leviathan that was going to run into the limpet, but it was clear enough that Roman was going to sacrifice the limpet for a nightmare stone. The crowd burst into an uproar. Captain Irwin looked at Roman with shock and bewilderment in his eyes. If these words had come from Helen's mouth, he might still have some room for doubt. However, these words had come from the mouth of another extraordinary. Moreover, Roman's expression and actions had undoubtedly tacitly acknowledged this matter. This made it impossible for him not to believe it. What do you know? You lucky bastard. I'm just trying to get as many resources as I can. So what if I lose a ship? As long as I can get to the next level, it's a success. Roman yelled. Angor chuckled coldly. He slowly placed his left hand on his right wrist. Roman was still yelling, "Go to hell, all of you. I don't believe you can escape from the Leviathan." Roman planned to stay for a while longer, but now that his trick was exposed, there was no reason for him to stay. Besides, if Angor really wanted to fight him, he wouldn't be able to defeat the bird anyway. With that in mind, Roman laughed loudly. Goodbye, the limpet. Or should I say, never again. With that, Roman activated the Nightmare Stone. Layers of illusionary aura surrounded him. Next, he stomped on the ground and a pair of white wings appeared on his boots. Using the illusionary aura around him, Roman dashed into Silver Palm Island. If he wanted to leave Devil's Water, he couldn't retreat. He had to keep moving forward. But not long after Roman flew, he was surprised to find that the illusion on his body was disappearing bit by bit. It was as if the illusionary aura around him was being sucked away by a pipe. Roman looked at the pipe in horror. The lazy Pat took off the glove on his right hand, revealing a hand that was a size larger than his left hand, facing him. Roman could faintly see green glowing patterns around the enlarged palm. The illusionary aura created by the Nightmare Stone was being absorbed by the green pattern. As the illusionary aura disappeared, Roman's figure slowly became visible. He already heard the sound of waves behind him. He didn't need to look back to know that the Leviathan was watching him. The enormous pressure made Roman unable to even move an inch. 2 seconds ago, he was still happy and excited. But now, he felt like he had fallen from heaven to hell. The sudden change in his mind left him speechless. He didn't even have time to change his expression. His joyful expression was now replaced by a look of despair. At the last moment, he looked at Pat in the distance and yelled madly, "Even if I die, you won't be able to live either. Die with me." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Pat stopped the boat and waved at him with a smile. Then, the Leviathan placed his right hand on the deck of the ship. The limpet started fading away at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was like a shadow until it completely disappeared. Illusionary? Roman was stunned. At this point, how could Roman not know that this was a trap that Pat had set for him? He was the one who set the trap, and Pat was the one who took advantage of it. Why would Pat provoke him at the last moment? He wanted him to escape from the limpet. Pat would have to use illusionary spells to hide the limpet once they entered the Isle of Silver Palm. The sound of waves crashing could be heard behind him. Roman turned around. Roman turned around and looked into the Leviathan's huge eyes. His body was even smaller than the Leviathan's eyeballs. Facing such a colossus, all Roman saw at the last moment was scarlet, as well as eyes filled with evil and bloodthirst. Roman was powerless against the Leviathan. All the Leviathan could do was snort white smoke from its nostrils, and Roman turned into a rain of blood that fell into the sea. Even his soul was sucked into the Leviathan's stomach. Everyone was dumbfounded. Some people even knelt on the ground while trembling. Their mouths let out a terrified whimper when the bulge was crushed. Like a contagious disease, it quickly spread throughout the limpet. "You better keep your voices down. Do you want to attract the attention of the entire ship?" A lazy voice reached everyone's ears. Erwin glanced at the man on the 3rd floor and made a decision. He turned to the people on the deck and said, "Silence. Don't blame me if you make another sound." Erwin unsheathed his sword. The cold glint of the blade made everyone's expression change. Then, they began to think about something else. Roman was dead. There was only one supernatural left on the limpet. Even if he wasn't from the White Clam Shipping Company, he was the only one they could rely on. If they offended Mr. Pat, they wouldn't be able to live a good life. Moreover, Erwin's previous attitude meant that he already knew this. How could the others not know? For a moment, the limpet fell into an eerie silence. Some people trembled in fear because of the Leviathan, but they didn't dare to make a sound. Instead, they covered their mouths with their hands. The Leviathan's appearance caused huge waves on the surface of the sea. The waves weren't as high as the ones from the previous day, but they were still enough to make the limpet shake. Helen was on the observation deck. She didn't have anything to cover her, so the waves made her even more bumpy than the deck. Helen was flung away almost instantly. She tried her best to hold on to the rope, but she couldn't stop the waves from slapping her. Helen used all her strength to hold on to the rope. Her face was flushed, and blue veins were visible on her forehead. However, it was still useless under the huge waves. She was shaken off in a daze. She was about to fall into the sea. Helen had even begun to see a merry-go-round in front of her eyes, but at this moment, a large, faintly visible hand grabbed her and placed her safely on the balcony. Helen panted heavily and looked at the man beside her. "Thank you for saving me, sir. This is the third time you've thanked me, and my answer is still the same." Angor did not mind at all. Helen calmed her breathing and found that she didn't feel too bumpy standing on the balcony of the third floor. She curiously looked at the floor and saw a thin layer of gray fog covering the entire balcony. It was this layer of gray fog that allowed her center of gravity to shift downwards. Even if the boat was lifted higher, she did not feel any sense of weightlessness. Was this the power of transcendence? A trace of envy flashed through Helen's eyes. "My lord, what should we do now? Will the Leviathan notice us? Should we turn around?" Helen's question was the same as Erwin's, so they all looked at Angor. "There's no need for that. I've already covered the limpet with illusions. As long as we don't get too close to the Leviathan, it won't notice us. Let's keep the boat steady for now. No need to turn around." While replying to Helen, he was still looking at the giant monster 10,000 meters away. The description of the Leviathan in the book was already horrifying enough. But when he saw it in person, he finally understood what it meant by learning from a book. The Leviathan was about the same size as an adult cloud whale. However, the cloud whale had a sleek body and gentle eyes, which was completely different from the Leviathan. Most of the monster's body was hidden under the surface of the sea. Angor could only see its dark shell, which made it even more difficult to breathe than when it was fully exposed. The giant body of a whale, the scales of a crocodile, and the head of a snake. Its ferocious face was filled with violence and evil. Every time it breathed out, a gust of wind and a torrential downpour would follow. What a monster! Even though Angor was only looking at the monster from afar, he still felt his legs trembling. After killing Roman, the Leviathan patrolled the area to make sure there were no other living creatures nearby. Then it returned to Silver Palm Island and slowly hid there. Soon, the surface of the sea returned to normal. No one would have expected that there would be such a monster lurking under the facade of peace. Angor finally let out a long sigh of relief. He leaned against the railing and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Even he revealed a look of fear. The other mortals were even more unbearable. They lay on the deck in exhaustion and fear, rejoicing that they had survived the calamity. Erwin dragged his weak body to the third floor and asked Angor about the next step. "It's best if we go around Silver Palm Island. If we can't, we can go within 10,000 meters. But don't get too close to the island." Erwin felt a chill down his spine. "But sir, that monster is still lurking ahead. Can we really go this way?" "Don't worry. With the illusion, the Leviathan won't notice us as long as we don't get too close," Angor said. The only downside of the monster was its lack of intelligence and spirit power. If he had the intelligence of Ertis from the Sea of Purification, they would probably be dead by now. Erwin hesitated for a moment and decided to follow Angor's instructions. This was the first time he met Angor, and he didn't know what kind of person Angor was. Without Roman, the ship needed Angor's help, so it was better to follow Angor's advice. After confirming the next step, Erwin prepared to leave. "Hold on, Captain Erwin." Angor took out a crystal orb from his bracelet and handed it to Erwin. The crystal ball flickered with faint energy fluctuations, and streams of light were moving around it. "Sir, what's this?" Angor tapped on the surface of the orb, and the conversation between Roman and Erwin appeared in front of them. Both Erwin and Helen stared at the crystal orb in shock. From Roman admitting that he stole the nightmare stone to his death in the mouth of the Leviathan, everything was recorded. This is a recording device. Roman is dead. We have to give an explanation to the people behind the White Clam Shipping Company. When the time comes, we can just hand this over. Erwin nodded, his eyes filled with gratitude. They didn't have anything to do with Roman's death, but they could still be implicated if they were found out. However, with this recording, they could prove that they were the victims of Roman's death. Explaining Roman's death wasn't a big deal. With this in mind, Erwin kept thanking Angor. After Erwin and Helen left, Angor and Helen headed to the command center together. Helen, what kind of person do you think this Mr. Pat is? Erwin asked Helen in a low voice as they walked. I don't know. But at least he's not our enemy. He's not like Mr. Roman, who knows Devil's Water well enough to travel alone. He still needs us to show him the way. At least for now, our goal is the same, which is to reach for on land safely. Erwin was still worried. That's true, but are we really going to face that sea monster next? I think we can try to go back and take another route. Helen smiled. Don't worry, Captain Erwin. Mr. Pat has his reasons for making this decision. He knows the monster better than we do, and he needs the limpet to lead the way. Think about it, without Mr. Pat's illusion, we would have been discovered by the monster a long time ago. Erwin sighed and said, all right then. Let's give it a try. Back in the command center, Erwin began to gather everyone on the ship. The others knew that they were in a critical situation. Even if they were still afraid, they had to act now. Erwin ordered the ship to go around Silver Palm Island for 10,000 meters. There were a lot of reefs in the west. The east was a bit better, but there were low clouds in the east. The weather might change. But they didn't have time to worry about that. The limpet was still heading east. Under the cover of the illusion, the limpet moved cautiously. Erwin was extremely nervous when he saw that the Leviathan wasn't lying to him. The limpet didn't attract the Leviathan's attention, and they were able to pass through the barrier without a hitch. After half a day of sailing, Erwin finally let out a sigh of relief when he entered the White Dwarf Sea Shelf. At this moment, the sky had already darkened. Erwin arranged for the tired sailors to take turns while he went to Helen's room. We're in the next part of the journey. Should we ask Mr. Pat about the route? Helen considered. Mr. Pat isn't familiar with Devil's Water, so I don't think he can give us any advice. But we can't leave out the things we need to do. Angor looked at the two captains who returned to his room and asked, choose a course? Yes, from the White Dwarf Sea Shelf, there are 13 confirmed routes that have been opened. Angor quickly waved a hand when he saw Erwin's nagging. All right, I'll let you decide for yourselves. I also went to Roman's bedroom just now. He took everything away, so I can't give you any information. Erwin and Helen looked at each other and said, then let's go right along the White Dwarf Sea Shelf. This route connects to the Kiribati. According to past records, the accident rate is very low. Normally, we would take this route if there are no accidents, but there is a small problem with this route. What problem? Fog. One day later, Angor stood on the deck of the ship and looked at the thick fog around him. So this is what Erwin and Helen said? With the naked eye, the visibility might not even be 100 meters. Would it really be okay under such circumstances? Won't I get lost? Don't worry, sir. We'll take this route every time we go to Ferran. At least, the limpet never ran into any danger here. It's just a normal sea fog. It won't affect our sense of direction. Angor also checked his surroundings and confirmed that the fog was just water vapor. He didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Since Erwin and Helen both assured him that the fog was fine, Angor didn't think too much about it and returned to the cabin. The biggest benefit of Roman's death was that he could study illusions as much as he wanted. However, today, instead of studying illusions, he took out his handbook and wrote down everything that happened to the Leviathan. Before leaving Silver Palm Island, Angor asked Toby to observe the island from the sky while he used a cantrip to strengthen his eyesight. But from the outside, there was nothing strange about Silver Palm Island, and the information Toby received was the same. That was strange. Why would the Leviathan stay there for so long? He wrote down several guesses on the paper, such as guarding a treasure, finding a destiny, hunting prey, recovering from injuries, and even giving birth to children. Angor included them all. But he didn't know which one, or whether it was the same. After writing down the Leviathan, Angor planned to learn a new cantrip from the reality school. But after a moment of hesitation, he took out a piece of paper and began writing. The boots on Roman's feet caught Angor's attention when Roman left the city. Pure white wings grew out from both sides of his black leather boots, allowing him to fly in the air. Interesting, I didn't expect his boots to be a flying vehicle, Angor muttered. The boots wouldn't be as fast as a flying vehicle, but it would save him a lot of trouble and allow him to use more tactics in battle. He was originally learning the art of tailoring, and in his excitement, he decided to design a pair of shoes that could carry the floating mageweth using the materials he had now. If the shoes were too small, he could use clothes. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, the limpet was still traveling through the fog. Just like Helen said, there was very little danger in this part of the sea. They didn't even run into any bad weather. They only ran into a few level 2 apprentice sea monsters. Angor asked Toby to take care of the sea monsters while he worked on his own blueprint. One evening, Toby suddenly flew into his room while Angor was still immersed in his own world. It dragged Angor to the balcony while mumbling. "What's wrong? Did we run into another monster we can't handle?" Angor looked at Toby with a confused look. Toby didn't answer. Instead, he pointed to the northwest. Angor followed Toby's finger and frowned. Amidst the gray-white fog, the faint shadow of a ship could be seen. Judging from its shadow, the ship was still quite a distance away from the limpet. Even so, it was obvious that the ship was huge. Angor estimated that the ship was at least 10 times bigger than the limpet. "What's that?" Angor looked at the ship again. Was there another ship on the same route? But wasn't this ship a little too big? The limpet was already a large cargo ship, which was rarely seen in any harbor. But this ship was so much bigger than the limpet. It looked like a ship that belonged to a giant. Angor even saw a flag fluttering in the wind. But the more he looked, the more he felt that something was wrong. The wind was blowing in 2 different directions. Other than that, there were some other suspicious points. For example, why was such a big ship so quiet? He saw Helen on the deck, who was ordering the sailors to move the wooden buckets filled with rainwater into the cabin. "Deputy Captain Helen, do you know which company that ship belongs to?" Helen looked back and found that the lazy Lord Magus had suddenly stood beside her. He was now curiously looking at the distant ship in the fog. Helen also looked over, and when she saw the shadow of the huge ship, she suddenly laughed. "Sir, from the shape of the ship, it's actually our White Clam shipping ship, but it's just a space-time illusion, not a real ship." "Space-time mirage?" Angor wondered. "What do you mean?" "The previous part of this route is connected to Gear Wheel Abyss. Didn't I tell Sir about the abnormality of the Gear Sea Abyss? Ships often disappear into the Gear Sea Abyss. The ship shadows in the fog are actually the shadows of those ships. Like a mirage, it's not real. When we pass through this area, we'll see a ship 8 feet in 10 times. But they all come in different shapes and sizes. We even saw an ancient ship, so we call it illusion. That ship is obviously a White Clam shipping ship. It might be a ship that disappeared in the Gear Sea Abyss in the past 100 years. It's so big because it's also an airship that can fly." At this point, Helen sighed with emotion. "Such a large ship. I reckon many people died at that time. What a pity." Helen's explanation enlightened Angor. "It's an illusion." No wonder he felt something was wrong. Angor noticed that the sailors around him didn't seem surprised at all. None of them paid attention to the ship in the fog. Clearly, they knew what it was. Devil's Water isn't just a place with bad weather. There are also a lot of strange phenomena. Most of them aren't as safe as the ship shadows. They're all dangerous. That's why our shipping business exists. Based on our predecessors' experience, we can create safer routes. No one knew what they would run into if they wandered into unknown areas. This was Devil's Water. Without a guide, they could get lost forever. Devil's Water had too many secrets. At his current level, he did not even have the right to look into it. After saying goodbye to Helen, he was still interested in the spacetime illusion created by the ship. Maybe it was a kind of illusion. However, he didn't want to get too close. It would be terrible if he got lost in the fog. He could only observe the ship's shadow from afar while sensing the ripples brought by the wind. While observing the shadow of the ship, he felt something familiar about it. It's similar to Urtus Mirage, Angor muttered to himself. Could it be that there was a super clan like Urtus around here? Angor leaned against the railing and looked down at the sea. He couldn't see anything in the darkness. Even so, he still felt a chill down his spine. If there really was a super clan like Urtus, how big would it have to be? After all, these illusions were ships that had disappeared into the Gear Sea abyss. This place was very far from the Gear Sea abyss. Angor shivered and decided not to think about it. Sometimes, people's fear of the unknown came from their own imagination. After a while, the ship's shadow finally disappeared into the fog. Angor returned to his bedroom with a disappointed look on his face. 2 days later, Toby dragged Angor out of his workshop again. Another ship shadow? He looked at the vague shadows in the mist and sighed. Compared to those vague shadows, he preferred to go back and work on his flying boots. He was almost at the end of his work. He planned to discuss the appearance of the boots with Nado first so that he could try making them at night. Since Toby dragged him out of the workshop, Angor decided to follow Toby's lead and observe the shadow in front of him. The ship was about the same size as the limpet. Other than that, there was nothing special about it. Angor planned to go back to his room and continue his work. However, he suddenly frowned. He noticed that something was wrong. The ship didn't move at all. Instead, it was getting closer and closer to the limpet. Last time, the ship's shadow kept a certain distance from them. No matter how the limpet moved, it didn't get any closer. We'll run into it if we keep going. Angor's eyes brightened up. He wanted to take a closer look to see if it was just a mirage. While Angor was still observing the ship, the sailors on the deck began to get restless. They all pointed at the ship in the fog and stared at it in disbelief. Erwin suddenly sent a message to Angor. There's a ship ahead. Everyone, stay alert. Angor was a little surprised. Wait, it's not a shadow. It's a real ship? The limpet was getting closer and closer to the strange shadow of the ship. Angor was still afraid of the unknown. He took off his right glove and cast a large nightmare illusion to cover the limpet. No matter what the ship was, Angor had to take care of his own safety first. The limpet finally entered the ship's visible range. When everyone saw what the ship looked like, Helen suddenly exclaimed, "That's a ship from the Age of Gold. At least 3,000 years ago." It was a wooden ship. More accurately, it was a dilapidated wooden ship. Even the white sails were rotten to the point where only gray rags were left. Angor couldn't tell what kind of ship it was. But he could tell that the ship was very old, which made it very different from modern ships. Most modern ships were engraved with statues that could deter sea beasts, but this wooden ship's bow was a semicircular feather that looked like a peacock spreading its tail. The feather pattern still retained some color. If this was a ship from 3,000 years ago, as Helen said, it must have been a brightly colored ship when it was still in good condition. Angor's impression of the ship was that it was a dilapidated old ship. A ship like this should have sunk to the bottom of the sea. Why is it floating on the water? While he was still wondering, he heard the sailors discussing something in fear below him. A ghost ship? Angor noticed the main point of their discussion. He took a closer look at the ship and found that it did look a bit like a ghost ship. Angor frowned and jumped down to the deck as he watched the people talking about him getting more and more excited. Angor glanced at the crowd, and they all fell silent. Do you know this ship? Helen nodded. No. But it doesn't look like a modern ship. It looks like a ship from the Age of Gold from 3,000 years ago, Helen quickly explained. To be exact, it's an exploration ship from the Age of Gold, Erwin said as he came out of the cabin door. According to Erwin, this ship came from Faron continent. 3,000 years ago, Faron continent was in a period of chaos, which was known as the Age of Gold. People were not satisfied with the resources available on the continent and began to explore the outside world, which led to an era of voyages. This ship was the symbol of that era. Erwin looked at the approaching ship with a puzzled look. That's a typical three-masted ship. But the exposed keel is already cracked. Why hasn't it sunk yet? It's not a ghost ship, is it? Why don't we go and take a look? Sir, Helen and Erwin quickly advised, Devil's Water is full of strange things. Even the most ordinary places can be dangerous. Don't worry, I didn't sense any energy fluctuations inside, nor did I sense any danger. Sir, if you really want to go, you can use the scouting puppet. Helen suddenly thought of something. There are scouting puppets in the lower cabin, but we can't control them. Only wizards can use them. As a matter of fact, he already used his spirit feelers to check the ghost ship and found nothing out of the ordinary. That was why he decided to take a look. But since Helen mentioned that there were scouting puppets on the ship, he didn't insist. Scout puppets were low-level alchemy tools, and Angor could make them himself. It had the appearance of a small sphere, like an eyeball, and could be an extension of a magus eye. In fact, its effect was similar to that of a magus eye. For apprentices who didn't know how to use magus eye, it was a useful alchemy tool. The only downside was that it only had a range of 1 kilometer, which was much closer than magus eye. Angor activated the scouting puppet, and a pair of eyeballs with transparent wings slowly flew into the air. The eyeballs flew across the misty sea and landed on the ghost ship. In his vision, the ghost ship looked the same as what he saw with his spirit feelers. The ship was in tatters, and there was even a hole on the deck. The scouting puppet followed the hole and entered the inner cabin. It was dark inside, but the scouting puppet was equipped with a light source, so he could still see clearly. But as soon as the light came up, Angor frowned. Helen and Erwin's hearts skipped a beat. Is there really something dangerous on the ship? Helen gulped and signaled the sailors to get into position. She was ready to raise the sails and accelerate if anything went wrong. Strange. The inside of the cabin is wet. Helen heaved a sigh of relief. Sir, the ship has been staying in the mist for years. It's normal for it to be wet, isn't it? No, it doesn't have to stay in the mist all year round. Angor frowned. I can tell the difference between wet and wet. The ship's cabin is wet, and the scouting puppet hasn't reached the bottom yet. It's only on the first level below the deck. Seeing that Helen and Erwin didn't understand what he meant, Angor snapped his fingers and summoned an illusion in front of them. While using the scouting puppet to enter the cabin, he showed the situation inside to them through an illusion. Helen and Erwin were surprised by this miraculous illusion. However, their surprise quickly disappeared as they were captivated by the scene in the illusion. Yes, it was soaked in water. Helen suddenly added, and the wooden planks on the walls don't look like they were in the water not long ago. They were only pulled out of the water in an instant. Otherwise, there would be traces of water. Angor also noticed this after listening to Helen's explanation. That's right. But it doesn't make sense. Could it be that this ship was previously submerged in the sea, and now it has suddenly surfaced? Angor paused for a moment. Anything can happen at Devil's Water. Maybe it's true. But if the ship was in the sea before, it should be covered in sediment, right? But there's nothing here. Since he couldn't figure out what was going on, Angor decided to keep moving forward. He could use the scouting puppet to collect some water when he came out, and he could check whether the ship was seawater or not. Angor controlled the puppet to go deeper. Most of the cabins were the same. Most of them were soaked in water. Apart from that, nothing else was out of place. The only strange thing was that the cabins were too clean. Angor could see some daily necessities in them, but there were no traces of people. Not even the bones of dead people. Finally, the scouting puppet reached the bottom. He saw a huge hole here, and below it was dark seawater. Why isn't the water flowing into the hole? Helen looked doubtful. Such a big hole is enough to sink the ship. How can it still float on the sea? Take a closer look, Angor suddenly said. Angor focused on the hole in the illusion. Helen was confused at first, but she suddenly thought of something. She looked at Erwin and ran to the railing to look down. The ship isn't touching the sea at all. It's floating above the water. The ship was so close to the surface that it was hard to see anything. However, there were no ripples on the surface, which meant the ship wasn't touching the water at all. Since the ship was floating above the water couldn't get in. But why was the ship floating above the water? That was another question. However, just this point alone was enough to make everyone's hair stand on end. Should we keep looking, sir? Angor was glad that he didn't get on the ship. He didn't sense any energy ripples coming from the ship, but it was still floating above the water. Still, he didn't want to give up halfway. Let's go check the captain's room. He took off the glove on his right hand to repair the nightmare aura on the limpet. Clearly, he wasn't as calm as he appeared to be. The scout puppet moved upstairs. The captain's room was usually on the top floor, and this ship was no exception. As soon as the door was opened, a cloud of dust drifted out. That means there isn't much water inside, Helen said. Why was the captain's room different from the outside? In the illusion, the dust disappeared, revealing the inside of the captain's room. Old, rotten furniture and rags were scattered all over the floor. Most of the items were gold ornaments, all of which were still in good condition. That's the style of the age of gold. Judging from the decorations, this ship must belong to a noble. Erwin pointed at several ornaments. The scout puppet pointed at a desk near the window. After entering the ship, the first skeleton, which was also the only skeleton, was placed on display here. Helen said, "This skeleton should be the captain of this ship, right? Judging from the rotten clothes, it must have been a very fine one. But why is it missing a head?" It was a headless skeleton. Why was there only one skeleton on the ship? And why was it missing a head? This ship was filled with all kinds of abnormalities and irregularities, but the strange thing was that there was no danger so far. A sailor on the deck suddenly yelled in surprise. Helen looked over and narrowed her eyes. "Sir, the bottom of the ship is gone." Angor looked up and saw the bottom of the ship disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The entire ship seemed to be embedded in another dimension. In just a short 2 seconds, the disappearing range had already reached the deck. Angor frowned. He ordered the scout puppet to pick up a parchment scroll from the desk and quickly ran out of the window. When the scouting puppets returned to the limpet, the ship was already gone. All that was left was a white fog. It was as if everything that happened before was just an illusion. However, the scroll in the scout puppet's hand was telling them that the ship was here before. "Sir, what's going on?" "I don't know. Maybe it's some kind of anomaly or another dimension." Angor shook his head and looked at the scroll. In a corner of Devil's Water, a ray about 100 meters long was carrying a bubble on its back. Inside the bubble, there was an attic made of crystal. It was decorated with fluorite and corals of various colors. It looked very beautiful. At this moment, rhythmic footsteps could be heard coming from the main hall of the pavilion. A handsome silver-haired man sitting in the center of the hall slowly opened his eyes. Through the transparent crystal wall, he saw a tall young man walking toward him. The young man approached the man and bowed. "Mr. Sliv." Sliv narrowed his eyes and looked at the blue scale on the young man's forehead. "Oh, Jibra. You came all of a sudden? Do you have news about Lucas?" Jibra shook his head. "Lucas is a mortal who has passed away. It's not easy to find information about him. I'm here this time because I caught a few ants. They've confessed all the information." "Oh? You mean those wandering apprentices who showed up in the nearby waters?" "Although I'm not very interested, in order to not add any more variables, I still want to hear about the little bug." Jibra looked up. According to the interrogation, they came from the Rat Ant Society. But this time, their target isn't the mysterious space. Tisk tsk. Disgusting insects from the Rat Ant Society. Just the name alone makes me want to crush them. Slip paused a little and continued, "So who's their target?" "Angor." Jibra felt something strange when he uttered the name. "Angor? That name sounds familiar." Sliv touched the crystal dent on his seat with his finger and suddenly remembered something. "I haven't been back to Song of the Deep lately, but I heard a rumor that someone called Angor has a big grudge against you. Don't tell me it's this Angor guy." "Probably." "What the hell?" Jibra's lips twitched. He always heard that alchemist of big fish Sliv liked to add "and" at the end of his sentences. At first, Jibra didn't think much of it. However, after interacting with Sliv for a while, he realized that Sliv wasn't liking at all. Instead, it was stubborn. Even if the context didn't require "and," Sliv would always add "and." Jeeber grumbled in his mind while maintaining his cool demeanor. That's right. That's him. But the rumors are not true. I have no grudge against him. If there isn't any enmity between them, how could the rumors spread so wildly? Sliv grinned when he saw Jeeber's expression. Well, without your permission, the rumor wouldn't have spread to this extent. Are you trying to use him as a cover for something? Jeeber lowered his head and recalled the image of a woman with green hair. No, I'm just too lazy to explain. Sliv stood up. His long silver hair seemed to be shining with faint starlight. He slowly approached Jeeber and didn't release his aura, but it was obvious that he was looking down on Jeeber from a higher position. You're lying, Sliv said with a mischievous smirk. Jeeber gulped. He neither admitted nor denied it. However, I don't care if you're lying or not. Since even your teacher, Mr. God of Sea, ignored you, why should an outsider like me care? While speaking, Sliv walked past Jeeber to a table behind him and picked up a drawing. I'm not that curious, but I still have to ask. Why did those rogue apprentices go after Angor? Also, why did Angor come to Devil's Water? Angor is Phantom Master's student, said Jeeber. Sliv's hand paused. His expression turned ferocious for a second, then he suddenly laughed. I heard Sunders recruited a genius student. So it's him. Well, Sunders almost wiped out the entire rat ant society. They wouldn't dare to seek revenge on Sunders, so it's normal for them to target his student. After all, they are all despicable cowards. As for why Angor came to Devil's Water, according to their information, he's going home to visit his family. He came from Marginalized Island, and Devil's Water is the closest route, said Jeeber. Sliv muttered, Marginalized Island? So it has nothing to do with the mysterious space. Sir, what should we do with those rogue apprentices? Asked Jeeber. Sliv considered for a moment. There's no grudge between you and Angor, but there's something between me and Sunders. Speaking of which, I'd like to kill that little apprentice myself, but that's against the rules. Since the Rat Ant Society wants to kill him, we'll just let them go. It'll be fun to watch the bugs pecking at each other. But, will letting them out affect our plan? Jeeber frowned. My teacher said that the destiny in this place is extremely important. If we can get it, the entire Song of the Deep will be greatly improved. It's not worth it if those bugs ruin our plan. Sliv handed the drawing to Jeeber. According to the prophet, this thing is guarding the entrance to the mysterious space. How do you think those apprentices got in? Jeeber looked at the drawing in his hand and exclaimed, This is a Leviathan? How did it become a guard? Who knows? After all, mystery power doesn't make sense. Sliv continued, You don't have to worry about those bugs anymore. Continue to search for information on Lucas. This is the most important thing. Jeeber nodded. Mr. Sliv, I've been looking for this man for a long time. What role did he play in the mysterious realm? What role? Even the prophets are hesitant. Who knows? Meanwhile, Angor returned to his bedroom and took out the scroll he received from the puppet. Helen and Erwin also agreed not to talk about it, so Angor was the first one to read it. It's quite thick. Angor lifted the scroll and felt its weight. I wonder what's inside. Angor looked at the first page expectantly. The smell of decay mixed with the strange smell of leather paper was extremely unpleasant. Angor was disappointed when he saw the words on the scroll. It was a sailor's journal. Angor was expecting to find something good in the journal, but it seemed that he had no luck at all. Well, it was just an exploration ship for nobles from Faran. It would be strange if there was any supernatural knowledge in the captain's room. A sailor's journal was quite reasonable. Angor was a little disappointed, but he was also curious about what happened to the ship. Why did it look like it was soaked in water? Why did it suddenly disappear? He kept reading. The Sailor's Journal of Lucas, the most honest captain in the Age of Gold. Angor couldn't help but chuckle when he read the title. What kind of captain would claim to be the most honest captain in the world? As if that was the truth. The month of blossoms, 1347 Age of Gold. Fine weather. The feather fan, which has been repaired for many years, is ready to set sail. My departure will cause the upper-class nobles to lose a lady friend. They must miss me, right? But why didn't anyone come to see me off? Humph. They're probably all dead. The month of blossoms, 1347 Age of Gold. Rainstorm. Fine weather. It started raining as soon as I set sail, and it rained for 3 days straight. The bad rain is annoying. I prayed with all my heart, and the god of the sea let me go, and the sun came out. He told me that from now on, there will be no more rain in this area. Angor started reading the journal, and his expression became more and more strange. What the hell is this? Fancy words were a common problem for most nobles, so Angor didn't really care. But what was written in the journal was really strange. There were some normal sailing records, but there were also some strange ones. Praying and seeing the god of the sea? Those were all very basic. I was so sad that I shed tears. My tears fell into the sea, and a beautiful sea of flowers bloomed in the sea. The falling leaves seemed to reflect my sad mood. A sea of flowers and the sea were two different things, right? And where did the leaves come from? Weren't you on the ship? Angor was getting more and more confused. Was this Lucas writing a sailor's journal instead of a Mary Sue novel? The month of recovery, 1348 Age of Gold. Fine weather. I ran into pirates. I picked up my knight's sword and rushed out. Ha ha ha, it was so fun to kill. All of them died under my sword. Then, I killed the pirate leader who was 100 miles away with a single strike and seized a ship full of treasures. Flying swords out and taking heads from 100 miles away. Angor clicked his tongue. The journal really opened his eyes. With such a creative mind, he could try writing a novel. Maybe it would become popular on foreign land. The month of looming frost, 1350 Age of Gold. Fine weather. I saw a dragon covered in flames fighting with another monster on the sea. In the end, the fire dragon died. Fire dragon and the sea? What a good combination. Angor was speechless. He kept reading. Most of the entries were skipping. Only important events were recorded. Soon, he reached the last page of the diary. The month of looming frost, 1353 Age of Gold. Foggy. The feather fan returned to the continent for 30 days. No one believed the words of Captain Lucas. They said I was a liar because I couldn't give them any treasures. I jumped into the well in anger. That's it? Angor did not know what to say. What an unexpected ending. Why the feather fan appeared in the fog? How did you die? Why was the ship wet? Nothing was mentioned. In the end, the ship returned to foreign land. This guy wasn't Captain Lucas. Maybe he was a liar, or a dreamer. But the story was quite interesting. It could be turned into a fairy tale or a children's book. He closed the scroll and made up his mind to forget everything recorded in it. What if it's true? Angor hesitated a little before adding, what if it's true? After thinking for a while, he went to the 4th floor, which used to be Roman's place. After Roman's death, Angor came here to see if there was anything left behind. However, apart from some books about life on the sea, there was nothing else. Most of the books were written by mortals. Obviously, when Roman left, he took all the valuable things with him. He came here because he remembered reading a book about devil's water in the library. On top of a black wooden cabinet, he found a thick gray book with the title Devil's Sea written on it. Got it. Angor's eyes lit up. There was no name of the author of the book, but there was a line of words written on the back right of the cover, White Clam Shipping General Edition. Clearly, this was a book produced by White Clam Shipping Company itself, which described Devil's Water. Angor sat down and began reading the books one by one. The book had more than 300 pages, and it took him half a day to finish it. Angor now had a basic understanding of Devil's Water's general sailing route and explored areas. He now had a rough idea of the mysterious sea region that had yet to be explored. For example, Gearwheel Abyss, where ships disappeared without a trace, Long Beach Strait, where giant beasts roamed, Song Sea, where sirens gathered, and so on. However, Angor still couldn't find anything related to Lucas' diary. Could it be that Lucas' logbook was really made up by him? However, it was clearly his ship. It was so strange and out of place. It appeared out of nowhere and disappeared without a trace. Lieutenant Helen, you've spent a lot of time at Devil's Water. Have you ever heard of a sea full of flowers? Helen nodded. Yes, Miss Helen. You've spent a lot of time at Devil's Water. Helen was surprised. She didn't expect Angor to ask such a question out of the blue. Mr. Wizard, do you mean the Sea of Flowers on an island? No, it's on the surface of the sea. Helen muttered the words Sea of Flowers as she flipped through her memories. After a long while, she shook her head and said, I've never heard of a Sea of Flowers. However, the Devil's Water domain is vast, and many places are still unexplored. Perhaps I'm too ignorant. Angor nodded. I see. You can leave now. When Helen left, Angor's lips twitched. He had to be crazy to believe that Lucas' journal was real. Angor quickly ignited a flame on his finger. He wished he could burn the scroll right away. But after a moment of silence, he extinguished the flame at his fingertips, sighed, and threw the parchment into his bracelet. Although it is a liar's diary, it came from a strange ship. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Let's keep it. He put away the parchment and took out the drawing he made not long ago. He planned to make a sample in the next few days. Helen went to the dining hall of the ship while Angor immersed himself in his research. When she came in, most of the sailors who were eating inside had already left, leaving only a few people eating. Helen took the plate from the chef, found a seat at random, and started eating. She ate very quickly. In Devil's Water, accidents could happen every minute and every second, so she didn't dare to taste the food at all. She just stuffed the food into her stomach. Even if the food tasted pretty good. While Helen was swallowing, two people suddenly sat down in front of her. They were Erwin and his lieutenant. Captain, you haven't eaten yet? Helen asked curiously. She saw Erwin heading to the dining hall when Mr. Pat called her away. She didn't expect him to eat until now. I went to check the water supply. There's no rain in the foggy area these days, so we're running low on fresh water. I don't know how long we can last. Erwin sighed. We were planning to replenish our water supply at Silver Palm Island. Who would have thought that the island would be taken over by a monster? Before Erwin could finish his sentence, the young adjutant beside him said, What's even more unexpected is that Lord Roman, who we trusted so much, would want to destroy our ship and kill all of us. What an ingrate. With that kind of heart, it's no wonder that he died tragically under the claws of that monster. Shut up, Tulu! Erwin shouted. Mr. Roman's actions were inappropriate, but he saved the limpet many times in the past. If it weren't for him, the limpet would have sunk long ago. Tulu was Erwin's lieutenant. He was only 18 years old and a young boy from a fishing village. Because of his keen sense of weather, he was brought aboard the limpet and became Erwin's lieutenant. Tulu pouted. Captain Erwin, you're too kind. Everyone on the ship thought the same. If it weren't for Mr. Pat, we would have all died. We should be thanking Mr. Pat. He's our savior. Erwin was about to say something else when Helen interrupted. Captain, Tulu is right. Everything Roman did for the limpet was arranged by the White Clam Shipping Company. It's his responsibility to protect the limpet. What he did to lure us to Silver Palm Island was a failure of his duty. There's a video evidence. There's no way he can clear his name. Tulu raised his hands in the air. Long live Vice Captain Helen. Tulu winked at Helen, who cursed him in her mind, what a brat. Erwin, on the other hand, chuckled. Forget it. Let's not argue about this. We'll be in trouble if it doesn't rain soon. How about we ask Mr. Pat for help? Tulu suggested. Let's not bother Mr. Pat. Mr. Pat isn't from the White Clam Shipping Company. He's helping us out of friendship, not obligation. Erwin suddenly remembered something. Helen, I remember Mr. Pat called you over. What's up? Helen said noncommittally, he asked me a strange question and then asked me to leave. Question? Tulu's eyes lit up. Is it about the ghost ship? Can you tell me, Vice Captain Helen? You want to go down there and show off, don't you? Helen knew Tulu's personality very well. He was a grown man, but he still behaved like a child, unlike Mr. Pat who was mature and gentle. Haha. Tulu scratched his head. Captain Nachi just asked me. I'm curious too. No, Mr. Pat didn't say anything about the ghost ship. He asked me something else. At this point, Helen turned to Erwin and asked, Captain, have you ever heard of a sea of flowers blooming on the surface of the sea? Is that what Mr. Pat asked you? Erwin got a positive answer from Helen, so he thought for a while. A sea with a sea of flowers? I don't think I've heard of that before. Me neither, so Mr. Pat asked me to leave. Helen shrugged. Maybe it's something that happened in the supernatural world. It's normal that we mortals don't know about it. They continued eating and drinking. When all the dishes were cleared, the three of them left the dining hall and headed to the command center. Tulu, you've been thinking about something. What's on your mind? Helen looked at Tulu, who was still lost in his own thoughts. Tulu rubbed his chin. I'm thinking about the question you just asked me. My question? A sea of flowers? Helen asked doubtfully, her face full of disbelief. Could it be that you've heard of a sea of flowers? Tulu shook his head. No. But I heard of a legend in my village when I was young. Angor, who was praised by Helen for being mature and gentle, had just finished a glass of milk. While enjoying the aftertaste, he was unconsciously biting the stem of his quill and swinging it up and down. When someone knocked on the door, Angor quickly put away his glass and feather pen and pretended that he was studying something. Helen brought Tulu to him. What is it? Angor raised an eyebrow and showed a cold look. Helen hesitated and said, Mr. Pat, I'm sorry to disturb you. I'm here because Tulu mentioned something about a sea of flowers. But, it's just a legend, and the flowers don't bloom all the time. I'm not sure if it's what you want to know, so I brought him here. Angor raised an eyebrow. You've heard about the sea of flowers? Tulu shook his head. My grandmother told me about it. I don't know if it's the same sea of flowers you mentioned, sir. Angor put away the blueprints on the table and crossed his arms. It's fine. I'll tell you. My grandmother used to tell me bedtime stories when I was young. She couldn't read, so she didn't know many stories. She kept telling me the same stories, one of which was called Nadia the Beauty. It's a simple story. Nadia the Beauty was the wife of a viscount in the Age of Silver. She was kind, beautiful, and had a perfect husband. But her twin sister was jealous of everything about her, so she planned to ruin her appearance, and even drugged her and sent her to a slave ship. She dressed up as her and replaced everything about Naya. From then on, Nadia the Beauty became Nadia the Ugly. She cried day after day on the ship, and one day, she couldn't take it anymore and decided to kill herself by jumping off the ship. She wept on the ship's railing and told her story to the other slaves around her. Her tears fell on the sea, and a bright sea of flowers bloomed. In the end, she jumped into the sea and turned into bubbles. The sea of flowers disappeared with her. Tulu felt a little uneasy. He wondered if the story had anything to do with Mr. Pat's question. This was Helen's second time hearing Tulu's story, and her heart was pounding like a drum. After all, it was a rather lame fairy tale. Besides, many of the details were different from what Mr. Pat told her. Helen glanced at Mr. Pat, who was sitting at the table with a serious expression as if he didn't care about Tulu's story at all. Helen was already regretting her decision. She shouldn't have brought Tulu here. The story was full of loopholes. Helen hesitated, wondering if she should take her leave now. Little did she know that Angor was already having a great shock in his mind. When Angor asked Helen about the sea of flowers, he didn't mention anything else. Tulu, on the other hand, did mention how long the sea of flowers would last. Lucas' original words went like this: I shed tears of sadness. My tears fell into the sea, and the sea bloomed into a beautiful sea of flowers. The falling leaves seemed to reflect my sadness. Tulu's story about Naya the Beauty was also about how Tulu's tears fell into the sea, and a sea of flowers bloomed. Comparing the two, they were simply too similar. Angor didn't tell Helen that tears were the key to creating the sea of flowers. Angor already considered Lucas' diary as a ridiculous story. But now, Tulu's story reminded him of something else. Could it be that Lucas's records were true? Or perhaps there was another possibility. The story of the tear falling into the sea and becoming a sea of flowers was actually a story that had been passed down since ancient times, and Lucas had simply plagiarized this story in his own logbook. Angor recalled that Tulu once told him about Naya the Beauty's story. The Age of Silver. Mr. Tulu, it's just a fairy tale. I don't think it has anything to do with the sea of flowers you're looking for. I only brought Tulu here in a moment of desperation. Please forgive me, Mr. Helen was about to kneel down. Angor reached out a hand of spell and stopped Helen's movement. Don't blame yourself. I'm very interested in this story. Perhaps it really is related to what I want to know. You said Naya the Beauty was a viscount's wife during the Age of Silver. How many years ago was the Age of Silver? Tulu scratched his head and scratched his ears for a while. I'm not familiar with history, sir, he said embarrassedly. The Age of Silver was about 2,300 years ago. Helen understood what Angor wanted to say and added, about 2,300 years ago. 2,000 years ago? According to Captain Irwin, the Age of Gold was more than 3,000 years ago. In other words, the Age of Gold was followed by the Age of Silver? The Age of Gold came before, and the Age of Silver came after. How long did the Age of Gold last? How long did the Age of Silver last? Helen immediately said, the Age of Gold lasted for 1,544 years, but the Age of Silver only lasted for 400 years. According to Lucas' logbook, the Sea of Flowers was recorded in the year 1347 of the Gold Age, while the story of Naya the Beauty happened 200 years later in the Age of Silver. This didn't match up with Angor's theory. This wasn't a story that had been passed down since ancient times, because Lucas's record was clearly earlier than this story. What was going on? Were these two events related? If not, why did they coincide so much, the same Sea of Flowers, the same Sea of Flowers, and the same Sea of Tears? But the main character changed from Lucas to Naya the Beauty, and the story was delayed by hundreds of years. He felt like his brain was in a mess, like a ball of yarn being tangled together. Rubbing his temples, he asked Tulu again, is the story about Naya the Beauty real or fake? Tulu shook his head. I don't know. I asked my grandmother when I was young, and she told me that the story was real. But now that I think about it, it's just a lie she told me to sleep. But it's just my own guess. Maybe it's real. Have you heard of Naya's story before? I mean, did this viscount's wife really exist in history? Helen shook her head. I was born at Fey Continent, so I don't know much about Faron. But Captain Irwin was born there, and there are many sailors on his ship who came here. I can ask them for you. Go ahead and ask. Helen left the room, leaving Tulu alone. He looked even more nervous than before. Don't worry. Sit down. I still have some questions for you about Naya the Beauty, Angor said. In Naya the Beauty's story, you mentioned that her tears turned into a sea of flowers. Did anything else happen? Anything else? Tulu considered. I don't really remember. My grandmother told me a lot when I was young, but I can't remember most of the details. Did you see a falling leaf in the story? Angor asked. Falling leaves? Tulu suddenly stood up and nodded. Yes, yes, yes. There were falling leaves. When my grandmother told me this story, she also said that when the wind blew, the falling leaves and petals that came from nowhere mixed together. It was a very beautiful scene. I used to fantasize about it when I was young. Tulu wasn't lying. Angor could tell from Tulu's expression that he was telling the truth. That meant that Lucas' diary and the story of Naya the Beauty had once again overlapped, fallen leaf. One coincidence was fine. Two coincidences could still be considered as coincidences. But if there was a third one, Angor couldn't dismiss it as a coincidence. But what was the connection between Lucas and Naya the Beauty? Both of them were at least 200 years old, or at most 600 years old. Considering the lifespan of mortals, they shouldn't have crossed paths. Or did someone read Lucas' logbook many years later? So someone made up Naya the Beauty's story. That was possible. Unless someone confirmed that Naya the Beauty's story was real, and that someone saw Naya's tears turning into a sea of flowers with their own eyes. Otherwise, Angor would find it hard to believe that Lucas' diary reappeared hundreds of years later. At this moment, Helen knocked on the door and brought in 6 sailors. Sir, they all know Lady Naya's name, Helen said. Tell me about Nayaki's story one by one, Angor said as he looked at the 6 sailors who seemed a little nervous. A moment later, he frowned again. 5 of the sailors told the same story as Tulu. All of them described how a beautiful woman turned into an ugly woman, how her tears turned into a sea of flowers, and how her tears turned into bubbles in the ocean. There was only one person who managed to tell a different story. The beauty Naya did exist, but this Naya was a venomous noble lady. As long as there was someone more beautiful than her in her manner, she would use a knife to disfigure them, or even kill them. She would even bathe in their blood to maintain the elasticity of her skin for a long time. When Lady Naya's actions were discovered, the Viscount became furious and executed Naya before throwing her body into the sea. According to this sailor, he came from a noble family in Ferran, and he knew a lot of historical stories. This particular story happened in year 133 of the Shining Calendar. This story is the real historical fact. But Angkor had a bold idea. Maybe both stories about Naya were true. The kind Naya was exiled by her twin sister and jumped into the sea to her death. As for the evil sister, she became the evil Naya in history. She killed many people and bled them. In the end, the Viscount found out about this and killed the fake Naya in a fit of anger. He also threw the fake Naya into the sea to commemorate the real Naya. It was just a wild guess, but Angkor had a feeling that it was the real story. Too bad. If only I knew divination cantrips, I would be able to tell the difference. Angkor shook his head. He already heard about Naya's story, but Lucas Log was still a mystery. Even if Naya the Beauty's story was true, it couldn't completely prove that Lucas' diary was true. After all, Naya the Beauty and Lucas were two different people. It could only be said that Naya the Beauty had restored the scene in Lucas' diary. Angkor needed more evidence to prove Lucas' log. But at least he didn't plan to burn the diary now. Lucas' diary finally had a chance to be real. It was no longer a complete lie. Angkor was still curious about Lucas' log. The ship's appearance and disappearance were too strange. Maybe he could find something useful. Angkor considered. Since Ferran land was filled with mortals, there should be no threat to their safety. If there was a chance, Angkor would try to find out more about Lucas' log, including Naya's final story. Before dismissing everyone, Angkor asked one more question. Is there an area on Devil's Water that is always sunny and never rains? Just like the flowers, this was also something Lucas mentioned in his log. Always sunny? Well, I don't think I paid much attention to it. But there are a few areas that are always sunny. But I don't remember if it ever rains. Helen continued, but when we arrive at Ferran land, I can help you check the annual records of the White Clam Shipping Company. They have a weather report. I'll have to trouble you then, Officer Helen. Month of looming frost. The first day of the latter half of the month. The auction at the ancient Era's beach had finally begun. It was a monthly auction, and the auctioneer thought there would not be many visitors. However, when the day came, there were actually quite a lot of people. Theron stood at the top of the inverted triangle auction house and enjoyed the view of the entire ancient river. It was a sunny day with yellow sand covering the sky. This might be a disaster in other places, but Ancient River was located in the center of the desert, and sandstorms were not uncommon. Therefore, the thick sand was only a small obstacle for supernaturals. As the auctioneer of this auction, Theron habitually paid attention to the visitors before the auction began. The strong wind blew his long hair up, but it automatically blocked the sand and dust. While the wind was raging, countless people were rushing to the auction hall in the inverted triangle. Theron did not pay much attention to the apprentices under his feet. All his attention was on the wizards who might show up. Suddenly, a roar came from the sand. A wizard in a yellow robe suddenly arrived on a giant sand bear. Theron saw the wizard. Sandstorm Bear Leon from Moxa Westland. Let me see, he's here for the cub of the happy bear, right? Using the happy bear vein to summon a stronger beast. Looks like the cub will be sold today. Theron was still talking to himself when he sensed a fragrant wind. He looked up and saw a witch with rose petals all over her body. She passed through the curtain of yellow sand and flew towards the auction hall. Ah, it's Rose Crown Leona from Brood Cavern. Why is she here? Is she here for the vines of the bitter manro? But the fragrance extracted from magic plants can only clear one's mind, and it tastes bitter. Miss Leona shouldn't be here for that, right? But what else could it be? Theron shook his head. He could not figure it out. The witch, who was holding an exquisite lantern and dressed like a noble lady, followed closely behind Leona. Firefly Walker Tundra from Nocturnal Forest. TSK. So the new genius witch is here too. Let's see what she's here for. This way, we can add some shopping data about her. Theron's eyes flashed. Ever since this witch had become an official adept, she had rarely shown herself in public. Therefore, there wasn't much information about her in the ancient auction. What she would buy was still a question mark. However, Theron guessed that Tongwu was here to buy slaves. After all, he had just become an official magus, and there were many things that he needed a loyal servant to do. Theron's guess wasn't wrong. Tongwitch was walking with Leona, and the two women were discussing the pros and cons of various servants. From this, it could be seen that as an auctioneer with close to 100 years of experience, Theron had a sharp eye. A few more wizards came later, and Theron could guess what they were here for. However, the one who caught his attention the most was Jalal from the Tower of Hurricane. This alchemist, who was crowned as the Mithril Innovator, had suddenly visited the ancient auction. Theron could not guess his intentions at all. After all, there weren't any precious materials related to tooling or alchemy in this auction. Theron recalled the auction items and shook his head in the end. He couldn't even figure out what was going on. Maybe something happened outside of the data? Theron thought to himself. Although he knew a lot of information about wizards' purchases, there were still some accidents that could happen. For example, a wizard might buy some rare materials on a whim, or he might buy some materials to trade with someone who really needed them. Accidents like this happened all the time. Theron would never allow such accidents to happen. After all, purchasing information was only a collection of data. It was impossible for him to know everything. However, Theron was completely dumbfounded by the next person who showed up at the auction. This wizard is Mr. Wise? Theron frowned. Wise Shillendine never attends auctions before, right? Even if he went to buy something, he would send his avatar. But this is his real body. What is he going to buy? I don't have any information about him. Wise Shillendine was already a surprise, but there were more surprises to come. Nether Whisper Duncan, Ruthless Thorn Madeline, Miniature World de Martin. Two shut-in wizards who never left the mirror world and a witch who just joined Brute Cavern all came to visit Ancient River together. Theron's mind was filled with questions. What is attracting wizards from Brute Cavern? Is there such a thing in the auction? Why don't I know about it? While Theron was still in a daze, the curtain of yellow sand was slowly lifted. A young man in his 20s arrived. The man looked to be in his 20s. He was dressed in a white robe with green stripes around his waist. His red sleeves were embroidered with dark gold edges. His accessories were gorgeous and noble. His long blonde hair was tied up by a green vine, leaving only a small lock of hair on his forehead that fell over his left eye. He wasn't handsome, but he had an elegant temperament. However, Theron could see a hint of rebelliousness in his eyes. At first, Theron didn't recognize who this man was, but when he saw the wizards bowing to him, he suddenly remembered a big piece of news in the wizarding world. Sunder's first student, Sumesh, had become a truthfinder wizard. It was one of the few truthfinders in the southern wizarding region. That's Mr. Sumesh. Another wizard from Brute Cavern? And a truthfinder this time? Theron was a little surprised. Did something happen in Brute Cavern? What do we have in the auction that can solve this problem? Theron was already making wild guesses. He didn't know what Sumesh's intention was. While Theron was still in a daze, a man dressed as a servant arrived at the top floor. Mr. Theron, the auction will begin in 10 minutes. Master Sharon wants you to get ready. Sharon Yamish was the master of Demon Coast Oasis, a wizard clan that supported the auction. Theron nodded out of instinct. I understand. I'll be there right away. Theron stood on the top floor and stared blankly. Everything that happened today was challenging his professional skills as an auctioneer. It was only the monthly auction, and there were still lots of valuable items waiting for him. Why did so many people come? What was their purpose? Theron couldn't figure it out. He sighed and went downstairs. First, he found the leader of the Sharon family. Sharon was sitting in a luxurious room with two beautiful apprentices in each of his arms. When Theron came in, there was even a young beauty sitting on his waist. Theron bowed and looked away awkwardly. "Greetings, Master Sharon. What are you doing here? The auction is about to start. Hurry up and leave. Don't disturb me." Sharon waved his hand, gesturing for Theron to leave. "Master, I was observing the visitors on the top floor and noticed something strange. I need to report it to you." "Huh? You're trying to figure out their intentions again? You're wasting your time." Sharon was a bit impatient, but since Theron was from the older generation of the family and was very loyal to him, Sharon couldn't just ignore him. "Tell me, what's the problem? There are so many strange visitors today. Many wizards from Brute Cavern are here. There's nothing good in today's auction." Sharon pinched the pretty girl's face on his collarbone and said casually, "Who knows? Maybe they're here to attend some wizards' gathering, and then they're here to watch the auction. That's good. Our auction will be more popular." "But, no buts. They're all famous wizards. Do you think they're here to cause trouble?" Seeing that Theron was still a little confused, Sharon added, "That data of yours is completely unreliable. Don't waste your time on it. Instead of wasting your time, you should think about how to increase the profits of the auction. By the way, I just checked the order of the items. Can you change it a little?" Theron looked up. "Huh? Change the order? That music box. Change it to the first half. I've seen it before. If we put it in the second half, people will laugh at us for not having any." Sharon straightened his back and put one hand on Theron's waist. Then, he checked the list of items on the table in front of him. "Music box?" Theron recalled. It seemed to be an item that an apprentice had given away for auction. He took a look at it himself. The music was very nice, and the illusion was very immersive. There was also a faint strange feeling. He couldn't tell what it was, but with his many years of experience, he felt that it might fetch a good price. Thus, he arranged for it to be in the last section of the auction. "Sir, I've seen this music box myself, and I feel that it's very good. Although it's a little forced to put it in the last class, it's very creative. Moreover, it's a rare enchantment alchemy. Even the alchemists in the family haven't seen it before." Sharon quickly waved his hand. "Creative? Illusion? Come on, I saw a similar music box half a year ago, and I only spent a little more than 100 magic crystals to buy it. But your starting price is 300. Who's going to buy it? Mister, did you really see it?" Theron was confused. "Do you think I'd lie to you?" Sharon said angrily. "This is my order. Hurry up and put it in the first half. The starting price is 50 magic crystals. And this is because it's an alchemy item. Otherwise, the starting price would be even lower." Theron was only an auctioneer, not a decision-maker. In the end, Theron nodded and agreed to Sharon's suggestion. "All right, then I'll swap with the 37th item." "The 37th item is still too late. Put it in the first 5, Sharon said. Theron's hand paused. He thought the music box was pretty good. The first 5 items were even worse than Glowing Velvet Potion. Glowing Velvet Potion was only a beginner alchemy item. But the music box was also a ranked item. Theron seriously doubted that the head of Sharon had ever seen the music box. When Theron asked the question again, Sharon's face darkened. "You dare question me? Get out of here." Theron's face twisted when he saw Theron leaving the room. The head of Sharon was angry. He had clearly seen the music box before, but was it really that bad? Was there really something wrong with his eyes today? Theron began to doubt himself. Before the auction officially began, David was already secretly delighted. He was sitting in an ordinary seat. Most of the people around him were apprentices, but most of them were from Brute Cavern. Normally, apprentices from Brute Cavern wouldn't come all the way here to attend an auction. It was obvious that these people were here because of his alchemy illusion. Not only that, Dave also saw quite a few important figures from Brute Cavern, including Mr. Sumesh, when he was waiting at the entrance of the VIP room before the auction began. Maybe these wizards were inspired by Grea's new spell, and they were interested in alchemy illusions as well. Wizards and apprentices alike were all interested in alchemy illusions. Of course, Dave was happy about it. After all, he was going to get 10% of the profits. As Dave was thinking about his future, the lights in the auction hall suddenly dimmed. After a moment of silence, the stage in front of him was illuminated. The red curtain was pulled aside, and Theron, who was wearing a beige suit and an orange bow tie, walked in with a big smile on his face. "Welcome to the monthly auction. I am auctioneer Theron." Theron smiled as he introduced himself. As an auctioneer who had worked for nearly 100 years, Theron knew very well that the buyers who came to the auction weren't people who liked to listen to pleasantries. Therefore, he went straight to the point after giving a brief introduction. A stage appeared on the stage, on which 3 blood-red objects were placed. Without further ado, let's begin the auction. The first item is 3 giant bloodstones, which belong to a hill giant, a snowfield giant, and a sea giant. The starting price is 80 magic crystals, and each increment must be no less than 10 crystals. Let's begin. Demonic bloodstone was a commonly used alchemy material. In fact, it was a demonic blood ore that was contaminated with energy. The 3 giant bloodstones were only average materials that were close to tiered. Sea giant bloodstones, on the other hand, were quite rare. The starting price of 80 magic crystals was most likely because of them. The first auction item could be considered decent, but there weren't many people who needed demonic bloodstones. In the end, the demonic bloodstone was purchased by an apprentice for 120 magic crystals. The second item is a forest staff. It's a work of hybrid alchemy. It's exquisitely crafted and can slightly increase the spell casting of a nature magus. The starting price is 130 magic crystals. This auction item was inferior to the demonic bloodstone. Theron himself knew very well that after calling out 3 times, he decisively gave up. This was an unranked wand. Naturally, its target audience was sorcerer apprentices. However, its base price was as high as 130 magic crystals. Not many sorcerer apprentices were willing to spend so much money on a wooden wand that was extremely fragile. It was normal for it to be unsold. When the third item was about to be auctioned, Theron hesitated. According to Sharon's arrangement, the music box should be auctioned off now. However, he felt that the value of this item should not be underestimated. While Theron was hesitating, the buyer below the stage shouted, "Stop wasting time. What's the third item?" Theron raised his head and looked at the 3rd floor. Although he could only see darkness, he could vaguely feel that the master of the Sharon family was staring at him coldly. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." Sharon's voice came into Theron's ears. It sounded like he was trying to suppress his dissatisfaction. Theron sighed and placed a small box on the stage. The box looked exquisite. The bottom of the box was pure black and decorated with golden rose patterns, giving it an elegant and luxurious look. The bottom of the box was made of antique platinum, which highlighted the overall style of the item. From the looks of it, it was an ordinary item that didn't stand out from the crowd. No one in the room recognized the item. They all urged Theron to introduce it and bid for it. Dave was the only one who stood up in anger. Under the curious gazes of the people around him, he quickly sat back down. The box was an alchemy illusion created by Angor. A tiered alchemy item was placed in one of the first 3 items to be auctioned. What was the meaning of this? In most auctions, the best items were usually placed in the middle of the auction or at the end of the auction. The first few items were usually not the best ones. Only auctions with the intention of shocking the world as soon as they opened the door would put the best items in the first place to show off. However, the auctions at Ancient Riverbank always followed the tradition and did not do anything fancy. In every auction, the first few items would be ordinary, and the later items would be better. So why did the auctioneers think that Angor's item was just an ordinary item? So ordinary that they put it in the first place? Dave's face turned red in anger. He promised Angor that he would do his best to organize the auction properly, and he only decided to hold the auction at Old Ruin after careful consideration. He did not expect to see such a result. Not only did it humiliate his selection skills, but it also humiliated the value of the item. David even wanted to stand up and tell Theron that he was going to quit. He was not going to film anymore, but he did not dare to. Last time, Angor almost died under Sunder's protection when he angered Twilight. Besides, Dave was a weak apprentice with no background or teacher to back him up. David could only blame himself and feel ashamed. He stared at Theron on the stage with his red eyes. "Mr. Theron, what is this box? Why does it look like a woman's jewelry box?" More and more people were urging Dave to continue. Theron calmed down a little and decided to continue the auction. It did not matter anyway. At most, people would say that there was something wrong with the order of today's items. It wasn't a big deal. Thinking of this, Theron revealed a perfect smile. The third item is a music box. It can release illusions and make everyone feel comfortable. The starting price is 150 magic crystals. Each increment must be at least 10 crystals. In the end, Theron did not accept Sharon's starting price of 50 magic crystals. According to Theron's estimation, the materials of the music box were worth about 70 or 80 magic crystals in total. 50 was too low. After careful consideration, Theron decided to start with 150 magic crystals. When he heard Theron's words, Dave clenched his fists and spat out a string of unintelligible obscenities. Music and illusions? Isn't that a phantom box? It's all the rage these days. I didn't think it would appear in an auction. Even though the idea of the fantasy soundbox is pretty good, the shops in Twilight Well are selling it, and they're even putting it up for auction. This is making the primordial auction look bad. An apprentice shook his head and said, "Moreover, the starting price is about the same as the price of the illusory soundbox sold outside." People around him all agreed. In a small room on the third floor, Sharon had just finished kissing a beautiful woman when he saw what was going on outside. He rubbed the woman's hair and mocked in a soft voice, "See?" He even mocked an apprentice. "Don't let such things appear in our auction again." "Theron, how dare he raise the price without permission?" "Ugh." At the same time, in a VIP room filled with fragrant aroma, Rose-Crown Leona was staring at the music box in a daze. Beside her sat another witch, Tong from the Nocturnal Forest. Tong waved a hand in front of Leona's face. "What are you doing there? You're interested in the music box too?" Leona shook her head. "There's something strange about this music box. It's made in one piece, and I think it's a well-developed alchemy technique. But I don't think it's worth 150 magic crystals, right? I've seen the illusory sound box before." 150 magic crystals is very reasonable," Tong said nonchalantly. Leona looked at the stage with a doubtful look. "This thing has illusions, and it's combined with alchemy. Is it Angwar's alchemy illusions? However, if that was the case, then its value was too low. Too bad there's a barrier blocking my alchemy eye. I can't see it clearly." Leona shook her head. She was wrong. Angwar's alchemy creation couldn't possibly be worth 150 magic crystals, right? In another VIP room, Sumesh was also staring at the music box with his legs crossed. "I saw the phantom music box at Iron Granny's place before. But I think this one's a bit more exquisite." On the stage, Theron remained silent for a minute. No one seemed to want to take a picture of the music box. He shook his head inwardly. Could it be that this music box was so popular that Master Sharon knew about it, and all the other apprentices knew about it except for him? Theron even had the urge to bid for the music box himself. It was a tiered item. Even if it was just for entertainment purposes, 150 magic crystals wasn't that expensive. 160 magic crystals. Just as Theron was about to go unsold, someone finally raised his paddle. Theron frowned. He knew who it was. It was the apprentice who delivered the music box to the auction. His name was Davy. Why would he bid for it himself? He would return the item after it was sold. If he bid for it himself, he would have to pay more. Theron didn't think Davy was being reasonable. Davy, on the other hand, didn't think so. He would rather pay for it himself than let Angwar's item go unsold. It was as if as long as he could pay the price, he would be able to cover up his shattered dignity. Someone offered 160 magic crystals. 160 magic crystals going once. Theron shook his head, but he still followed the procedure. Sharon looked at the stage curiously. Someone actually paid 160 magic crystals for this music box? The staff member standing beside him whispered the truth. Ha 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 ha, so he bid for it himself and bought it back. Sharon appeared to be laughing heartily, but everyone in the cubicle could hear the mockery in Sharon's laughter, and they all expressed their agreement. Fine. He has to pay for it anyway. We're not losing anything. Sharon rubbed his chin. But when Theron comes, I'll have to tell him not to show up in our auction again. That's right. This kind of vulgar thing is simply dragging down the level of the ancient auction. A well-rounded woman leaned against Sharon and agreed. Sharon nodded with a smile and pinched the woman's butt. Good choice, Linda. Someone else laughed in the room. But it wasn't long before the sound of whispering came from outside. Sharon turned around and frowned. What's wrong? Sir, the guest in VIP room 7 just bid 200 magic crystals for the music box. The seller offered 210 magic crystals for it, but the other party kept increasing the price. The price is now at 500. What? Sharon sat up. Someone wants the music box? Don't tell me it's a fake? The worker lowered his voice. The guest in VIP room 7 is Mithril innovator Jalal from Tower of Hurricane. Jalal? Why is he interested in such a lousy music box? Sharon pushed away the girl sitting on him and looked down at the auction. A trace of doubt arose in Sharon's heart. Considering Jalal's alchemy skills, there had to be something fishy going on. Did he really make a mistake about this music box? Sharon stared at the elegant black and gold box on the stage and had a bad feeling about it. While Sharon was looking at the music box, the price outside had already soared to 750 magic crystals. Dave raised his sign with a trembling hand and called out a price, 750. The apprentices around him all looked at him with complicated expressions. Some were envious, some were confused, some were mocking, but most of them were full of admiration. Although they didn't know who was in VIP room 7, there was no doubt that anyone who could enter the VIP room was either rich or noble, and there was a high chance that they were official adepts. How could they not admire Dave for daring to compete with a wizard? However, someone also tried to persuade Dave in a low voice, "Hey kid, I have a phantom soundbox too. Don't bid. I'll sell it to you for 300 magic crystals. What do you think?" Don't listen to him. The most expensive one on the market is only 200 magic crystals. You don't have to bid. Save some money and buy it yourself. Dave heard the persuasion from the people around him, but he did not agree with them. That was Angwar's work. It was not something that could be compared with those cheap pirated goods. However, there were some things that they said that were correct. Dave was trembling in fear. He did not know why the person in the VIP room was bidding against him, but he really did not want to put Angwar's work up for auction anymore. He felt that the auction house was humiliating Angwar, so he decided to raise the price again. When the price reached 800 magic crystals, the crowd became even more excited. How could a small phantom soundbox reach such a price? In the monthly auctions, this price could be squeezed into the middle class's auction. The buyers discussed among themselves and began to guess the identity of the guest in VIP room 7. Theron, who was standing on the stage, was a little surprised, but there was also a little joy in his heart. Before auctioning this item, he was still doubting himself, wondering if he had made a mistake in his appraisal. However, now that the price was out, it was clear that his appraisal skills had not decreased. The Sharon family's leader had made a mistake. When he thought of this, Theron felt a little worried. The head of the Sharon family was definitely paying attention to this. A music box that he thought was worth 50 magic crystals was worth so much. Wasn't this a slap in the face? Perhaps family head Sharon's face had already darkened. Theron shook his head inwardly. Fortunately, the bidder was Jalal. No matter how angry the head of the Sharon family was, he would not implicate this famous alchemist. But thinking of Jalal, Theron was also confused. Why would Jalal want this music box? Could it be that he came to this auction for this music box? Jalal, who was being doubted by Theron, was deep in thought. Although there was a shielding mechanism on the stage, with Jalal's experience, he could roughly guess the material of the music box just by observing its shape, appearance, and color with his naked eyes. There was more than one tiered material. This meant that it was very likely to be a tiered alchemy product. Jalal had come to this auction for a tattered album, but seeing a tiered music box, it was not a loss to spend a few hundred magic crystals on it. Also, he did not feel the aura of synthesis alchemy, so he assumed that it was some other alchemy method. Whether it was a small school of alchemy or enchantment, he did not know much about them. He could use this as an excuse to study them. However, when the apprentice outside raised the price to 900 magic crystals, Jalal hesitated. He did not lack money, but he did not want to waste it either. It was just a research product, so there was no need to spend so much money on it. However, he was a little surprised that an apprentice dared to compete with him. 910 magic crystals. David wanted to raise the price immediately, but before he could say anything, Jalal's voice was heard again. "This is my last bid. If you want to raise the price, I'll let you have it." David was about to raise the price when he heard Jalal's words. Jalal's cold sneer spread throughout the auction hall. David, who was about to raise the price, hesitated. Obviously, the person in the VIP room was angry. If he continued to raise the price, he might offend Jalal. However, if he did not continue to raise the price, he would feel uncomfortable. As David was hesitating, Theron began to count down. Although he was very happy that the music box had been sold at such a high price, he also wanted to quickly pass this auction item. Otherwise, every time the price was raised, the head of Sharon's family would be slapped in the face. If it happened once or twice, it would be fine, but if the anger accumulated, it was likely that his name would be added to Sharon's list of targets. In the end, Dave decided to give up. Judging from Jalal's words, he could tell that Jalal was an official wizard, and he had no choice but to give up. However, after David gave up, someone in the VIP room interrupted Theron's countdown. "Speaking of which, I'm also curious about this music box. Apprentice, can you tell me why you bid for it?" It was Leona who spoke. She had always felt that there was something strange about the music box, but after hearing Tong Witch's explanation, she gradually let go of her doubts. However, Jalal's sudden bid made her doubt rise again. Leona was not in a position to question Jalal, so she asked the apprentice who had just bid for it. David hesitated. He didn't know if he should tell the truth. However, before he could say anything, a sudden clamor came from somewhere. "I think I saw it the other day." This music box was actually sold by himself. As soon as the voice came out, a heated discussion started in the audience. David was pushed to the teeth of the storm. Even Jalal yelled at him, "So you're the one who sold it? Are you trying to raise the price maliciously? Do you know what will happen to you if you offend me?" Under Jalal's questioning, David's legs began to tremble, and his face turned pale. David felt that this was probably the closest he had ever been to death in his life. Even when Hercules took him into the abyss to find the bloodline of the Iron Hedgehog, he was not as scared as he was now. On the stage, Theron looked at David and sighed in his heart. He was very clear that the sound that had suddenly appeared and then gradually disappeared was definitely the work of the Sharon family's patriarch. Theron sighed inwardly. Revealing the information of the seller was actually against the rules of the auction. Fortunately, Sharon did not reveal it openly. Instead, he used other people's mouths to push David to the point where he was hated by the public. At least on the surface, the authority of the ancient auction had been maintained. However, there were many people who could see that something was wrong, including Jalal. However, this matter was in his favor, so he did not need to point it out. Instead, he used the opportunity to scold David. David's heart almost stopped beating for a moment. He opened his mouth and his mind spun quickly, trying to find a way to break out of this situation. Seeing that the situation was getting worse and worse, David suddenly shouted, "Yes, I did put it up for auction. But I'm not bidding for it maliciously. I just want to get it back." David's words caused an uproar among the crowd. "What you're doing is meaningless. You'll only cause trouble for the auction if you sell it yourself," someone said. "As you can see, I've been raising the price since the beginning. I didn't even flinch in front of the honorable wizard. I really regret putting it up for auction. Now, I really want to get it back," David said straightforwardly. David decided to tell the truth. "I know it's against the rules to bid for my own item, and it'll bring trouble to the auction house. But since someone has raised the price, I can't just let it go." If he was lying, he would be exposed immediately. However, he was telling the truth. There were many people who knew how to use real tricks, and they could tell that David was telling the truth after a little testing. If you really want to get it back, then I understand. After all, you're brave enough to face a wizard. You must be sincere. A calm voice came from Leona's VIP room. However, it was Tong Witch's voice. As a newly advanced adept, Witch Tong's mind was still in the realm of an apprentice. She could understand David's decision. However, she did not agree with what he did. Not only would he offend the bidders, but he would also cause trouble for the auction. You're right, Witch Tong. I can see that you're sincere. But I'm curious. Why don't you want to sell it? Is there something going on between you and Mr. Jalal? The one who spoke was also a wizard, but it was clear that he was a troublemaker. He pointed his gun at Jalal as he spoke. David quickly waved his hands. No, it's not like that. I don't know Mr. Jalal. I don't want the auction to trample on my work. David didn't say it out loud because he saw. Theron's kind and gentle expression suddenly turned cold when he spoke. David swallowed back the reason and mumbled for a long time. Theron's cold expression slowly softened. Luckily, this guy wasn't stupid. However, there were always troublemakers who wanted to dig out the truth. Tell us. What's the reason? If you don't have a grudge against Mr. Jalal, then, do you have something against the auction? At this moment, Theron interrupted everyone with a cold expression. Why are you still arguing? You're just wasting everyone's time. The bidder has violated our rules, and he has already signed the contract and placed the item on the stage. There's no room for regret. Let's go through with the procedure. Your bid is invalid. Mr. Jalal's first bid of 200 magic crystals shall be final. If no one else bids, the item will belong to Mr. Jalal. Theron concluded with his domineering and overbearing behavior. In the wizarding world where there were no laws, the rules set by the auction house were the most important. According to the rules of the auction house, once an item was placed on the stage, the bidder had no room for regret. Otherwise, it would only embarrass the auction house. If someone wanted to keep a low profile and bid for the item on their own, the auction house would turn a blind eye to it. However, since David's identity as the auctioneer had been exposed, he was embarrassed to do things according to the rules. Theron wanted to end the matter by force, and the others didn't want to waste any more time. They all agreed to move on to the next item. 200 magic crystals going twice. 200 magic crystals going thrice. Theron shouted. The music box is an alchemy illusion created by Angor. Dave was still unwilling to give up. Angor made it himself. Theron paused and looked at Dailuan in confusion. He didn't know what David was talking about. Was he begging for mercy? Before Theron could react, the screen in front of him suddenly displayed countless bids. Many apprentices also raised their boards at the same time, with prices ranging from 300 to 800 magic crystals. At the same time, someone in the VIP room made a bid. 2,000 magic crystals. I'll take it. Theron was not the only one who was shocked by the sudden price surge. Everyone else in the room was confused. After a while, under the urging of the VIP room, Theron came back to his senses and said, Room 5 has offered 2,000 magic crystals. Does anyone want to raise the price? Theron swallowed his saliva and looked at the price on the screen while thinking about what was going on. Why did so many people suddenly bid for the item? Theron recalled Dave's angry words. Who was the one who made this alchemy illusion? Is this really Angor's alchemy illusion? Leona's voice came from room 11. Dave was also surprised. He didn't expect someone to bid 2,000 crystals just because he mentioned Angor's name. If he knew Angor's name was so well known among wizards, he would have mentioned his name earlier. Yes. I'm from Brute Cavern. I'm an employee at Prom's alchemy shop in the underground market. This alchemy illusion is definitely Angor's work. Theron finally heard the name of the creator, Angor. Theron thought for a while. Was Angor a famous alchemist? He didn't seem to have any impression of this person's name. Meanwhile, inside a room on the 3rd floor, Sharon, who was wearing a long face, also asked in a low, muffled voice, Who's this Angor? Is he famous? All the workers in the room shook their heads. None of them were alchemists, so none of them knew Angwar's name. Then get the hell out of here and find out who he is. I want to know who this person is. Sharon roared angrily. At the same time, Sharon took out a pure white music box from his ring space. This music box was the one he had told Theron about. He had spent over 100 magic crystals to buy it from a shop. Carefully comparing this music box with the black one on the stage, both of them seemed to have taken the same route, but the music box on the stage was obviously more exquisite, and the craftsmanship was more complete. Could they really be two different music boxes? The new price limit was like a slap to Sharon's face. He suddenly had an unsettling thought. I hope it's not true. While Theron was still wondering about Angwar's name, other buyers were still wondering why the item was so expensive all of a sudden. What was the secret behind it? Some people even asked Theron to take out the music box so that everyone could see what was going on. Theron was also considering whether he should open the music box again to see if there was any key information missing. Otherwise, why would so many people suddenly bid for it? But at this moment, another question came from the VIP room. But this time, it wasn't Leona who asked. It was VIP room 13. Auctioneer Theron, there's no need to open the music box. Can you show us the music box from different angles? For example, let us see the side or the bottom. This was a gloomy voice. When he spoke, it was as if a chilly wind had swept through the entire auction hall, bringing with it a chill that made people shudder. Theron raised his head and looked towards the source of the voice. He didn't recognize the owner of the voice, but he knew who was sitting in VIP room number 13. It was Duncan, the Nether Whisperer. This was a wizard who wandered the land of the dead and had unfathomable strength. Just like Miniature World de Martin, Duncan stayed in Brute Cavern all year long to do his research and rarely came out. Theron was also wondering why Duncan came to the auction. Now that he heard Duncan's voice, Theron had a feeling that Duncan wasn't here for the music box, was he? If Duncan was really here for the music box, then what about the other people, such as de Martin? Were they here for the same thing? Although this possibility was absurd to Theron, the appearance of this group of people was beyond his expectations. It wasn't impossible for an absurd result to occur. Of course. Theron nodded. Theron lifted the music box with his spiritual power. Under the direct light, he moved the music box slowly, showing everyone a 360-degree view. When the bottom of the music box was revealed, Theron didn't notice anything special. Suddenly, Duncan said, "Okay, I'll give you 3,000 magic crystals." Duncan's bid caused another round of heated discussion in the auction hall. Why did Duncan suddenly bid? Why did he bid after Theron displayed the music box in all aspects? Did he see something? Everyone looked at the music box again. They didn't pay much attention to it before, but now, a wizard from a private room on the second floor suddenly spoke up. Why do I feel a faint energy ripple from the bottom of the music box? Theron also looked at the bottom of the music box. Because the music box was formed as a whole, it had energy waves. When Theron first saw it, he didn't notice the subtle waves below. Now that someone had reminded him, he realized that there were obviously unusual waves at the bottom. Theron tried to use his spirit power to sense the energy ripple, but as soon as his spirit power touched it, a pattern slowly appeared on the bottom of the music box. Everyone saw it. It was a golden pattern, which depicted a lion's heart surrounded by thorns. That looks like a logo? Could it be the personal imprint of the refiner? Someone voiced out his doubts. There were a lot of apprentices in Brute Cavern, and someone quickly gave him an affirmative answer. So it's a personal stamp. An alchemist with a personal stamp must be very powerful, right? Someone must be willing to pay such a high price. The appearance of the personal stamp gave Duncan a reasonable explanation for his bid. However, this was only the surface of the music box. Some of the wizards in the room noticed something deeper, a rune. The rune was hidden in plain sight. Because there was a strange rune on it. It was a personal stamp. The maker must be someone powerful to use a rune to hide his or her personal stamp. 3,500 magic crystals, Mr. Duncan. You're a practitioner of death, so the music box is useless to you, right? Why don't you just give it to me? While everyone was still discussing the personal stamp, someone else made a bid. It was Madeline, who was sitting next to Duncan. She was also the only survivor of the Celian clan. Duncan spoke again, and his voice sounded like a chilly wind from hell. The land of death is too lonely. With a piece of music to accompany me, I won't feel so lonely. 4,000 magic crystals. Madeline knew Duncan wouldn't give up on the music box no matter what she said, so she decided to outbid him with a higher price. For the next few minutes, it had become a personal competition between Madeline and Duncan. You name a price, and I raise it. The price of the music box was raised to 6,600 magic crystals in a short time, which was almost what Theron had expected from the last few items. And this was only the third item of the auction. It was also the item that Master Sharon had asked him to start at 50 magic crystals. Theron couldn't help but think to himself, Master Sharon, you're really blind this time. When the price reached 6,000 magic crystals, the two started to slow down. Madeline's wealth was only around 10,000 magic crystals, and that was the inheritance of the Celian clan. Duncan didn't go out all year round, so he rarely used magic crystals. However, he didn't have many opportunities to earn magic crystals, so he didn't have much of a reserve. Therefore, when Madeline bid 6,600 magic crystals, Duncan couldn't take it anymore. While Duncan was hesitating, De Martin suddenly made a bid. 7,000 magic crystals. It was clear that De Martin was more confident than Madeline and Duncan when he raised the price by 400 magic crystals. Duncan gave up, while Madeline decided to wait and see if anyone else was going to compete with De Martin. Soon, Madeline got her answer. And there was more than one person competing with De Martin. Rose Crown Leona and Wise Man Sheldine both made their bids at the same time, and each time, the price would start at 500 magic crystals. Seeing this, Madeline sighed and put down her hand. Now, three people were competing against each other without any regard for their friendship. The intense bidding caused Theron to fall silent once again. This kind of impatient atmosphere would only appear when the final item was being auctioned. But now, it meant that there was something fishy about the music box. At the same time, he now knew why the wizards from Brute Cavern were here. They were probably here for the music box. With that in mind, Theron looked at VIP room number 1, where Sumesh was sitting. Would he join the competition as well? The price was getting higher and higher. It had even broken through 9,000 magic crystals and was only a step away from 10,000 magic crystals. Sharon was supposed to be happy, but he wasn't. Even if the price reached 10,000, the auction house would only get a share of a few thousand magic crystals. Sharon didn't care about such a small amount. Instead, he felt like he was being slapped in the face every time someone made a bid. All the workers in the room kept quiet. They didn't want to get Sharon involved. Still haven't found out who he is? Sharon asked in a cold tone. We're still asking around, but we don't have an answer yet. Go ask the alchemists. If he has a personal mark on him, he must be an alchemist. What's the point of asking others? Sharon slowly calmed down and looked at the heated discussion below. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. 2 minutes later, the price reached 10,000. But De Martin was no longer the bidder. Only Leona and Sheldine were left. Now, Sheldine was the one with the highest bid. He said coldly, Leona, you are quite close to Flora. If you want to get your hands on an alchemy illusion, why are you competing with me? Sheldine was right, but Leona didn't think so. Last time, she asked Flora to help her buy Glutton Flower Lord Essence from Angor at a price that was close to dust. She had earned a lot of money, and she couldn't help but feel guilty when she thought about the price she paid to Angor. Back then, Angor hadn't made a name for himself in the alchemy world yet, so she ignored him. Who knew that Angor would rise so quickly in just 3 years? Leona didn't think that Angor would forgive her for what she did. This was why she decided to bid for the item instead of going to Angor directly. The two of them were still bidding, but at this moment, the rhythm of the apprentice adepts below them changed. It's plagiarism, isn't it? That's blatant plagiarism. Even a famous alchemist would be ashamed to do something like that. Shame? I think you can do whatever you want if you can earn some magic crystals. For example, energy stabilizers. Everyone is making them. Why don't you go and accuse them of plagiarism? You're trying to change the subject. Who made the rule about plagiarism? You're just making a music box, and you're accusing someone of plagiarism? You're just making a lot of money, right? Even if it's not plagiarism, it's still a copy of someone else's idea. Unknowingly, the crowd was talking about plagiarism. In the mortal world, plagiarism was a serious offense. However, in the wizarding world, there was no such thing as a hard and fast rule. Even if someone was accused of plagiarism, they would at most offend the original creator and ruin their own reputation. However, it didn't matter if an alchemist's reputation was bad. People would still come looking for them, so no one was afraid. Therefore, even if the crowd was stirred up, it wouldn't have much of an effect. Theron, on the other hand, shook his head. It was obvious that the person who stirred up the crowd was House Challen's men. House Challen had already broken the rules by purposely pointing out Dave's identity as the auctioneer. Now, House Challen was using such a method. Theron didn't like it at all. Challen had completely offended this alchemist. Even if House Challen stirred up the crowd, it wouldn't make much of a difference. After all, who in the wizarding world was completely clean? Time was the best medicine for forgetfulness. Even if one's reputation was bad, it would be washed away by time. However, it was hard to erase the grudge between the two parties. House Challen's decision to stir up the crowd was truly foolish. Even the apprentices could see the situation clearly. Very few people were actually stirred up by House Challen's words. Theron sighed in his mind. However, as a member of Magic Shore, he didn't want to criticize his own housemaster. After this auction, I'll have a good talk with the Sharon family's patriarch. However, what Theron didn't expect was that someone couldn't bear to watch any longer, even though the rhythm hadn't really been set. It was none other than Sumesh, the most powerful person in the auction. A cold snort filled with absolute power forced all the arguing apprentices to shut their mouths. Sumesh's cold voice echoed in the auction hall. I didn't expect primordial auctions to do such slanderous things. So, I guess. Theron's heart skipped a beat when he heard Sumesh's words. Just like the previous exposure of David's identity as the auctioneer, some people would see through the trick. Family head Sharon's actions were not untraceable. It was only natural that Sumesh could see the truth. However, Theron did not expect them to be willing to speak up for him. Sumesh was the only one who spoke up. Not to mention that Sumesh was the one who targeted the primeval auction house. Theron was anxious. He cursed Sharon for being brainless and tried to think of a way to salvage the situation. Challen's, estet teat. Challen chalt. Teat that. Challen didn't say it out loud, but he did point out the plagiarism. Sumesh laughed. Oh, so you're the one who slandered Challen? I'm not slandering him. Challen denied. Besides, plagiarism isn't a big deal. How can you call it slandering? Sumesh sneered. You think I can't let anyone else talk about it? Sharon was about to reply when someone suddenly laughed. Master Sharon, do you have any evidence of plagiarism? Challen was surprised. It wasn't Sumesh. Instead, it was Sand Bear Leon from Moxa Westland. Leon, are you here to scold me too? Challen asked. Leon shook his head. Of course not. I'm just trying to make a fair point. By plagiarism, you're talking about the phantom soundbox we're all talking about. But I can tell you that phantom soundbox is the real plagiarism. Leon's words silenced everyone. Even Sumesh didn't say anything. He only spoke up to protect the pride of the phantom tribe. Also, he had a good impression of Angor, so he didn't mind speaking up for him. However, Ryan's sudden words surprised him. Leon's reputation was very good. He was recognized by all the adepts in the southern region. Everyone would think twice about what he said. Theron's expression darkened as well. It was easy to change the direction of the conversation. However, if they failed to do so and instead found out that they were really slandering others, it would be a huge blow to the ancient auction house. Challen prayed that the phantom soundbox wasn't plagiarism. Leon continued, Oh, by the way, I heard that Twilight Well's mid-year auction was selling a baby cloud whale. Thus, I went to Twilight Well to participate in an auction. There, I saw a music box called Land in the Clouds. This music box is an illusion with music, and the creator's illusion is quite good, especially the island that appeared in the sky at the end. It's amazing, and it's definitely a rare alchemy item. It was sold for 8,100 magic crystals to Lydia of Red Lotus. This music box was created much earlier than the phantom sound box you're talking about. Leon paused a little and continued, I know about the phantom sound box, and I bought one myself. But after listening to it, I'm certain that it can't be compared to the land in the clouds. The illusion is like child's play. It doesn't feel real at all. It's rough and shoddy. Most importantly, the land in the clouds only has one song. It's called Sky City, and Sky City was copied by the creator of the illusion music box. So, the phantom sound box is the real plagiarism. Leon looked at Challen on the third floor. Challen, on the other hand, was speechless. His face was swollen beyond belief. Ryan's words contained a lot of details, including the time and place, and even the reason why he went to the Twilight auction, as well as the final price of the land in the clouds and the buyer. Obviously, there was a lot of substance to his words. If any part of it was fake, it would be criticized and Ryan's reputation would be damaged. Sharon also knew that with Ryan's character, what he said should be true. But if it was true, then what he did was really a slap in the face, and he even offended an alchemist. Sumesh clapped his hands and laughed. Interesting. Not only did you want to slander someone, but you also slandered the wrong person. Aren't you embarrassed to say that you're a plagiarist, Master Challen? Sharon didn't respond to Sumesh's mockery. Instead, it was Leon who spoke up for Sharon. You're wrong, Mr. Sumesh. What I said just now was just the facts. The phantom soundbox is indeed a plagiarism, not an original. Leon changed the topic. But I didn't say that Theron's music box is an original. Maybe it's a plagiarism as well. Sumesh didn't say anything. Leon's words were fair, and Sumesh didn't say anything. Jalal, who had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly spoke up. If you want to prove that the music box is a plagiarism, why don't you show us the effects of the music box? Leon nodded. I agree. The other apprentices also nodded in agreement, agreeing that they should be released. Although Shildine, who was still bidding, didn't want the alchemy illusion to be exposed to the public, the auction item was still in the hands of the organizer. According to the rules, the organizer had the right to decide how to display it before it was auctioned. Theron didn't make a decision right away. He looked at Challen on the third floor, hoping to get a hint. Challen didn't know if he should show the effects of the music box. If the music box was really made by the original creator, then he would become a laughingstock. However, if it was made by a plagiarist, then he might be able to clear his name a little. Sharon thought for a moment. He also wanted to know what was the difference between the illusory sound box and the music box. He transmitted his voice to Theron, sure. Theron turned to the crowd. Very well. Let's show it to them. As Theron spoke, he opened the lid of the music box and activated the key. As soon as the music box was activated, a few beautiful and cheerful notes struck everyone's heart. It was as if someone was whispering in his ear, but with a change of tone, it became a beautiful and pleasant conversation. The prelude caught everyone's attention. Is this a piano piece? It's quite interesting music. Even those who had no talent in music appreciation couldn't help but smile when they heard the moving notes. Soon after the prelude started, the crowd noticed that the environment around them had changed. Almost none of the sorcerer apprentices knew how it had changed. Only the official sorcerers were able to sense it. Even so, they were still shocked by the seemingly realistic illusion. This person's mastery of illusions was comparable to some illusionist magi. Just from this move, everyone understood that the starting price of 150 magic crystals was too low. It was no wonder that the auctioneer would rather spend his own money to bid for it than hand it over to the ancient auction house. Because this was an insult to the alchemists who refined the products. In the illusion, they appeared in a forest. A blurry figure was talking to a young woman. Although they couldn't see their faces clearly, their actions and expressions while talking, coupled with the music, showed that they were having a pleasant conversation. The illusion is so real. It's almost flawless. Someone sighed. I also have a phantom soundbox. That illusion is nothing compared to this one. I'm starting to believe Sir Leon's words now. The illusion of the illusion soundbox is simply rubbish. This illusion that looks like the real world might be the original version. Someone whispered to Leon, wondering if this had anything to do with the land on the cloud he saw at Twilight Auction. Ryan said, "I don't know for the time being, but this opening technique and the incomparably realistic illusion are even more amazing than the land on the cloud." On the other hand, Sumesh grinned. Of course. According to Granny, Angor grew so strong in such a short time. With the help of nightmare illusions, it's hard not to feel real. Everyone began to enjoy the story of the illusion. However, the wizards from Brute Cavern were still trying to figure out what kind of illusion Angor created. What kind of magic did Greya use to gain Sir Rain's praise? At this time, the music entered the cheerful and gorgeous beginning. The girl who was talking in the illusion suddenly spun around happily, like a dancing butterfly, following the music in the forest. While everyone's eyes were still locked on the dancing girl, the illusion around them quietly changed again. They were now standing in the middle of a narrow street. The girl stopped twirling around and saw a blind old man in front of her. The two of them were talking to each other. No one could hear what they were talking about, but the music allowed them to understand what they were talking about. The kind-hearted girl met a blind old man who wished to see the sea and the forest again. The girl wanted to fulfill the old man's wish, so she went around begging for help. In the end, she found another blurry figure in the forest. It was a mysterious wizard. The wizard granted the girl's wish by casting a spell beside the old man. The old man's eyes were filled with light again, and he saw a series of scenes. Accompanied by even more beautiful musical notes, these scenes appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was at this moment that most of the magi stood up. The scene in the old man's eyes. It was indeed mountains and seas, forests and waves, but it was filled with a strange sense of dissonance. "It's him. It's him!" Leon exclaimed. "This music box is the work of the creator of the land on the cloud. It's exactly the same. It gives me the same feeling as that island in the sky. No, it's even stronger and more fascinating and desirable." All the beautiful things in the world were shown to the old man. The towering snowy peaks shone brightly under the sunlight that had been frozen by time. A gentle breeze blew across the ocean, and several unmanned fishing boats drifted along the shore as if they were telling some unknown stories. There were also seagulls flying above the blurry mermaids and mermaids. The endless forest, the vast grassland, and the boundless sky were all described in one glance. This was a mystical illusory realm. Furthermore, within this illusory realm, a dense and strange aura enveloped everyone. It's like a spell that can freeze time, but it's also full of stories that can turn back time. It can also make one's imagination run wild. "This music box is amazing," Tongwich exclaimed. This was the first time she felt something so wonderful. She wanted to buy it right away. However, she only had about 5,000 magic crystals. She didn't even qualify to buy it. "I see. No wonder Mr. Rain was so impressed. It's possible for Greya to gain enlightenment in an alchemy illusion like this." Leona nodded in realization. "You mean Greya created the spell because of an alchemy illusion?" Tongwich was surprised. Leona nodded. "Not entirely. Greya had accumulated enough knowledge, but she couldn't find the key to overcome it. That's how the illusion helped her." Tongwich's eyes lit up. "You know the creator, Angor?" "Of course I do." Leona let out a bitter smile. "He's Mr. Phantom's new student. A terrifyingly talented young man." Tongwich didn't say anything. She suddenly recalled the name she saw at the bottom of the music box. "Angor, is it?" Not only Leona, but almost every wizard in Brute Cavern also came up with the same idea. In such a mystical aura, it was indeed very impactful. It was also possible for one to have an epiphany. Sheldine stared at the illusion with even brighter eyes. "I have to get it. I have to." Sumesh, on the other hand, had a look of awe in his eyes. As an illusionist from the Phantom clan, he had been to the Nightmare Realm before. He knew how to cast illusions as well as how to fuse two different nightmare domains. However, he couldn't incorporate the Nightmare Realm into his illusion. For a moment, Sumesh even thought that Angor had added a nightmare domain into the music box. Only a nightmare domain could give off such a feeling. However, when he looked closer, he realized that the illusion only contained the Nightmare Realm's aura, which was why Sumesh denied his previous assumption. Even so, Sumesh couldn't help but be amazed by the illusion. Even he couldn't do such a thing, yet Angor, who he only saw once, could do it. Not only did the illusion feel as real as a true illusion spell, but it also contained the nightmare realm's nightmare domain. At this time, the music entered the overlay again. This was the third time it had entered the overlay. Those who understood music theory knew very well that this overlay was the theme of the whole piece. The third appearance meant that the music was coming to an end. A minute later, the blind old man in the illusion closed his eyes in satisfaction. The miraculous illusory realm in his eyes also disappeared. Everyone present couldn't help but sigh. They were still in shock and hadn't had the time to study that strange illusion. How could it disappear just like that? If they wanted to continue their research, they would have to buy the music box. Those who had money began to roll up their sleeves, while those who didn't had to shake their heads in disappointment. The music was still playing, and the illusion was still there. After fulfilling his wish, the old man closed his eyes and passed away. The girl who was dancing stopped as well. A drop of tear rolled down her face. At this moment, there was a slight change in the music. Although everyone felt that the tune was still cheerful and gorgeous, they could faintly hear a trace of melancholy. Everyone remained silent, accompanied by a faint sense of sadness. That's some great emotional control. At this moment, Omega suddenly spoke. His words were like thunder, striking the nerves of everyone present. That's right. Even I almost fell into the illusion. Another wizard chimed in. Because of the conversation between the two magi, the acolytes, who had unknowingly sunk into their emotions, came back to their senses, their eyes filled with shock. The illusion made them lose their minds. If it wasn't for the wizard's reminder, they would have lost their minds. Sumesh shook his head. It's a good trick indeed. All the foreshadowing in the beginning was used to set off the sublimation at the end. It might look like an illusion, but that's not the case. The creator is only using the story in the illusion to guide your emotions. Once you notice it, it won't work. You're right, Mr. Sumesh. But there's one thing I don't agree with. If it's purely used in music appreciation, this emotion is completely in place. How can you say that it's secretly guiding? I think it's actually just a display of true feelings. The one who spoke was Len. He had his own opinion about the final emotional outburst of the crowd. The conversation between the two allowed the apprentices to understand the crux of the matter. If it took a long time to set up the story, then the apprentices wouldn't have to worry about losing their minds at all. Besides, they were more inclined to agree with Leon's explanation. After all, it required people to be sincerely involved in the story for such an effect to appear. It was indeed very useful in the appreciation of music. After all, it was just a music box, not a weapon. Music was the essence of the game. With that in mind, the apprentices enjoyed the ending of the illusion. The girl began to dance again. She spun slowly as if she was doing ballet. The illusion changed again, and they returned to the forest. The person who talked to the old man in the forest was no longer a blur. It was the wizard who helped the old man see through the illusion. The apprentices finally realized that the story was just an interlude. The two continued their conversation. In the end, the girl nodded at the wizard and turned into a bubble. The ending was a bit surprising. Why did the girl turn into a bubble? Was it because of the promise she made with the wizard? Was she sacrificing herself just so that the old man could see the light for a moment? Or was it just an artistic sublimation that matched the musical expression? No one knew. 1,000 people had 1,000 different answers. That was the charm of art. After the music ended, Theron closed the music box. He stood on the stage and didn't speak for a long time. The apprentices didn't urge him either, because they were still thinking about this wonderful musical journey. Theron looked at the scene and sighed with emotion at the miraculous music illusion. At the same time, he was secretly cursing his boss. Sharon had done a brainless thing. Just for the sake of his pride, he jumped out without knowing the truth and wanted to regain his pride. However, he just had to run into the muzzle of the original creator. Instead, he was caught red-handed and turned the tables on him. When Theron was still sighing, Leon spoke again. I'm very sure that this music box was made by the creator of the land on the clouds, and his level is even higher. He definitely didn't plagiarize it. How could others copy the illusion in the old man's eyes? Leon's words were echoed by the apprentices. The strange illusion was a symbol of the creator, and no one could replicate it easily. Leon continued, I didn't know who made it. So his name is Angor, right? I've already memorized his name. He's an alchemist who deserves to be remembered. By the way, who's Angor? Because the music box was too shocking, everyone began to pay attention to the maker that David had mentioned earlier. Since there were many apprentices from Brute Cavern on the stage, Angor's identity was quickly revealed, which shocked everyone again. So he's Mr. Phantom's student. No wonder his illusions are so special. Everyone quickly remembered Angor's name. It wasn't only because of Phantom Master Sunders, but also because Angor was indeed capable of doing so. At the same time, Challen also received Angor's information on the 3rd floor. Challen's expression was completely dark. His body was releasing a chilling aura. Even the witches who were always close to him didn't dare to approach him. What did you say? Angor is a rising star in the alchemy circle? And he once touched mystery? Why are you only telling me this now? Challen yelled in anger and kicked away the trembling worker on the floor. When he saw the illusion created by the music box, Challen knew he had made a mistake. His phantom music box was nothing compared to the illusion. If he knew Angor was this strong, he wouldn't have done all those humiliating things. He even offended an alchemist with a bright future. At this moment, Sharon had completely forgotten about Theron's earnest warning. He had even changed the starting price on his own initiative. He was only doing this because of his own stubbornness. Good thing Angor didn't come this time. There's still a chance to mend our relationship, Challen muttered as he stood up and walked outside. Where are you going, mister? His abandoned companion called out to him. Do you think I'm going to stay here? Wait for them to humiliate me. Challen roared and slammed the door open. The people in the auction house were unaware of what had happened on the 3rd floor. Even if they knew, they would probably sneer. Challen deserved to be slapped in the face for committing a crime. While people were discussing Angor's identity, Jalal, who was in VIP room 7, was frowning. Angor? Sunders' new student? Could it be the one I met in Barbie's restaurant? Jalal frowned as the image of a child appeared in his mind. Was it really him? Jalal knew about the rising star in the alchemy circle, and he also knew that the boy was Sunders' student. But he never thought that Angor was the one he met at Barbie's restaurant. The boy was too young. But now, Jalal realized that he had been wrong all this time. A weak young boy who couldn't fight back had grown so strong. Jalal curled his lips. Interesting. Such a music box with such a realistic illusion is only auctioned at 150 magic crystals. No wonder the auctioneer doesn't want to sell it. But the price is already over 10,000. It's not an insult to the maker. Everyone's attention returned to the item's price. After witnessing the miraculous illusion, everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. Before Theron could announce the start of the auction, someone already made a bid, 13,000 magic crystals. It was Leona who made the bid. She raised the price to an astonishing level. Sheldine glared at Leona with anger in his eyes. 14,000 magic crystals. Sheldine didn't back down and immediately pressed forward. Leona chuckled coldly and raised the price even higher. 20,000 magic crystals. Sumesh suddenly called out a price. I'll give you 20,000 magic crystals. The sudden increase of 6,000 crystals caused a huge uproar in the auction hall. Even Theron couldn't help but look at Sumesh's direction. That's a new record for the first half of a month's auction. David, who had been furious at first, was also stunned at this moment. He was planning to sell the item at the same price as the land on the cloud, 8,100 crystals, which was already the limit for alchemy illusions. But now, the price had reached 20,000 crystals. Even if he split the price, he would still get 2,000 crystals. David's heart was beating very fast, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Sheldine, who was still bidding, suddenly stopped. Mr. Sumesh, you're from the same school as Angor. You have plenty of chances to get your hands on alchemy illusions. Why are you competing with me? Leona agreed with Sheldine's words. However, Sumesh only smiled. I'll buy it if I like it. I can afford it anyway. Shaldine's eyes were filled with anger. You're trying to stop me from becoming stronger. Once Shaldine's words came out, everyone was once again stunned. It's just a music box. What's with that? Everyone was puzzled by this sentence and wanted an explanation. But Shaldine didn't say anything else and continued to make his offer. On the other side, in a fragrant VIP room. I don't know if Shaldine let it slip or if he said it on purpose, Leona muttered. Why aren't you bidding? Aren't you going to bid? Tongwich leaned over in confusion. Leona pondered and said, soon, the inside story Shaldine just exposed will be known by others. I don't think there's a chance for me to film it again. Forget it, let's not bid for the time being. Let's see if the final price exceeds the price I have in mind. Tongwich asked, what's your ideal price? 100,000 magic crystals. If someone offers a higher price, I'll put aside my pride and wait for Angor to return to Brute Cavern so that we can mend our relationship. I don't think anyone will pay that much. It's just a music box. Even if it helped Greya, it won't help the others. Tongwich was surprised. 100,000 magic crystals was an unimaginable amount for someone like her who had just become a wizard. Leona shook her head. I don't think so. For those who are stuck outside the path of truth, they're willing to spend all their savings even if they know the odds are against them. After all, it's not hard for a wizard who can earn 100,000 magic crystals to do so again. Tongwich still couldn't believe it. But she quickly looked outside the room. 100,000. Someone really did pay that much. And the price jumped from 30,000 to 100,000, for the apprentices who usually only participated in the monthly auction. They felt that today's auction was crazy. The first 3 auction items in history were usually worth a few dozen magic crystals, or 200 to 300 magic crystals at most. Today, there was a 6-figure auction item, and that wasn't the end of it. As more and more people learned that Greya's creation had something to do with Angor's alchemy illusion, the price of the item kept rising. Before Theron could bid, the price had already reached 150,000. Madeline, Duncan, and Dumartin all gave up when the price went past 10,000. Leona felt that it was too much and gave up. Sumesh was only interested in the item for fun. He believed that Angor could easily get his hands on an alchemy illusion when he came back, so he gave up as well. Shaldine was the only one who still insisted. But when the price reached 140,000, he gave up. He sat quietly in his VIP room with anger burning in his eyes. However, Shaldine soon calmed down. He knew he could not hide the fact that Greya created a new spell. Even if he did not tell, the apprentices of Brute Cavern would soon find out about it, so he might as well tell the truth himself. Even if he couldn't win the item, he could still use his words to increase the price. Maybe he could get another chance to make a music box from Angor in the future. But Shaldine didn't give up completely. His eyes slowly darkened. Even if he couldn't win the bidding war, he still had other options. The highest bidder was no longer someone from Brute Cavern. It was Leon from Moxa Westland. He came here for the Happy Bears and didn't expect to see a music box today. He liked the music box, but he didn't want to join the bidding war. However, after Greya's creation was exposed, Leon couldn't sit still anymore. When Leon announced the price of 160,000, the number of people in the room finally dwindled. Although many wizards wanted to bid for it and had the resources to do so, they didn't make a move. Instead, they were thinking about something else. They heard that Angor was only an apprentice. Even if they had to pay him a lot of money, it shouldn't be more than 160,000, right? They could tell that the materials used to make the music box weren't very valuable. Since the price of raw materials was low, Angor could earn several times more if they paid him 10,000 magic crystals. If they offered him 100,000 crystals, Angor wouldn't refuse such a great offer, would he? Therefore, the person who harbored such thoughts didn't bid again. After a moment of silence, Leon thought he had a good chance of winning the item, and so did the others. However, when Theron asked if anyone else wanted to bid, another voice called out. 200,000, said Jalal from VIP room number 7. Leon didn't know what to say after Jalal's bid. No one else offered a higher price. Jalal was like an oriole waiting to catch its prey. He waited patiently for everyone to state their minimum price, and then he took the lead with the highest price. When Theron announced that Jalal had won the music box, the crowd went into a heated discussion. Some people looked at Jalal's VIP room, while others looked at David. Just this one auction item had allowed an apprentice to earn 200,000 magical crystals. It was too terrifying. Many people began to look at David with malicious intentions. Originally, David was also immersed in the joy of being able to get close to 20,000, but the malicious gazes around him were too strong, causing him to suddenly panic. Only then did he remember his situation. Previously, he had anchored the ancient era's auction house, and now, he was being eyed covetously by everyone. He felt as if he had fallen into a vortex of evil. Not to mention getting a share, even leaving safely was a problem. Leona suddenly spoke to David while he was still trying to figure out what to do. "You're an employee from Prom's alchemy shop, right?" David came back to his senses and nodded helplessly. Angwar's alchemy illusion is amazing, but so is the music he wrote. Especially the fold part. It's so catchy. I can still hum it even now. Do you know the name of that song just now? Theron, who was about to skip this part and move on to the fourth item, stopped talking and looked at David curiously. Leona wasn't the only one who wanted to know. Some of the supernaturals who were interested in art were also curious. David scratched his head. Angwar didn't tell me. He only said that he wrote the song for the girl in his illusion. Most people in the auction hall knew that. There weren't many pure and kind things in the wizarding world, but they could still appreciate the beauty of pure kindness. The girl was the embodiment of pure kindness. As for the music, it completely revolved around the young girl, so it must have been composed for her. Maybe she's Angwar's lover? That's possible. But who's Angwar's lover? David quickly changed the topic. I don't know if she's Angwar's lover. But Angwar once told me that the girl's name is Alice. A piano piece for Alice, huh? I see, Leona said in a small voice. At this time, Theron was also planning to start the auction for the next item. Although he knew that with the jade in front of him, the following items were really just scrap metal in comparison, but there was no other way. One wrong step would lead to everything going wrong. Theron sighed inwardly. The fourth auction item is from the country of wind. Before Theron could finish, he noticed a commotion in the hall. Many people began to leave. Most of them were from Brute Cavern, and their leader was Sumesh. Theron's heart skipped a beat. They're not leaving, are they? Theron's guess was correct. The wizards from Brute Cavern all left the auction hall, and half of the VIP rooms were gone. The fact that the VIP room was almost empty almost instantly reached Sharon's ears. Sharon, who had just calmed down, felt like vomiting blood. He had already left the auction hall, but the people from Brute Cavern were still trying to slap him. However, not everyone from Brute Cavern left. Leona was still with Tong Wu. Aren't you leaving with Mr. Sumesh? Tong Witch asked. Leona shook her head and glanced at David. I was just looking for a way to get along with Angwar. Didn't think I'd get one now. Tong Witch was surprised. You're going to do him a favor so you can build a good relationship with Angwar? No, I'm not doing him a favor. I'm paying him back for telling me the name of his music. Leona knew that Angwar might not like her if she did him a favor. It was better to pay him back. But he didn't tell you his name. That's not important. I have a reason to pay him back. Moreover, that kid's performance today was quite clever. I believe that once I say it, he should understand what I mean. The auction ended in an awkward atmosphere. The auctioneer did not give Dave a hard time. After deducting the middleman's fee, they gave him about 190,000 magic crystals. Although he had passed the auction house, David did not feel any joy in his heart. Before he left the triangular auction hall, he had seen more than one malicious look on the faces of people around him. Especially when he was just an apprentice who had so many magic crystals that most wizards could not afford in a short period of time. In other people's eyes, Dave's expression was as if he was saying, I'm a weakling. Even the weakest apprentices began to sharpen their weapons. To them, even a small piece of the treasure was worth more than what they had worked for decades. In this vicious vortex, the only thing David could do was to take out his Tang saber, which was emitting a cold aura. He wanted to use the advantage of his weapon to intimidate the people around him. However, he was too weak. Even with a sharp weapon, he was no different from a baby holding a kitchen knife. Theron was standing on the fourth floor of the auction hall and watching Dave's trembling body. A red-robed demon servant crouched on the ground and made a throat-slitting gesture. "Mr. Theron, should we?" Theron pondered for a moment and shook his head. "Forget it. Even though he's just an apprentice, from what he said just now, I can tell that he has a close relationship with that alchemist. Otherwise, that alchemist wouldn't have given him the alchemy illusion for auction. Besides, the wizards from Brute Cavern are not stupid. Didn't you notice that Leona is staying here?" The red-robed demon servant was confused. "You're saying that Leona decided to protect the kid?" "That's right. The other wizards already knew that Leona was trying to help him. Otherwise, why do you think they retreated so generously and didn't care about this focus card?" With that, Theron turned around and left. "Forget about him. Today's auction did a lot of damage to us. If we want to save our reputation, we need to do something at the big auction at the beginning of the year. Looks like it's time to show off something really good." Theron went straight to Sharon, who was sitting in a dark soundproof room. His expression looked normal, but there was an undeniable anger in his eyes. "Patriarch, today's matter is a foregone conclusion, but it's not like there's no way to remedy it," Siluan said respectfully. "Tell me about it." Sharon's tone was still slightly suppressed. "First of all, we can do something in the auction. Also, we didn't really offend him today, so we can learn something from him. Furthermore, these two solutions can be combined into one." "You're saying there's an alchemy item in the auction?" Sharon asked. "That's right. But where can I get this item?" Theron said, "As long as there are suitable benefits, even if there are enemies, we can make them our closest friends. It would not be a loss for us to pay a price to establish a good relationship with a supernova that was destined to shine brilliantly. Why was the sky auction so successful? It's all because of those master alchemists. And Angor has such potential." Sharon thought about it for a moment. Although he was a little angry about what happened today, he had to admit that Theron was right. "Then do as you wish." Sharon nodded and agreed to Theron's suggestion. Theron nodded with a confident look on his face. What he did not know was that Angor had already left Fey Continent, and he had no plans to return anytime soon. On the other side, when they saw Dave alone, they became even more hostile. Someone even approached him and spoke in a threatening tone, "Give me 1,000 magic crystals, and I'll leave right away. Or, you don't want to know the consequences." 1,000 magic crystals happened to be within the range of people who did not want to rob Dave, and they would not be targeted by others. Therefore, they had already thought about how much money to extort from Dave. Dave did not care. He knew that these people would not dare to do anything in the auction hall. Dave knew that he was no match for these people, so he tried to think of a way to escape. The best way was to hire someone powerful to escort him away. However, there were not many trustworthy people in the wizarding world. There was none around him. He even considered asking a wizard from the auction hall to protect him. After all, it would not be good for them if word got out that he was robbed here. However, he knew that the auction hall did not punish him for breaking the rules. If he wanted someone to protect him, he could forget about it. Besides, he did not trust the auction hall at all. Under such circumstances, David was burning with anxiety, but he couldn't come up with any practical solutions. At this moment, David suddenly smelled a faint fragrance. He turned his head in confusion and saw the beautiful witch with the illusion of roses floating towards him. "You're an employee at Prom's alchemy shop, right?" The witch smiled at Dave. Dave was a little surprised to see such a beautiful witch asking him a question. But when he saw the man's face clearly, David immediately put away the infatuation on his face and stood up straight. He saw a portrait of this person on the first day he came to Brute Cavern. After joining Prom's alchemy shop, he heard this name many times. It was Rose Crown Leona. In front of Leona, David didn't dare show the slightest hint of frivolity. It was not until Leona was standing in front of him that David remembered her question. He stammered, "Lady Leona. I am an employee at Prom's alchemy shop." Leona nodded and looked around. All the people who were looking at her with covetous eyes lowered their heads consciously. Leona chuckled and teased, "Looks like you're in a bad situation." Dave scratched his head in embarrassment. Suddenly, he thought of something. He did not trust other people, but Lady Leona was an alchemist from Brute Cavern. She should be trustworthy, right? However, with Leona's status, would she be willing to be hired by him? Dave hesitated and wondered if he should ask. But before he could say anything, Leona took the initiative and said, "Since you're trying to solve the song's name, I'll take you back. You'll need a wizard to protect you if you want to use a long-range teleportation circle, right?" Dave could not believe what he just heard. He did not expect to be so lucky. He quickly nodded. After he agreed, he suddenly remembered why Leona's voice sounded so familiar. It turned out that she was the sorcerer who was sitting in the VIP room at that time. "Let's go. I'm going back to Brute Cavern anyway." Leona did not say anything else. Dave quickly followed her. As for the surrounding people, they looked at each other in dismay. Finally, they sighed helplessly and gave up. With the protection of a wizard, it was almost impossible for them to steal magic crystals from Dave. Besides, they were planning to go back to Brute Cavern directly. Once they reached their organization, they would not be able to do anything to Dave. Seeing that the people around him didn't dare to follow, David finally breathed a sigh of relief. As the people with bad intentions were shaken off, doubts arose in David's heart. Why did Lady Leona help him leave? Was it because she told him the name of the song? Obviously not. He did not know the name of the piano piece himself. Dave quickly realized that Leona's intention was not him, but Angor. However, he did not point it out. Instead, he followed Leona in silence. It was better to keep a low profile since he was only here because of Angor. They walked toward the teleportation array in the depth of the desert, one in front of the other. When they arrived, they were already covered in sand. When they left, the wind did not slow down at all. In fact, it seemed to be getting stronger. They could only see a vast expanse of yellow in front of them. The fragrance around Leona automatically shielded her from the sand. But David, who was next to her, suffered. The sand kept hitting his face, even blinding his eyes. Tears were falling down his cheeks. Dave's vision was blurred. He thought for a moment and constructed a model in his mind space. A moment later, a thin layer of blue water membrane appeared around him to block the sand. Leona also noticed the water membrane. She noticed that the blue membrane was like a liquid bubble. Sand poured into it and was quickly enveloped by the liquid. With the help of the surrounding wind, the sand rolled down and merged with the ground. It looked like a cleanse spell. "I don't think I've seen this before. It looks like an improved version of cleanse?" Leona asked curiously. Leona had been quiet all the way. Her sudden question surprised Dave a little. "Yes, Lady Leona. This is a modified version of cleanse. It's called Cleanse Water Dome. It's made by changing the arrangement of several elements. But it's not really an improvement. It doesn't have much use. It can only create a water dome to clean dirt." "Cleanse Water Dome? That's a simple name." Leona raised her eyebrows. She was impressed by David's improved cantrip. "You've improved a cantrip that has been passed down for so many years. You've done a great job of improving it. Looks like you have a good understanding of cleanse." Dave was surprised. He did not expect his random cantrip to be praised by Leona instead of being mocked. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but a trace of hesitation appeared on his face. There are fewer and fewer apprentices working on improving basic cantrips nowadays. Leona did not hesitate to praise him. "You've done well. When you become a wizard, you'll know how important it is to analyze basic cantrips." Dave thought for a moment and said, "You misunderstood me, Lady Leona. I didn't improve this cantrip. Angor taught it to me. He's the one who improved it." Leona paused for a second and then shook her head. "So it's him?" "You're right. With Mr. Phantom's knowledge, he should have told Angor about it. But I didn't expect Angor to improve his alchemy skills so much in just a few years. He even analyzed basic cantrips to such a level. He's the most terrifying apprentice among the young generation. Another Phantom Master in a few years." Leona's impression of Dave had improved after she finished lamenting. Dave was able to resist the temptation of a wizard's favor and admit the origin of the cantrip without using other people's help. Such qualities were quite refreshing in the dirty wizarding world. Leona gave Dave a serious look, which was rare for her. Suddenly, she noticed the alchemy weapon in Dave's hand. This alchemy weapon style is very interesting. Did you craft it? Leona asked. Dave shook his head with a bitter expression. Yes, I did. But Angor taught me how to make this tang saber. I remember Angor is an enchantment magician. This tang saber of yours is a synthesis technique. Angor taught you how to make it, but I assume you did the rest of the research on your own. Leona's alchemy knowledge allowed her to see through the secret behind the tang saber at once. Dave nodded. Yes. I spent a year trying to improve it. Can you tell me how you did it? Leona asked. David was a little surprised that Leona would ask him about the process, but he understood that this was an opportunity. Leona was a real alchemist, and if she could teach him, his alchemy skills would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. So, Dave began to talk about his alchemy process, from his idea to his method, to the difficulties he faced in making the final product, and how he overcame them. During this time, Leona did not interrupt him. After a while, Dave finally stopped talking. First of all, they had arrived at the teleportation array. Second of all, he had nothing else to say. He had told Leona almost everything about his alchemy path. If he kept talking, he would have to make up something else. I can see your alchemy ideas from your story. Very good. Leona's comment was simple, but it was sincere. She did not expect this little shop assistant from Prom's alchemy shop to have such great alchemy skills, but she agreed with his alchemy ideas. Dave also noticed Leona's compliment. He was pleasantly surprised. Keep going. If you can stick to your ideas, you'll reach your goal one day. Leona paused and continued, if you have any questions, you can find me in the Rose Garden. The weather at Devil's Water was clear and sunny. Angor rested his head on his palm and looked at the clear blue sky outside the window. Sunny again? Is this really Devil's Water? I remember Lucas said in his diary that he prayed sincerely, and the god of the sea took pity on him and told him that there was a sea where the sky was always clear. Don't tell me he's talking about this place? Angor's imagination began to run wild. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The limpet had left the mist zone for almost a week. This week, the skies were clear. There were no storms or huge waves. It was like the whalebone sea during bathing moon, calm and peaceful. But was there really such a place at Devil's Water? Angor doubted it. One had to know that this route was so peaceful that there weren't even many sea beasts. Since there were no sea beasts to kill, Toby was lazily basking in the sun outside the window. Angor stretched himself and opened the door to the balcony. Golden sunlight poured down on his body, giving him a warm feeling. He leaned against the iron railing and enjoyed the sea breeze while enjoying the soothing sunlight. I don't know if this is the sunny place Lucas mentioned, but it's nice to enjoy the sunshine in the middle of winter, Angor muttered to himself. A while later, Angor finished his rest and decided to go back to his room to continue his research. When he glanced at the deck below, he noticed that the place where the sailors used to be noisy was now quiet. There was only one sailor on guard duty, who was leaning against a pillar with a pale face. Huh? Why aren't those sailors doing anything when they see the sun? Angor tried to recall what happened in the past few days. He spent half a month discussing the shoe design with Nano and didn't leave his room. However, he didn't seem to have heard anything outside. These sailors couldn't be sleeping in the middle of winter, right? He looked at the sickly sailor in the distance and began to think. Or were the others sick like this sailor? Angor decided to use his spirit feelers to check the situation. It would be a big deal if a large number of sailors were sick. Without anyone to steer the ship, it would be harder for him to reach for on land. Before he could do that, he heard some hurried footsteps coming from outside. After a while, the footsteps stopped outside the door. At the same time, someone knocked on his door. It had been a week since Angor last saw her. Helen's face was also a little pale, and she seemed to be sick. Not only were her lips dry and cracked, but she had also lost a lot of weight in a short time. What's the matter, Lieutenant Helen? Angor returned to the table and sat down. He crossed his arms and asked Helen, who was standing in front of him. Helen took a few deep breaths and said, "Mr. Pat, we need your help." A moment later, he used Create Water to fill up about 200 buckets of water. Then, he looked at the sailors who left his room in joy with a strange expression. He thought there was a contagious disease on the ship, and he was going to take care of it himself. In the end, Helen told him that no one was sick. It was just that they hadn't drunk water for a few days and were all shriveled up. Helen hadn't touched water for almost 2 days, so her lips were dry and cracked. He didn't expect this answer at all. But then again, it made sense. In the past half a month, they could not land on Silver Palm Island to replenish their freshwater resources. It had not rained when they entered the foggy area. Now that the route was sunny every day, they could not obtain fresh water. It was normal for them to be short of water. According to Helen, they had been running out of water ever since they entered the mist area. It had been more than half a month already. Why did they wait until now to find him? "We didn't want to disturb you, sir." Helen lowered her head in embarrassment. "Like I said, if you want to thank me, you need to get the limpet to Ferron land safely. That's what we're doing now. If you run into any obstacles, you can come to me for help." Angor considered for a moment. "I don't want to see any casualties because of the lack of resources, which will delay our journey to Ferron." "I understand." Helen nodded. "Now that the water shortage is solved, do you need any food?" Helen shook her head. "We have enough. Dehydrated vegetables, dried meat, and canned food. We also have people to fish for us, so we don't lack food." Angor looked a little disappointed. He was planning to practice making manna bread. Since they didn't lack food, they didn't need to live a good life. After discussing the issue of resources, Helen continued, "My lord, apart from the issue of water resources, there's also another matter that I'm here for, and that is to choose the next route." Angor felt a headache coming on when he heard the question. He didn't have anyone to consult, so he couldn't give Helen any advice. He always asked Helen and Erwin to make their own decisions, but they always came to him for help. According to them, the White Clam Shipping Company was the one who arranged the route, and supernaturals had to be involved. Angor sighed. "Go ahead." After all, Helen would tell him the advantages and disadvantages of each route and give him some suggestions. He just needed to follow Helen's advice. Helen took out a map and pointed at a red cross on the route. "Sir, at our current speed, we'll reach Deathloop by tomorrow morning." Helen spent a long time explaining, and Angor got the gist of it. Deathloop was an important transit station. There were only 3 safe routes to choose from, which were much fewer than the dozens of routes they used to travel. Helen said, although the routes on Death Ring are dangerous, these 3 routes are relatively safe. The accident rate is basically under 5%. They are Windless Sea, Summerdew Ridge, and Wintertide Route. Windless Sea is also known as the Path of Solitude. There's very little wind, so it's much slower than the other routes. If you want to go faster, you'll have to use the ship's energy reserves. But doing so will attract the attention of giant sea monsters in Windless Sea. Therefore, when we walk this path, we rely on our own strength and walk forward alone. Angor quickly crossed out the option in his mind when he heard that it would take a lot of time. Wintertide Route is a very cold route with few sea monsters. There's drifting ice here, but the limpet can break it quickly, so it's fine. When it came to the last route, Helen was a bit hesitant. "Summerdew Ridge, this is the route we used to take. But I think we shouldn't use it this time." "Why?" Angor looked at the map again. There were many islands in the middle of Summerdew Ridge. Ships that spent a lot of time drifting on the sea should stop at these islands. It's called Summerdew Ridge because there's a witch living here. According to Mr. Roman, the witch is called Summerdew. Every time we go to Summerdew Ridge, we have to send her a message. Anyone who tries to trespass will be treated as an enemy and sunk. Mr. Roman used to know how to contact her. But now... Helen paused. "Without a way to contact her, we shouldn't use this route. I heard that Summerdew Witch has a bad temper. She only agreed to let us use this route because someone from White Clam Shipping Company paid her a visit and promised her something." "Summerdew Witch?" Angor searched his memory for a while but could not find anything. According to Helen, Summerdew which had been living at Devil's Water for a long time, so she must be a powerful supernatural. If someone from Floating Mech City paid her a visit, she must be a real wizard. It was better to stay away from the territory of a wizard. Otherwise, they would be killed for trespassing. So what do you suggest? Which route should we take? Angor asked. Helen considered. If you want to be safe, we'll take the Windless Sea. There are many islands in the sea where we can replenish our resources, but it'll take longer. We'll have to spend a month here. If you want to go faster, we can take the Wintertide route. However, the environment of this sea route might be rather harsh. Sailors get frozen or even killed on the route every time, Helen said. Judging from Helen's tone, she preferred the Windless Sea route. However, Angor wanted to make haste, so he preferred the Wintertide route. Let's take the Wintertide route. I'll take care of the cold, Angor said in his mind. He could always spend a day drawing a temperature-stabilizing rune on the ship. Helen nodded in agreement. She had gotten to know this great wizard during this period of time, and she knew that he was a man of his words. Since he said that he would solve the problem of the cold, he would definitely come up with a solution. I'll go talk to Captain Irwin and give him the order. Helen put away the map and prepared to leave. Angor's eyes were still on the map. He noticed that there was a nearly straight channel on the other side of the Death Ring. However, there was a skull mark on the route. What's this route? Angor asked curiously. Helen looked at the map and showed a frightened look. Sir, this area is extremely dangerous. Even the big shots from White Clam Shipping HQ don't dare to go there. According to Lord Roman, this sea area is also called the Sea of Spectres. There are countless terrifying specters floating in it. Any ship that enters this area will be turned into a ghost ship and never leave. Spectre Sea? No wonder there's a skull mark here. He folded the map and handed it to Helen. When Helen put away the map, Angor suddenly remembered something he had been wondering about. Helen, were the skies always clear when you came and went in this sea area? End of chapter 728. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.